Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Small World. As young as 5, Lucinda Delos Santos had already learned to read. Not the ABCD, 1 2 3 kind of read that makes kindergarten teachers nod and smile like they've won some medal for patience. No, Lucinda was a reader of substance, comics. Superhero comics. The glossy, page-flipping, kind of comics. And in her case, specifically, Smallville. Her parents were perpetually buried under mountains of paperwork and client calls, which meant they were basically functional ghosts. Her older brother, meanwhile, was a blur of hair and limbs, incapable of sitting still for even a microsecond without bouncing off walls or tripping over absolutely nothing. Lucinda wasn't lonely in the conventional sense. She had neighbors, classmates, and every kid in the vicinity who wanted to drag her into hopscotch tournaments or Barbie fashion shows, but she had the sense to know that none of them understood the subtle majesty of Clark Kent's glasses or Lex Luthor's slow, delicious descent into villainy. At 6, her life reached a critical turning point. Her parents bought her the Smallville DVDs. Oh, the ecstasy. The angels in heaven probably paused their harp playing just to witness her tiny, fangirl squeals as she watched Tom Welling's jawline in HD for the first time. Lucinda adored Clark Kent with the kind of fervor that makes rational adults worry. She rooted for him to be with Lana Lang with the dedication of a medieval knight swearing fealty. And she even liked Lex. Yes, Lex, the shiny-headed enigma. Until season 5, when Lex apparently got the memo that he was supposed to ruin everything. And ruin everything he did. Lucinda's 7-year-old heart shattered a little with each betrayal. The tragedy compounded when the DVDs ran out. Her parents didn't just stop at out of stock, no, it was the great void of season continuation. Lucinda mourned. She sulked. She considered filing a missing person report for Clark Kent's happiness. And she waited. She waited 15 long years, surviving on nostalgic clips and fan forums, until, at last, a pirated site appeared like a beacon of destiny. It was raining cats, dogs, and probably some confused squirrels that day, but Lucinda didn't care. The rain should adjust. The thunder should politely wait. Lightning? Well, lightning should definitely negotiate first. It did not. A particularly judgmental bolt of lightning apparently had other plans, because before she could even scream Clark, Lana, save me, everything went black. And then she opened her eyes. The first thing she noticed, the ceiling was enormous, vaulted, gleaming, grand enough to make Versailles look like a dollhouse. The chandelier alone could probably illuminate an entire small town. Her feet were on a carpet so thick it threatened to swallow her socks whole. She blinked rapidly. The scent of polished wood, leather, and sheer wealth assaulted her senses. And then, in a moment of absolute clarity, she knew she was standing inside Lex Luthor's office. The office was everything she had ever imagined, walls lined with modern art so abstract it probably required a PhD to understand, sleek mahogany furniture with glass tops that probably cost more than a small car, a massive desk with precisely arranged papers and gadgets that screamed, "I could destroy you now or later," and, of course, the omnipresent aura of power, ambition, and slightly too expensive cologne. Lucinda gasped so audibly that if there were dust on the desk, it probably whirled into the air just to escape her lungs. Her awe was cut short by the sudden swinging of the door behind her, which made her jump so violently she almost knocked over a priceless sculpture of a bull. In walked Lex Luthor and Clark Kent. Or the actors, Tom Welling and Michael Rosenbaum. Her heart did a somersault that could have qualified for the Olympics. They froze. The three of them are equally bewildered and mystified. The two clearly had never seen the damned woman in black satin pajama set and mismatched socks before. And then Michael Rosenbaum, channeling all the calm menace his character Lex ever had, spoke first. "How did you even get inside when the door's locked?" he asked, waving a paper with casual authority. Lucinda stammered, a perfect blend of awe and terror. "Don't know. I just woke up here." Tom Welling blinked, glanced at Michael, and, ever the teasing sidekick, grinned. "Lex, if you're dating her and don't want me to know, I'll pretend I was never here today." Michael simply smirked, the kind of smirk that suggested he could destroy entire empires with a casual shrug. "That date you're saying could get me arrested," he murmured, then stepped forward. "She looks just around your age, Clark. Come on." Lucinda's brain short-circuit. She could have sworn he's not so tall on her computer screen, but now that he's front of her, her perception warped, her knees threatened mutiny. "I don't know how you got in," Michael said, finally, "so I believe you should leave. I'll have one of my guards escort you outside." "Guards?" Lucinda nodded obediently, because yes, of course, Michael Rosenbaum is an actor. He should have guards. Michael dialed, and Lucinda, in between internal squeals and fainting fits, started daydreaming. She imagined herself taking a casual stroll past Lex's priceless art collection, accidentally brushing the papers with the back of her hand, totally not knocking over any objects that cost more than her house. Michael glanced at her, up and down, and smirked that she had to clutch her chest with a dramatic thud. Oh God, such a beautiful dream. Tom giggled, because yes, apparently her monologues were audible. You know what, Lex? I'll head out too. Maybe I could walk her outside, Tom offered. Oh, all right then, Michael said, placing a hand on Tom's shoulder and putting down the phone. I'll just stop by your house before I go. Tom smiled, shrugged toward Lucinda, gesturing for her to follow him. Lucinda was rooted to the floor. She didn't know what to say or how to react with what she's dreaming right now, because everything feels so real. Are they really that committed to their jobs as actors that they have to address each other as their characters even behind the scenes? And where were the cameras? The directors? The crew? The teleprompter? She wasn't even asking the right questions. Because honestly, who starts with, why am I here? When your brain is trying to process everything at once. Like, how did she even end inside this place? A place that, according to some cosmic map of impossibility, was located at 2005 Sook Road, Victoria, BC, Canada, while she, very much alive, very much real, and very much drenched, was from the Philippines. Canada is place she had not visited, had never even Googled, and now apparently had somehow teleported into. Lucinda's mind was doing gymnastics. Am I dreaming? Did I get abducted by aliens? Did I eat something weird? Did I get hit by lightning? The answers made her head spin faster than Lex Luthor's private jet on a midnight takeoff. Miss. Michael's voice cut through the cyclone of her thoughts, polite but carrying the undertone of I am the most powerful man in this office, and you are about to ruin my feng shui. Lucinda tried to respond, tried to even focus, but her vision started spinning like a blender on high. The wall stretched and twisted, the chandelier above her head multiplied into a dozen glittering, judgmental eyes, and somewhere, faintly, she could hear Lex's papers whispering insulting words like, another gold digger is trying to win Master Luthor's wealth. In my dreams, Lucinda thought. Before she could even formulate a coherent sentence or trip over a priceless artifact, Tom, as if guided by divine timing and sheer muscle memory, caught her mid-collapse like he always does to Lana. She flailed like a cartoon character, arms and legs windmilling, and then, as the world went black around her, she briefly thought Lex's head is truly shiny. 2. Hired by Lex Luthor. Lucinda groaned like someone who had just been spiritually defeated by life, rolling left, then right, then dramatically starfishing just to make sure gravity still worked. Finally, her eyelids twitched, wobbled, then pried themselves open like reluctant curtains. She blinked once, then immediately slammed them shut. That was just a dream, Lucinda, she whispered to herself, trying to convince her soul. But the moment she replayed what she'd seen when she opened her eyes, the chandelier so massive it looked like it could host its own royal coronation, she slapped her own mouth shut. Because that ceiling, that obscene, expensive, fresco-adjacent, billionaire-level ceiling, it was the same one in Lex Luthor's mansion. Tangenang shit, she hissed, sucking her lips like they owed her money. She opened one eye, just the left, saw the same glare of polished luxury, then shut it again. What the hell is happening? She muttered as she forced herself upright. The bed beneath her was a queen-sized cloud of Egyptian sheets, plush pillows piled like royalty had napped and complained about softness levels, and a velvet duvet that felt like it had been imported on horseback by medieval knights. The mattress hugged her too perfectly, as if it was trying to convince her to stay forever and never question how she got there, because come on. This is perfect. She was about to feel like a Disney princess when someone spoke. You tell me. Holy mother of, Lucinda swallowed her curse so fast she nearly choked on it. She snapped her head left, and dear universe, why there sat Michael Rosenbaum. Perched casually on a deep red Victorian couch near the tall double doors, he looked like he had been posing for an expensive magazine spread since dawn. His legs were crossed, ankle resting over his knee with the confidence of a man who owned the entire building. In one hand, he held a neatly folded newspaper, yes, an actual newspaper, not a tablet. The couch itself was carved with ornate gold details. Behind him, the room stretched out in full Luthor glory, tall arched windows draped with heavy burgundy curtains, polished wooden floors that reflected her panic back at her, and a fireplace with a marble mantel wide enough to park a motorcycle on. A dozen intimidating artworks hung on the walls, abstract, dark, Lex-like, each one silently judging her existence. Lucinda blinked rapidly. "2 don't know either," she stammered, keeping her head still but letting her eyes dart around the room like a panicked GPS recalculating. The room was too big, too majestic, too expensive for someone who owned a towel from Divisoria. She didn't even dare to breathe too deeply. What if she inhaled the wrong air molecule and it cost her 1,000,000 pesos? Michael calmly turned a page of his newspaper, still not looking at her. And that alone made her want to faint again. How dare one man flip a page with that much elegance and danger? Lucinda cleared her throat loudly, dramatically, just to make him look at her. Finally, he did. Barely. He moved nothing but his eyes, the rest of his body remaining statue level still, as if carved by the gods of sarcasm and wealth. "Anything you wanna say?" he asked, voice smooth enough to butter toast. Lucinda blinked. Then again, she didn't know where to begin. "Hi, I got electrocuted in the Philippines and woke up in your billion-peso mansion felt like a terrible opener. Why do you smell like expensive villainy? Wasn't any better." And asking are you Lex Luthor right now or Michael Rosenbaum pretending to be Lex Luthor pretending not to be Michael Rosenbaum? Would only prove she needed psychiatric intervention. Besides, she had already noticed it. The way he spoke. The calm menace. The little tilt of his head. He was acting like Lex. Too much like Lex. And Tom yesterday? He was acting like Clark. Friendly, dorky, sunshine boy Clark. If they were shooting, she wouldn't be here. They wouldn't let her wander into the set like a lost ghost. They would have sent her straight to a hospital after she passed out. At the very least, security would have dragged her out by the ankles. But no. She'd been placed in a queen-sized bed in a mansion bedroom that screamed Luthor wealth, and Michael was sitting there like he was waiting for her to explain why she'd appeared in his life uninvited. It had to be the lightning. The huge, sizzling, skin-frying lightning bolt she remembered all too clearly. The smell of burnt hair was practically a trauma souvenir. She'd closed her eyes, everything went white, then black, then boom. Canadian mansion. Michael smirked, folding the newspaper with the slow, precise movements of a man about to interrogate someone for sport. He placed it on his lap and leaned back ever so slightly. "Let's cut the chase," he said, tone light but sharp. "Would you mind telling me how you got inside my office without any of my guards seeing you?" His lips twitched into a deeper smirk. "And to say the least, my office door is always locked whenever I'm not around." Lucinda stared, utterly frozen. Because that wasn't Michael Rosenbaum. That was 100% Alexander Joseph Luthor, in all his smug, terrifying, billionaire glory. She swallowed hard. She paused so long you could practically hear the clock ticking in the background. Michael's stare sharpened, turning from mild curiosity to mild interrogation. I was looking for a job," Lucinda blurted out with the confidence of someone jumping off a cliff without checking the water depth. She forced a smile so tight it could have cracked her jaw. "As a housemaid, Mr. Luthor." Michael's brows rose like they were auditioning for a separate role. "I personally look into the applications for this house's applicants, and I believe I have not seen your arsome, miss." He paused expectantly. "Lucinda," she said quickly, sweating from panic and embarrassment. "Lucinda Delos Santos, sir." "Delos Santos," he repeated, brows rising even higher. At this point they were close to reaching the chandelier. "You don't look Spanish to me," he said with a small giggle, one that somehow managed to sound both polite and vaguely threatening. "Oh, I'm Filipino, sir," Lucinda answered, ramping up the awkward smile. "Technically the Spanish Asians." She mentally patted herself on the back. "Good save, Lucy. Solid. Very cultural. 10 out of 10. So, how did you get inside?" "Oh yes, I truly apologize for sneaking in. I didn't exactly have the luxury of printing resum since I am, technically, homeless." Well now she definitely was. "I don't even have slippers, as you can see. And 2 haven't eaten, which is why I passed out after climbing into your office to, personally speak with you so I could explain my misfortune. I was taking risks." Michael's lips twitched into a smile, amused despite himself. "I must say, Miss Delos Santos, I admire your ability to slip past my guards. That isn't something most applicants put on a resume." And based on Michael's reactions on the way he smirked, questioned, and analyzed her, she could finally confirm her suspicion. This wasn't just an actor messing around. He was Lex here. Completely, undeniably Lex. Which meant Lucinda was not only in the wrong country, she was in the wrong universe, the wrong decade, and quite possibly the wrong genre. At the very least, she needed to figure out how the cosmic Wi-Fi teleported her here. And if that required staying in the mansion as a housemaid/unwilling guest/dimensional refugee, then so be it. She could only hope she figured out a way home before Michael X, whatever version of him this was, did a background check and realized Lucinda Delos Santos from the Philippines had no legal records, no arson, and no business existing in his perfectly secure mansion. Because if Lex Luthor kicked her out, well, she doubted she'd get an Uber back to her own universe. Multiversal travel didn't exactly come with surge pricing. "Well, then you're hired." Lucinda's eyes shot open. "Hired? That fast? Whoa. Lex Luthor doesn't hire strangers. He investigates them, dissects their secrets, and cross-references their DNA with 3 separate databases before offering them a glass of water." Which season did she land in? Which episode? Perhaps, this is still the earlier ones. He and Tom looked younger, too. Maybe Michael X, for her sanity's sockeyes still not on his villain era yet. Lex tilted his head, waiting for her reaction. When she remained dazed, he simply shrugged. "So," he continued smoothly, "would you care for dinner?" "With you, sir?" Lucinda asked, wide-eyed and aggressively innocent. Lex blinked, then let out a soft giggle. "It would be my honor, however I need to head to Metropolis." He stood, placed the newspaper aside, and reached for his immaculate black coat. "The head housemaid will bring your meal," he added. "She'll show you around. You can start tomorrow." Lucinda rose quickly to pay some respect, too quickly that the pain in her ankle, probably from the lighting strike in her real world, flared like a betrayal, and she stumbled straight into Lex's arms. She effectively hugged him and inhaled half of his premium villain cologne. "Clive Christian #1, she whispered, her lips dangerously close to Lex's ear. He heard it. Of course he did. He steadied her and guided her back to the bed with slow, deliberate care. "For someone claiming to be homeless," he remarked, "you're surprisingly familiar with luxury colognes." Lucinda nearly committed self-slap. She knew he was suspicious. She knew. And yet here she was, sniffing Lex Luthor like a deranged connoisseur. "Too read about it somewhere," she said with an innocent smile that deserved an award for Best Actress in a Panic-Induced Lie. Her hands were still on his arm he hadn't let go yet. And as a longtime fan, she would absolutely take that win. "You smell like nutmeg, sandalwood, and tonka," she added with a lopsided grin. "I'm literally just guessing." Lex's smirk twitched wider, half amusement, half suspicion, all Lex Luthor. "Well then I'll see you around, Miss Delos Santos." And just like that, he turned, adjusted his coat with that signature billionaire flourish, and walked out of the room as if he hadn't just hired a universe-displaced stranger who sniffed him like a premium fragrance tester. The door clicked shut. Lucinda sat frozen for a full 2 seconds. Then 5. Then 10. Holy multiverse. She never realized how soothing Lex's voice was. That man could read tax law out loud and she'd fall asleep smiling. She exhaled, finally letting her legs dangle off the side of the bed. "So which episode am I in?" she muttered, rubbing her forehead. "And more importantly, how the hell am I supposed to go back home?" She glanced around the lavish room, half expecting a cosmic portal, or at least Clark Kent crashing through a wall by accident. Nothing, just silence, a suspiciously soft bed, a probable concussion, and a high likelihood of starring in an unplanned Smallville spin-off titled, "Surviving Lex Luthor Without Getting Arrested." 3. Lex Luthor's Maid. Lucinda woke the next morning to the violent whup-whup-whup of helicopter blades rattling her soul. She shot upright, leapt off the bed, and stumbled to the massive windows to peek. There he was. Lex Luthor himself, fresh from Metropolis, stepping out of the chopper in a crisp black suit and tie, shiny black tic-tac shoes, and a bald head so smooth it could blind airplanes. Lucinda giggled. Actually giggled. "Have a little dignity, Lucy. You're not here to swoon over a villain. You're here probably to train your survival skills." Lucinda nodded to agree on herself and gasped when the door behind her flew open. Molly entered, brisk but warm, her lined eyes soft. A 59-year-old veteran of Luthor Manor, she had served the family since baby Lex was still capable of growing hair. Lucinda had met her and another younger maid last night when they brought her dinner, 2 women she was certain never appeared in Smallville. Which meant either this universe had DLC or she was already off script. If her memory was correct, there was supposed to be a family of house staff, mother, daughter, and one kryptonite-infected teenage boy who almost killed Lex. Is that episode done? Paused. Delayed? Dear Multiverse, please let it be done. I don't want some guy with invisibility powers walking around here. "Good morning, Miss Delos Santos," Molly said kindly. "Good morning, Molly," Lucinda smiled back. "I'll take you to the room Mr. Luthor assigned. Where are your belongings? I'll send guards to move them." Lucinda blinked, then grinned awkwardly. "2 don't have any, Molly. I'm up professionally homeless. I only have these," she pointed her clothes. Molly nodded as if that explained world peace. "Well, now I understand why Mr. Luthor took you in right away. People insist he's a bad man, but that young man is kind at heart." "Molly, bless your pure soul. If only you knew his future arsome." Still, Lucinda followed as Molly gestured. She wore the slippers Molly lent her, though they were so big her feet kept drifting sideways like they were trying to escape. The hallway was a museum of wealth, marble floors polished like ice, oil portraits of stern Luthors staring down from gilded frames, vases that looked older than the Philippines, and furniture so expensive she felt guilty breathing near it. Molly was talking something about rules, schedules, probably important life-saving information, but Lucinda absorbed none of it. Her mind was too busy panicking. Step 1. Find out which episode this is to blend in seamlessly while figuring out a way to escape. Step 2. Avoid messing with the plot. Step 3. Do not butterfly effect Clark into becoming a criminal or Lex into becoming worse. Her eyes drifted right before she even realized it straight toward Lex walking down the opposite wing. Damn, he looked unfairly good even without hair. Maybe it was because of Michael Rosenbaum's face. Maybe it was the billionaire suit. Maybe it was the shiny bald glow making him look like an angel who specialized in tax fraud. Or maybe Lucinda was already hallucinating. Molly's voice echoed in her mind. People insist he's a bad man, but that young man is kind at heart. Lucinda swallowed, wondering curiously. What happens if Lex and Clark's friendship never breaks? What if I help them keep whatever they have now? Lex stopped in front of a door and before he turned the knob, he glanced sideways. Right at her and smirked. Lucinda flinched so violently her borrowed slipper shot off like a ballistic missile, bounced off the marble floor twice, and slid to a shameful stop right at Lex Luthor's polished shoes. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Just what every totally normal, definitely not time-displaced woman dreams of, launching footwear at a billionaire supervillain in training. Lex's smirk deepened, not amused, not kind, but the kind of smile that said, "I've already investigated your entire life, your neighbor's life, your neighbor's dog's life, and possibly your blood type. Lucinda's soul shriveled. Damn it, Lex. Not yet. I need a shelter and food. I cannot survive Smallville logic without carbohydrates. She forced a smile, the kind that wasn't confident so much as internally screaming in 4 languages. Lex bent slightly, not enough to humble himself, but just enough to pick up her runaway slipper with the elegance of a man who probably owns 14 forks for one salad. Miss De Los Santos, he drawled, holding the slipper like it was a rare artifact. You dropped something. Dropped something? Sir, I practically airmailed it. Lucinda took the slipper in embarrassment, cheeks burning. Thank you, Mr. Luther. IIT slipped. Clearly, that smirk again. Sharp. Knowing. A little too amused. Molly nudged Lucinda discreetly, urging her to bow her head respectfully. Instead, Lucinda nodded like a malfunctioning toy robot, clutching the slipper to her chest for emotional support. Lex cast her one last lingering look, half curiosity, half suspicion, just about to turn back to the door when a familiar voice boomed down the hallway. Lex, I need to talk to you about something. Lucinda blinked so hard her eyelashes almost generated wind. Clark Kent, let's just address him. That actual potato-hearted farm boy himself, wearing his usual brown jacket, came jogging toward them, brows furrowed in very serious concern. Oh hey, Clark. What's the rush? Lex replied in that calm, velvety billionaire voice that could convince a nun to commit felony. He pushed open the door beside him and gestured gracefully. Come on in. And then just like that the Smallville bromance she'd spent half her childhood obsessing over stepped inside the room together. Lucinda stood frozen, eyes gleaming like a raccoon spotting shiny trash. Yes. If she could just lean a little closer, just a microscopic scoot, she could eavesdrop and find out exactly which episode she'd been yeeted into. Then she could plan accordingly. Avoid any murderous meteor mutants. Not mess up Clark's love life. And definitely avoid causing Lex's villain arc to arrive earlier than scheduled. She took one tiny step to execute her plan when Molly grabbed her by the wrist. Not today, dear. Molly, wait. I need to. No eavesdropping, Molly whispered sternly, pulling her away. Not unless you fancy getting thrown out before breakfast. Thrown out? Breakfast? Lucinda gasped. Right. Survival first, fandom espionage second. Still, as she was dragged down the hallway, she craned her neck so dramatically she resembled a desperate flamingo trying to see through a door crack. Clark's and Lex's voices faded behind the door, leaving her with only one thought. If I don't figure out which episode this is soon, I might accidentally ruin the entire show before it even happens. Meanwhile, inside the office, both Clark and Lex settled in. So, what's it about, Clark? Lex asked as he set his sleek black suitcase on the desk, flipping the latch with his usual billionaire precision. Clark, however, barely took 2 steps inside. His body angled toward the door, eyebrows doing that curious wiggly thing he always did when something didn't add up. Wait, was that the woman from yesterday? Clark asked, turning to Lex with that cheeky farm boy grin that usually meant trouble or teasing. Lex glanced at the door, then at Clark, smirking. Of all people, you should know, Clark. Clark's grin widened. Because she's beautiful. Lex gave him a look. Because she suddenly appeared in my office like a magician with no sense of boundaries. Clark chuckled, folding his arms. Right, that too. Did you ask her how though? Lex stepped closer, voice lowering slightly. I did. She claimed she was homeless, needed a job, and climbed her way up into the mansion because she wanted to speak to me personally out of desperation. Clark blinked. Hold on. Climbed. Lex nodded. Clark's brows met. Lex, your office is on the 3rd floor. Exactly. Lex lifted a shoulder, unimpressed. And she was wearing socks, Clark. Perfectly clean socks. I have 20 guards on shift at all hours, and she claims she snuck past all of them. It doesn't make any sense. Clark's brows shot up. So either she's lying, or she's the most talented trespasser Kansas has ever produced. Lex finished with a dry laugh. Clark rubbed the back of his neck, thoughtful. You think she's dangerous? Lex sighed, tapping a finger on his desk. I don't know, but if my father was the one who sent her here, then no doubt. Clark, who had a bit of first-hand expertise in very strange, stiffened just a little. So, what are we going to talk about? Lex finally asked. Oh, about Lana. Wine manager. Lucinda could feel her but cheeks shaking violently. She could feel her entire being internally screaming. She wanted to find a way to escape the mansion as soon as possible, but Molly had plans today. Molly's eyes were practically welded to her, determined to prevent any catastrophic crime such as tarnishing Lex Luthor's outrageously expensive golden fork. Lucinda could barely breathe, terrified that even the air she exhaled might somehow poison whatever Lex Luthor happened to inhale. She hadn't brushed her teeth since last night, an act of caution, in her mind, not neglect. After all, with her luck, even mint fumes might be considered sabotage. Her ancestors were practically forming a spiritual conga line behind her, whispering nonsense like, IHA, run, escape, find Clark Kent and cling to him like the plot armor he is. Yes, Clark would help her, definitely. Farm boy savior would never abandon a damsel in socks. But she couldn't do that. Reason 1, she'd already sworn to the heavens, the writer's room, and the entire CW network that she wouldn't meddle with the main characters to avoid ruining anything. Reason 2, Molly was currently working her to the bones. Because what do you mean she was being trained to become a wine cellar manager? What even is that? A sommelier, a grape librarian, a bottle babysitter. Molly explained, far too cheerfully, that the Luthor mansion didn't keep many female staff. It was just Molly, Lucinda, and the young maid from last night. The rest were bodyguards, large, silent, muscle-bound men who looked like they bench-pressed problems for fun. By talking to Molly and spotting a calendar near the kitchen door, Lucinda was now 1000% certain she wasn't just in Smallville. She was in 2001. If her memory still serves her right, she's only in season 1. Definitely screwed. Lucinda was now deep in the Luthor wine cellar, a place so elegant she was convinced angels did the interior design. The cellar stretched longer than her entire Barangay Street back home, lined with floor-to-ceiling racks made of polished mahogany so dark it gleamed like chocolate. Soft golden lights illuminated each bottle like they were ancient relics. The temperature was perfectly cool, scented faintly of oak, aged grapes, and the ghost of Lex's expensive taste. She paused in front of a vintage bottle. Cho Margot 1990, valued at more than her entire life insurance. Nearby were bottles of 1996 Screaming Eagle, 95 Petrus, 90 Penfolds Grange, and a whole row of French wines older than her birth certificate. "This is too fancy," she whispered. "I'm going to break something and owe Lex Luthor all of my internal organs and soul." She gently wiped the dusty bottle of Cho Margot. She could see and feel her hands trembling. If she remembered correctly, Season 1 had 8 episodes that aired in 2001. It could be either Pilot, Metamorphosis, Hothead, X-Ray, Cool, Hourglass, Craving, Jitters, or Rogue, she muttered, wiping the bottle like it was a sacred artifact. Metamorphosis. She tapped the bottle lightly with her nails. Tack, tack, tack. Suddenly, a voice behind her echoed. Low, smooth, billionaire tinted. Metamorphosis and wines do share the same concept of transformation. Lucinda levitated. Her soul briefly departed her body to go file a complaint in heaven. The wine bottle nearly slipped from her hands as she yelped. Patanjanang shet. She somehow caught the bottle, hugged it like a newborn child, and slowly turned around. Lex stood by the cellar door, hands in his pockets, expression amused enough to be dangerous. He smirked. "I've been to the Philippines a couple of times. I'm certain you just cursed me in 2 languages. Lucinda blinked before her lips curled into a panicked grin. It was not for you, Mr. Luthor." A lie so flimsy even Clark's super hearing would have rolled its eyes. Lex only shrugged, completely unbothered, and began walking toward her with the slow, deliberate confidence of a man who had never tripped on uneven flooring in his entire life. Lucinda, however, nearly short-circuited. What was Lex doing here anyway? Why was he approaching her like a side quest she wasn't emotionally prepared for? If she could only speed run out of the room like Clark on laundry day, she would. Lex was one of the main characters. One wrong extra line of dialogue from her and the entire canon might implode. Lex stopped beside her and opened one of the glass cabinets with the reverence of a priest at a holy altar. He pulled out a bottle of Dom Prignan Roast 1996, the kind of champagne that probably cost more than her annual rent if she had rent or a home. "Since you're already the wine cellar manager," Lex said, handing her the bottle like it was a newborn royal heir, "keep in mind that this is my favorite Cho Margot Premier Grand Cru class." Lucinda nodded frantically, gripping the bottle like it might detonate if she blinked too fast. "Why yes, Mr. Luthor. I will very carefully keep that in mind." Molly, watching from across the room, narrowed her eyes with the vigilance of a hawk who paid taxes on time. She was clearly making sure Lucinda didn't drop, smudge, or breathe too aggressively near the legendary liquid gold. Lucinda could only wish Lex would leave after that, but of course, he wouldn't. The universe loved watching her suffer. Judging by the way he lingered, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning the cellar like a detective in a wine-themed crime drama, he was here for one thing. Interrogation. The same brand of interrogation he frequently inflicted on Clark, usually about how Clark survived with no scratch after Lex hit him with his expensive car. "So, tell me, Miss De Los Santos," he began. Lucinda instinctively braced herself against the nearest solid object which, unfortunately, was the very expensive bottle of wine she was supposed to be cleaning. If she dropped this, she would either die from shame or from Molly's bare hands. Lex continued studying the bottles in front of him, like her impending doom was merely background noise. "Do you happen to be an illegal immigrant?" Of course he would ask that, Lucinda thought, mentally throwing a table. "I expect you understand why I ran a background check on you." Of course he would, she thought again, this time adding dramatic lightning in her imagination. Lex finally turned his gaze to her, sharp, curious, annoyingly perceptive. "And I've discovered you have no records at all anywhere in Canada, let alone in Smallville." Lucinda mentally screamed again, but this time, she was ready. She'd spent all of last night anticipating every possible questions Lex would ask, and this specific one was in her top 3 nightmares. She inhaled shakily and went for the nuclear option. I was being trafficked," she muttered. Lex's brows twitched. A tiny movement, almost invisible, but to Lucinda it might as well have been a thunderclap. That was her cue to push the lie before she chickened out. "I was lucky enough to escape," she continued, each word feeling like she was digging her own grave with a spoon. I was scared to go to the police. I thought they might have insiders who'd turn me back to the syndicates. She wrung her hands for effect, summoning the most tragic expression she could muster. And then I read about you in the newspaper. So here I am now. Behind Lex, in her mind's eye, Lucinda could clearly see her ancestors materializing, some weeping, some shaking their heads, one definitely lighting a cigarette in stressed disappointment. Lex exhaled slowly, and the change in his expression was subtle but unmistakable. Suspicion faded, replaced by something far more unsettling on Luther's face. Concern. So, you expect me to hide you from the authorities? Lex asked, voice low, analytical classic Lex mid-investigation mode. Lucinda, having rehearsed this lie like it was an Oscar monologue, nodded with full conviction. Just one look at you, I know you're a good person, Mr. Luther, she said with a gentle, painfully sincere smile. And it was sincere. Deep down, she truly believed Lex wasn't born to be the villain everyone painted him as. He was shaped into it, molded, marinated in daddy issues and trauma. Which was exactly why she planned to flee before he ever reached supervillain marination peak. To her shock, a tiny smile tugged at his lips. Not a smirk. An actual, human smile. Warm, soft. Lucinda nearly combusted on the spot. Well then, have a good day, Miss Delos Santos, Lex said as he stepped back, tone unexpectedly gentle. She bowed so fast and so deep she nearly headbutted the shelf behind her. The second he disappeared from sight, she finally released the breath she didn't realize she had been holding, careful, of course, not to breathe too strongly on the expensive wines, which probably cost more than her entire family line. 5. Lost in a villain's mansion. It had been hours since the cellar incident, hours since Lex almost caught her committing emotional and geographical fraud, and now Molly had dropped a new bomb on her. Clean Lex's office. While he's inside. Because he still doesn't trust you yet. Oh, of course. Now, what could possibly go wrong? Well, considering her luck, everything. But she prayed to every ancestral spirit within a 5-generation radius that nothing would. Why are you still standing there? Molly asked without even lifting her head. She was seated at the kitchen counter, reading what looked like the Dead Sea Scrolls but was actually a very aggressive grocery list. Go get your job done. Lucinda twirled the feather duster like it was a white flag. Why don't we go together, Molly? 2M new. I might, break a vase. Or a table. Or Mr. Luther's entire future. I need supervision. I can't leave this, Molly huffed, waving the list. Mr. Lionel Luther will be here tomorrow. I need to prepare the groceries for him. Aren't the chefs supposed to do that? Molly's lips thinned into a dangerous line. Mr. Lex Luther doesn't trust anyone with his food aside from me. I suppose you know why. Lucinda blinked, then gave the slow, guilty nod of someone who knew exactly why. Ah yes. Because she, in her infinite idiocy, had told Molly that she read about Lex's and Lionel's toxic father-son drama in newspapers. Newspapers, of all things. Where else? But did she correct it? No. She blamed sensationalist journalism of the Daily Planet because that's where all the blame should go. Caps lock for extra intense points. With zero choice left, she trudged toward Lex's office, feather duster trembling, knees weak, slippers squeaking. Unfortunately, since the Smallville DVDs never gave her a house tour, she took a wrong turn. Then another. And another. Until she was standing at a random door thinking, this feels office why, and opened it but it's locked. She moved next door, but also locked. Then finally, the third door, which she shut faster than Barry Allen doing errands. It was a broom closet that looked scarier than the Phantom Zone. Not a chance, ghosts. Fourth door also locked. Fifth door definitely locked, but somehow smelled like money laundering. By the sixth door, she was ready to file a missing person report for herself, wiping an imaginary tears for plus drama points. And then she found a staircase. A narrow, stone-lined, very crypt vibe staircase. Lucinda paused, eyeing the eerie atmosphere lingering around there. Well, that's definitely not in the DVDs, she whispered. But did she retreat? Defiantly not. Her survival instincts are absolutely non-functional because let's be real, every fan would take the chance of house touring Lex Luthor's mansion, come on. And so she went down, and then finally halted when she found herself in an underground hallway. Long, narrow, echoey, lit by old sconces that flickered suspiciously, like they were judging her life choices. It looked like a maze specifically designed for tax evasion and family secrets. She turned to the left, right, behind, then back in front. Nice, Lucinda. You got yourself completely lost, you son of a gun. She tried random doors again, but all of them are locked until one creaked open only to reveal a room full of antique trunks that probably contained the souls of Lionel's enemies. But for some weird reason, she was not panicking, of course not. I am Filipino, I am resilient. Her eye twitched as she continued walking for what felt like 3 presidential terms. Every hallway looked the same: long, dim, expensive, and suspiciously villain-coded. She swore one of the abstract portraits blinked at her. She tried another door. Locked. Next door. Locked. Third door. Storage full of antique vases that probably cost more than her entire bloodstream. Lucinda ended up clutching her chest, probably cursing in multiple dialects. She started feeling nauseous due to the scent of hopelessness. She tried retracing her steps but ended up in another corridor she didn't recognize, narrower, colder, and with a faint hum like secret billionaire machinery was hiding behind the walls. That's when it hit her. The story her grandmother used to tell when she was little. If you get lost and can't find your way out, turn your clothes inside out. The Encantos will release you. Well, Lex's mansion was definitely enchanted. Or cursed. Or just built for nosy people like herself, so it might work. It's worth a shot. With a determined nod, Lucinda grabbed the hem of her borrowed shirt and started pulling it over her head. She kicked off her oversized slippers, hair flying, half blind in her shirt as she wrestled it off. If this works, I'll personally ask Mom to bury me alive beside Grandma when I get home, she mumbled, now reaching for her pants. She had one leg out when a voice behind her calmly said, "Should I ask what you're doing, Miss De Los Santos?" Lucinda screeched and flailed so hard she hopped on one leg, nearly yeeting herself into a shelf of priceless artifacts. Good thing she was able spun around, half-dressed, shirt inside out around her neck like a malfunctioning scarf, pants hanging off one ankle. And there stood Lex, hands twitching in his pockets, completely confused. Never in his entire life had he encountered such stupidity. He could barely move. Although he looked genuinely concerned, he's caught between basic human decency of helping and the very real legal implications of assisting a half-undressed woman in his underground hallway. Lex blinked and looked the other way. The moment Lucinda found refuge from a nearby wall, she immediately fixed her pants and clothes, then turned to Lex. "Mr. L. Luthor," she squeaked. "Two can explain." Lex blinked at the cobweb on the ceiling. "I would appreciate that." She swallowed. "I got lost." "And your solution," Lex continued, utterly straight-faced, glancing at her to make sure she already looked lookable, "was to undress. It's a Filipino thing." Lucinda sputtered. "If you're lost, you turn your clothes inside out so the forest spirits release you." A long silence followed. You could hear symphonies in the background. Lex closed his eyes like he needed divine understanding. His lips twitched once, twice, then neutral again. "Miss De Los Santos," he said with admirable composure, "you are in a mansion. Not the Canadian boreal forest." Lucinda wanted to vanish. Not magically, physically. Into the floor. Preferably 6 feet under. Lex exhaled through his nose, the kind of weary, managerial sigh reserved for tax audits and whatever this situation counted as. "If you're done," he said, tone clipped but oddly patient, "follow me. My office is upstairs." He turned on his heel, took 2 dignified steps, then paused mid-stride. Without fully facing her, he glanced back over his shoulder, the edge of trauma because of Lucinda's show still tugging at his voice. "And Miss De Los Santos?" "Why, yes, sir." "No more rituals," he murmured, clearing his throat like he was suppressing a cough or a laugh or both. "At least not on company time." Lucinda could only press her lips together, mortified, clutching the feather duster. Her clothes were still gloriously, unapologetically inside out, seams waving, care tags flapping, and the neckline sitting just a little too awkwardly to pretend it was fashion. Not like Lex would care, would he? Lex said nothing as she trailed behind him up the staircase, but the silence had weighed mostly the weight of his self-control. Or perhaps, the woman had been making him feel uncomfortable since he met her. Meanwhile, Lucinda, being a deranged fan masquerading as a maid, died a little inside when he pushed open the double doors to his office with both arms. Like some kind of bald, billionaire Moses parting the Red Sea of mahogany. She could have sworn everything went in slow mo with background music so villain-coded she could faint. Lex was still in his usual gray sweatshirt, casual, minimalistic, and unfairly flattering. Lucinda had never realized how attractive Lex looked outside the dramatic lighting and villain soundtrack of DVDs. Maybe it was the 2001 air. Or maybe because he's Michael Rosenbaum. Yeah, maybe that's it. 6. Operation Be Dramatic. Lucinda followed him in, biting her lower lip, then her upper lip, then both, because why limit herself? Lex reached his desk with that practiced, CEO grace, grabbed a pristine white folder, and turned to hand it over. He paused for half a second when he got a fresh view of her inside-out outfit. His eye twitched. His jaw flexed. He blinked exactly twice, then shrugged as if realizing he won't grow any hair if he tried figuring out what's inside the woman's brain. "Fill these out before you start cleaning," Lex said, handing her the folder. Lucinda accepted it like it was a sacred text. Then he offered her a pen-smooth, negligent grace, while gesturing at the chair before his desk. "Sit." Lex tapped the polished surface of his desk twice, with the quiet authority of a man who expected the universe to obey. The gesture was unmistakable. "Use it to write." Naturally, Lucinda obeyed. She perched on the chair, opened the folder with a bright, hopeful smile and immediately regretted existing. Employee information form. Her soul left her body, hovered above them in shock, and considered never returning. Lucinda swallowed hard. For the love of all things holy, unholy, and questionably pagan, what on earth was she supposed to write? Anything she put down would end up under Lex's microscope. This was Lex Luthor, after all. He could probably find your kindergarten report card with a single phone call. If only she hadn't passed out yesterday when Clark offered to walk her out. If only she'd stayed conscious for one more minute. If only she'd begged Clark, the patron saint of chaotic damsels, to help her before everything spiraled. She could have asked him to vouch for her, to lie for the plot's sake, to protect the integrity of her cover. Clark wouldn't have dug into her background. The man barely snooped into his own until recently. But so, here she was alive, mortified, and one wrong answer away from Lex Luthor discovering she technically did not exist. Lucinda swallowed hard as Lex perched on the edge of the desk, one elbow resting on his thigh, leaning forward like a predator or maybe just a billionaire testing human patience. "What's the matter, Miss De Los Santos?" Lex purred, his tone deliberately antagonizing. "If you give me this information, I might be able to help you get back to the Philippines to your family." "Might? Oh, Lex Luthor, sir, you will," she thought desperately. Lucinda exhaled in an exaggerated, theatrical sigh, slowly placing a trembling hand on the folder as if it were a lifeboat in a stormy sea. She forced herself not to blink, practicing the perfect mix of tears and vulnerability so that when she finally looked up at Lex, her eyes shimmered with faux despair. I wish I could put anything, Mr. Luthor," she stammered, half sobbing, fingers pressed against her lips to feign control over her emotions. But I'm already an orphan. I grew up in the streets, moving from city to city just to survive, so I don't really know what to write. And as uneducated as I am, well, I'm easily fooled. That's how I ended up with the sin." Her sob caught in her throat, but she couldn't resist a sly, secretive grin when she saw Lex's expression soften just slightly. With the syndicates," she finished, tone trembling. Lex leaned back a fraction, his legendary coldness dulled, replaced by something faintly human. "I apologize for what happened to you, but," he exhaled through his nose, the faintest twitch of exasperation crossing his face. "If you can't provide me these, I'm afraid I might have to fire you." Lucinda choked on her own saliva. Just when she thought she had escaped the gauntlet of interrogation, bam, the noose of Lex Luthor's expectations tightened again. "Geez, I really can't dodge his suspicious self," she groaned internally, picturing herself dramatically leaning against a massive window, staring into the abyss of billionaire judgment. "Can I have more time until tomorrow morning, Mr. Luthor?" she asked, voice trembling, eyes blinking furiously to feign the weight of her trauma. "I promise this will be on your desk before 6 a.m. I need to be psychologically prepared. Thinking about what happened still makes me nauseous." Although her story about human trafficking was a bold fabrication, the nausea was real enough thanks to the mind-bending experience of being teleported from 2025 to 2001, or perhaps the residual effects of being struck by literal lightning. Either way, her stomach was staging a revolt, and she had to play it off convincingly. Lex raised a perfectly sculpted brow, the corner of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. He clearly knew she was buying time, but whether it amused him, intrigued him, or simply irritated him, Lucinda couldn't tell. "All right," Lex finally said, gesturing for her to start cleaning. Lucinda nodded and placed the folder on the table neatly, probably grinning mentally. She grabbed the feather duster and started dusting the furniture around the desk. Lex's gaze trailed after her, equal parts confusion and silent agony. Whether it was the inside-out clothes taunting his need for order or the catastrophic way she attacked the furniture with a duster, he couldn't tell. All he knew was that watching her work physically, psychologically, and mentally pained him. He could clean better, much better, and the fact that he even had that thought was already an insult to his dignity and his billion savings. Just as Lucinda started reaching the corner near the double doors, the office door swung open. Clark stepped in, clad in his signature blue t-shirt, looking like a confused yet heroic delivery of chaos. Clark froze mid-sentence when his gaze landed on Lucinda, diligently dusting in her inside-out clothes. Clark's eyes flicked from her to Lex, silently begging answers with a mental shrug. Lex, as always, merely raised one perfect eyebrow and shrugged back. Lucinda bit the inside of her cheek. She wanted to glance at Clark, to give him the "please help me" look, but not his was her moment. If she overheard the conversation, she could figure out exactly which episode she had been teleported into. Filler episodes be damned. She continued dusting like her life depended on it, swiping the surfaces with precision worthy of a master thief, all while trying not to breathe too loudly. "What is it, Clark?" Lex finally broke the silence, rising from his desk with the fluid grace of someone who owned every inch of the room. He sauntered to the billiard table on the opposite side, picked up a cue, and with one smooth strike sent a ball spinning neatly into a pocket. Clark stepped closer, trying to sound casual. "I know I already thanked you last night about the school fire damage, but I'm gonna thank you again anyway. I was kind of caught up with my dad after I wasn't able to send you off." Lucinda's ears perked up. "School fire damage? OMG. More, Clark. More." Lex smirked, lining up another shot. "No problem, Clark. It was just a wonder to me how Mr. Walt Arnold got caught in a fire." Lucinda's jaw dropped. "Walt Arnold?" she whispered to herself. "He meant the football coach." Clark nodded solemnly. "It was unfortunate, truly." Lucinda tried to focus, pretending to dust the expensive oak desk, but her mind was racing. Season 1 Episode 3. "Oh my god, I am smack at the end of Hothead." Her internal fangirl screamed in both terror and delight. Finally, she had the episode pinned. She had the timeline. All she had to do now was survive Lex, survive her chores, and maybe just maybe escape before she reached more episodes. So the next one should be. She mumbled. X-ray. 7. The plan was to not get involved. Night finally settled over the Luther mansion, coating the halls in that expensive kind of silence Lucinda was convinced could charge rent. With nothing left to do, she sat on the edge of her new bed, smaller than last night's luxurious queen size, but still soft enough to make her question her entire socio-economic standing. It was a charming, smaller Victorian-style cream-colored carvings, ornate wooden posts, and quilted blankets that looked like they were sewn by someone who embroidered while judging people silently. The entire room matched the theme: elegant wallpaper, old brass lamps, a carved wardrobe that probably hid ghosts or unpaid interns, and a window draped in velvet curtains. It wasn't as enormous as the previous night's guest room, but it also didn't scream maid quarters. It screamed old money dollhouse with mild hauntings. Hands folded over her knees, chin resting atop her fingers, she stared ahead like a budget supervillain brooding over an evil monologue. Unfortunately for her dramatic pose, she had almost nothing to show for her eavesdropping mission earlier. The only solid clue she'd wrestled from Clark and Lex's conversation was about Clark's football coach getting flambéed. After that, the two men had spoken so quietly she was convinced they'd entered a telepathic bond. She could barely hear them breathe, let alone get useful intel. Clark left eventually. Lex didn't even stay for dinner, of course he didn't. He flew back to Metropolis like the dramatic billionaire he was. When will the next episode starts? Right away. If that's the case, then tomorrow was Tina Greer Day. Lucinda rubbed her face. Tina Greer, the Lana-obsessed girl with the flexible bones and identity theft issues. After being meteor-rocked as a kid, she gained the ability to shapeshift into any person she wanted. And tomorrow, she would use that cursed talent to rob a bank as Lex. Nice, Lucinda muttered and paced. If her memory still serves her right and hopefully doesn't betray her the way her past life had, Lex would be fine. Tina hadn't copied his fingerprints or signature. Plus, he'd have an alibi. He was hosting something. Something. Lucinda didn't quite remember what. A fundraiser? A business thing? A Luther thing? Something with hors d'oeuvres probably. Didn't matter. She'd be in the mansion all day tomorrow anyway. Plot safety activated. Tina Greer arc, handled by Canon, and let's call that Canon Clark Kent. Lucinda grinned to herself. Everything will go just like the episode tomorrow. As if the universe wanted to ruin her moment, a knock sounded. She bolted upright and opened the door only to find Molly standing there, buried behind a mountain of paper bags like a shopaholic pack mule. Whoa, what's all that? Lucinda blinked, leaning on the doorframe. They're all for you, Molly said with a mischievous wink. From Mr. Luther. He was worried you might start smelling like rotten fish in a few days, so he got you these. Lucinda's soul left her body in embarrassment. Molly didn't wait for an invitation. She marched right inside and dropped the paper bags onto Lucinda's bed with a dramatic thwomp. The bed bounced lightly. Lucinda pressed her lips together. Rotten fish, really? Molly snorted. Well, you did tell him you haven't brushed your teeth since. Forever. Lucinda closed her eyes. She was never opening her mouth in front of Lex again. Not without a mint. Not without divine intervention. Maybe even a certified exorcism. She shut the door and followed Molly to the edge of the bed. Well, go on. Molly gestured grandly at the paper bags, as if revealing treasure or evidence. Whichever comes first. Lucinda tugged one open. This is flattering, she breathed, pulling out the first item like it might bite her. Well, Mr. Luther had them delivered while you were still working. Very thoughtful, Molly announced. Because he had to. He said, and I quote, if she's going to run around the mansion looking like she escaped a dumpster fire, she might as well smell better than one. Lucinda clasped her chest. He said that. Verbatim, Molly nodded with the grave pride of someone sworn to protect the nuclear codes. Lucinda wanted to sink beneath the floorboards and die quietly in the walls like a Victorian ghost. Of course Lex noticed she hadn't brushed her teeth. Of course he thought she smelled like expired optimism. Of course he sent hygiene products instead of firing her. She approached the other bags, hands trembling. Molly plopped onto the dainty Victorian bed. It squeaked in agony. Go on. Check the rest. He was oddly specific with brands. Unnaturally specific. Lucinda pulled out the next item and froze. Molly, this is perfume. Yes. It's expensive perfume. Yes. It's Chanel No. 5. Lucinda squinted at the gold-trimmed label. Holy mother of meteor rocks. And that's not even the most expensive one, Molly said with a shrug that screamed tax bracket indifference. Lucinda reached deeper and unearthed an entire hygiene arsenal: shampoos, conditioners, lotions, 3 types of soap that looked like they came with NDAs, a curated set of cosmetics, a sleek black hairbrush, a silk robe, slippers, a matching pajama set, and finally, the pièce de resistance, a Barbie underwear. Lucinda's eye twitched. Ah, yeah, he didn't know your age, but we both agreed you're 14, Molly mumbled. He said something about how it would be disrespectful for a man to ask a woman for her age. Lucinda turned slowly, ominously. Molly, I'm just small, but I'm already 22. Molly inhaled so sharply she nearly vacuum-sealed Lucinda's soul. Shut up. She gasped, scanning Lucinda's 5-foot frame like it had betrayed her personally. So you just stopped growing at 5 feet 0 inches. Lucinda nodded, eyes shining with tragic dignity. Sad, truly. Molly placed a solemn hand on her shoulder, wiping an imaginary tear. It's fine. I'll tell Mr. Luther to refund these and get you lacy underwear next time. It's okay, Molly. Please don't. Oh, but Mr. Luther said, quoting again, if she's going to work near my wine collection, the scent of tilapia shouldn't overpower a Domaine de la Romaine Conti, so you better wear those. Lucinda slapped a hand over her heart, staggering. I do not smell like tilapia, Molly. Molly raised a brow. Well, you don't smell like not tilapia either. Lucinda screamed internally, throat vibrating at a frequency only dogs and Kryptonians could hear. She picked up the silk robe, fingertips brushing the luxurious fabric, trying not to look emotionally moved. Why would Mr. Lex Luthor buy all this for me? This is like a bribe. Molly offered. Lucinda blinked and then nodded. Perhaps because it is a bribe, Molly remarked, her smile bone dry. Lex has spent years clawing his way out of his father's shadow, trying to prove he's his own man. But you know the saying that the fruit doesn't exactly roll down the hill and start a new life. It usually lands about 2 inches from the tree and sulks there. Lucinda heaved a deep breath. It's just a fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, Molly. Molly shrugged. Same thing. Now go. Get some bath and keep yourself fresh from now on. Lucinda grimaced. I don't even smell bad, Molly. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Luther has a sensitive sense of smell. Molly sniffed in demonstration, as though confirming the tragic fact. I'll be leaving now. She stood, marched toward the door, then whirled back so sharply Lucinda flinched. Oh, and wake up early tomorrow. Lucinda blinked. Early. We're going to town to buy fresh fruits for Mr. Lionel. Molly said this with the gravity of a general announcing deployment. Then she left door shut, footsteps fading, no room for objections, appeals, or prayer. Lucinda turned back to the paper bags, mountains of luxury hygiene, and froze as the realization punched her in the soul. Town. Tomorrow. Her brain immediately split into 2 unhelpful halves. Half 1, responsible adult. If the next episode starts tomorrow, you absolute goblin, leaving the mansion is suicidal. Tina Greer will be impersonating Lex, robbing banks, causing chaos. You need to stay put. Stay safe. Stay boring. Half 2, fermented gremlin child. But Smallville. The actual Smallville. The set. The sights. The tractor shops. The cornfields. The aesthetic. Lucinda pressed both palms to her cheeks, spiraling. If tomorrow truly was Season 1, Episode 3 Hothead bleeding into Episode 4 X-Ray, then she had no business gallivanting into a city where identity-shifting teenagers committed federal crimes. But also, when will I ever get another chance to see Smallville with my own 2025 eyeballs? Her reflection in the Victorian mirror stared back at her, looking equal parts terrified and tempted. She inhaled deeply, dramatically, heroically, like a telenovela protagonist preparing to ruin her life on purpose. Maybe, she whispered, smiling at her own delusion. Maybe it's not tomorrow. Maybe the episode starts another day. Yes, exactly. Lucinda nodded to herself with the confidence of someone actively gaslighting their entire nervous system. I can't miss the fun. And truly, if fate intended to punish her, it could at least do so with scenic views. She had no intentions of escaping the mansion. Not yet. She needed the job to survive while figuring out how to return to the real world in 2025. Preferably without dying, time looping, or being murdered by a shapeshifter obsessed with Lana Lang. Lucinda exhaled the deepest, most dramatic breath known to mankind, then forced herself to get cleaned up. Between the Chanel No. 5, the suspiciously luxurious shampoo, and the silk robe that felt like it cost more than her college tuition, she emerged looking like someone who had accidentally wandered into the wrong socioeconomic class. The night passed far too quickly. Before she knew it, her alarm rang, and she sprang out of bed like a guilty soul preparing for Judgment Day. She was fully dressed inside out, clothes corrected, breath mint secured, dignity somewhere on the floor by the time Molly would usually knock. She slipped out and headed to the kitchen, where she found Jess, the young maid, quietly arranging a woven basket and filling it with ice packs. Lucinda cleared her throat. Good morning. Jess glanced up, blinked once, and offered the smallest nod known to human civilization. Good morning. The girl returned to tucking cloth over the basket's edges with monk-like serenity. Lucinda attempted to mirror that serenity until her face twisted. Because the Barbie underwear, dear heavens, was currently climbing up her soul. She winced, doing a tiny, discreet hop in place. Fucking Barbie, she hissed through clenched teeth, trying to pull at the waistband without looking like she was mining for gold. Jess paused. Slowly, very slowly, Jess looked at Lucinda's absolutely feral microdance. Lucinda froze like a deer in headlights. Jess, expression blank, simply murmured, "The bathroom is behind you." Lucinda wanted to die. Immediately. Preferably by meteor rock. Thank you, she squeaked, waddling off like a malfunctioning penguin while Jess pretended, bless her heart, to see absolutely nothing. By the time Lucinda stepped outside, Molly was already waiting by the car, tapping her foot like she'd been standing there since the Ming Dynasty. They headed out immediately. Lucinda, for one glorious, deranged second, genuinely expected they'd climb into some kind of Victorian horse-drawn carriage, lace curtains, lanterns, maybe a dramatic neigh to set the tone. But of course not. She was working for a billionaire, not a Bridgerton extra. Lex Luthor had cars. Cars. Caps lock-worthy cars. Every gleaming chrome detail screamed poaching Mayamon with parental issues. Molly slid into the driver's seat of the sleek black SUV like she was born to chauffeur royalty. "It's one of Mr. Luthor's," she said casually. "He uses this one for groceries." Groceries. Of course. Why not use a luxury SUV to buy apples? That was the Lex Luthor brand. Jess sat quietly in the back seat beside Lucinda, hands folded neatly, looking like she was trying not to exist too loudly. She hadn't spoken a word the entire drive. Lucinda was honestly starting to wonder if Jess had taken a vow of silence. Eventually, the SUV rolled into Smallville's town square and Lucinda nearly vibrated out of her atoms. It looked exactly like the set. Quaint brick storefronts. The Talon's iconic signage peeking from a distance. As of the moment, it's not a coffee shop managed by Lana yet. Random citizens walking around looking suspiciously like extras. And that signature small-town charm. Lucinda's grin stretched so wide she might have ascended. The three of them climbed out, baskets in hand, dressed in peak early 2000s fashion. Low-rise jeans, questionable layers, and colors that should have been illegal. "Well," Molly announced, adjusting her cardigan like a general preparing troops, "you two can go around if you want to buy something for personal use while I run errands." She pointed at them sternly. "You can leave the baskets here first. But be back in 30 minutes. Lucinda and Jess nodded obediently, watching Molly march away. Only when she disappeared into a shop did Lucinda release the squeal she'd been holding hostage in her throat. Smallville. Actual, real-life Smallville. "I'll buy some medicines for my allergies," Jess said out of nowhere. Lucinda turned to her and nodded. "I'll go there," she said, pointing at a clothing shop that might or might not contain her dignity. Jess nodded in perfect synchronicity, and the two split up. Lucinda window shopped with the precision of someone defusing a bomb. She avoided eye contact with every passerby, every smile, every pedestrian, anything that might catapult her into ruining an episode. But of course, fate ever the attention-seeker had other plans. A shrill alarm suddenly shrieked across the town like a banshee auditioning for Broadway. Lucinda gasped when a nearby door swung open with a suspicious timing. The moment she turned to the direction, she squinted almost right away when something shiny hit her eyes. But that something shiny was so familiar, she immediately shut her eyes open. "Anak ng Topang Gala," Lucinda screamed internally, though her mouth almost caught up. Because Lex, or rather, the terrifying doppelganger Tina, was sprinting toward her with a bag slung over his back, looking exactly like in that episode. Lucinda's survival instincts kicked in. She was about to run when she collided with someone solid. Clark. Lucinda immediately held her right hand before it unconsciously touched Clark's perfectly sculpted abs. "Behave yourself, you little shit," she whispered to her own hand. "Lucy," Clark said, hands gripping her arms. "What are you doing here?" "Who the hell is Lucy?" Lucinda immediately shook her head, and before she could formulate a semi-plausible excuse, Tina, in the form of Lex, tumbled spectacularly in front of them, basically sandwiching Lucinda with two men so hot she could evaporate. Clark, hero that he is, immediately pivoted, hugging Lucinda like she was the last airbender. "Lex." Clark gasped, eyes wide. But Lex Tina didn't even glance back. He ran past them like physics was optional. That's when Clark held his head. Lucinda could only watch him. She knew Clark is already engaging to an X-ray vision. That's how the episode went. But for the love of anything unholy, the scene shouldn't be like this. Clark should be the only one to catch Tina, who of course was masquerading as Lex. He confronts Lex Tina, only to be hurled into the shop beside them like a ragdoll. And that's how Clark's X-ray vision kicks in. Tina's skeleton should have blinked at him in defiance. Panicking that Clark might completely miss the kryptonite lodged inside Tina's Lex-shaped body and thus doom the entire episode, Lucinda went full emergency mode. Without thinking, she grabbed Clark's face like a frantic stage director. "Open your eyes, Clark. Use your X-ray vision. You should see that green thing," she squeaked, her voice cracking somewhere between a banshee and a cartoon character. Clark blinked, hesitated, refused. But Lucinda only dug in harder, figuratively, thankfully, and finally, like a reluctant student forced to pay attention, Clark's gaze landed on the truth. Lex, or rather, Tina's skeleton, pulsing with green kryptonite horror. Clark froze. His jaw slackened. The streets around them blurred into a background for the single most confusing display of humane or Kryptonian physics he'd ever witnessed. He only stared at Lex Tina in surprise until he finally disappeared in the streets. How did you know?" Clark muttered, his voice a mix of awe and confusion. Then he looked down at Lucinda. "Know what?" Lucinda blinked, slowly letting go of Clark's face, grinning to feign innocence. She was about to make her heroic exit while Clark is still being damned, with his newly discovered abilities vanishing into anonymity like any normal bystander, when two cops suddenly materialized out of nowhere. Apparently, she and Clark were both invited to the police station to give statements. Patanjan AAA. Lucinda's internal scream could probably be heard across the multiverse. 8. Lucy Bryce. It had been an hour since Clark finally left the station, an hour of him circling her like a well-mannered but deeply suspicious golden retriever with heat vision. He kept insisting she knew something. He even mentioned the X-ray vision. Clark is supposed to be very secretive. Now what the heck is that? Lucinda, meanwhile, clung to her only line of defense, the fine art of denying everything and pretending she was helping him look at Lex properly. Clark didn't buy it, obviously. But Lucinda had reached her quota for the day: 3 lies, 2 near-death experiences, and 1 accidental timeline disruption. She spent the rest of his interrogation dodging questions, feigning fainting spells, and offering him tissues until he just gave up. Unfortunately, she wasn't allowed to leave. Sheriff Harris insisted she stay put, since Lex had called Molly and ordered her and Jess home to prepare Lionel's meal. Lucinda nearly saluted the heavens. At least Molly wasn't here to witness her descending into a full-blown Smallville crisis. The station itself looked exactly like it did on TV: small, cramped, and aggressively beige. A single counter divided the office from the interrogation area, though honestly it looked more like the lobby of a dentist who only handled cow emergencies. A pair of metal filing cabinets leaned against one wall like they, too, wanted to retire. A coffee machine burbled something ominous in the corner. The fluorescent lights flickered like they were considering unionizing. Sheriff Ethan Harris, broad-shouldered, firm-jawed, and sporting a mustache that screamed "I arrest teenagers for fun," kept eyeing Lucinda from behind his desk. She didn't blame him. He had asked for her ID 3 times. 3 times she smiled and pretended to check her pockets. 3 times she produced absolutely nothing. Lucinda wasn't even listening anymore. She was scanning every corner of the station, eyes narrowed like a cryptid hunter. She was waiting for one particular presence. Sheriff Nancy Adams. Her queen. Her icon. Her patron saint of sarcasm. But Sheriff Adams never appeared. Instead, the door swung open with the self-importance of a wealthy man entering a charity gala. Lex Luthor stepped in, clean as sin in a tailored black coat, followed by a lawyer who looked like he billed by the breath. His gaze flicked around the room once before landing on Lucinda. And he smirked. Lucinda almost fainted by the way. The more time she looked at Lex, the hotter he had become in her eyes. Lucinda stood up too fast and nearly knocked over the chair. The officer beside her scrambled up as well. Lex approached like he owned the station, because knowing Lex, he probably did. He shook Sheriff Harris's hand, unbothered, unshaken, immaculate. "Mr. Luthor," Sheriff Harris greeted with that Smallville polite smile. "I understand the case has already been resolved?" Lex asked, tone smooth, faintly amused. "Yes, Mr. Luthor," Harris said. Then he threw Lucinda under a bus, a truck, and a tractor all at once. "I was simply concerned about your maid's identity. I can't find anything about her on record. Keeping someone undocumented isn't ideal for you." Lucinda internally threw a chair at him. Lex let out a soft, knowing chuckle and turned his gaze to her. "I'm touched by your concern, Sheriff," Lex replied. "But she is already under my care. As you can see," he placed a hand on Lucinda's shoulder as if helping the sheriff measure her tiny body, "she's harmless." Lucinda mentally grimaced. "And," Lex continued smoothly, "that is precisely why I had her remain at the station. I want her identity sorted out immediately." He glanced at her again, expression unreadable. "Surely that will not be a problem." Lucinda froze. Shit. Her internal monologue combusted. She cannot have a record in this universe. She was already corrupting Clark's character. She didn't need to become a legally documented citizen of a fictional town. Lucinda wasn't even able to sputter a protest before Sheriff Harris nodded briskly. "I'll get the forms," he announced, then shuffled off to a nearby metal cabinet that had definitely survived more meteor showers than it should have. Lucinda turned to Lex, wide-eyed, desperate. Is that even necessary, Mr. Luthor? The identity, I mean." Lex gave the most unhelpful shrug in the history of shrugs. "Well, since you clearly failed to fill out the employee form I gave you due to your circumstances, which I understand, I thought I'd assist." Assist. In Lex speak, that word usually involved bribes, background checks, or hostile takeovers. Before she could react, Lex handed her a small folder with the weight of doom inside. Lucinda opened it and nearly fainted. It was an ID. A fully laminated, perfectly aligned, official-looking ID with her face on it. Not a mugshot, not a random candid no. This was a studio-quality photograph she was absolutely certain she had never taken. "Does AI already exist in this damned universe?" "Lucy Bryce," Lucinda whispered. Then louder, strangled, "Lucy Bry." Her panic was abruptly muffled when Lex, with all the gentleness of a man silencing a malfunctioning alarm, placed one entire hand over her face. "Now," he said calmly, as if this were the most routine thing in the world, "go get your new identity." And with that, he guided her forward by the face nudging her toward Sheriff Harris, who was now holding an old box camera roughly the size of Lex's trust issues. As she trudged toward the sheriff, she couldn't help but spiral internally. Bryce. Bryce. Why does Bryce sound like a walking red flag? Who had that surname? A meteor freak? A villain? Someone who dies horribly? But even after signing papers, swearing oaths she definitely did not read, and posing for a mugshot that would haunt her descendants, she still couldn't remember who Bryce belonged to. Before she knew it, She and Lex were stepping out of the Smallville police station, her clutching a neatly sealed folder containing her brand new, government-certified, absolutely fraudulent existence. She could cry. Maybe she would. You look bewildered, Lex observed as his thumb clicked the remote of his silver Porsche Carrera. Hop in. I'll get you some coffee. Lucinda forced a smile as he opened the passenger door for her. Very gentleman. Very dangerous. Very problematic for her blood pressure. Don't worry, I got your age corrected, Lex added casually. Molly said you're already an adult, so I asked her to order new ones. His eyes flicked pointedly toward her pants. Appropriate ones. Lucinda squeaked and slapped her folder over her crotch. It's fine, Mr. Luther. The Barbie ones fit perfectly. Lex actually chuckled and gestured for her to get in. And so she did. He usually drove like the road owed him money, but today he eased the car forward gently, carefully, as though she were a nervous raccoon he'd inexplicably adopted. So, he began lightly, did you really see the robber properly? Lucinda exhaled. I did, and he looked exactly like you, Mr. Luther. You already talked to Clark, right? He was a witness too. No, I haven't. I went straight to the station. I figured you'd be unsettled. Something in his tone softened barely, fleetingly, but enough that Lucinda felt her stomach twist. It was genuinely sad that this attentive, infuriatingly thoughtful man was destined to become a villain because the universe enjoyed emotional tragedies. I'm really glad you weren't arrested, Mr. Luther, she said with a small smile. Well, you know I was in Metropolis, hosting 200 fertilizer distributors, he replied. Very solid alibi. And the fingerprints and signature didn't match mine. Are you sure your eyes weren't playing tricks on you? Lucinda blinked. Wait, that is literally what he says to Clark. At the Kent farm. In this episode. When she didn't answer, Lex glanced at her. You look scared, Miss Bryce, he said, voice taking on a familiar, velvety charm. Lucinda froze. I'm going to call you Lucy from now on, he added smoothly, deciding her entire identity like it was part of a corporate merger. Don't worry. I promise I'm not a criminal mastermind. Lucinda almost choked. Good lord. That was another line from the show. She needed confirmation fast. I know, Mr. Luther, she said weakly. A criminal mastermind would have worn a mask. Lex smirked, and that was it. That was the final nail in her coffin. Lucinda had successfully irreversibly Lex's canon dialogue with Clark. Lex should have been at the Kent farm right now, but instead, he was driving her to get coffee. She had ruined not one, not two, but three canon scenes in a row. Lucinda briefly contemplated hurling herself out of the moving car just to escape the impending self-destruction, but Lex beat her to it by screeching to a halt in front of a coffee shop. Stay here. I'll get the coffee, he said, already halfway out of the car. Oh, do you have anything you want? Lucinda looked up with the confidence of a woman who had momentarily forgotten her place in the universe. Seasonal peppermint mocha and caramel brule latte, please. Oh, and if they have pumpkin cream cheese. Lex blinked. Lucinda blinked back, processing error. She snapped into a smile faster than a malfunctioning robot. Iced caramel macchiato and, some sweets. I mean, that's it. Lex stared at her like she had just ordered a 3-course meal in Elvish, then slowly closed the car door. The moment he stepped into the coffee shop, a man materialized beside the car like an uninvited NPC with a side quest no one asked for. Lucinda squinted. He looked familiar, sharp features, calculating eyes, the general vibe of someone who alphabetizes his blackmail files. Must be one of the vital characters, she muttered, immediately whipping her gaze forward before he caught her staring. The man, dressed in a crisp black suit despite the Kansas morning sun, looked about mid-50s, old enough to be wise, but clearly choosing violence instead. You're still young to be dating Lex Luthor, miss. Lucinda groaned internally. Of course he was already behind her. Of course he was looming. She pretended not to hear, hoping ignoring him would make him the pawn. Perhaps, can you tell me how long have you been dating Mr. Luthor? That was when she finally turned to face him, mostly because she could feel him bending physics to lean even closer. I am simply his maid, sir, Lucinda smiled sarcastically. So, if you'd be so kind to leave me alone. The man shrugged, completely unbothered, and instead of walking away like a decent human being, he leaned on Lex's expensive car like it was some public bench. Lucinda almost swung her folder at him, but the fear of accidentally derailing Cannon kept her hands primly folded and her sanity barely intact. Less than 5 minutes later, Lex stepped out of the coffee shop with a coffee in one hand and a paper bag in the other because even when annoyed, the man multitasks like a billionaire. Lucinda immediately pointed at the unwanted car leech. Lex, calm as ever, shrugged and approached. May I help you? He asked. The man lifted a hand and flashed his ID like he was revealing a cursed artifact. Roger Nixon, Metropolis Inquisitor. Lucinda gasped softly. Ah, him. The headache in human form. Lex barely glanced at the ID before smiling politely dangerously. Get off my car, he said as he stepped closer. It's a hell of a picture, Lex, Roger said, still glued to the car like gum on a shoe. You know, it really boosted our sales, he added, flicking the black folder in his hand. Lucinda leaned nearer, ever so slightly, professional eavesdropping mode activated. I've read comic books with less fiction than your rag, Lex answered, now looking at whatever Roger was showing him. Lucinda recognized it instantly, the newspaper accusing Lex of robbing a bank. Classic. Well, what about this? Is this fiction? Roger flipped something in the folder, tapping at it dramatically. It's your juvenile record. Fascinating reading. That must have taken a Brinks truck of your dad's money to keep those people quiet. Those records are sealed, Lex said confidently. I'm a resourceful guy, Roger replied with even more confidence, the kind that made Lucinda seriously consider smacking him if only the Cannon police wouldn't arrest her. You know, I saw that picture yesterday, and it got me to thinking of a follow-up, Roger said, lifting the folder. Lex Luthor's Wild Youth in Metropolis. Does the name Club Zero ring a bell? Lucinda perked up. Yeah, Club Zero. I remember that, she whispered to herself like someone watching a rerun and cheering. You print one word about that, I'll sue you. Lex snapped, irritation edging into his voice. Lawsuits take years, Roger said, unfazed. The genie will be out of the bottle and all the people will know that the new and improved Lex Luthor is nothing but a facade. Lex laughed, not the fun kind. You know what I think, Rog. If you wanted to print that, it would already be in the paper. I think you're looking for a payoff, he said, then walked toward the driver's seat. It's a business proposition, Roger said, finally standing upright as Lex handed Lucinda the paper bag with practiced finesse. $100,000 and these records will disappear forever, Roger added. I'd question your integrity, but you're a journalist. Lex started the engine. Did your father really think he could hide you here forever? Roger continued, pulling out a calling card and leaning an arm on the windshield like he owned the place. You've got 24 hours, and this hits the front page, he said, dropping the threat casually as poison. Lucinda blinked at the calling card blinkhead because Lex snatched it so fast it gave them both a whiplash. Then he floored the gas and sped away. For a full 5 seconds, Lucinda tried to behave. Truly. She clasped the folder containing her new identity, pressed her lips together, and watched the world blur past the window like a responsible adult. But Lucinda, by nature, was not built for silence. Silence felt like a tax she refused to pay. So of course her mouth opened because it has its own brain. If only I were your bodyguard, I'd have smacked him straight across the face, she declared proudly, because nothing calms a billionaire after blackmail like the promise of violence. Lex huffed a laugh, the tension easing from his shoulders. You can barely reach my head, Lucy. His tone lightened, that familiar teasing returning. Let's not pretend you're taking down grown men on sidewalks. Lucinda put a hand on her chest, scandalized. Oh, but that's true. I'll have you know, back in the Philippines, I learned jiu-jitsu and karate. She gave him the universal eyebrow wiggle of someone lying confidently but with style. I can knock your stalkers off in one hit. Lex glanced at her for a full 3 seconds, it almost felt illegal. Oh, can you now? His voice dipped into something questioning, amused and just a bit suspicious. Lucinda raised her chin, channeling her inner action heroine. The karate and jiu-jitsu thing is true though. She had joined clubs in high school and polished those skills in college. When you live in dangerous streets, she began dramatically, wearing a sweet smile that absolutely did not match the statement, you can do a lot of things just to survive. Lex's expression softened. You kept intriguing me, Lucy, then he smirked. Lucinda froze. That sounded bad. She thought. 9. Meeting Daddy Luthor. The moment they stepped inside the mansion, Lex didn't even pause to breathe. He strode straight toward his office, straight toward the lion's den where Lionel Luthor waited like a bored deity planning someone's downfall for sport. Lucinda trailed after him automatically until Lex stopped so abruptly she nearly walked straight into his spine. He turned to her, expression calm, voice soft, the dangerous kind of soft. I just have to remind you to stay away from my father, Lucy. Lucinda screamed internally. She's still not used of Lex calling her Lucy. Music to her ears, truly. She could feel her internal organs melting. Before Lex suspects her internal, swooning monologue, Lucinda immediately nodded. So fast she could have generated wind power. She knew. Oh, she knew. Lex is still salvageable. Still redeemable. Still in the zone where one dramatic hug and a moral monologue might fix him. Lionel Luthor? Absolutely not. A man built out of manipulation, piano music, and bad parenting. A walking spoiler alert. If only he died earlier, Lex might not have turned into a villain. Might not. Lucinda clasped the folder tighter and whispered, crystal clear, sir. Because truly of every villain, anti-villain, misunderstood genius and meteor freak in this universe, Lionel Luthor is the one human being she must never, ever encounter. She wasn't just avoiding him. She was avoiding becoming collateral damage in whatever father-son chess match they were about to play. Lex gave her an approving nod and continued down the hallway, his shoes clicking with the ominous calm until he disappeared into his office, the door clicking shut with the kind of dramatic finality that made Lucinda flinch. She had barely exhaled when a voice echoed behind her. Did you really see the bank robber, Lucy? Lucinda yelped like a startled squirrel. Molly had materialized behind her, hands primly clasped, eyes blazing with interrogation energy. Lucinda instinctively hopped on one leg, then dropped into a karate stance she definitely had not intended to perform in front of any human being ever. God damn it, Molly. She clutched her chest. I could have karate chopped your neck. I'd be in jail right now. Molly lifted a perfectly unimpressed brow. Like you'd reach my neck, you tiny child. Lucinda gasped, deeply offended on behalf of all fun-sized warriors. Oh, really now, Molly? She narrowed her eyes, stance widening like she was in the final round of a martial arts tournament. And it's Lucinda, not Lucy. Molly only smirked and raised the folder she'd been holding like it was Exhibit A in Lucinda's humiliation trial. Your identity says otherwise. Nice to meet you, Lucy Bryce. Lucinda froze mid-blink. How'd you know? Molly tapped the folder with the authority of someone who had just witnessed tax fraud and enjoyed it. Mr. Luther's money works like magic. Ah, yeah, Lucinda grimaced, already feeling the phantom weight of the fake name crushing her soul. So, Molly leaned down because yes, she was absolutely Lex height and Lucinda's spine felt that truth every day. What about the bank robber? Did he really look like Mr. Lex Luthor? Lucinda shrugged with dramatic flair. He definitely does. But the way he moves, absolutely not Lex Luthor-like. And it looks like his bald head was falling off. She did not need to add that last part, but exaggeration was her coping mechanism, her culture, and occasionally her downfall. So you mean the robber was only trying to dress like Mr. Luthor? Molly gasped, eyes widening like someone who finally understood the plot twist of a movie she watched 3 years ago. I think so. Lucinda grinned, blinking innocently. Or it could have been my eyes playing tricks on me. Happens sometimes. Vitamin deficiency, emotional damage, you know. Molly nodded sagely. That's possible. And here she pulled a paper bag from behind her like a magician producing a rabbit with questionable intentions. She offered it with a flourish. Lucinda blinked suspiciously. What's this? New lacy underwear. From Mr. Luthor. Lucinda made a sound that could only be described as a mix between a startled hyena and a kazoo being sat on, and then yeeted the paper bag to the floor. The bag hit, wobbled like it had just done an interpretive dance, puffed dramatically, and Minnie exploded, releasing an avalanche of lace, ribbons, and enough glitter to make a small unicorn jealous. Inside the office, Lionel Luthor heard the mini explosion. He looked towards the door. What was that? He mumbled, immaculately dressed in his black suit and tie, gasped, his perfectly groomed eyebrows shooting straight into orbit. Lex, mid-pour of his father's wine, stifled a chuckle behind his hand. Faulty electric lines, probably, he said smoothly, spinning the wine glass in his hand. He then turned to hand the wine to Lionel. I was kind of hopeful you're no longer here when I get home, Dad, Lex said with a smile genuine in tone, sarcastic in soul. Ah, Lex, Lionel replied, swirling the wine in his glass with the delicate menace of someone who could crush grapes with a look. I believe I told you I'm not leaving until we talk like father and son. Try your luck next time, Dad, Lex quipped, sliding into his office chair and raising the wine in mock salute. Lionel leaned over the desk, placing his glass down with the precision of a man who'd never spill wine, ever. But then there's the bank robbery. I am simply concerned, son, he continued, eyes sparkling with mischief. I was truly surprised to see your face on the newspapers early this morning. Your friend, Clark, not surprised by his statements about the robber, but then I saw this other name who turned out to be your maid. What was her name again? He squinted dramatically, as if recalling a forgotten riddle. Lucy Bryce, was it? Lex's lips twitched, the barest hint of a smirk betraying the amusement he felt as Lionel pulled a brown paper from inside his coat and tossed it onto the desk with the casual authority of a man who regularly intimidates billionaires. I've never seen you hang out with maids before. On top of that, someone with no records, Lionel continued, leaning in slightly, tone balancing between curiosity and accusation. So, I ran a background check. And she doesn't even exist in this country, son. Lex smirked knowingly, glancing at the paper that held photographs of Lucinda in various stages of awful cleaning, sudden over-the-top karate poses, and general chaos. Lionel's obsession with tracking his son's every move and everyone around him was nothing new, but Lucinda being involved had clearly just made the Luthor family drama even more complicated. Lex didn't even expect his father would have taken an interest in Lucinda this fast. She's already under my care, Dad, Lex pooched his lips, exuding that signature mix of arrogance and authority. If she does anything, it would be none of your business. Lionel merely shrugged, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I was just simply concerned. Take your concern somewhere else, Dad. I'd appreciate that, Lex said, standing and carefully placing his wine next to Lionel's untouched glass as if to mark the line between paternal curiosity and trespassing. Now, if you only stayed to interrogate my housemaid's identity, I believe you have more important things to do. Lionel nodded, turned on his heel, and stepped toward the door but froze mid-step. His gaze landed on Lucinda, who, in a mix of mortified courage and chaos control, was picking up the lacy underwear Lex had gifted her, probably just to tease her. Just help me out here, Molly, Lucinda muttered under her breath. Both she and Molly froze, gasping simultaneously when they realized Lionel's eyes had found them. Lucinda's face contorted into an awkward, panicked grin as she hastily tossed the underwear behind the old grandfather clock, hoping it would disappear like magic. Hi, Mr. Lionel Luthor, sir, Lucinda said, voice overly cheerful, as if she had just discovered the meaning of life. Lionel's lips pressed into a thin line, his brows knitting in an expression that suggested he was seriously reconsidering why he had ever bothered checking the background of this utterly tactless woman. One corner of his mouth twitched, equal parts exasperation and reluctant amusement. 10. Operation Avoid Clark Kent. The moment Mr. Lionel Luthor finally boarded his absurdly extravagant chopper, the kind of helicopter that whispers money laundering in stereo, and it lifted off from the private pad behind the mansion, because of course the mansion has one, only then did Lucinda manage her first real inhale. She clutched her chest, wheezing like she had just escaped an apex predator. Which, in fairness, she kind of did. Lex, who had followed the whole thing with thinly veiled amusement, leaned casually on his office doorframe just in time to witness Lucinda bend over to retrieve the last lacy underwear he'd gifted her earlier. He smirked, fighting any urge to chuckle. Lucinda rolled her eyes, then instantly slapped her eyelashes like a malfunctioning anime character. Axamething went into my eyes here, please, and not firing to Dathan Q. Before Lex could respond with one of his trademark condescending quips, Lucinda spun around, scooped up every rogue underwear piece like she was gathering evidence from a crime scene, and dashed toward her room. Molly stayed behind, hands clasped, offering Lex a solemn nod, because she knows Lex knows, she's not paid enough for any of this. Meanwhile Lucinda burst into her room, slammed the door, hurled the folder and the lingerie onto her bed, then whipped around and delivered a mighty kung fu movie kick to the wooden panel. That good-looking shiny head. She hissed. He was the one who told me to stay away from his father, but then pulled off an extremely good show. Oh wait, I did that. Lucinda pooched her lips, then immediately shook her head. Yeah. She barked and kicked the door again. That could have been your balls, Mr. Lex Luthor, sir. Lucinda hissed and patted around for the paper bag where her coffee should have been, only to realize, with soul-crushing clarity, that she had left it in Lex's car. Of course she did. Her brain was too occupied by her new identity, she didn't even fully remember how she got out of the car. She sighed. Lex did buy her muffins, and wasting them would be a sin worthy of jail time in some countries. And if anything in Lex's precious Porsche got ruined, because what if the coffee spilled, let's say, she was fairly certain he'd bill her for damages down to her large intestine, lungs, and perhaps her left kidney, whichever organ auctioned higher. And I didn't even have breakfast, Lucinda muttered. It's not like she eats breakfast in her universe in 2025 though. But having some kind of problem you didn't have any idea how to solve really does make you hungry. Resolved, she marched toward the garage, using the same hidden hallways she and Lex had passed through earlier, mainly to avoid getting kidnapped again by the house layout or miscounted as a missing person in some future police report. She needed to grab the muffins, inhale them like air, then sprint to the kitchen before Molly's mysterious chore swallowed her alive. Molly had mentioned something involving tableware back at the police station. Lucinda prayed to every deity available that it did not involve golden forks and spoons. She had accidentally scratched one yesterday. It gave her nightmares. As she walked, she noticed something off. The mansion was quiet. Too quiet. Empty halls. No bustling staff. Not even a guard accidentally making awkward eye contact. The only guard she remembered, Darius the human CCTV tailing Lex, was nowhere to be seen today. Suspicious. Comforting, but suspicious. In about 2 minutes though it felt like an Olympic sprint in emotional effort, Lucinda finally reached the garage. She leaned into Lex's Porsche, which thankfully had no roof because of course Lex couldn't simply own a normal car, and spotted the brown paper bag sitting innocently on the seat like a treasure chest promised by the heavens. The moment Lucinda grabbed the bag, she immediately noticed a man in red shirt and brown jacket walking straight toward her. Their eyes even met. Lucinda froze. "Why the heck are you here now, Clark?" she mumbled. And by pure survival instinct, Lucinda spun on her heel and fled the way she came. Too late, because Clark had definitely seen her, and recognized her, and was already jogging after her with that infuriatingly earnest farm boy determination. "Lucy, wait!" he shouted. "Nope, absolutely not. Not today." If Lucinda's brain cells were functioning at even half their usual capacity, she knew exactly where Clark Kent should be right now, in school, wearing his PE uniform with Pete, climbing a rope. Then came the first accidental X-ray vision. Pete's entire anatomy displayed like a reluctant museum exhibit. Clark falls from the rope, gets another X-ray zap, sees through the wall, sees Lana. Lana in towels. Lana taking the towel off. Clark Kent, in the sacred timeline, should currently be frozen in place, gawking at Lana Lang's naked back like a saint being punished by hormones. That should have been it. Why the hell is he running after me now? Lucinda shrieked internally, arms tightening around the paper bag. And as fate often does when it's bored and wants chaos, she slammed right into Lex at the intersection. It was a miracle-like, biblical in scale that she didn't baptize him with the coffee inside the bag. "Lucy, what's the matter?" Lex asked, immediately placing both hands on her arms in that soft, billionaire-concerned way he did. Lucinda wanted to scream, "Lex, your future best friend / archenemy in later seasons is chasing me, and if he catches me, I'm going to single-handedly snap another piece of cannon in half." But instead, she just sucked both lips inward like a malfunctioning vacuum and stared at him. Hard. Her expression was so profoundly meme-worthy that even Lex's allegedly unmatched genius couldn't decode it. He just blinked, baffled, as if trying to solve a riddle that had no correct answer because it didn't. Lucinda could already hear Clark's footsteps thunder behind her, loud, urgent, and way too close for comfort. Even Lex's eyes shifted over her shoulder, expression tightening as he caught sight of Clark barreling toward them. And with absolutely no escape route left, no divine intervention in sight, Lucinda executed the only plan her panicked brain could manufacture. She placed the paper bag down beside her so swiftly, so stealthily thought Lex didn't even register the movement. Then she did the next logical thing. She pretended to collapse. Spectacularly. Whether Lex caught her or she ate concrete, she honestly didn't care at that point as long as she escapes Clark. She was just vaguely grateful when Lex's arms shot out, expertly catching her before she made full, humiliating contact with the pavement. Would this change something in the episode? Perhaps. A tiny ripple in the Smallville timeline. But at least she and Clark wouldn't be interacting today. He would go home, reset his destined tasks, and go save Lana from Tina Greer like the responsible Superman he was supposed to be. Everything would be fine. Probably. What just happened? Clark asked, skidding to a stop in front of Lex, who was now holding the Best Actress of year 2001. Lex didn't answer immediately. He simply stared at her, then at the mysteriously abandoned paper bag she placed down with ninja precision, then back at her. Lucinda remained limp in his arms, committing with full sincerity to her performance as the fainting damsel in distress. The corner of Lex's lips twitched upward before he finally addressed Clark's very stressed face. "I think she's still recovering from malnourishment," Lex said, tone smooth, smirk dialed to rich man amusement. Lucinda internally rolled her eyes so hard they nearly rebooted her brain. He was right though. She even had not eaten the muffin Lex gave her yet. "Thanks, Clark." But her irritation lasted all of 2 seconds, because then she remembered Lex Luthor was carrying her, in his billionaire arms, pressed against an expensive sweater that probably cost more than her current life savings. Oh damn the expensive smell, Lucinda thought, melting slightly, her imagination promptly sprinting into regions that would absolutely violate the Smallville PG-13 rating. Because honestly she had already been swooning for Lex long before she landed in this very spot. Clark looked down at Lucinda with that familiar expression of mild guilt he seemed born with. The boy could trip over a pebble and apologize to the pebble for inconveniencing it. "Would you like me to help you carry her somewhere? Maybe her room?" Clark offered earnestly. Lex shook his head, shifting Lucinda in his arms with practiced ease. "She's light as a feather. Probably only around 36 kilos, Lex said with a soft laugh, and Lucinda could feel his chest bounce against her cheek. Wonderful. Exactly the kind of sensory detail she did not need. "You can literally toss her around," Lex added, far too amused with himself, his voice full-on teasing when he caught the micro-twitch of Lucinda's eyebrow. Then he glanced back at Clark. "Though I would need your help opening her room door." Clark sighed but nodded. The eternal helper followed Lex with Lucinda still cradled like discount royalty. Lucinda, meanwhile, was screaming silently into the void, because she had just remembered a catastrophic truth. Her bed. Her bed. Her bed that was currently showcasing displaying every piece of the lacy underwear Lex had gift-bombed her with earlier, which she only tossed with the white folder. Clark opened the door. There was a beat, a shared inhale, then Lex's soft, surprised gasp, and Clark's sharp, strangled one. Lucinda wished truly, sincerely that she had collapsed for real so she could lose consciousness and spare herself from the mortifying spectacle of her life. I think I should go," Clark stammered, spinning toward Lex. "You should be fine from here, right?" That awkward smile, the one with the adorable little fangs matching Lana Lang's, made Lucinda's brain briefly short-circuit. Perfect couple, she mentally gasped. Lex glanced at Lucinda's bed, then back at Clark like he sees such a scene every day. "Of course, Clark," he said smoothly. "Everything should be fine from here." Clark nodded, shuffling his feet. "Well, can you tell her I came by, though?" Lex arched an eyebrow. "For what purpose, exactly?" Clark cleared his throat, eyes flicking to Lucinda, then back to Lex. I just wanted to ask something." "Go ahead," Lex said, smirk tugging at his lips. "I'm her employer, after all. I can tell her when she magically wakes up." Lucinda grimaced in silence. "Geez, Lex, just toss me on the bed already and let me die in peace." "Well, it's about that evil twin of yours," Clark blurted, and Lucinda's internal organs immediately attempted a revolt. Wait, Clark. This is not in the episode." "Shut up." Lex, of course, stayed calm. "What about it?" Clark faltered, then decided to speak anyway. "Well, Lucy mentioned something about your evil twin glowing green." Lucinda nearly exploded. She almost abandoned her collapse, sprang up, and uppercut Clark square in the jaw even if it meant breaking her hand. The man literally threw her under the bus to save himself because she never said that. But, alas, she was trapped. Trapped in Lex's heavenly, billionaire arms. "Green thing, huh?" Lex nodded, unbothered. "Well, then, I'll be sure to tell her when she wakes up." "Thanks, Lex," Clark said, flashing a relieved smile, nearly peeking at the bed, and promptly skedaddled. Lex's gaze followed him to the intersection before he turned back, gently placing Lucinda on her bed directly atop the lacy underwear disaster she'd been trying to forget. With careful precision, he pulled the neatly folded blanket over her. She heard his footsteps retreat and the door click shut. After a few quiet moments until Lex's footsteps disappeared, Lucinda cracked one eye open. "Green thing," she mumbled to the ceiling. "You tell me," came Lex's smooth reply from the doorway. "Anak kaing inamo." Lucinda screamed, flailing atop the bed as Lex leaned lazily against the doorframe, every inch of him radiating amused billionaire energy. "But I heard you leave," she stammered, chest heaving. "Heard, not seen," Lex said smoothly, tilting his head. Then, with a flourish, he demonstrated exactly how he made those disappearing footsteps sound soft, deliberate, almost musical. Lucinda could only grimace, simultaneously horrified and impressed as he clearly loved the tease. "If your eyes can play tricks on you, surely your ears can," Lex continued, a low chuckle rumbling from him as he strolled toward her, hands tucked casually into his pockets. "Now will you be so honest with me? Did you pull that act?" His gaze sharpened, appraising. "And what is this glowing green thing Clark was talking about? Why are you avoiding him?" Lucinda swallowed, fighting the urge to curl into a ball. "Oh, one at a time, Mr. Luther Mahina on Caliban." 11. When planned self-destruct. Lucinda swore she already had the entire plan intact in her head. The original plan after she got hired was simple: blend into the wallpaper, move like a ghost, clean like a myth. A background extra with zero dialogue. A reliable houseplant with a mop. But no. The universe took one look at her plan and drop-kicked it off a cliff. So, everything changes by the minute. Hell yeah. The very moment she got teleported inside Lex's office, materializing like some bootleg NPC glitch, everything unraveled. She got seen by Lex himself with Clark. Then she got hired by Lex, which was already a catastrophe because apparently, she had no other plans. Then she got tangled in Tina Greer's Lex impersonation fiasco earlier, became an unwilling witness of a bank robbery, got an identity, and now Clark was acting like she'd peered into his Kryptonian soul. And now she was stuck inside a room with Lex, who had decided to interrogate her like she was some secret agent instead of a woman who forgot where she put her left sock this morning. Lucinda's jaw clenched, her gaze locked on Lex as he loomed over her like a predator in expensive sweater. Every hair on her arms stood on end when she felt Lex's seriousness suffocating her weak lungs. "You said you're from the Philippines, but you have no records at all." Lex's voice was smooth, but each word carried the weight of a scalpel. He leaned in slightly, eyes scanning her like he could see through bone. "No birth certificate, no any public medical records. If that's the case, either you've been living inside a cave or a rock, which you clearly haven't, considering your skin texture." His gaze flicked to her arms. "Too smooth to be homeless. Too spotless to be a cave woman. You don't even have calluses on your hands, because clearly, you've never done any labor in your entire life." Lucinda froze and started blinking rapidly. "And you claim to be uneducated," Lex continued, tilting his head like he was enjoying a private joke, "yet you speak English so fluently, I don't even hear any foreign accent." Her spine stiffened. Her jaw twitched. "Why did I not think about that?" She berated herself silently. Lex took another step closer, closing the distance with the ease of someone who'd spent a lifetime measuring fear. "You have so many questionable things on you, Lucy. And I have so many questions about how you ended up in my office with no one seeing you. So tell me, are you going to be honest with me, or am I going to squeeze everything out of you? So as you know, I'm not a very patient man. You might think I am." The words made her chest tighten. But despite the threat, some tiny part of her brain, the part that had survived dodging knives in PE class and dodging awkward encounters with local politicians, flared with mischievous defiance. A grin teased her lips, but she immediately yanked it back like a cat caught clawing at the furniture. Lex's brows furrowed, sharp and intimidating. "What are you laughing at?" Lucinda cleared her throat, trying to sound innocent while praying her brain would stop firing random commentary. I am sorry, Mr. Luther, I didn't mean to. Squeezing everything out of me kinda sounded inappropriate." She immediately grinned when Lex shot her a glare. "Okay, alright. I'm going to be honest now." Lucinda raised both hands in defeat, palms outward like she was waving a white flag. Her shoulders sagged, though her eyes sparkled with the internal monologue let's not talk about. She heaved a sigh, resting her face in her hands like she was already carrying the weight of 3 seasons of Smallville. "But before I say anything, can I have a favor though?" Lex cocked a brow, perfectly arched. "You haven't even said a thing and yet you're already asking from me again." Lucinda grinned sheepishly, her shoulders doing that tiny shrug. "It's for disclaimer purposes." Lex stared at her like he was debating whether he wanted to smirk, groan, or punch a wall. Finally, he exhaled, the tiniest hint of defeat creeping into his perfect composure. "Alright, say it. Promise me you won't send me to a psychiatric ward after I tell you everything," she said, eyes wide, voice earnest. It wasn't like she was going to admit she was technically from another universe. That would be catastrophic. Lex's lips twitched, caught somewhere between a smirk and disbelief. "I've already heard a lot of weird things, Lucy," he said slowly, letting the nickname roll off his tongue like a smooth melody. "After all, we are in Smallville. If you tell me you're an alien, so be it." Lucinda blinked. "Wah." She squinted at him, unsure if that was reassurance, sarcasm, or the calm before a catastrophic storm. Lucinda's brain threw up a roulette wheel of catastrophic options. All of them are terrible, all of them are screaming in different dialects of panic. But she had to produce something, anything, fast. Otherwise, she might as well leap out the window and ensure her death was at least peaceful and aesthetically dramatic. Lex blinked once. Slowly. Dangerously. Well. His tone carried that cultured patience reserved for rich men who had none. I don't have all day. Cornered, sweating, and spiritually evaporating, Lucinda blurted the first catastrophic sentence her panic-possessed brain churned out. I'm from the future, Mr. Alexander Joseph, Lex Luthor, sir. The words shot out like they were escaping a crime scene. Lex's entire expression faltered just a flicker, but enough to confirm she had caught him off guard. Not because she claimed she was from the future. No, Smallville had fried his threshold for weirdness long ago. But because she said his full legal name. A name not publicly advertised. A name Clark didn't even know yet. A name practically tucked behind 10 layers of Luthor family secrecy and probably a tax attorney. Lex's eyes narrowed so sharply they could have dismembered someone. How do you know my full name? He asked, voice dropping low too low. The kind of low that made Lucinda consider spontaneously fainting for her own protection. But now she needed whatever shred of composure she had left if she wanted to preserve her tiny, fragile lifespan. She sat a little straighter, hands raised like she was offering peace to an angry dragon. You heard what I said, Mr. Luthor. I am from the future and, honestly, I have zero idea how I ended up here in 2001, in your office to be specific. She blinked up at him innocently. And to think I am from the Philippines. You see what I'm trying to say? The silence that followed was so thick she could practically hear Lionel judging her from the astral plane. Lex didn't speak, didn't move, didn't blink. He stood there like a statue carved out of suspicion and raw IQ. Lucinda, however, took that moment to breathe very, very carefully. Yes, she thought triumphantly. This is better. Much better than telling him I'm from a universe where he's not only fictional but also currently ruining my viewing schedule. She watched Lex's expression shift, not outwardly, of course. Lex Luthor didn't shift. But something flickered behind his eyes. Calculation. Curiosity. Annoyance. Curiosity again. He was processing, his sharp features tightening as if each word had to pass through a labyrinth before reaching comprehension. Then he blinked, long and deliberate, clearly spacing out. From what year exactly? His tone was careful, almost like he was asking someone to confirm the existence of unicorns. Lucinda blinked back. This is if her one chance to set the record straight without accidentally triggering an interdimensional incident. 2023, Mr. Luthor. She added the last word like it was a spell, hoping it carried some weight. Lex slowly nodded, as though confirming a mathematical equation no one else could see. That's why you have no records yet. You're 22 years old, he murmured, each number weighed with curiosity and something faintly amused, which means you were only born this year. His voice softened, drifting toward that rare tone he reserved for thinking aloud, or whispering to ghosts. Another lie, of course. Lucinda was unmistakably from 2025, but for the sake of this act to succeed, she needed some creative editing, a little chronological contouring, strategic time warp cosmetics. Suddenly Lex's eyes sharpened on her again. So, the human trafficking, the homeless thing, and everything you said from the very beginning are all lies. Lucinda gave a grin that would have gotten her rejected from every poker table in Nevada. Lex's jaw tightened, and he narrowed his eyes with that signature, aristocratic disappointment. Your capabilities for lying are very alarming, Lucy. Although, he conceded with a sigh that sounded far older than he was, I understand, since you must be confused yourself. Lucinda nodded, the picture of faux remorse, as if she were accepting an award for Best Actress in a category she invented. And I assume Clark already has suspicions about you. Lucinda nodded again. I did mention the glowing green thing I kinda saw on your evil twin. Lex nodded slowly, as if she were a barely plausible scientific theory. Very well. Lucinda blinked. You're not gonna ask what that glowing green thing, sir. Lex suddenly heaved a deep sigh, the kind that came from a man juggling corporate empires, meteor mysteries, and now her. He rubbed a hand on the back of his neck, a subtle gesture of fatigue that still somehow looked annoyingly elegant. Normally, I would, he admitted, tone low, steady, and unmistakably exasperated. But I have things to do, Lucy. So, he lifted a single finger between them. We'll discuss more of this later. Lucinda blinked, a tremor of dread rattling up her spine. And more. She squeaked it out like someone discovering that the sequel to their punishment was already in production. Yes, Lucy, more. The way he said it, calm, sure, and mildly entertained, felt like a warning disguised as a promise. Something in his tone suggested she had just been placed on a very elegant, very private to-do list. For now, Lex continued, giving her a once-over that was far too observant for Lucinda's comfort, I need you to do something for me. Follow me to my office. His gaze drifted downward, paused, then lifted back to her face with the most offensively neutral expression she had ever seen a human wear, but clearly amused. After you keep your lacy underwears in place. Lucinda choked on air. Actually choked. A full-body gasp that made her sound like a hamster being gently stepped on. Before she could even lunge for the nearest offending garment traitoress, sparkling pink lace mocking her from all directions, Lex had already turned on his heel and walked off, hands clasped behind him like nothing happened. I am fine with the Barbie ones, Mr. Lou. Then the door clicked shut. 12, and that's how you ruin a plot. The moment Lucinda was done hiding all the evidences of those lacy nonsense, she hurried out to follow Lex. She'd barely made it 2 steps down the hallway when she remembered the paper bag, her coffee, her muffins, her only breakfast. Goddammit. She was really hopeful Lex would ask her for breakfast, but he clearly had better things to do interrogating her, for example. Sino ba naman akoy isain ali pin lamang. She murmured, spun around, and beelined back, scooping up the bag she had abandoned earlier like a fallen soldier. She then chugged the coffee in one heroic inhale, then devoured all 3 muffins, each one roughly the size of a baby's head, because why not? If she gets interrogated today, she better be not on an empty stomach. By the time she finished, she gathered the plastic cup, the empty paper bag, and the greasy muffin wraps, fully intending to toss them in a trash bin like a normal, civilized human being. But Lucinda was not normal nor civilized. She may be born in a wealthy family, but her brain is clearly not properly fed for spending most of her times reading than eating. So she turned around, walked calmly back into her room, opened an unused drawer with the solemnity of a time capsule ceremony, and gently placed the trash inside. Remembrance, she whispered proudly, smiling as she slid the drawer shut. And with that unnecessary psychological burden secured, she marched off to Lex's office like nothing happened. Inside, she found him sitting not in a chair, no, because chairs were too pedestrian for a Luthor, but on his desk, legs crossed, one hand inside his pocket, posture immaculate, exuding dramatics like an expensive cologne. He held a newspaper in one hand. He stared at it. Then he stared at her. Then he stared at it again, as though trying to decide which of them was more concerning. When Lucinda stopped in front of him, Lex casually lifted the paper and presented the front page, Lex Luthor robs bank. It even had his photo on it with his shiny bald head. Tina Greer really did a good job on that, Lucinda mentally giggled. Do you still have newspapers in 2023? Lex asked, sounding genuinely curious. Lucinda nodded. Yes, though it's not wildly used anymore. People mostly read news on phones or tablets. Lex nodded slowly, and for a fleeting moment, Lucinda saw an unmistakable spark of delight in his eyes. The same soft, unguarded glow she only ever saw when he was with Clark. Then, true to Luthor nature, he switched back to serious mode without warning. Perhaps, he murmured, was the meteor shower here in Smallville still a topic in your time? Lucinda's lips twitched. The fuck am I supposed to say? Probably yes, Smallville was still discussed in 2025 among fans after all. She ended up forcing a nod. Sometimes. I occasionally heard about it and read a few articles and the weird happenings in Smallville. Lucinda almost smacked her own head. She didn't even have to mention the weird thing. More unnecessary details would only lead to more questions. And the way Lex's eyes brightened, she knew everything's already about to go downhill. How weird was it? The tone dropped so drastically the room temperature followed. It's not that weird, she lied, smiling like a hostage. Oh, but I saw you on TV, she blurted it out, pivoting away from danger with the subtlety of a drunk ballerina. She had no idea what that question would lead to, but she felt in her bones that the next topic was Clark. And she was not opening that vortex. Lex said nothing. Nothing, just stared. Panic clawed at her spine, so she hurried to add more. Apparently, I can't tell you things in detail, she said quickly. I might ruin something in the future. Lex's eyes narrowed, then softened, slow, deliberate, and assessing. I see, he said finally. That's how you learned my full legal name, I believe. Lucinda nodded with the confidence she forced to have. Yes, that was exactly what she was going to say if he asked. Fortunately, this was Lex Luthor, sharp enough to assemble the correct conclusion on his own. He didn't need to interrogate her, he simply connected dots she didn't even know she dropped. Alright, Lex finally placed the newspaper down on the table and reached for the black bag beside him, one Lucinda would have sworn wasn't there 2 seconds ago. Either he summoned it from the void or she was going blind from stress. Take this, he said, handing her the bag. Lucinda accepted it carefully, like it might contain either gold bars or probably a severed human body parts, who knows. A duffel bag. She peered at him. Is this for my things, sir? Am I being fired? Lex blinked slowly, then released a soft chuckle, the type of laugh that could buy a townhouse and still have change left over. You think I'd let go of a time traveler like yourself, Lucy? He smirked, leaning back a little, thoroughly amused. Lucinda swallowed hard. Then, she didn't get to finish because the double doors behind her swung open with a practiced amount of dramatic force. Darius strode in, beautifully black, tall, stoic, dressed in his usual black suit and tie. Lex's bodyguard. The car's ready, Mr. Luthor, Darius announced, not even sparing Lucinda a glance. Honestly, rude, but fine. Bodyguards have schedules. Lucinda's brows shot up. She wasn't entirely sure, but her memory of the show screamed something. Season 3. Darius. Traitor. A walking warning sign. Lucy. Lex called her name probably for the 3rd time, but Lucinda didn't respond right away. She was still conducting a frantic internal background check, sorting through trivia, plot lines, and every wiki page she had ever skimmed at 2 a.m., searching for any crucial detail she might have overlooked. If there was something she was supposed to remember, her brain had already thrown it off a cliff, swept the fragments into a river, and allowed the current to carry them to the land of forgotten canon. She was pretty sure Darius didn't have screen time this early. Or perhaps, this was simply one of those behind-the-scenes realities that never made it to television. Deleted scenes. Director's cut. Maybe. Lucinda blinked only when Lex's hand settled on her shoulder, warm, steady, and unfairly grounding. "Are you all right?" he asked, studying her with unnerving precision. "Are you rebooting?" Lucinda grimaced and looked up at him, except up turned out to be an understatement. Now that Lex was standing at his full height, framed by the office lights, she had to tilt her head so far back she nearly saw heaven. Or rather, Lex's perfectly polished, villain-adjacent, spotlight-reflecting scalp glowing behind him like a holy relic. It was so blinding, Lucinda had to squint and whip her gaze away before she went legally photosynthesized. "I'm fine, Mr. Luther. I just might need a pair of sunglasses around you." Lex paused. "What was that?" "Nothing, Mr. Luther," she chirped, smile a little too wide, a little too innocent. "So, am I supposed to go somewhere?" Lex gave her the kind of look that suggested he was actively resisting the urge to run a diagnostics test on her. "Yes," he said, narrowing his eyes. "I need you to go with Darius to the bank and take the $100,000 I've withdrawn." Lucinda's grimace curled so violently across her face she could have been used as a reaction image on the internet. It was the look of a woman who had just been told to handle a life-altering amount of money when she still occasionally cried over losing 20 pesos in the laundry. Lex's brow arched with the kind of patience that only billionaires and monks possessed. "What's the matter?" "Mr. Luther, with all due respect, I've never touched $100,000 in cash before." She lifted her hands like they were criminal evidence. "If that kind of money enters these palms, I might evaporate. Or God forbid accidentally ascend. Or teleport back to my..." Lex shot her a look sharp enough to slice the rest of her sentence clean in half. Darius, after all, was still in the room. Lucinda cleared her throat, instantly switching gears. "To my hometown, sir." She nodded vigorously. "Yes, my hometown. Very humble. Very budget-friendly. Not used to six-digit temptations." Lex let out a long, suffering sigh and flicked 2 fingers at Darius. No words needed. Darius simply seized Lucinda by the back of her shirt and hauled her out of the office like a burlap sack full of wayward potatoes, loud, squirming, and profoundly uncooperative. The doors had barely clicked shut when Lex hummed under his breath, "Future, 2023. His brows drew together, suspicion sharpening his features. He also stepped out of the office moment after in a measured stride, only to catch sight of Lucinda still being towed down the hallway. She kicked, twisted, and clawed at the air like an angry housecat forced into a bath, while Darius maintained his grip with the patience of a man accustomed to nonsense. Lex's lips thinned into a smile. A genuine smile, rare, sharp, and carved with the kind of satisfaction only a Luther could afford. Then he turned, his footsteps soundless as he walked down the private corridor, toward a door only he possessed the key to. He paused before unlocking it, the metal glinting faintly under the motion-activated lights, as though the door itself knew better than to greet anyone but him. With a quiet click, the lock released. The room breathed awake. Dark, polished floors reflected every trace of light like a black mirror. The architecture was distinctly Gothic, vaulted arches, stone-like pillars, and iron filigree sculpted into the walls, yet the space pulsed with blinding, modern intelligence. It was a cathedral built for secrets. A sanctum where old-world shadows embraced cutting-edge brilliance. Soft hums rose from the glowing displays lining the chamber. On the far left, a towering vertical screen illuminated a rotating, circular geometric symbol, arcane in structure, technological in design, all rendered in bright, electric blue. Beside it stood an old CRT monitor perched on a minimalist pedestal, flickering quietly like a relic stubbornly refusing extinction. Farther right, a second vertical screen displayed a complex anatomical diagram, no human form, but something alien in symmetry, something very Smallville. Crystalline structures, meteor fragments, unknown fibrous tissue. Who knows, it could have been Clark's. Or maybe some alien Lex caught mid-breakfast. On the far right, a wide horizontal screen projected a drifting 3D wireframe grid, its points shifting and collapsing in real-time, mapping, analyzing, interpreting. A digital mind trying to solve an impossible riddle. The room felt like a hidden command center where myths were dissected under surgical light. And yet nothing commanded attention like the centerpiece. A Gemini blue Porsche 911 SC, incredibly damaged due to driver mishandling. Let's just hide his identity as Lex Luthor drove through the car into Clark Kent at 60 miles per hour on Low Bridge. The sports car sat elevated on a dark, grated metal floor like an artifact under interrogation. Its once smooth hood was violently dented inward, struck by something immovable like Clark Kent's body of steel. The windshield had shattered into a spidering bloom of glass, tiny shards still clinging to the frame like frost. Several industrial spotlights, harsh, yellow, unblinking, stood on tall stands surrounding the vehicle. Their beams cut through the darkness with surgical precision, isolating the Porsche in a sea of shadow. Two unused collapsible chairs sat beside one of the lights, ghostly and silent, as though bearing witness. Lex approached with cinematic calm, his footsteps echoing softly against the cavernous room. The spotlight reflections danced across his sweater, drawing sharp angles across his face. He stopped in front of the wreck, hands clasped behind him, chin slightly tilted. The air of Luthorcorp studying a mystery like a lover examining a flaw. He smirked. "You have a worthy opponent for being mysterious, Clark," he murmured, the words barely above a breath yet slicing through the air. "The only difference is you keep all your secrets while she's exposing and lying about hers." The Porsche's shattered glass glittered in the harsh light. Lex's smile deepened, sharp and hungry. "And I wonder," he added softly, "which of you will slip first?" 13. The Art of Ruining Everything. Lucinda was now standing behind Darius like an impatient gremlin on timeout. Bored out of her mind, yes, but her focus was laser-locked on the black duffel bag sitting on the counter. Even from several feet away, she could practically hear the money whispering to her. Her eyes glimmered with the kind of reverence usually reserved for holy relics or freshly baked pandesal. Were those stacks of $1,000, $500, $100? She had no idea Darius had positioned her so far from the bag that the cash might as well have been in a different postal code. She squinted like a detective solving a crime, leaning a millimeter forward before Darius gave her a subtle side eye that said, "Don't even breathe in that direction." To be fair, the man was merely following orders. His phone vibrated moments earlier with a message from Lex, short, cold, and painfully accurate. "Keep the money away from the reach of any children, height included." Darius hadn't commented. He simply read it, sighed, and then placed the duffel bag another 6 inches farther from Lucinda. Lucinda gasped softly. 6 inches was cruel. "But it's definitely enough for something else we should not talk about." She crossed her arms, tapping her foot with all the moral authority of someone who had absolutely none in this situation. Suddenly, she piped up, "I hope you know I have self-control, sir." Darius didn't even bother to look back. He muttered, the universal bodyguard translation of "I heard you, but I refuse to emotionally invest in whatever nonsense you're about to create." Lucinda exhaled dramatically into the SUV's stale air now that they're back in the small parking lot just beside the bank. She still didn't understand why Lex thought it was necessary for her to accompany Darius to the bank when she wasn't even allowed to breathe in the general direction of the duffel bag once it was stuffed with glimmering, shiny, shimmering, honestly suspiciously reflective money. And of course, she wasn't trusted to carry the bag. Not even for a photo op. Darius himself lifted it with both hands like he was transporting a newborn royal and set it gently on the second row directly behind her seat. Not beside her. Not within reach. Not even within temptation radius. Once Lucinda settled into the passenger seat, Darius closed the back door with the kind of reverence most people reserved for fine china, then leaned into her open window. "I have to run Mr. Luthor's last errand. Then we'll go back home," he said simply, straightening his tie like he was about to accept a presidential award. Lucinda nodded. "Go do your thing, Dari." Darius paused mid-blink at the nickname, visibly debating whether to correct her, escort her to the nearest vocabulary rehabilitation center, or simply ignore her existence. He went with the third option, glanced at the duffel bag, and delivered his final decree. "The money was carefully counted. If something is missing when I get back, I'm dragging you straight to the police station." Lucinda rolled her eyes so hard she briefly saw the back of her skull. "You can execute me even," she muttered in 3 languages and a dialect. Darius squinted, the kind of squint that meant I understood exactly one of those curses, before walking away. Left alone, Lucinda deflated into the seat. Her curiosity gnawed at her ribs. How did $100,000 fit into that not-so-big duffel bag? She always imagined 100 grand filled a room, like a dragon hoard, or a cartel basement, or at least a medium-sized laundry basket. She was midway through mentally calculating how many rooms in her childhood home 100 grand could wallpaper when she spotted someone on the far side of the street. Martha Kent. She choked, clapping a hand over her mouth so aggressively she nearly slapped herself unconscious. Before she could process the sacredness of witnessing the Queen Mother of all goodness in the universe, a violent commotion erupted behind her. Tires screamed. Metal shrieked. A truck barreled down the sidewalk as if the universe had collectively decided to reenact her nightmares. The red pickup plowed through signs and displays, heading straight for Martha. "Oh shit." Lucinda squeaked, eyes widening. She knew this scene in X-Ray episode. Knew it well. Tina Greer, disguised as Clark, stole Martha's keys, stole Jonathan's truck, caused this very mayhem. Martha dodged it in the show, then Clark appeared. But right now, Martha was dug halfway into her purse, blissfully unaware, probably searching for gum or coupons or mom magic. And actual Clark was nowhere in sight. No blur of red and blue. No super dashing. No heroic soundtrack. Lucinda slapped her hands to her face. No, I am not going out there to be a hero. Absolutely not. Clark would definitely save his mom. Of course he would. She peeked again. Still no Clark. And Martha was seconds away from becoming an unfortunate hood ornament. Lucinda froze for a heartbeat, then her body made an executive decision without consulting her brain. She threw the SUV door open, sprinted across the street, defied traffic laws, physics, her own survival instincts everything and launched herself at Martha, Kentucky. They tumbled together behind the corner of a nearby shop just as the red pickup blasted through the exact spot they had stood. Lucinda stayed sprawled on the pavement like a cartoon character whose soul momentarily slipped out of her body. Martha had already pushed herself upright, bewildered eyes tracking the red pickup that had nearly turned her into roadkill. Meanwhile, Lucinda remained horizontal, blinking at the sky as if reconsidering every life choice that led her to Smallville's death row. 3 full seconds passed. Then Martha's gentle, velvety voice floated down to her. "Honey, are you all right?" Lucinda turned her head, and promptly forgot how to breathe. Martha Kent was looking at her with soft blue eyes, haloed by the sun in a way that made her seem like an angel who'd just descended to compliment her rescue form. The woman was stunning. Red hair, porcelain skin, a maternal aura so strong it could heal generational trauma on contact. Lucinda let Martha pull her into a sitting position, still staring. For a moment, Martha wasn't just Martha, she was Mom. Her real mother. Her gentle, soft-spoken mom who always smelled like Sunday mornings. Lucinda felt her throat close. Tears burned dangerously. Perfect time to be dramatic, she thought. Absolutely perfect. Then, Mom. Clark's voice shattered the moment. He barreled into the scene in a panic, practically sliding to Martha's side and pulling her into a tight hug. "Are you all right? What happened?" Lucinda awkwardly scrambled to her feet before anyone could accuse her of being dead. Martha smiled and touched Clark's arm. "I'm all right, honey. This girl saved me." Lucinda visibly winced at the word girl as if she'd been demoted from human adult to lost child at a mall. Clark whipped toward her, eyes going wide. "Lucy." He blurted. "Yes, it's me, Clark. You don't have to ask," she muttered, brushing dust off herself like this was just another Tuesday. Clark leaned closer to his mother and whispered loud enough for Lucinda's soul to hear it echo. "She's the one I was talking about, Mom." Lucinda froze. Of course Clark had already told his parents about me. He had no one else to talk to anyway. Martha turned to her with warm curiosity. "It's Lucy Bryce, right?" she asked, stepping closer. "Thank you so much for saving me." "It's nothing, Mrs. Kent," Lucinda replied and only then realized Martha hadn't even introduced herself yet. But of course she knew who she was. Clark had already called her Mom. It's already given she would be Mrs. Kent. Perhaps Martha reached for her hands gently. "Can we invite you home? We have something we'd like to talk to you about." Lucinda's stomach executed a full gymnastics routine. She knew exactly where this storyline was heading and she had zero intention of ruining more scenes of this episode. She shook her head with all the grace of a declining nun. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Kent, but I'm in a hurry. Mr. Luther sent me to run an errand and I need to return as soon as possible." "I already told Lex," Clark interjected, with tragic confidence, "and he agreed for you to come with us. He'll stop by the farm, too, to personally take you home after." Lucinda's entire face contorted. In her mind's eye, Lex Luthor stood smugly behind an invisible curtain, pulling puppet strings and sipping expensive metaphorical tea. "Oh, that bald-headed gremlin," she muttered under her breath, eye twitching violently. But the moment Martha looked at her hopeful, grateful, and impossibly gentle, Lucinda's resolve collapsed like wet cardboard. All right, Mrs. Kent," she said, forcing a smile that barely held its shape. "I'd be honored." 14. The Gentle Villain. If there was anything Lucinda wanted to be in, it would be her bed or, ideally, a coffin. 6 feet below. Preferably with noise-canceling pillows. The level of pressure in the Kent kitchen was enough to make her soul pack its things and attempt several escape routes. She could practically feel herself drifting out of her body every few seconds like a timid ghost, only for Clark to tap her arm and snap her back into her earthly prison. "Honey, we just want to know what you know," Martha said gently, leaning just a little closer with that nurturing aura that could make even a hardened criminal confess their sins. Lucinda sat on the opposite side of the kitchen table right beside Jonathan Kent. Jonathan, who was simultaneously gentle, fatherly, and handsome in that comforting farm dad way that made her heart squeeze. He had the aura of a man who'd carry hay bales and emotional burdens with equal ease. Watching the two of them sitting together, warm and steady, made Lucinda's chest ache. How are Mom and Dad right now? Are they looking for me? They must be freaking out. What if I died in my world? Or what if this is actually a coma dream? Or a hallucination? Please let it be a hallucination so whatever I do here wouldn't ruin a masterpiece. Clark nudged her arm again, trying not to look like he was nudging a malfunctioning robot. She blinked rapidly, coming back online. Her eyes darted from Clark, to Martha, to Jonathan, and back again. What am I supposed to say? Where is Lex? He knows I'm from the future or a different timeline or whatever TV writers call it, but he still handed me off to the Kents. I hope he loses his eyebrows next. Lucinda swallowed again, feeling the 3 pairs of Kent eyes looking at her with gentle but unrelenting patience. I am not really sure what you wanted to hear from me, Mr. and Mrs. Kent, she managed, voice wobbling. But, look, Lucy. I know you know about me, Clark cut in, voice low and strained. It was the tone of a farm boy trying very hard to stay polite while his patience hung by a single, fraying thread. The moment I saw you in Lex's office, I already knew you're not from this world. Lucinda felt the air catch in her lungs. Oh great, another truth she couldn't dodge. One more lie and she'd probably burst into flames like a cheap firecracker. But then again these were the Kents. The Kents, the walking definition of wholesome Americana. They were the last people she'd ever want to betray and, frankly, the only people besides Lex who didn't make her feel completely alone in this universe. And if Lex ever fired her, yeah, she could already imagine Martha wrapping her in a knitted blanket and Jonathan offering her an apple pie slice the size of her head. Clark might even pat her to sleep. Fine, honesty-ish. Lucinda inhaled, straightened, and said, "You're right, Clark. I am not from here." She met his eyes, steadying herself. "The only difference between you and me is that I'm from a different universe, and you're from a different planet. You have superpowers. I have sarcasm." All three Kents blinked at her, looking equally amazed and horrified. But you can see the future, right?" Clark murmured, as if asking her to confirm Santa Claus was real. "Well, if you put it that way, yes." She managed a wobbly smile. It wasn't technically true, but it wasn't technically false either. A morally gray lie. A comfortable middle ground. Clark checked his parents' faces, swallowed hard, then turned back to her. "And maybe you can tell me about my future." His voice cracked. He sounded like he desperately wanted someone to tell him who he was supposed to be. Lucinda's heart squeezed. "Clark," she shook her head gently. "I could, and I want to, but I can't. I'm not from this universe. If I tell you what happens, I could ruin everything that's meant to unfold on its own." He looked crushed, like she'd just told him the dog ran away and the barn exploded. "What do you mean?" He whispered. "I shouldn't be in this world." Lucinda lifted her chin with as much dignity as a woman held together by panic and caffeine could muster. "When I got teleported here tragically, without warning, I already knew what would happen until season 6. She froze. Season 6. All three Kents echoed. "That's how we say 6 years. She forced a grin. Multiverse slang. "Anyway, I can't tell you more." Clark exhaled heavily, nodding even though disappointment radiated from him like heat from a tractor engine. Then Jonathan leaned forward. He tried for intimidating, bless him, but Lucinda had seen Lex staring down billionaires. This was more stern dad than threat. "You haven't told Lex anything about our son, have you?" His voice was soft, but serious. "You have nothing to worry about, Mr. Kent," Lucinda assured, smiling sincerely. "Clark's secret is safe with me, but Mr. Luther already knows about mine." Martha gasped. Jonathan stiffened. Clark blinked. "He does?" Martha whispered. Lucinda nodded. "Yes. When I arrived, I didn't know how or why. I didn't even know what year it was. And then Lex started questioning me, and I panicked. I had nowhere to go, no one to trust, so I lied a bit, just enough to get by until I figure out how to get home, but then he had cornered me almost right away." Martha and Jonathan exchanged one of their silent, telepathic married glances. Then Martha softened, stepping closer. "If you want, you could stay here with us." Of course she would offer that. It was so painfully, beautifully Martha Kentucky. Lucinda's chest tightened. She shook her head with a polite smile. "That means a lot, Mrs. Kent. Truly. But now that Mr. Luther is curious about me, it's safer for Clark if I don't suddenly move in here. It would also be better you don't mention anything to him that you knew about me. He's a very detail-oriented man. The least thing I'd ever want to be happen is to get his eyes, nose, and ears to Clark." Jonathan's jaw ticked. His dislike for Lex practically crackled across the table. "You'd better be careful with that man. Stay away from him if you can," he warned, voice urgent. Lucinda huffed a tiny laugh. "Don't worry, Mr. Kent. Lex isn't that bad. He's just—" She paused, tilting her head as if scrolling through a very unhelpful internal dictionary. "Misunderstood." Jonathan gave her a look that said misunderstood. So were earthquakes and tax audits. Clark, on the other hand, studied her closely. His gaze softened, just enough to suggest his instincts weren't screaming danger at her. In fact, the more he looked, the more he recognized something steady: her pulse, her breathing, her intent. Nothing malicious. Just a woman very good at being overwhelmed. Lucinda, meanwhile, drifted off for a breath. Her eyes unfocused, mind wandering. Relief washed over her shoulders like a warm blanket. She had finally said the truth well, a safe, manageable percentage of it. And if Lex decided tomorrow that she should pack her bags and be catapulted out of Luther Mansion, at least she already had a backup plan with the Kents. A wholesome farm. A barn. A tractor. A possible cow to emotionally support her while she milks it. "Lex might be here any second now," she murmured, more to herself than to them. All three Kents nodded. Even Jonathan, whose nod suggested he was preparing himself for the emotional equivalent of a tornado. And as if summoned by collective dread, a familiar voice floated from the doorway. "Good day, Mr. and Mrs. Kent." Even when already expecting his arrival, Lucinda still jumped so hard her knee almost hit the underside of the table. "Lex, we didn't hear you pull off," Martha said, a little anxious. Lex leaned one shoulder against the screen doorframe, perfectly at ease, perfectly composed, and infuriatingly looking like he knew exactly why they hadn't heard him. "Really?" Lex asked mildly. "I assumed my car was loud enough." "It wasn't. Of course it wasn't. He had killed the engine half a mile down the road because entering quietly wasn't just habit anymore, it was practically a brand. "May I come in? I promise I'm not packing heat," he added, already pushing the door open like a man who clearly had never been denied entry in his life. His black suit and long dark coat swept in behind him like well-trained shadows. He stopped beside Lucinda, posture immaculate. "I heard what happened, Mrs. Kent. I'm relieved you weren't hurt." Martha smiled warmly. "All thanks to your lovely little maid." She glanced at Lucinda with maternal curiosity. "How old are you, honey?" 14, 16. Lex chuckled softly behind her, just enough for Lucinda to consider elbowing him, but not enough to risk getting fired. "I'm already 22, Mrs. Kent," Lucinda said sheepishly. "Oh really?" Martha blinked, impressed. "With your size and youthful face, you look younger than Clark." Clark just grinned, enjoying the show. Martha turned to Lex. "You're 21, right, Lex?" Lex inclined his head with grave dignity. "I painfully am, Mrs. Kent." 21. Lucinda pivoted toward him, whispering, "I'm older than you." "Technically, I'm older of Icenium," he murmured back. She was about to ask what that even meant when Lex smoothly redirected his attention to the Kents. "I'd stay and chat, but I have more errands today. I only stopped by to retrieve my maid." He flashed that signature smirk. "I'm truly glad you're well, Mrs. Kent." Martha smiled. Jonathan gave a curt nod. Lex returned it with the subtle swagger of a man used to surviving paternal hostility. Then he clasped Clark's shoulder because emotional conflict was just another Tuesday and made for the door. Lucinda followed, bewildered at the pace of it all. She offered a simple bow for respect before running after Lex, who not only reached the car first, he opened the passenger door for her. When she sat down, he leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Clark is very important to me, Lucy. And his parents are very important to him," he said softly, too softly, and she nearly dissolved on the spot. "So, I'm grateful you saved Mrs. Kent." "Damn that voice," she screamed internally. "So I'd like to treat you," Lex added. Lucinda blinked. "But you still have errands to run." "Yeah, you," he replied with a small smile, circling around to the driver's side. Once inside, he turned slightly toward her. "I want to show you around Smallville before we head home." Lucinda was about to burst out something unhelpfully enthusiastic when Lex faced her fully, sincerity softening every sharp line of his expression. "And I appreciate you standing up for me in there, Lucy." His gaze held hers. Lucinda fell straight into those calm, impossibly blue eyes that still belonged to the man who resisted becoming his father. Season 1 Lex. The Lex who tried to earn affection instead of controlling it. The Lex who only wanted, desperately, to be valued. Her jaw tightened. She hadn't finished the series yet, but she knew the spoilers. She knew where he was headed. Knew what he would become. She didn't want to see that version of him. If she could stop that future without destroying everything, she would. She absolutely would. 15. The sock-stealing villain. Lucinda's lips thinned. She could have sworn Lex said he would show her around Smallville, and technically, he did. It was just that Smallville was, in every meaningful sense, bite-sized. A village sampler. A town you could tour accidentally by taking a slightly enthusiastic stroll. It took them less than an hour to see everything: the downtown strip, 3 stores and a mailbox, the Talon from afar, still under renovation, and the scenic view of someone's cow staring at them like they owed it rent. Nothing stood out except the air. It was fresher near the cornfield where Lex parked, as if the breeze had decided Smallville was too small for pollution. Lex exhaled slowly, resting his arm over the steering wheel before turning to his right. His tone softened. "This place is actually very memorable to me." Lucinda blinked and followed his gaze to the cornfield. It waved back innocently. "Tragic, that is," Lex added. "I was here when the meteors hit Smallville. I was exposed to the meteorite toxin, and," he motioned at his head, "I've been bald ever since." Lucinda stared at him, doing Olympic-level emotional gymnastics to keep pity from showing on her face. "Meteorites must be really toxic to people," she managed. Lex shrugged with that elegant, aristocratic acceptance of a man who had simply embraced his glow-in-the-dark destiny. "Perhaps. I just wonder if those meteorites still exist in your time." He offered a small smile. "Technology must have evolved. They must already have isolated the components by now." Lucinda shrugged back. Of course she didn't know. Kryptonite isn't even real. Lex suddenly leaned closer. Too close. Close enough for her heart to forget rhythm and go freestyle. "And I was meaning to ask you, how was I like in the future?" Lucinda raised both hands in surrender. "Oh, but I told you already I can't go around altering the timeline, Mr. Lex Luthor, sir. I don't want to break reality twice." She cleared her throat. It's not like I know a lot about you though." His lips tightened faintly. Not displeased, but intent. He held her gaze until she sighed in defeat. Fine, that was all it took for Lex to lean even closer, eyes bright, hungry for answers. Let's just say she swallowed. You became a successful person. I've seen you in TV. That's how I know you." Which was true. Very true. Also, Lucinda had read on online forums that Lex eventually became President of the United States. Very successful. Very powerful. Very baldo. Lex's lips twitched, and a smile bloomed, small but genuinely pleased. "That's all I wanted to know." By noon, they were back at the mansion, and Lucinda was immediately swept into kitchen duty to help Molly and Jess prepare Lex's lunch mostly so she could eat, too, before her soul vacated her body from hunger. The moment she pushed the swinging kitchen door open, Molly was already grinning like a woman who knew all the gossip. Jess, meanwhile, was in her usual state, staring vaguely at a bowl of peas as if they were prophesying her future. "Stop it, Molly," Lucinda groaned. "I've seen so many shiny things today, I might as well go blind." Molly only hummed, her grin widening as she handed Lucinda a pink leather apron because of course Molly had chosen pink for her. Molly stood at one counter, while Jess worked behind her, still quietly communing with vegetables. "Is Jess okay?" Lucinda asked, reaching for a cutting board and knife. "She looks far away." "Jess is always living in a different world in her head," Molly said breezily. "Best not to ask questions unless you value your life." She passed Lucinda a handful of freshly washed carrots, then leaned forward with a too bright gleam in her eyes. "Why how are you?" Lucinda narrowed her eyes, suspicious. "I heard from Mr. Luther that you saved his friend's mom." Molly's grin somehow grew larger. Lucinda genuinely feared it would detach from her face and start floating. "You're really making quite an impression, Lucy. I've worked for the Luthers my whole life, and not once have I ever ridden in his car." Lucinda blinked. "Really?" Molly stabbed a finger at her. "Not once." Jess, without looking up from the peas, added in the same monotone she used for everything in life, "He doesn't even look at us unless we're carrying a tray." Lucinda and Molly both turned to Jess, surprised she's actually aware they're there with her. Jess then went back inside her head. Molly grimaced, blinking, then pivoted back toward Lucinda so fast her apron strings fluttered. "Anyway," Molly declared, loudly bulldozing past Jess's rare moment of social existence. "You know, the only time I see Mr. Luther's aura go soft is when he's with Clark or when he's beating Mr. Lionel in a mind game or when something catches his interest." She paused for dramatic effect, then wiggled her brows so aggressively Lucinda wondered if eyebrow seizures were a thing. "I think he's interested in you." Lucinda made a face as if she had bitten a lemon whole. "I've only been here for a few days, Molly. You must be hallucinating. Maybe the onion fumes finally got to you." She quickly washed her hands and resumed cutting the carrots into shapes that could only be described as "what the fuck" in caps lock. Dear, that's not how you." Molly tried, then gave up as Lucinda kept talking. "You said it yourself. Mr. Luther is kind deep inside. He's just being kind because I saved Mrs. Kent," Lucinda went on, fully aware of what that particular brand of interest really meant. Of course Lex was interested in her, just not in the way Molly meant. Lucinda wasn't dense. She'd told him she was from the future, and Lex Luthor wasn't the sort of man who heard "I time traveled" and said, "Oh lovely, let's have tea." No, he heard "I time traveled" and thought, "Excellent. A puzzle. Let me keep her close before someone else dissects her first." Lucinda could practically hear the gears in his bald head whirring with scientific ambition. He wasn't flirting. He was investigating, and she had the sinking suspicion she was exactly 2 carrot chops away from becoming a full-blown case study in whatever secret laboratory Lex undoubtedly built under the mansion. Lucinda opened her mouth to continue, but the kitchen door swung open with the dramatic flair of a soap opera entrance. All 3 women including Jess, who is still in daze, turned toward the doorway. Lex stepped inside as if the kitchen is his natural habitat. He's now wearing a new suit and tie and a pink dress shirt bold enough to stun a fairy. "Lucy," he said smoothly, adjusting his sleeve button as though the kitchen were his natural habitat. "I'm heading to Metropolis. Get dressed. You're coming with me. We'll be quick." Lucinda blinked again, making sure she heard things right. "For the love of," she screamed internally. Behind her, Molly whispered loudly enough for the entire ancestral line of Luthers to hear, "He has never entered this kitchen, not once." Then, with malicious delight, "So much for just being kind, ah." Jess, still staring at her peas, simply muttered, "Statistically suspicious." With no argument because Lucinda very wisely understood she had zero authority in this household, she tugged off the apron and stuffed it into Molly's waiting hands. She even shot Molly a pleading look, wide-eyed and desperate, the universal expression for "help me, I am about to be abducted by a billionaire with too much brain cells." Molly only grinned. She even had the audacity to wiggle her brows. Lucinda exhaled in defeat and followed Lex out of the kitchen. Trailing behind him, she muttered under her breath, "Mr. Luther, sir, if you keep dragging me around like this, we might actually ruin the future." Lex stopped so abruptly that Lucinda nearly collided with the very expensive fabric covering his spine. He pivoted toward her with the kind of sharp, efficient movement that suggested he had spent years practicing intimidation in front of full-body mirrors. "You're right," he said calmly. "If that's so, why did you save Mrs. Kent?" Because she wasn't supposed to die." The words escaped before her brain even had the chance to choke them back. "Now, I wonder how you know that." Lex's smirk unfurled slowly, dangerously, like he had just solved a particularly fun riddle. He took a deliberate step closer. Then another. He didn't touch her, but he certainly didn't need to. The man weaponized personal space with presidential efficiency. "You're not just from the future, are you?" Lucinda blinked, the corners of her lips twitching before she plastered on a polite smile. "Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Luther," she said, waving her hand lightly. "You ran a background check on me. That should have settled it. Lex's reply was quiet, crisp, and far too smooth to be comforting. Then how will you explain the Smallville print on your socks? Her throat clicked. Lex took a step closer, his voice went softer, it immediately gave her chills. Clearly mismatched, but they both have the town logo and the animated faces of Clark and me. Lucinda almost ascended on the spot. Oh no, oh no. Her internal scream practically rattled her bones. She remembered those socks, loud, mismatched, and embarrassingly on brand. She thought she lost it the other day. Lex must have stolen them for research purposes. 16. Stay like this. Look, Mr. Lex Luthor, sir, you cannot get me dissected. If you do, you might figure out how I got here. Lucinda jabbed a finger in the air between them like she was warding off a demon. And if you do that, you'll destroy the future. Lex merely lifted a brow, the picture of calm disbelief. I already told you a clue about your future, she pressed, voice wobbling. If you take me into one of your secret labs and experiment on me, you might never get there. Butterfly effect. Chaos theory. I don't know science. Lex blinked, completely unmoved. Lucy, I never said a word about dissecting you. How about experimenting? She shot back, leaning in, eyes narrowing suspiciously. No, I believe not. Lucinda squinted deeper. How about mild probing? Lucy. His tone dropped a notch, the warning kind. No. She exhaled in relief but only slightly. Then what are we doing in Metropolis? Just come with me. Lex shrugged, straightening his tie with maddening composure. I need your opinion on something. You have advanced knowledge. I thought I could use your help. Lucinda's mouth fell open. She leaned in like she'd just spotted a unicorn crossing the road. Why, you're asking for help? Lex nodded once. Curt, quick, like admitting it pained him physically. Then he turned away. As he walked, he added over his shoulder, dry, utterly unbothered, like he was commenting on the weather rather than threatening her entire existence. Even great men ask for help. I'm merely selective with my sources and you're inconveniently qualified. He glanced back just enough to catch Lucinda trailing after him like a guilty Roomba. His eyes glinted. And since you clearly failed to answer my question. Lex paused long enough for Lucinda's spine to consider ejecting itself from her body and running back to the cornfield. His gaze was steady, cool, and unfairly handsome in a way that made the threat worse. I'll let it go, he continued at last, voice smooth as polished steel. For the sake of my bright future, as you claim. His lips curled in a small, knowing smirk. But I will remain curious, Lucy. And curiosity, as you should know by now, is something I always satisfy. Lucinda's laugh came out thin and trembling. Oh, of course, Mr. Luthor. Happy future, less suspicion. Got it. She pressed her lips together before they could say anything incriminating. Just give me a few minutes to get ready. Lex nodded once, composed as ever. Please wear something cozy. Labs are notoriously freezing. Lucinda froze. But I thought. No dissecting. Lex cut in gently and angled toward her room with a polite gesture. I promise. The promise might have matched the glint in his eyes, but it didn't exactly soothe her. Lucinda still narrowed her gaze into razor-thin suspicious slits, mentally calculating her survival odds, then reluctantly retreated into her room to get ready. The door closed behind her just as a familiar set of footsteps approached. Lex didn't even need to look, he simply tilted his head, smirk already forming. Clark, he drawled, I've been seeing you more than usual. This doesn't have anything to do with you suddenly taking interest in my quite interesting housemaid, does it? Clark flushed instantly because of course he did and reached into his backpack. No. Mom just wanted to give this to Lucy earlier, but she forgot, so I figured I'd drop by. He pulled out a clear Tupperware with a proud little smile. She also made one for you. Said you might like it, too. As if summoned by the word food, another Tupperware emerged from the depths of Clark's bag like an excited Puckman. Lex chuckled an actual, genuine giggle and accepted the containers. That's incredibly thoughtful of Mrs. Kent, he said warmly. Good timing, too. We're heading to Metropolis. We can eat this on the way. Clark blinked. His smile flickered just slightly. Lex didn't miss the tone. He smiled a little too pleasantly. Yes, Clark. Lucy is coming with me. Clark's smile returned, though now it looked suspiciously like one of those polite, tight ones people wear when their crush gets invited somewhere not by them. I never pictured you as the type to take your housemaid to Metropolis, Lex, he said, trying for playful but landing closer to pointed. Lex angled his head toward Lucinda's door, hands slipping into his pockets with practiced ease. We saw her together first, Clark, he said, voice smooth but edged. And don't pretend you didn't sense something unusual about her that day. Clark's grin sharpened boyish, but not blind. Maybe, but I think you're interested in her. He shrugged lightly. You're both almost the same age, after all. Wouldn't surprise me. Lex smirked. He highly doubted that. If he and Lucinda were already in the same time plane, he and even Clark could legally qualify to be her father. The absurdity alone almost made him laugh almost. Clark left shortly after, just the right time for Lucinda to step out of her room wearing the clothes Lex had provided, denim pants and a beige, thin V-neck shirt. I see no cozy in those clothes, Lucy, Lex pointed out. I believe you know I'm originally clothless, Mr. Luthor, sir. Lex lifted a single finger. "Ah yes, come with me." He gestured for her to follow him down the hall. Lucinda trailed behind him and watched him swung open the double doors to his room with grace. Lucinda nearly dropped to her knees and worshipped the threshold. She was instantly slapped by wealth, polished mahogany furniture, a bed big enough to have its own zip code, art pieces she was 70% sure belonged in a museum, and a scent so clean and expensive she felt poorer just breathing it. Lex casually placed Martha's Tupperwares on his bedside table like they were priceless artifacts, then strolled to his walk-in clothes tent, actual walk-in closet, not a wardrobe, not a cabinet, but a room made of clothes. He rummaged for only a moment before turning back only to find Lucinda still rooted in the doorway, staring into space as though she were quietly downloading forbidden quantum theories straight from the multiverse. "Come on in, Lucy," he called. "Try this on for size." Lucinda darted forward, obedient, starstruck, and thoroughly overwhelmed. Lex slipped the coat onto her shoulders, his nose immediately scrunched when Lucinda suddenly disappeared. The coat was so big it swallowed her whole. Only her shoes stuck out at the bottom like two defeated punctuation marks. Before she could even protest about being buried alive under Lex's oversized billionaire coat, he had already nodded in approval and turned on his heel. "That would do," he said with infuriating finality. "Now take those containers and follow me directly behind the manor." Lucinda stared blankly at his retreating back, then began pacing in circles, hunting for the containers he meant. When she finally spotted the 2 Tupperwares sitting innocently on the bedside table, she grabbed them and scrambled after him. Heaven knows how many times she tripped, nearly tripped, absolutely tripped, and once front-flopped, but each time, she miraculously saved the containers. By the time she finally caught up to Lex, Lucinda was sweating, huffing, and wheezing like she had run a marathon while wearing a portable tent. Lex, of course, looked untouched by mortal suffering. He stood ahead, speaking to a man in a black uniform. Behind them, a helicopter sat on the lawn, sleek, polished, and expensive, blades idling like it was politely waiting to whisk Lex away to whatever billionaire activities he had scheduled. Lucinda stared at the helicopter, then at Lex, then at the coat that had eaten her alive, then back at the helicopter. Her brain simply refused to process the sequence of events. Had that thing been sitting there the whole time? Was it stealth mode? Cloaked? Did Lex Luthor install a mute button on aviation? Knowing him, probably. At this point, Lucinda had accepted that being around Lex Luthor came with a consistent 40% chance of falling, dying, or being lightly interrogated by the FBI. She didn't even mind anymore. She also couldn't keep track of where they were in the Smallville timeline. Her memory was foggy at best, especially now that she had clearly ruined everything in this episode. She only vaguely remembered Lex and Roger Nixon having a tense conversation sometime later tonight. Or was it tomorrow? Or after someone inevitably blew up a barn? These episodes had a pattern, supposedly. The co-pilot waved her toward the helicopter. Lucinda clutched the containers for dear life, her oversized coat flapping behind her like she was the world's smallest, most reluctant superhero. Lex stepped in first, graceful, composed, and looking as if helicopters were merely elevators with better scenery. Lucinda followed far, far less graceful. The moment she reached the door, the wind from the blades caught the oversized coat and flipped it over her head like a hostile, sentient blanket with a personal vendetta. "Help," Lucinda mumbled from somewhere inside the beige fabric abyss, one hand feebly waving out like she was asking for rescue on a deserted island. Lex turned at the sound, froze, and visibly battled every molecule in his body that wanted to laugh. His lips twitched, his shoulders trembled, his eyes shone with unholy amusement. For one dangerous second, it looked like the billionaire might actually choke. He cleared his throat sharply in an attempt at dignity, or CPR for his self-control before stepping forward. With one hand, he grabbed the back of the coat and lifted. Not tugged, lifted. Lucinda rose with it, dangling for a second like a misdelivered package before he set her neatly beside him on the seat. Lucinda dozed off somewhere between the coat assault and stepping into the helicopter. She genuinely had no idea how she got buckled into the seat, but there she was, upright, breathing, and disoriented. Beside her, Lex was no longer able to hold it in. A muted laugh escaped him, short, sharp, unguarded. Something that didn't belong anywhere near the Lex Luthor the world remembered, past or future. Lucinda blinked at him, not just looking, staring. And there he was, trying his absolute best to suppress the remaining laughter, his shoulders tensing, jaw shifting, eyes gleaming just a fraction too much. Her expression quietly melted. She had never ever seen Lex laugh like this on screen. Not even when Clark pulled some wholesome farm boy nonsense. Not when life was still optimistic, not when friendship was still easy, not when he wasn't yet an enemy of the world. And up close. Lord have mercy. His smile was devastating. The kind of devastating that could start wars, end eras, and convince a woman to rewrite history just to see it again. The wind from the helicopter blades didn't help, it made his hair shift just slightly, made his features sharpen under the light. He's so damned beautiful, for the love of. Lucinda internally screamed, loud, dramatic, and slightly panicked the way someone screams after finding out their celebrity crush exists in 4K resolution beside them in a very enclosed flying metal box. She sank deeper into the oversized coat, as if it could muffle the violent drumroll inside her chest. If the universe had any decency, it wouldn't eavesdrop on how ruinously her heartbeat kept skipping like a scratched CD. She knew she had been inconsistent with her grand promise. Don't interfere, Lucinda, don't affect anything in Smallville, don't alter the timeline. But with Lex right beside her, quietly laughing for the first time in his entire fictional existence, her conviction didn't stand a chance. I want to see that smile until the end, she whispered, barely realizing the words had escaped her. Lex's soft laughter stilled. He turned to her, the amusement fading into something serious, almost unreadable. His gaze sharpened like he was studying her again, not as a mystery, not as a threat, but as something that unexpectedly mattered. Lucinda only smiled back, small and gentle, as if that could excuse her dangerous honesty. 17 Rain, Labs, and Bald Hair Days. Lucinda and Lex stood awkwardly under the small concrete overhang outside the nondescript building, Lex's secret laboratory, because of course the billionaire with trust issues had a hidden lab. If he didn't, she might actually worry. Rain hammered down in sheets, turning the parking lot into a shallow lake. The helicopter waited somewhere on the roof, but at this rate, it might as well have been on the moon. Lucinda folded her arms beneath the oversized coat, the gesture meant to look casual but hiding the knot of worry tightening in her chest. If they didn't make it home tonight, entire scenes could unravel like bad improv. But then again, did Lex and Roger have that confrontation scheduled for tonight? Or was that supposed to happen tomorrow night? Somewhere along the timeline, Lucinda had misplaced the memories. And possibly her sanity. She sighed silently this time. At the very least, she's alive. That's what matters for now. At least Lex hadn't done what she'd irrationally braced for the entire elevator ride. No nod to a scientist lurking in the corner, no sudden syringe to the neck, no waking up in a high-tech aquarium with her organs catalogued alphabetically. In fact, Lex had been surprisingly normal, gentlemanly even, which was suspicious in its own way. But then again, it's still season 1. Lex looked at the rain, expression tightening with mild annoyance. This wasn't in the forecast. Lucinda snorted softly. You sure you're not secretly controlling the climate, too, Mr. Luther? Hidden lab, hidden helicopter, rain machine feels like the next logical thing. Lex didn't smile, but his eye twitched. That was good enough. We can't take off in this, he murmured, stepping forward only for the wind to immediately shove a spray of rainwater in his face. He froze, blinked once, then stepped calmly back under the awning with all the dignity of a man pretending that did not just happen. Lucinda bit her lip hard to keep her laugh silent. It appears, Lex continued stiffly, that we are temporarily stranded. Lucinda nodded. Of course they were. So, should we head back inside or something? Until the rain stops. We could, Lex conceded, pulling his phone from his coat pocket, but I could also call one of my drivers to. He stopped mid-sentence, blinking at the black screen. The device was as lifeless as his shampoo budget. Let's head back anyway. He turned immediately, opened the heavy door, and ever the gentleman when the universe forced him into it, gestured for Lucinda to step inside. Rainwater dripping from Lex's sleeves, so Lucinda immediately stepped back inside the building with a solemn resignation. The moment the door shut, silence swallowed the pattering rain, leaving only the hum of electricity and the echo of their footsteps. The narrow passage ahead felt more like the entrance to a villain's lair than anything else, long, metallic, windowless, illuminated by cold overhead lights that flickered just enough to remind her of every horror movie mistake ever committed by a female lead. The air carried a faint sterile scent, mixed with something suspiciously chemical. Lucinda swallowed. He really does have a lab under every city block he owns, doesn't he? Lex walked ahead with absolute comfort, hands behind his back like this entire hallway was simply his version of a Sunday stroll. Mind the grates, he warned without looking, just as Lucinda's foot caught one. She pretended she meant to do that. They made a few turns again, left, right, another right, a spiral staircase that absolutely did not look up to code before finally stepping into the main chamber. Lucinda had seen it earlier, but the shock was still fresh. It was massive. A high-ceilinged room of chrome counters, glowing monitors, and rows of glass enclosures. Scientists in white coats moved like quiet ghosts, pausing only to nod respectfully at Lex or to avoid making eye contact with Lucinda, who may or may not have looked like a walking beige burrito with Lex's coat still swallowing her. Several small animals were tucked into observation pods: white mice, a shaved guinea pig, something Lucinda suspected used to be a rabbit before science got creative. Each enclosure was meticulously labeled with terms like Trial 4C and Enhanced Follicular Reaction. Lex paused by one of the counters, gesturing to a set of sleek vials filled with a shimmering blue liquid he had not yet shown Lucinda earlier. These, he said with the solemnity of a man presenting national treasures, are attempts to trigger cellular regeneration. Lucinda nodded slowly. For curing cancer. No, Lex replied, unashamed. For curing my baldness. Lucinda blinked. She wasn't sure if she wanted to laugh, cry, or applaud the sheer audacity. Lex continued walking, explaining each project, while Lucinda followed, nodding with the seriousness of someone pretending this wasn't incredibly surreal. One monitor even displayed a time-lapse of a mouse growing a patch of bright orange fur on its back. Lex stared at it critically. Side effects, he muttered, clicking the screen off. Lucinda pressed her lips together to contain a noise. Honestly, she had fully expected him to interrogate her here, to ask her about future technologies, methods, cross-dimensional anomalies, literally anything. But Lex simply walked, toured, pointed things out like a museum guide dedicated to the noble pursuit of not being bald before 30. Lucinda exhaled, a tiny puff of relief escaping her, until she noticed him glancing at her from the corner of his eye now and then, thoughtful, calculating. He may not have been asking questions now, but she could feel him filing away every word, every twitch, every slip quietly, efficiently, like reorganizing a private library titled How to Prove Lucy is Lying. And somehow, that was far more terrifying than waking up in a tank with her organs stored in color-coded Tupperware. Perhaps, Lex began, with the dangerously calm tone of a man pretending this was a casual inquiry, in the future was there any technology that could cure baldness? Lucinda's lips thinned. She knew exactly where this was going. I believe so, she answered carefully. But it varies by condition. You said the cry. She coughed sharply, nearly swallowing her tongue when she almost said kryptonite. Thankfully Lex was too busy scrutinizing a microscope to notice her near-death experience. I mean, you said the meteorites caused your baldness. And since you never had hair since, even surgery wouldn't help. But, she lifted a finger, the universal sign of wait, there's more. I did some reading before, she continued, for my research defense. And I found out that modern science is currently inventing hair follicle cloning. They grow lab-engineered follicles from your own cells and transplant them. Totally real. Totally advanced. Totally not available right now. She tried to smile reassuringly. It came out shaky. It's actually very cool, she added, desperately. You'd love it. Very futuristic. Very follicular. Lex slowly straightened from the microscope, his expression caught somewhere between resignation and math in progress. So, I have to wait until 2023, 22 years. His lips twitched, not quite a smile, not quite a grimace. If that's the case, then none of the trials I'm running now would amount to anything. Lucinda watched him carefully. Beneath the precise posture and expensive indifference, disappointment pooled in his eyes, quiet, sharp, and far too real. Losing hair wasn't the tragedy, losing control over something so personal was. Well, Lucinda blurted before her better judgment could tackle her, base in this conversation, are you saying that if you somehow found a cure now, you'd share it to everyone with the same condition? Lex turned to her slowly, as though considering how she managed to ask the one question he hadn't rehearsed for. His brows lifted, not offended, not amused, but intrigued in that soft, dangerous way of his. Share. He echoed, almost tasting the word. I suppose that depends. Lucinda blinked. On what exactly? On whether it's a cure, Lex said calmly, or an advantage. He held her gaze for a beat too long, assessing, calculating, filing her reaction away somewhere in that growing internal archive labeled Lucy. Then, with a faint exhale, he softened just a fraction. But yes, he added quietly, if it were genuinely possible to help others I would consider it. Lucinda's jaw clenched. Because for the briefest moment, she saw its version of Lex she'd always wanted to see longer. The one who smiled on the helicopter. The one who wasn't a villain yet. The one who might have been good, if the world ever let him. Damn that Lionel, she muttered suddenly, letting the words escape before she could stop them. Both she and Lex froze, blinking at each other in perfect, startled unison. What? Lex asked, raising a brow. What? Lucinda echoed, feigning innocence as she turned toward a nearby container, hoping to steer the conversation elsewhere. Oh, what kind of plant is this? Her eyes widened slightly at the small leafy thing inside. Lex let out a soft sigh, the kind that carried exasperation more than irritation. It's a rose, Lucy. Don't tell me roses are extinct in 2023. Lucinda turned to him, shrugging with exaggerated innocence. I have no idea. I haven't seen roses since I was a kid. Of course, she was bluffing through every syllable. Your boyfriend didn't give you one? Lex asked, voice curious, almost measuring her reaction. Lucinda's lips thinned imperceptibly, though he probably noticed. I never had one. Sad, truly, she replied, nodding as she carefully placed the container back on the table. So what time are we heading back home? I believe Roger Nixon only gave you 24 hours to hand him his 100,000. Lex snickered, a low sound that carried both amusement and a trace of warning. You're quite nosy for a housemaid, Lucy. Well, she said, shrugging with an exaggerated air of defensiveness, if you don't keep dragging me around, I wouldn't even know much. And honestly, Mr. Luther, sir, I'm concerned. I might end up knowing too much and you might kill me in the end. Lex pinched the bridge of his nose, massaging it in that particular way that said, this is why I deal with fools, and yet, I can't help but find you interesting. People in the future, he muttered dryly, must have seen enough. They start hallucinating. Oh, I completely agree, Lucinda said with a soft, conspiratorial smile, leaning slightly against a lab counter. Until the rain stops, I'm afraid we're staying here for a while, Lex said, gesturing vaguely around the sprawling laboratory. I believe it won't take long. Before he could finish, a scientist appeared, materializing like an exhausted ghost from one of the lab's many hallways. White lab coat slightly rumpled, circle lenses perched precariously on his nose, hair perpetually tousled, and the unmistakable aura of someone who had survived far too many caffeine overdoses. He cleared his throat. Rain will become heavier tonight, Mr. Luther, as per forecast, the man said, pushing his glasses up with a finger that trembled slightly from overuse or lack of sleep. Of course, Lucinda grimaced. So there are sleeping quarters here, right? You know, in case the weather gets nasty. The scientist blinked at her. We only have storage rooms, Mississippi. You sleep there. Lucinda gasped, taking a small step back as if the very idea were criminal. No, he replied calmly, almost as if he were stating the obvious. We go home, even when it's flooding outside. Lucinda and Lex exchanged a quick glance, his eyes briefly meeting hers, both registering the subtle absurdity of the exchange before turning away. The scientist excused himself with a polite nod, disappearing down the hallway. I'll try contacting my driver, he said, voice clipped, though the faint edge of annoyance betrayed him. He followed the scientist down the lab's twisting, narrow corridors, leaving Lucinda alone among the blinking monitors, glass containers, and the low hum of refrigeration units that smelled faintly of antiseptic and ambition. Holy crack, she gasped, eyes widening. So if he can't reach a driver, we're stuck here alone. Lucinda practically vibrated in place, one hand slapping over her mouth. Alone with Lex was already enough to induce horror, now at a cavernous laboratory with all its sterile, ominous vibes, and she might as well be in the set of a horror movie or worse, a crime scene. What if he's planning all this so he can secretly dissect me? I told you, no dissecting, Lucy. Lucinda cringed so hard, she might just become the first ever meme in history. Lex stepped back in, dripping wet, carrying the 2 containers Mrs. Kent had given him earlier. I was trying to find a signal outside using one of the scientist's phones, he explained, voice tight with mild frustration. Apparently, the rains busted some lines. Couldn't get through to anyone. He handed the containers to Lucinda. I brought these in case you got hungry. She picked up the container on top, curiosity piqued. What is this anyway? Lex glanced at it briefly. Clark dropped it by earlier. From Mrs. Kent. Oh, Lucinda said, opening the lid. Sure enough, Martha had sent apple pie. Her lips curved into a smile. That's really sweet of her. Lex nodded, placing his own container carefully on a clear table, well away from the experiments. I asked them to clean at least 2 of the storage units before they leave. Unfortunately, they only managed to empty one. Lucinda waved him off. It's fine. I used to be a Girl Scout. I'll survive. Lex raised an eyebrow. You mean, I'll survive sleeping in the cold, even outdoors, she said earnestly. Lex let out a long sigh. You're very thoughtful, Lucy, but also incredibly dense. Lex shrugged, slipping off his drenched coat and hanging it on the nearby coat rack. They found some warmers, too, he said. You can use them in the storage unit, he added, gesturing toward it. Then he turned, eyes briefly landing on Lucinda's coat. I just need mine back, he said, nodding toward her coat with a faintly impatient lift of his brow. Lucinda stared at him for a moment, then slapped a hand over her mouth. Really damn that Lionel. Lex frowned. What? Lucinda shot him a quick blink. What? She echoed, mimicking his confusion. 18, stuck with Yuan with a ghost. 18, stuck with Yuan with a ghost. Lucinda stared at the white ceiling. A few cobwebs clung to the corner's shifty, suspicious-looking webs, and she was pretty sure the spiders were winking at her. Because why wouldn't they? This was Smallville, the land of meteor-mutated corn and unregulated teenage heroism. Anything could happen here. Truly anything. But one thing definitely could not. Billionaires still had limitations. For example, first, they can't stop heavy rain, no matter how dramatic their coat flaps. Second, they can't pull a phone signal out of thin air, not even with a multimillion-dollar laboratory under their feet. Third, they can't just kill someone because she accidentally learns too much. Lucinda's eyes widened. I mean, this is still season 1, Lucinda, she whispered to herself. He'll get there. She cleared her throat and very deliberately turned her gaze to the left, where there was nothing but a stack of dusty boxes she doesn't know and definitely don't want to know. It was surprisingly cozy inside the storage/temporary sleeping area, but the thin cushion beneath her felt like it was conducting every ounce of cold from the concrete straight into her spine. She tugged the fluffy blanket up to her chin, sighing into it until her mind inconveniently wandered to Lex. Out there. She had no idea how he was sleeping now, or if he was sleeping at all. All she knew was that when she last saw him, he was sitting on that too comfortable couch outside, posture impeccable, reading a book that hopefully wasn't titled 101 Ways to Eliminate Witnesses. Lucinda buried half her face into her blanket, letting the soft fabric muffle both her breathing and her increasingly dramatic thoughts. The storage room was dim, lit only by a flickering overhead bulb that buzzed like it, too, was judging her life choices. She tried to close her eyes and drift off, but the moment she came anywhere near relaxation, the same intrusive thought stabbed through her like a meteor rock to the chest. Lex is out there freezing like a Victorian orphan, and I'm in here wrapped like a burrito. This is how villains are born, Lucinda. She groaned and rolled onto her back, glaring at the ceiling again. A spider above waved a leg at her. Maybe, or maybe she was hallucinating. Honestly, it was a toss-up at this point. A shiver rattled down her spine. What if something happens to him? If he gets hypothermia, pneumonia, a case of billionaire sniffles, Lionel Luthor will dissect me with his bare hands, she thought, grimacing. He'll probably do it alphabetically. Another tremor ran through her. Not from the cold, no, this one came straight from the pit of her stomach, where anxiety had begun nesting. With a frustrated hiss, Lucinda sat upright, blanket falling off her shoulders. Okay, she whispered to herself. Fine, Ian. Go check on the future supervillain so he doesn't die and doom your entire timeline. Slowly, she swung her feet down to the icy floor. The cold sank into her soles like tiny needles, forcing a wince she barely managed to swallow. Still, she crept toward the doorway, inch by inch, blanket dragging behind her in sleepy rebellion. Lucinda followed the dim hallway back to where she'd left Lex earlier. The low electrical buzzing reverberated through the narrow laboratory corridor, vibrating faintly against the metal and prickling along her arms. It felt less like a hallway and more like the inside of a giant refrigerator, one with very questionable ambience. Finally, she reached the room. She peeked around the doorless frame and immediately had to squint. Lex sat on the couch exactly where she'd last seen him, but the tall lamp beside him was angled in such a way that it shone directly onto his perfectly bald head with the intensity of a lighthouse trying to warn ships at sea. The glare bounced off him like he'd polished the thing before sitting down. Lucinda raised a hand to shield her eyes, blinking rapidly before they adjusted. There he was, unmoving. Book open on his lap, elbow propped on the armrest, head resting against his forearm. Eyes closed in a posture that suggested he was either sleeping or contemplating the mysteries of the universe, perhaps both. Even unconscious, he radiated a strange, solemn authority like a statue of a king someone forgot to dethrone. The curve of his posture, the tilt of his head, even the way his hand rested near the open book all carried that same quiet command, as if Lex Luthor could supervise the room in his sleep. Lucinda exhaled softly. He looks okay though, she whispered, more to calm herself than anything else. She started turning back toward the hallway until a faint puff of mist rose from Lex's lips. She blinked. Another breath. Another fragile cloud. The room wasn't that cold, was it? Her gaze dropped to his hand resting near the book. His fingers twitched not in a dreamlike way, but in a slow, involuntary shiver that sent a pinprick of concern down her spine. Lex, of course, remained motionless in dignified misery, chilled air brushing against his bare scalp. And also he's bald, Lucinda continued under her breath, her nose scrunching in sympathetic distaste. That head is not built for the cold. Is staring at people not a crime in 2023? Lucinda gasped so hard she nearly swallowed her tongue. She had just been thinking how peaceful he looked, then he went and ruined it by speaking like a resurrected gargoyle. She almost bolted, but it was too late. Lex had already opened his eyes. Caught red-handed, she offered the only greeting her panicking brain managed to produce. Yo. Lex's smirk curved slow and amused, the kind that implied he was filing this moment away for future torment. Is the storage room too uncomfortable for you, Lucy? Lucinda blinked dramatically. No, she said, waving a dismissive hand as if sleeping in a metal closet was absolutely her dream vacation. She leaned against the doorframe, trying to look casual. In fact, it's too comfortable. How about you switch? You take the storage room, and I sit over there. She pointed at his couch with mock elegance, like a civilized housemaid. Lex cocked a brow, unimpressed. Just go back inside, Lou. He didn't finish. Thunder cracked so violently it sounded as though the sky itself had split open. A flash of lightning illuminated the lab in a stark, blinding burst, and the entire building trembled, walls rattling, floor humming, machinery groaning like it was reconsidering its life choices. Then everything went black. The lights died, the hum of the machines cut off, and a heavy, swallowing silence fell over the lab. Lucinda exhaled into the darkness. Well, she muttered, that's ominous. Somewhere ahead, Lex released a long, world-weary sigh so deep it reverberated through the hallway. A second later, a harsh beam of light snapped on and shot directly into Lucinda's eyes. Ah, your head. She yelped, flinching and throwing an arm over her face. There was a beat of confused silence. What about my head? Lex lowered the flashlight, illuminating his own very human, very bald silhouette instead of trying to blind her with it. Lucinda squinted, blinking away the spots. Oh, I thought the light hitting me was your head reflecting. She said it with such guileless innocence that it almost sounded like a compliment. Lex did not take it as a compliment, of course. His grimace was immediate and profound. Slowly, deliberately he stood, straightening like a man preparing to reclaim his dignity one vertebra at a time. Stay here, he said, clipped and authoritative. I'll go check the generator. Ah, Lucinda raised a finger before he could pass her, blocking him like a very underqualified security gate. We better stay together. Lex closed his eyes briefly. And why would that be? This, she made a dramatic sweep of her hand toward the darkened hallway, is exactly how a horror scene looks, Mr. Luthor, sir. Her voice was serious, her motives, less so. She simply refused to stay alone in a pitch-black laboratory filled with suspicious machinery and Lex-flavored secrets. So, I suggest we stay with each other. Now, where's the generator? Lucy, we're not in a horror movie. So just do what I say and stay. A crash exploded from somewhere down the corridor. Both of them gasped, the sound embarrassingly synchronized. Lex's reflexes kicked and instantly he snapped the flashlight up, its beam slicing through the dark and over Lucinda's shoulder. Glass crackled somewhere ahead, settling like ice breaking on a frozen lake. What was that? he muttered, tone low and sharp. Lucinda lifted her shoulders. I don't know, but I think it came from that way, she said, pointing to the hallway on her right. Lex stepped closer, angling the light toward the direction she indicated. His brows knitted together. He knew exactly what lay in that windrooms dedicated to studying meteor-infected plant specimens. Plants that did not stay entirely predictable. If anything had fallen or moved in there. Lucy, where are you going? Lex hissed, barely keeping his voice above a whisper. Because Lucinda, with the bravery of a toddler chasing a balloon, had already begun hopping toward the ominous hallway. Lucy. He snapped again, lunging after her. This is not the time for improvisational death wishes. Oh, but I saw a kid, Mr. Luther, Lucinda said cheerfully as if that were somehow reassuring. A kid? Lex choked on his own breath. A kid. He blinked, eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and impending cardiac stress, because Lucinda was already several meters ahead. Her strides were tiny, but apparently chaos granted her supernatural speed. With a sharp hiss, he resigned himself to fate and hurried after her. How could a kid even get inside here, Lucy? Lex demanded, already right behind her. Her steps were minuscule, but her recklessness traveled at light speed. Lucinda tilted her head up and grinned at him. Right. Lex grimaced, breath tight. Right, and? It's probably your eyes playing tricks on you. Oh, believe me, Lucinda said, tone light as a breeze. It must be a ghost. They usually show up in dark places. Lex inhaled slowly, recalibrating his patience. Then we should turn the generator back on to lure it out, he argued, even though he had no idea why he was bothering to argue logic with her at all. Lucinda's grin brightened. Oh, but where's the fun in that? 19. White meteorite. Lucinda truly knew that following a ghost child was a catastrophically bad idea. A professional-level way to derail the entire plot she had so carefully been guarding like a possessive screenwriter. Did that stop her? In theory, absolutely. In practice she was already halfway down the hallway. Her problem, one of many, was that Lucinda had an undying fascination with the paranormal. Ghost documentaries, cursed antiques, definitely not haunted houses for sale at suspiciously low prices. He devoured them all. Her friend with a third eye used to tell her stories about seeing spirits flicker in mirrors and hover in corner shadows. Lucinda's mother called those stories delusions and early symptoms of needing professional help, but Lucinda, she believed every syllable. She'd tried everything to see a ghost herself. Rituals from the internet, Spirit of the Glass sessions, Bloody Mary, Charlie. Even that one questionable forum suggestion involving chanting at a swamp at midnight. None of it worked. So now that an actual ghost kid was bobbing through walls like a marble in a maze, was she really going to let it disappear just because it might ruin the established timeline of Smallville? Please. Priorities. She would meet the ghost, talk to the ghost, comfort the ghost, listen to the ghost's tragic backstory, and then preserve the plot. Easy multitasking. Lucinda's grin stretched so wide her face looked moments away from splitting open. Lex, trailing beside her, quietly considered smacking her with the flashlight, not out of malice, but out of pure self-defense. The woman was vibrating with excitement, he was vibrating with dread. He was too late to drag her back. Lucinda reached the door the ghost had phased through, and to Lex's surprise, the room wasn't locked. She pulled the door open and immediately slammed it shut. Lex blinked. What's the problem, Lucy? Lucinda didn't answer. She stood stiff, sweating, eyes darting like she'd just witnessed a cursed VHS tape. She turned to him with the fakest smile a human face had ever manufactured. There's something inside. Of course there is, Lex arched a brow. There are experimental plants. In pots. Stationary, harmless, photosynthesizing plants. What kind of plants? She asked, one eye twitching like it wanted to flee her skull. Wild lilies, he said. The backup generator is also in there, so let's. He reached for the doorknob, but Lucinda slapped his hand so hard the flashlight rattled. No, absolutely not. You are never opening that door. We're going back. We're sleeping. We're retiring early and pretending we were never here. Did the cold freeze your brain, Lucy? Lex forced a smile and was about to reach for the door again. Before Lucinda could stop him, something punched through the wall beside the door fast, sharp, and violent enough to make both of them dive back. The object embedded itself deep into the concrete behind them with a sound like metal scraping bone. That's the problem. Lucinda squeaked. Lex stared at the object. Hat wasn't an object. They were tendrils. Long, rope-like tendrils stretched from the shattered wall, slick with a faint bioluminescent sheen that pulsed in steady, unnatural beats like veins carved from moonlight and stitched onto something that should never have been allowed to grow. Thorny barbs spiraled along each length, wickedly curved backward like the hooked teeth of deep-sea predators. As they writhed, the thorns clicked softly against the concrete, a faint chittering sound that made Lucinda's skin crawl. The tendrils didn't just move, they searched. They swept the air with slow, serpentine confidence, tasting the atmosphere as though deciding what to claim first. Lucy, Lex whispered, voice low and sharp, move over here. Crawl under them slowly. He gestured from the other side of the loathsome vines. Lucinda had hopped to the opposite wall out of pure reflex, unintentionally leaving them divided by a curtain of murderous botany. Lucinda nodded rapidly and started crawling, She didn't even make it halfway when another tendril exploded through the doorframe with a violent crack, spearing straight toward her face. Lucinda yelped and dropped flat on her stomach. Before she could even process her near death, Lex launched himself over her. One arm shielded her head as the two of them rolled across the laboratory floor in a messy tangle of limbs and panic. The tendril missed them by inches, slashing a long, smoking groove into the tile where her neck had been. They stopped rolling only when Lex accidentally collided with a wall and Lucinda landed sprawled half across him, blinking at the ceiling like she'd just seen her life flash by 3 different directors. Lex groaned, the sound low and ragged, wincing as he pushed himself halfway upright in the dim corridor. The only source of light, the poor, overworked flashlight, had ricocheted across the floor and landed several meters away, sputtering in sad, intermittent flashes. 4 out of 10 for durability, Lucinda muttered, hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath. Lex shot her a look through the Pinam mix of disbelief and offended dignity. Not helping. Before he could finish, the tendrils behind the shattered doorway began to thrash, knocking chunks of wood and metal aside as if the door were made of cardboard. The walls trembled with each impact, dust falling from above like the lab itself was reconsidering letting them inside. Lucy. Lex forced out, voice tight with urgency. Run. Lucinda gasped, instinctively stumbling back before forcing her legs to obey. She scrambled up and grabbed him under the arm. Lex truly expected that this was the moment she'd shove him aside and sprint for her own survival. That was the statistically reasonable response. But Lucinda didn't run by herself. She hauled him upward with surprising strength, dragging him to his feet even as the writhing tendrils screeched against the concrete, splintering it as they grew more agitated. Lex stared at her for a brief second, a little stunned. He's quite amused about her selflessness for a moment, although inside Lucinda's head was only purely survival in both ways. She wasn't doing it out of compassion. This wasn't heroism. This was pure, primal self-preservation. Because if Lex died here, tonight, in his own lab and she survived, because she let him get stabbed by mutant lilies, Lionel would not simply question her. No, Lionel Luthor would cut her personally. Maybe with a monologue about legacy. Maybe while humming. Lucinda knew that. She absolutely knew that. And survival instinct was a powerful motivator. That old man might be sick in the head, she thought as she pulled Lex forward with renewed urgency, but he loves him in his own twisted horror movie way. Another tendril snapped across the corridor like a whip, missing them by inches. The impact tore a jagged canyon through the concrete wall, shards exploding outward like shrapnel. Are you guys planting plants versus zombies here? Lucinda shrieked, throwing herself sideways as another tendril speared past her face. She risked one glance over her shoulder, instantly regretting it. The once sterile hallway was now a crawling nightmare, every surface strangled by pulsating black tendrils that rippled toward them like they could smell fear. Nope, why are they speeding up? She yelled, her voice climbing several octaves. Lucinda clung to Lex's arm, trying her hardest to keep pace with his long strides, but her legs were tragically, fatefully short. Every step she took was the equivalent of 3 of his. Lucyre slowing us down, Lex hissed between breaths. I'm sorry I was born fun-sized. Without warning, Lex reached back, grabbed her by the waist, and lifted her clean off the ground with one arm, swinging her into his hold like she weighed nothing. He's even running when he do that. Yes, Daddy. Lucinda probably screamed in her head. She gasped, arms instinctively clinging around his neck. Hey, you can't just. Wait, you actually can. Proceed. The infected might have broken out of containment, Lex said grimly, eyes locked on the flickering red emergency lights ahead. I infected. She echoed, then let out a second, louder gasp when another cluster of tendrils smashed through the ceiling tiles behind them, raining debris. The corridor groaned as if the entire structure were being crushed from the inside out. Tendrils tore through walls, shredding metal, glass, anything in their path. Mr. Luthor, sir. They're renovating your lab. Lex adjusted his grip on her, preparing to sprint again but didn't get the chance. A tendril slammed into the ground inches from Lex's foot, cracking the tiles like cheap porcelain. The shockwave knocked his balance out from under him. Lex didn't let go of Lucinda, but his pace faltered. She could see the strain etched across his face, the sharp wince each time his foot hit the floor. He must have sprained his ankle. You can put me down, Mr. Luthor, she said, trying to sound calm, but Lex shook his head. We have to get inside the lab next to this hallway fast, he said without looking at her. I stored a special meteorite that could kill these things. Lucinda's brow furrowed, her brain firing a dozen confused questions at once. A meteorite? To kill plants? Her gut told her to stop analyzing and just move. She groaned and wiggled in his arms, testing his grip. Lex, distracted by the chaos and pain, finally relented and set her down. Before he could react, she sprang forward, tugging his arm so hard he almost fell flat on his face. You could run this fast all along. Lex winced, his ankle protesting with every step. I could, Lucinda shot back without looking, but only in limited edition mode. She barreled forward, eyes locked on the lab door like it was salvation itself. Lex gritted his teeth, hobbling to keep pace behind her. Turn right on the interjection 3 doors after. Lucinda nodded, lunging down the hallway. Behind them, the tendrils were a writhing, thorned nightmare, smashing walls and ceilings as they chased, their pale, bioluminescent veins pulsating with sinister intent. The air smelled faintly of ozone and rot, thick enough to sting her lungs with every breath. They reached the lab door, and Lex pulled something from his pocket but froze. Slowly, he turned to her, eyes wide. "Too lost it." Lucinda blinked at him, slow and deliberate. "You mean the key?" Lex didn't need to confirm. Lucinda's patience snapped. Teeth gritted, she drew back her leg and unleashed a perfect roundhouse kick. The door flew backward, clanging against the far wall like a cannon shot. Lex stared, slack-jawed. "Why you have superpowers?" he mumbled. Lucinda, one leg still raised in a fighting stance, hissed through clenched teeth. "Yes, and it's called anger." She planted her foot firmly on the ground and immediately charged inside, yanking Lex with her. Behind them, the tendrils shrieked if tendrils could shriek, their thorn tips scraping violently against the concrete as they thrashed toward the open door. The emergency lights flickered, casting erratic shadows across the walls. Every second felt like a lifetime. The metallic, wet scraping of the tendrils against the concrete grew louder, closer, hungering for their next strike. Lucinda's heart pounded so hard she thought it might give them away, but Lex moved with unnatural precision, guiding her through the sterile, white-painted room. Unlike the chaotic labs they had passed before, this room was pristine, almost clinical, with nothing inside except a single door at the far end. Lex's movements were swift, fluid hands sliding across the smooth metal handle with practiced dexterity. He paused for barely a heartbeat, then swung the door open. "Come on, Mr. Letheur. They're coming." Lucinda screeched, the sound of heavy thuds and the wet tearing of tendrils echoing outside. Beyond the door lay another barrier, smaller and reinforced like a safe. Lex's fingers flew over a panel, punching in the code with a calm urgency. The door hissed as it unlocked, a sharp, metallic sizzle like water hitting a scorching surface. Inside, cradled atop a soft cushion, was the object of Lucinda's awe and terror. A white meteorite, smooth and glowing faintly, rested there as though it had been waiting for this moment. Lucinda's jaw went slack, eyes widening as Lex turned toward her, holding the meteorite in both hands. "Where did you get that?" she whispered, barely audible, her gaze fixed on the celestial rock. Her astonishment didn't escape Lex's notice, and for once, he didn't answer. His focus was elsewhere. He strode toward the broken doorway, tendrils pressing against the frame like living shadows. As they lunged, the meteorite raised high in his grip, the air itself seeming to hum with energy. The tendrils made the fatal mistake of coming too close. The moment contact was made, they withered instantly, their twisted, thorned forms disintegrating into dust, roots and all, leaving nothing but a faint waft of burnt green in the air. Lucinda's mouth went dry as she stepped closer, confirming her suspicions. It was white kryptonite. Not the green variety that harmed Kryptonians, not the red variety that twisted minds, but a lethal, universal force designed to obliterate plant life, bacteria, and viruses, anything organic it touched. Rapid decomposition, total sterilization, complete annihilation. It was devastating in the truest sense, and it didn't even exist in the Smallville continuity. White meteorites might appear elsewhere in DC lore, but never in Smallville. And yet here it was, in Lex's hands. Lucinda swallowed hard, her mind racing as she followed his movements. The quiet confidence, the almost casual grip, the way he moved as if he had done this 100 times was terrifying. How on earth did Lex Luthor, billionaire and mad scientist extraordinaire, acquire something that shouldn't exist in this universe at all? Her eyes darted between him and the doorway, half expecting the tendrils to come back, but the corridor beyond was silent now. Lex didn't even lower the meteorite. He simply stood there, a quiet force of calculated destruction, and Lucinda realized something chilling. No matter how much she thought she understood him, she had only scratched the surface of Lex Luthor's genius and his reach. 20. Business partners. White kryptonite was first introduced in Adventure Comics 279 back in December 1960, an oddity in Superman's kaleidoscope of colored kryptonite types. It was harmless to Kryptonians themselves yet lethal to Kryptonian flora, obliterating plant life in seconds. It was a niche piece of lore, easily overshadowed by its infamous green counterpart, but to comic enthusiasts, it was a charming little branch on Superman's ever-growing mythological tree. And how did Lucinda know all that? Because she was a fan. Not just a casual fan, oh no. She was the type of fan who debated power scaling in Reddit forums at 3 a.m., who memorized the chronological differences between Golden Age and post-crisis continuities, who could explain every color of kryptonite like someone discussing fine wine. But Smallville had been her downfall, her comfort series. The story she adored so much that she swore she would never, ever interfere with its beautiful plot, even if it meant watching Lex Luthor, one of the most complex men in fiction, fall into villainy right before her eyes. The plan was to keep the story intact, was being the key word, because now Lucinda had absolutely no idea what story she was standing in anymore. Lex didn't tell her where he got the white meteorite. She didn't ask either. Nothing made sense to her, not anymore. She stared at the ruined hallway where they had almost died. Dust still drifted from the ceiling like falling snow. Chunks of concrete and twisted rebar jutted from the destroyed walls, blocking the passage completely. Sparks fizzled in dying sizzles from a half-torn panel above them. The once sterile corridor had become a graveyard of debris. Lex stood beside her, his expression unreadable. Together, the two of them exhaled long, defeated sighs. Now that the infected plant's green kryptonite-infected mutants, as Lucinda had deduced, were dead, one problem remained. A very big problem. The exit was on the other side of the collapsed hallway, meaning, they were trapped. Entrapped between two storage rooms behind them and the tiny chamber that housed Lex's stash of meteorite weapons. The only escape route now lay buried under several tons of rubble. Your phone died. No electricity. No signal. And probably no air soon, Lucinda muttered, exhaling a breath that fogged the chilled air. Lex didn't respond, but the heavy, resigned way he sighed was answer enough. They were stuck. With no way out. Lucinda turned to complain, to nag, to scold, to cry, maybe all three, but Lex startled her by shrugging off his coat and placing it around her shoulders. Warmth, faint but present, wrapped around her. For someone who lived in a tropical country, I'm surprised you don't seem so cold, he murmured. Lucinda blinked up at him. Nah, you should use it. If something happens to you, I'll die anyway. She was halfway through removing the coat to hand it back when Lex gently placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. You're under my care, Lucy. Nothing's gonna happen to you. His voice was firm, calm, steady, and ridiculously attractive. Lucinda was mesmerized for a whole sinful second, then with the dignity of a true warrior slapped her own cheek to snap out of it. Lex blinked. Are you all right? Ah, mosquito. Instincts, she said brightly, forcing a grin and immediately pointing to the room behind them. We should get inside before we freeze. It's warmer there. Lex gave her a small smile, an oddly soft one, and gestured for her to go first. Inside, the room was bare save for cold metal walls and the small safe door where Lex had restored the white kryptonite. The air was still and quiet, a strange pocket of calm after the chaos. Lex retrieved the broken door Lucinda had previously annihilated and propped it over the shattered frame, wedging it in place with respectable craftsmanship. This should do, he said, surprisingly cheerful for someone recently chased by mutant vines. And somehow, I'm starting to consider making you my bodyguard. Lucinda froze mid-step, eyes widening. Really? Yes, Lex nodded thoughtfully. You have the speed and definitely the strength, but what? There's a height requirement. Lucinda's jaw dropped. Wow, the discrimination. Having requirements isn't discrimination, Lucy, Lex corrected smoothly, smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. It's called a business standard, a necessary filtration system. We evaluate competency, not vertical limitations. Lucinda narrowed her eyes. Wow, so now you're filtering me like spam mail. Mr. Luther, sir, almighty CEO of Height Supremacy Incorporated. She gave him a dramatic bow and sat down as she did. Lex chuckled, pinching the bridge of his nose. If you keep talking like that, I might actually reconsider hiring you. Not as a bodyguard, but possibly as a stress test for my patients. Well, at least I'm finally having a clear job, Lucinda muttered under her breath. You always drag me along with you. I'm starting to think I'll be having pay raise. Because definitely, this is not in the job description of a wine cellar manager. Lex laughed again, softer this time, shaking his head as he surveyed their temporary shelter. The scientists will arrive in a few hours. And if we're lucky, the guards nearby heard the commotion. We might be out of here in less than an hour. Lucinda nodded, then sank slowly to the floor as though gravity had personally offended her. She buried her head between her knees, quietly spiraling. Internally, she was already writing her own obituary. What happens now? She murmured to the tiles. She jerked upright when Lex casually sat beside her, not close enough to imply warmth, not far enough to deny it. Just present. A surprisingly grounding presence for a bald man who'd nearly been turned into plant fertilizer 10 minutes ago. You can take your coat back if you're too cold, Mr. Luther, she offered, lifting a corner of the fabric gently. You know, since it's your body and your heat regulation and all. Lex turned slightly toward her, smiling. When the meteorites crashed in Smallville and caused my hair to fall out, something else happened. My immune system was altered. It increased my white blood cell count, making me immune to common illnesses, diseases, and poisons. Lucinda's eyes widened. What? That's canon. Lex blinked. Canon. She waved. Continue please. He raised a brow but went on. But immunity is not invincibility. It doesn't mean I can't die. My body can resist a lot. But exhaustion, injury, trauma, suffocation, those still work. Lucinda gasped loudly, placing both hands on her cheeks. So you're like DLC Lex Luthor. Unlockable features, bonus stats, but no immortality patch. Lex stared at her, grimacing. Yes, Lucy, that is exactly the scientific term. His deadpan tone should have eased her nerves. It didn't. Before she could reply, Lex quietly slipped off his polished, black tic-tac shoes and set them neatly beside him, sock toes curling against the cold floor with a soft exhale. Lucinda blinked. Won't you get colder without them? She asked. They make me uncomfortable, Lex said simply, as though stating a universal truth. I'd rather die of hypothermia than wear those all day. Lucinda stared at him. Oh, but you always wear those. Didn't you get used to it yet? Lex took a small breath, and for the first time since the chaos started, he allowed himself to relax into the wall behind him. His voice softened. "Well," he began, turning slightly toward her, "since you told me a part of your secret, I'll share one of mine." Lucinda perked up immediately, scooting closer without realizing it. Compared to Lex, she looked like a small bundled-up sparrow edging toward a lion for gossip. "Go on, Mr. Luther, sir. I need the tea," she whispered, eyes glittering in anticipation. Lex huffed a quiet laugh. "I'm assuming tea means a secret." His eyes lifted to the dim emergency light overhead, casting blue shadows across his face, the kind of light that made him look fragile and strong at the same time. "I only wear the suit, the tie, the shoes because they match my father's expectations," Lex said. "It's been that way since I was a child. Even now, when I'm trying to escape his shadow, I suppose, that habit still clings to me." Lucinda leaned back a little. That hit her unexpectedly hard. She knew this man's story. She had watched it play out, episode by episode, the fragile attempts at independence, the crushing weight of Lionel's manipulation, the slow corrosion of friendship and trust. But she had never seen this. And Clark. Poor, well-meaning, heroic Clark. Lex had idolized him, brother, savior, missing piece. And Clark had wanted to protect him. But Clark's protection, his silence, had only deepened Lex's obsession. The secrecy had become a wound that never healed, one Lex would later wrap in bitterness and fear. This Lex, this gentle, tired, surprisingly soft man beside her would disappear. But what if I can stop it, she thought, the idea striking so suddenly she didn't notice her breath hitching. "Lucy." Lex's voice snapped her back. "Are you all right?" She blinked and only then felt the wetness on her cheeks. She was crying. Lex's worry sharpened. "Are you crying?" "Oh darn," Lucinda laughed weakly and wiped her face with both palms. "I think I started missing my dad." A lie, of course. But safer than the truth. Lex studied her for a beat. "Judging from your personality," he said lightly, "I doubt your father is as twisted as mine." "He's not," Lucinda nodded. "I was actually born wealthy in my year and." She stopped when Lex stared at her as if she'd just confessed to being an undercover alien spy. "Oh, don't feel bad that you made me a housemaid," she added arrogantly. Lex waved a hand. "It's not that. I just understand now why you're so bad at cleaning." Lucinda's lips twitched. "Anyway," she rolled her eyes, "both my parents are business people. They're barely home. But they always call to check on me, always apologize for not being around. They're good people, kind people." Lex turned his gaze forward, something unreadable flickering across his face. "And how exactly do you plan on getting home? Should we start building a time machine in here?" "Oh, Mr. Luther, sir," Lucinda sighed dramatically. "I may be rich, but I'm incredibly stupid when it comes to machines. I have no idea how that works." Lex smirked, a proud, arrogant, Lex kind of smirk. "Well, maybe the reason you teleported into my home is because I'm the only one who can help you. There's nothing money can't solve." Lucinda stared at him. He already knew she wasn't from here. He already suspected she had more secrets. And Lex Luthor was a man who chased obsessions with surgical precision. What if she gave him a new one? What if she shifted his fixation away from Clark to her? "Lucy." Lex waved a hand in front of her. "What do you say?" Lucinda felt her soul mentally glitch. Screenshot. Saved to gallery. She had promised she wouldn't ruin the plot. But she also didn't choose to be dragged into this show. The storyline was already going off the rails. White kryptonite wasn't even canon in Smallville. Someone had shoved her here. So maybe the story wanted her here. "Perhaps," she said, nodding slowly. "Perhaps we can do that, Mr. Luther, sir." Lex's smile bloomed, warm, charming, devastating. "Call me Lex," he said, extending a hand. "From now on we're business partners." Lucinda blinked. "Business?" "Yep." Lex took her hand and gave it a firm shake. "It's a deal." 21 Lucinda vs. Destiny 03. 21 Lucinda vs. Destiny 03. It was only about an hour and a half when help finally arrived. The scientist they spoke to earlier, now visibly horrified, found the collapsed hallway, the dead plant husks, and finally Lex and Lucinda trapped on the far side of the wing. The extraction took another 30 minutes. And true to his earlier claim, Lex stood there in the cold night air, not even shivering, while Lucinda sounded like she was inhaling her last soul fragment back into her lungs. "Lucy, the hospital is a couple minutes away. You should get checked," Lex said, tone dipped in genuine concern. The helicopter touched down behind the Luther mansion. Darius hurried over, extending his arms to help Lucinda down, mostly because her legs were far too short to reach the landing skid without risking a dramatic faceplant. Lucinda shook her head the moment she touched solid ground. Lex's coat was still draped over her shoulders like a trophy she had absolutely not earned. "I'll be fine, Mr. Luther, sir," she said, sniffling hard enough to echo. "It's Lex, Lucy," he corrected patiently. Darius nearly choked on his own suppressed laugh. A coat around a woman's shoulders and a first name pass. Scandal. Suspicion. Possibly romance. Definitely gossip for the staff lounge. Lex shot him a look. Darius immediately straightened like an ironing board and stared into the void. "All right," Lex said, returning his attention to Lucinda. "Go get some rest." He gestured toward the mansion entrance. "What about you?" I need to handle some business arrangements. He smiled enough to make her understand what business he's talking about. Lucinda nodded and hurried inside. The moment she stepped into the foyer, Molly launched at her left arm like a cheery barnacle. Lucinda froze. Molly's grin was so wide it bordered on a health hazard. "You have Mr. Lex's coat," she whispered with enough excitement to power Metropolis. "And I heard you two were stuck inside a room together." Lucinda squinted at the blinding smile. "So, did something happen?" "Yes," Lucinda deadpanned. "We almost died, Molly. I think I saw my ancestors. 1 more hour and I'd be watching you from the heavens." "Oh." Molly's face fell. "I heard it was a gas leak. Good thing you're both fine." Lucinda blinked. "Right. Standard Luthor cover-up protocol. No mentions of murderous vines or meteorites." "Yeah," Lucinda said, nodding. "Very lucky. Almost too lucky." "You should rest," Molly insisted when Lucinda let out a chest-deep cough. "I'll bring tea and honey. No arguments." Lucinda trudged in her room and slipped off Lex's coat, placing it on the bed with ceremonial care. She stared at it for 30 long seconds, then melted into a full-blown meltdown. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god," she screeched, pacing back and forth. "What have you done, Lucinda? How are you going to fix this now?" She grabbed her head, froze dramatically, then muttered, "Well, technically, I am fixing it. Lex and Clark's friendship is literally Smallville's emotional backbone," she groaned. "But it's still wrong. So wrong. Very, very." Lucinda flinched when someone knocked. "Oh, Molly, thank God." She yanked the door open, but on the other side isn't Molly. It was Clark Kent, looking like he'd sprinted through a cornfield and 3 moral dilemmas just to get here. "Clark, what are you doing here?" she asked, fighting the urge to slam the door quickly to avoid another ruined dialogues, but of course she hadn't. She only stood there. "Molly said you were back, so I came," he said quickly. Too quickly. He slipped inside without waiting for an invitation and shut the door behind him like he was hiding from the FBI or probably Lionel's men. "I'm really sorry for barging in. I know this is weird," he said, wringing his hands. "But I really need your help." His voice cracked. The farm boy was genuinely distressed. "Why? What happened?" she asked, suddenly anxious. Clark cleared his throat, looked everywhere except her face, then finally blurted. "You know about my X-ray vision, right?" "Yeah," she said. "What about it?" "Two can't control it." His shoulders tensed. "Dad tried helping me, but I keep seeing things. Things I'm not supposed to see. And Mom thinks maybe you could help." He was blushing hard. "You mean Lana's naked back?" Lucinda grinned, wiggling her brows. Clark erupted into a shade of red previously undocumented by science. She giggled briefly before a cold realization smacked her across the face. Clark shouldn't be struggling anymore by now. By this point, he should have already stabilized his vision right before Tina Greer attacked him, which should have happened last night. But did that even happen, or the plot had completely been ruined? "Of course you did, Lucinda," she internally wailed. "Why ruin one timeline when you can ruin the entire franchise?" She scratched her head, marched to the closet, and grabbed the pink kid's hair clip Lex had given her. The one that came with the Barbie underwear no adult should ever mention aloud. Lucinda returned, hiding the clip in her hand. "The secret is focus," she said, trying to sound wise. "Blur your vision, then unblur it. Now guess what I'm holding." Clark grimaced. "Wow, Lucy. That was very helpful," but then he obediently concentrated on her hand. "Squint, Clark," she instructed when Clark started glaring on her hand. He then squinted. But then his eyes suddenly widened in absolute horror before he whipped his head away so fast his neck probably cracked. "See, can you move your hand away from your body, please?" he stammered, voice cracking like a puberty remix. Lucinda froze. Then the realization hit her like a frying pan. "OMG. She gasped. "You didn't just, did you? You lit." She stopped herself from calling him little, because first of all, Clark Kent was decidedly not little in any dimension physics could measure. She groaned and rubbed her temples. Why was she even entrusted with a superhero's puberty arc? "Clark, focus on my hand. Not anywhere else." Her voice cracked like a teacher on her last strand of sanity. "Now follow my hand." Lucinda deliberately stretched her arm far from her body, sweeping her hand sideways like she was conducting a very reluctant orchestra, then slowly moved it toward him. Clark's eyes tracked the motion, and little by little, the tension on his face shifted. "Lucy, I think it's working." A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "It's a pink hair clip." "Really, Clark?" she deadpanned. "Or did you really just come here to inspect my body?" The effect was immediate. His control snapped like a twig under a tractor. His X-ray vision vanished so fast he physically flinched. "My goodness, Lucy," he gasped, horrified. I wasn't. I'm merely distracting you," she sighed, rubbing her forehead. "If you were focused, you wouldn't even hear me." Clark's ears turned so red they practically glowed through the dim lighting. He gave her a sheepish, boyish grin, the kind that would later ruin Lex's entire life, actually. "Just keep doing that," she instructed. "The focusing part, not the accidental nudity part. Once your brain gets used to the feeling of narrowing your sight, you'll be able to control it." She tossed the pink clip at him. Clark caught it effortlessly, because Smallville's golden boy could catch a bullet if it politely asked. You can use that, she said. Familiar items help anchor your vision. Clark studied the clip like it was a sacred relic. Thank you, Lucy. Really. You better leave before Lex arrives, she added, turning back to fold Lex's coat on her bed. Her voice softened, just a little. He'll get suspicious. Clark frowned. Why? He's my friend. He'd be fine knowing I'm here. Lucinda slowly looked up, her expression patient, resigned and impossibly tired for someone who wasn't even in the right universe. Clark. You're usually here for him, not for me. Even if he trusts me because I saved your mom, he'll always wonder. That's just who he is. Clark's face softened in understanding. You're right. I should go. He headed toward the door, hand already on the knob, when Lucinda's voice called him back. Oh, and Clark. He turned, eyes gentle. Yeah. Stay friends with Lex, okay? She said with a smile so small it barely appeared yet it carried weight, fear, hope, everything she couldn't say aloud. Clark blinked, puzzled. Something unspoken hung between them, but he wasn't sure what. Still, he nodded. I will. Night came, and Lucinda did what any self-respecting emotionally conflicted woman would do, lie dramatically across her bed like she was auditioning for a Filipino soap opera. She groaned into her pillow for the 7th time that hour. Molly Saint, Menace, and #1 shipper had even started bringing food to her room, still wearing that smug grin because every time she glanced at Lex's coat neatly folded on Lucinda's bedside table, she made a noise suspiciously close to a hee-hee. By 6 p.m., Lucinda had rotted long enough. Molly and Jess didn't even let her do any chores, saying Lex might get mad. Lucinda had no choice but to leave. She couldn't take all of their delusions, she might snap and throw herself in the psychiatric ward. Worse still, she had forgotten to look for the ghost child back in the lab, a realization that deepened the hollow ache in her chest, knowing she might never see any ghost again. She had been too preoccupied with the white kryptonite obsessed, really. How had it even ended up in this verse? Probably the same way she had found herself in Smallville. Lucinda perched on the big window in boredom, chin on her knees, hair in a tragic mess that she refused to fix out of principle. That was when she saw Ethan pulling up in a new car. A new car. Nax. Because apparently Lex Luthor's emotional coping mechanism was filing paperwork, pushing people away, and buying vehicles like they were discount items on sale. He stepped out with the kind of elegance that should be illegal at this hour. Tonight he wore a fitted black turtleneck and a long black coat that swayed in slow motion in the evening wind, its giving quiet and mysterious Fersen vibe. The street was already swallowed in darkness, but somehow someway his polished bald head still managed to glow. Lucinda didn't understand the physics behind it. Perhaps it was pride. Perhaps it was divine intervention. Perhaps it was imported wax. Who knew? He paused, one hand on his coat, as though something pricked his instincts. Maybe he sensed her gaze. Maybe he just wanted to look cool. Maybe he was simply double-checking he didn't leave the stove on in his lab. Hard to say with him. But then he looked up and smiled when he saw her. Just a small, soft curve of his lips. Nothing dramatic. Nothing over the top. Yet Lucinda felt the universe tilt. She swallowed hard. She had seen Lex's face countless times on TV, on posters, and in those high-definition interviews. Him playing as Lex Luthor and him as Michael Rosenbaum with hair. She'd even seen him in person now, close enough to count his eyelashes. But this? How in the sacred laws of attraction had he become this beautiful? He wasn't sharp-featured like Clark, whose face practically screamed I lift cars for fun while saving Lana. No, Lex was soft. Soft angles. Soft eyes. Soft smile. Soft everything except the part where he emotionally destroyed her without her even knowing. And that softness that was the problem. Because it made him so painfully, devastatingly beautiful in her eyes. Her heart suddenly bolted into overdrive, thundering so violently she grabbed the windowsill like she might pass out. Oh no, she whispered, genuinely alarmed. Not cardiac arrest from immaculate bald male beauty. Not today. Down below, Lex lifted a hand, palm facing her, a casual greeting at chest level, simple, understated, but somehow intimate. The kind of gesture that said, yes, I see you, and I'm glad you look fine, or something far from that. Must only be Lucinda's Delula. The moment Lex stepped inside, Lucinda froze, then slapped both hands over her face. Oh shit, she hissed, smacking her chest like she could beat the feelings out of it. The first plan was to not ruin the plot, Lucinda. And you still did. The second plan was to preserve the friendship, you emotional gnome. She gasped. There was no third plan on the list. He's merely a character. Stop improvising disaster. 22. I volunteer as tribute. Lucinda made her way out of her room, padding down the hallway with the movement of someone who had rotted in bed for hours and suddenly remembered she was a functioning organism. The mansion was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that suggested Lex had either gone to sleep, gone to brood, or gone to do morally questionable paperwork. Knowing him, probably all three at once. She reached his office. The door was slightly ajar, light spilling onto the carpet in a warm golden slice. She lifted her knuckles and knocked gently before pushing the door just wide enough to peek through. Lex. She whispered. Inside, Lex stood by his minibar, pouring wine into a round crystal glass like someone auditioning for a billionaire-themed cologne commercial. He didn't even turn. His head didn't move an inch. Only his eyes shifted toward her with unsettling accuracy. "Can I fix you a drink?" he asked, voice smooth and chillingly familiar. Lucinda gasped so loudly she slapped her own mouth. Because that line, that exact line, that was for Roger Nixon, the sneaky, slimy, future dead man walking reporter. Her gaze darted to the table, and sure enough, a stack of $100,000 sat neatly by the wine bottle, radiating the combined aura of temptation, felony, and somebody's definitely going to jail tonight. That made Lucinda grin. Oh good, I'm still on script, she thought, exhaling in relief. So she hadn't derailed every scene yet. Hopefully. She recognized this moment from the episode. Tonight, Lex would talk to Roger Nixon. Blackmail him. Respectfully. "I'm good," she said brightly. "And I see you're busy, so go do your thing." She began to step back, but her heel landed on something that definitely wasn't floor. Lucinda froze and turned only to swallow her words. Roger Nixon stood right behind her, suit, tie, a couple of folders, and an expression so serious she could have sketched it from memory in under 6 seconds. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Lucinda chirped, ready to escape, when Lex's hand caught the back of her pajamas. Not delicately, not politely. He hauled her sleeve back with the energy of someone restraining a runaway cat, and Lucinda almost got yanked backwards into next week. Her instinct was to swat his hand away, but she could practically hear her ancestors hissing, "Child, stop bringing disgrace to our lineage." So she stayed, begrudgingly, now positioned awkwardly beside Lex. Lex and Roger stood there in their immaculate suits and unspoken threats. And Lucinda stood between them in a strawberry-printed pajama set and fluffy house slippers. "How quaint," she murmured under her breath, resisting the powerful urge to simply dissolve into the hardwood floor. Roger's eyes flicked toward her, briefly, then back to Lex's confusion so painfully visible it deserved its own subtitle. He looked as if he had walked into the wrong movie genre entirely, a corporate thriller suddenly invaded by a pajama-clad gremlin. Lucinda straightened her strawberry-printed shirt, trying to look professional while also debating whether she should hide behind Lex or pretend she was furniture. Lex didn't say anything at first. He simply glided back into his chair beside the table where the money lay stacked like a silent accusation. He sat with an effortless authority while Lucinda stood behind him, feeling like a decorative plant someone forgot to water. Lex took one more sip and turned to Roger. "Can I offer you a drink?" he said, slightly altering what Lucinda knew should have been his original script. Lucinda stayed quiet behind him, replaying the episode in her brain like a student cheating on a test by remembering the key points from last night's binge watch. She could almost hear the soundtrack swelling. "If it's all same to you, I'd just soon get my money and get out." Roger gestured to the money. Lex lifted his glass of wine. "Of course. I assume I don't have to count it?" Roger asked, stepping closer. "I've even supplied the bag," Lex said, turning around. He grabbed the black duffel bag sitting beside Lucinda's foot and tossed it to Roger with enough precision to make quarterbacks cry. Roger caught it mid-air, opened it, and started putting the money inside. Lucinda watched with the kind of envy only a broke time traveler could feel. $100,000 she could buy her own mansion here. Or at least a new life. Or at least a better pair of pajamas. But nah, she had morals. A little at least. Lex looked at Roger, smiling with an elegance that suggested he'd practiced this menace in front of a mirror. "You're feeling pretty good about yourself right now, aren't you? You'd think with all the money my father spent he can make things disappear." Lucinda gasped silently and mentally fist-pumped. She remembered that line word for word. She almost clapped like a seal. Roger glanced at Lex, smirking. Maybe he's not as smart as he thinks. Lex shrugged, as if he found that amusing. Roger then tossed a couple of folders onto the table. "The original. Have a nice life," he said, stood up, and walked toward the door. Lex's eyes stayed fixed on the spot where Roger had bent to retrieve the money, and then he spoke quiet, lethal, perfectly calm. "If you walk out that door, I will make you disappear." His gaze slowly lifted up without moving his head. Lucinda nearly bit her knuckle. Yes, that's the line." Roger scoffed and turned back. "What are you gonna do? You're gonna have me killed." Lex scoffed softly, setting his glass down. "No, you'll be very much alive," he said, rising from his chair. He crossed the room with the graceful menace of a man who knew he owned the whole building. At the billiard table, he plucked a stick from the wall like he was selecting a weapon in an RPG. "But there won't be any evidence of your existence." "What are you talking about?" Roger asked, voice trying to stay calm while his hands betrayed him. Lex positioned a white ball with careful precision. "Driver's license, passport, social security number, bank account will be erased." He moved with calculated ease around the table. "With one call I can ensure that there will be no record that you actually walked this earth." Roger forced a smile. "You're bluffing." Lex finally looked at him. The stare alone could have peeled paint off the walls. "Call your bank. See if your account still exists." Roger fumbled for his phone, dialing with panicked fingers. Lucinda leaned forward, trying not to vibrate. "Oh, this part. This is the good part. This is a hot part." Lex grinned faintly. "That's if your cell phone hasn't already been disconnected." Roger tried calling. Nothing. Dead line. Lex struck the ball with a sharp crack, perfectly timed with Roger's rising horror. Roger stared at the phone, then at Lex. "What did you do?" Lex, poised, smirked. "Don't worry, Roger. I'm gonna give you a new identity." He caught the white ball after tossing it lightly. "One that's a little less upstanding. Maybe a murderer. Maybe a drug dealer. Either way, you lose your job, your house and family," he said, hitting the ball again with another crisp sound. Roger looked like he was about to dissolve into tears. Lucinda was mentally applauding at Lex. "Yes. Go, Lex. Show him your shiny head, I mean who he is messing with." Roger stepped forward. "Look, I'll give you the money back." He then tossed the bag of money onto the billiard table. "Then we'll be even." Lex straightened, planting the billiard stick on the floor like a scepter. "No, we won't," he smirked. "Because I also know that your brother works for juvenile court. What you tell him, steal the records, and you can make some quick cash." His smirk sharpened. He could do time for that. Roger swallowed. "Leave him out of this." Lex's expression darkened, voice dipping low. "I didn't get him involved, Roger. You did." He moved closer, circling Roger with the billiard stick, eyes locked on him like a predator. Lucinda flinched back. She had watched this scene for at least 2 times, and yet Lex's line delivery will always amaze her. "You came into my life, thinking you could shake me down because I was some spoiled rich brat who needed his daddy's protection." Roger staggered back when Lex stopped in front of him. "Trust me, when I make things disappear, they stay buried." "What do you want from me?" Roger croaked. "Your help." Lex smirked again. "My father is obsessed with the Daily Planet," he said, retrieving a newspaper placed beside the 2 computers near Lucinda. "But I know the Inquisitors read by the people. They're the ones I'm interested in. I will feed you stories and you will print them." He passed Roger, brisk. "Any negative stories about me, you will kill." He then slapped the newspaper against Roger's chest and headed out of the office. "You will be at my disposal 24/7. Now follow me." He stepped into the hall, paused, then turned back. "You too, Lucy." Lucinda blinked. "Why me?" Lex blinked. "Why not?" Lucinda didn't have time to argue. Lex and Roger were already striding down the hall, and she had no choice but to follow. The walk felt strangely long, each step echoing against the marble floors as dread slowly coiled in her stomach. She knew exactly where they were going. The moment the door slid open, the cold, metallic scent of the room hit her. In the center sat the mangled Porsche, the one Lex drove off the bridge, the one Clark had torn open like paper to save him. A monument to trauma, obsession, and one very dangerous curiosity. Lucinda stopped just past the threshold. The door hummed shut behind her, sealing them in. "Why bring me here?" The question rung inside her mind. Roger and Lex continued talking, but the sound was a distant murmur. Lucinda's gaze had already drifted left, toward the glowing monitor. Clark's face filled the screen, his school photo staring back at her alongside a list of every known detail of his existence: height, weight, medical history, the entire curated profile of a boy who didn't fit neatly into human categories. Her breath hitched as she watched the information scroll. When she finally lifted her eyes, Lex was already watching her. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The message was clean, sharp, and unmistakable. "You're next on the list if you keep hiding things from me." Lucinda held his gaze. Even though her pulse hammered against her throat, she refused to look away. There was challenge in her stare and an unspoken promise. "Sure, Lex. You do that." Lucinda inhaled slowly, steadying the pounding in her chest as Lex's gaze pinned her in place. That same cold, incisive stare he used on Roger now aimed at her. Not a threat, not exactly, but a warning wrapped in curiosity and something far more dangerous. If he wanted a new puzzle to take apart piece by piece, he could try. Because Lucinda had already made up her mind. For real this time. "If someone has to stand between you and Clark, it's going to be me," she thought, chin lifting slightly in quiet defiance. "Kasi beta beta AKO. And because someone in this universe has to stop you from bulldozing your one good friendship." 23, 10% success rate. 5 full minutes had passed since Roger slipped out of the room, and Lucinda still hadn't moved an inch from the spot she'd been frozen in since she entered. Her arms hung limp at her sides, her expression flat, half numb, half irritated at her own existence. Since she arrived, most canon scenes has already been demolished beyond repair. And Lucinda had accepted it now. She was about to demolish the entire timeline anyway. With grace, of course. Lex remained planted in front of his thoroughly annihilated car, hands shoved into the pockets of his immaculate coat, his back rigid and tense. The hum of the machinery, the low mechanical beeping of several screens, and the white, cold light bouncing off metal. "You're seeing all of this," he finally said, his voice slicing through the silence. Slowly, he turned to her, shadows cutting sharp lines across his face. "Are you not going to ask anything?" He nodded toward the monitors, each of them plastered with Clark's face, vitals, schematics, and a disturbingly thorough biography. "I believe I am not in the place to do so," Lucinda replied evenly. Lex's lips twitched, half amusement, half annoyance. "Human beings are innately curious, Lucy. Don't tell me that after what happened in the lab and after what you overheard between Roger and Manothing and you is even remotely curious." Lucinda could practically feel his obsessions vibrating in the air like radio static. It was so strong she could have sworn the walls were absorbing it. Clark must not be human, she murmured casually. Lex's eyebrow twitched so sharply it was a small miracle it didn't detach. Isn't that what you're thinking? She added, just to see how far she could poke him. But of course, he's Lex. He only blinked. So she strode forward, stopping right beside him, placing her hand on the ruined car's hood. Her gaze remained on the dented metal, now resembling modern art. Perhaps I've seen worse in the future, so none of this even phases me, or maybe I know the plot, but sure, or perhaps let's say I've heard rumors about Smallville and the peculiarities that started after the meteor shower. Lex's stare pressed against the side of her skull with such force she wondered if he had laser vision too. Good. That was exactly what she wanted. Finally, she lifted her head to look at him. Thankfully his scalp wasn't blinding her tonight either. The lighting was mercifully dim, or Lex had invested in a matte formula conditioner. Which one could it be? Lucinda asked with a saccharine smile, delighted to see Lex genuinely, spectacularly baffled. After all, what's more mysterious than a woman from 2023 suddenly crashing into 2001? Even I have no idea. However, her grin widened. With your help, it'll be easy peasy. Lex's eyes narrowed like he was analyzing a stock chart. I get the feeling you're using me as leverage to go home. Well, yes. Lucinda grimaced, as though that should have been obvious. And for the record, it wasn't my idea, Lex. It was yours. You offered me the deal, remember? His eyes narrowed even further. By now she was sure he was living on pure skepticism. Then what do I get in return if, let's say, I help you find your way back? Knowledge, Lex. You know that. She gave his chest a light smack, just enough to make him flinch and pretend he didn't. That's what your dear daddy Luther teaches you, right? Knowledge equals power, equals dominance, equals whatever family motto he drilled into you since birth. And how do you know about that? He demanded. Lucinda shrugged. Please. Aside from wealth and manipulation, what else do influential families teach? She watched his eyes flicker with that tiny glint, the one that told her she'd hit the mark. Exactly. Lex exhaled sharply. Fine. You're from the future. I entertained that. But you still haven't explained how you're in possession of a mismatched pair of socks with the Smallville logo and an animated version of me and Clark on them. Lucinda short-circuited for a full half-second. Her knees buckled like a Victorian woman fainting at gossips, but she caught herself and shot upright, finger raised in the air in immediate defense. That is something I cannot discuss with you yet, she declared with all the confidence of someone bluffing at poker with a terrible hand. And why not? Lex stepped closer, voice low. Because her lips twitched. Because it's late. Yes, very late. And I need to sleep. Now. She spun on her heel and marched to the door with artificial dignity, only to rattle the knob uselessly. Locked. Completely locked. She pulled harder, twisted, yanked, nothing. Behind her, Lex chuckled. A moment later, he was already right behind her. Much too close. He reached past her shoulder, twisted the knob with insulting ease, and pushed the door open. I'm beginning to doubt the quality of that future knowledge you keep mentioning, Lucy. Lucinda inhaled sharply, lifted her chin, and deployed her nuclear option. Oh, you won't regret anything, Alexander Joseph, she said with a grin sweet enough to rot teeth. Lex's eyelid twitched like he had just chewed a whole lime. Don't call me that. Lucinda smiled, batting her eyes. Why have two first names if you're not going to use either properly? Lex looked genuinely offended and was about to launch into a monologue about legacy when Lucinda offered small bow and slipped out of the room. Good night, Lex, she said and disappeared. The moment she closed the door of her room behind her, she sagged against it, exhaling like she had just successfully escaped a predator armed with a trust fund and unresolved trauma. She might not have caught the details of Lex and Roger's conversation, but she knew the canon beat by heart. Lex wanted Roger to watch Clark, dig up secrets, confirm the impossible. Kal-El aka Clark Kent small-town sweetheart with super strength vs. Lucinda Delos Santos aka Lucy Bryce by Forcer Universe Grosser with questionable survival skills and definitely got nothing aside from spoilers. By her math, she had maybe a 10% chance of diverting Lex's obsession from Clark to herself. And that was being generous. Would it help if she told him the truth? That Smallville was just a television show. That all their tragedy, trauma, destiny, and meteor-induced melodrama were scripted by writers with deadlines? That Lex Luthor terrifying future villain, current lightheaded literally was born in a writer's room? Lucinda shook her head so fast her brain nearly rattled. Meh, absolutely not. They can't handle that truth, she muttered. These people lose their minds over meteor rocks. Imagine telling them they're fictional. She flopped onto her bed, staring at the ceiling. If she wanted Lex's obsession to shift, she needed strategy, timing, wit, definitely Clark's cooperation. He had no plans to tell Lex the truth anyway. He might as well join her little crusade. 24. Gaslighting Clark Kent. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Lucinda knocked on Lex's office door and found him already signing papers. Lex usually didn't eat breakfast at home. Molly had told her stories of him strolling around Smallville at dawn, checking on his workers' homes as if he were running for mayor or trying to collect character references from the universe. Honestly, at first, Lucinda thought Molly was being dramatic. Housekeepers tend to exaggerate when they adore their boss, right? But apparently not. Lucinda had never seen that side of Lex in the series. She definitely never read it in the comics nor any of the online forums. Yet here he was, the unexpected humanitarian version DLC of Lex Luthor, quietly existing like it's the most normal thing in the world. "Don't you ever sleep?" Lucinda asked, walking closer and stopping at his desk. Lex only moved his eyes to her without lifting his head, still absorbed in his contract. "I believe we parted at 8:46 p.m., I slept around 9, woke up at 5, and it is now 6:46 a.m., he recited so quickly her brain lagged. "Adults from 18 to 60 require at least 7 hours of sleep." Lucinda blinked. "Right, of course." She grimaced. "Anyway, I need to go to the Kents." Lex finally lifted his head and leaned back. Lucinda smiled sheepishly. "I wanted to apologize in person for losing and possibly destroying Mrs. Kent's container. And we didn't even get to taste whatever she baked." "Alibi, of course." "Oh." Lex's brows rose. "I forgot about that." He suddenly stood, closing the folder with finality. "I'll drive you." Lucinda didn't even get the chance to argue. Lex grabbed his long coat, already heading for the door. Today he wore a purple sweater and unfortunately, it looked very good on him. Regal, confident, annoyingly attractive. Purple, the color of royalty, fits him best. "Lucy." Lucinda blinked. "Damn, I spaced out again," she thought. "Yeah." Lex eyed her from head to toe and blinked. "I did only give you almost pink cartoon tops, didn't I?" Lucinda's lips flattened as she glanced at her flamboyantly floral shirt. "Yeah, you did." "Come on," Lex chuckled, gesturing her out the door. Lucinda sighed but followed him to the garage and to Lex's silver Porsche Carrera. As always, he drove like the road bowed to him, and before long they arrived at the Kent farm. She stepped out, shut the door, and looked back at him. "I'll be back by noon," Lex simply said. Lucinda nodded, and as soon as the Porsche disappeared from view, she grinned and headed toward the house where Martha Kent was watering plants in the backyard. "Good morning, Mrs. Kent," Lucinda greeted from outside the gate. Martha turned, lifting her rounded cowboy hat. Her smile brightened when she saw Lucinda. "Lucy, what brings you here?" Martha said warmly. She set down her vintage watering can and opened the gate for her. Lucinda stepped inside, already beaming. "Oh, it's about the container you sent yesterday. We kind of lost it in Metropolis." Martha blinked. "Container? What container?" "The one with the apple pie." Lucinda explained. "Clark brought it to the mansion and..." She paused as Clark stepped out from behind the house. He froze for a second before rushing over beside his mother. "Clark," Martha said, almost teasing, "Lucy and I were just talking about the container you told her I sent through you." Lucinda pressed her lips together, fighting a giggle when she realized Clark must have even baked the pie himself. Martha Kent teasing Clark was the serotonin she didn't know she needed. Clark smiled sheepishly, glancing between them. Martha looked at Clark, then Lucinda, and grinned knowingly. "I'll leave you two to talk," she said, excusing herself to the barn. The moment Martha disappeared, Lucinda smirked, poking a finger at Clark's chest. "Oh huh, if I didn't know you were in love with someone else, I'd honestly think you sent me pie to impress me." Clark turned bright red, forcing a sheepish smile. "Relax, Clark," Lucinda reassured immediately. "I kept my word. I won't tell anyone about your secrets, especially not Lex." Clark still said nothing. He only stared at the ground like it suddenly became the most fascinating thing in Kansas. "Oh, come on, are you just going to stand there?" Lucinda hissed under her breath. "Say something. It's not like I don't know you went there, gave us those pies just to make sure I didn't say anything." Clark finally sighed, one of those deep, dramatic, barn-shaking sighs. "Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just really anxious." Lucinda squinted at him for a long moment before exhaling. "You really don't trust Lex, do you?" Clark tilted his head, looking both hesitant and painfully earnest. "It's not that. Lex is my friend. That's why I can't tell him." "Because you think he might not be able to handle the truth?" Lucinda asked, even though she already knew the answer. She was merely checking if she'd accidentally derailed the universe again. "Well, yes," Clark admitted. "Dad doesn't trust him because he's a Luthor. But I do trust Lex. It's just that I don't want him to become fixated on me and my abilities." Lucinda clicked her tongue. "Clark, he's already fixated. The mystery is what's driving him nuts. If you tell him the truth, half of that anxiety would evaporate." Clark winced. "Would it, though?" "Yes." Lucinda insisted. "You might not trust me yet, sure, fine, you've known me for like 3-4 days. I honestly lose count, but I've seen your future. Both yours and Lex's. And your friendship? It could have been legendary. But legends only survive when trust exists from the beginning." She reached up to place a comforting hand on Clark's shoulder only to realize she couldn't reach it without tiptoeing, and the tucked-in floral shirt kept her from doing so. She placed her hand back down with all the dignity she could salvage. "Anyway," she muttered, "you get the point." Clark looked down. "I'm not sure, Lucy." "I know, Clark," Lucinda said, crossing her arms with a firm nod. "I'm not rushing you, okay? I'm not dragging you to the mansion and forcing you to announce, 'Surprise, Lex.' I speed run for fun. No one's asking for that." Clark winced. That's not funny. It's a little funny, Lucinda insisted. Then, softer, but I get it. You're careful. You have every right to be. And I'm not here to step on your boundaries. She took a breath, eyes gentle but unwavering. But you'll see it eventually. Lex is genuine. Too genuine for his own emotional safety, honestly. He sees you as his savior, a friend and even the brother he never had. Clark looked away at that, shoulders tightening. And I'm not saying this because he's my boss, Lucinda added quickly, pointing a thumb at herself. I'm saying this because I know. I've seen what happens when the two of you trust each other. It's legendary. Like you write this down in Smallville history books, legendary. Clark's lips twitched, uncertain but listening. Lucinda stepped back, hands on her hips. So no, I'm not forcing honesty out of you today. But I am telling you, you don't have to be afraid of Lex the way everyone expects you to be. He's not his father. And he never will be, not with you. 25, accidentally heroic. Lucinda was just about to wave Clark goodbye. Honestly, she was done. Clark's superpower might be lifting tractors and stopping meteors, but talking? Not so much. Or maybe it was her. She talks so much that his quiet, brooding nature basically registers as background noise. She was this close to the gate when a voice floated across the yard. Sweet, soft, angelic, the kind that could make her knees go weak and her brain short-circuit simultaneously. She froze. Because she knew that voice. Her idol. The human embodiment of a diva poster. Lana Lang. Lucinda forced herself to turn because swooning violently in front of Smallville's most gorgeous woman would not be a good look and nearly collided with a real-life goddess. Lana stood there like she'd been airbrushed into existence. Her hair cascaded like liquid sunlight over a fitted pastel blouse and a flowing skirt that somehow made lawn work look like haute couture. Sneakers, casual yet chic. Even standing still, she was a walking mood board. Lucinda almost squealed. Almost. She did not. She couldn't. Oh, I'm sorry, Clark. I didn't know you had a visitor, Lana said, that smile capable of launching 1,000 ships. She honestly only saw Lucinda when she stepped closer since a couple of sunflowers overgrown her. Lucinda, on the other hand, already considered dropping to one knee and offering a slow clap in reverence, but restraint, people, restraint. Oh, it's fine. I'm about to go anyway, Lucinda said, trying not to get starstruck. She turned to Clark and leaned close, wiggling her brows. And you better tell her how you feel ASAP, she whispered. Clark grimaced, face coloring fast. Before he could protest, Lucinda spun toward Lana with the poise of someone fleeing a glittering explosion. I'm leaving now, Miss Beautiful. She chirped, and bolted, leaving the two of them standing there, blinking in unison. Who was that? Lana asked, tilting her head. Oh, Clark swallowed like he just swallowed a live frog. That was Lucy Bryce, Lex's housemaid. Lana blinked once, twice, then leaned back slightly. Lex has a housemaid like that. Her voice was equal parts awe and incredulity. I mean, she doesn't look like a housemaid, and she's so young. She's 22, Clark said, a small smile tugging at his lips. Oh, so she's the one you told me about the other night. Lana's expression softened. The kid woman who saved your mom. Yes, Clark nodded, smiling sheepishly. Lana gave a small, approving smile. It's good to know you have someone else looking out for you. And also thank you for saving me from Tina last night, properly this time. I'm really glad to have you as a friend, Clark. Clark looked down, cheeks heating again. Lucinda, somewhere on the road back to the mansion, was silently high-fiving herself for chaos well seated. Perfect. Exactly as it should be. Clark belongs to Lana. Lana belongs to Clark. End of story. But if the universe had other plans, and Clark somehow ended up married to Lois while Lana got stuck with Lex, well, that would not be a tragedy she'd allow to unfold on her watch. No way. She refused to let Lex become the kind of man who schemes and manipulates his way into everything Clark holds dear, fake pregnancies included. But if Lex really ends up marrying Lana, it should be because they love each other. So, if she could salvage Lex and Clark's friendship now, strengthen it, make it unshakable, then maybe, just maybe, that fateful day of melodrama could be sidestepped entirely. And if she played her cards right, she'd get to watch the canon rewrite itself without anyone realizing she'd been the puppet master all along. In a very good way. Front seat. But for now, yes, she's walking back home because Lex had said he'd be back by noon, and it was barely 8 a.m. Fresh morning air, a little bit of mischief in the world, perfect. She was halfway down the side of the road when a sudden thought hit her. She hadn't asked Clark what happened last night. Had he saved Lana from Tina Greer? If she recalls it well, the same night Lex had talked to Rogerus, the same night when Tina tried to kill Lana to take over her life. She paused, debating whether to turn back, when movement on the other side of the road caught her eye. At first, just a distant figure. But even from that distance, she could tell it was a man. And something about the way he moved set every hair on her arms on end. He swayed like a drunker, like a marionette whose strings were tangled, and Lucinda's brain immediately threw a big red flashing danger sign. Her instinct screamed not safe. Without thinking twice, she ducked behind the tall, thick shrubs lining the roadside, pressing her back against the barky stems. The road was otherwise empty. Clark's house was far behind her. The sun was rising, casting long shadows, but that didn't help. She had no other cover. She could only watch. The man staggered closer, and with every step, Lucinda's unease grew. Not drunk, not tired, definitely not okay. He moved in jerky, unnatural motions, as if his body had forgotten how to walk properly. His arms twitched at odd angles, like they weren't entirely his own. Then she noticed the veins. They bulged grotesquely under his skin, green, glowing faintly, pulsing in rhythm with his labored breathing. Green. That was the moment Lucinda's stomach dropped. Her suspicion solidified. This was no ordinary man. He looked infected, diseased, something out of a nightmare, almost like a zombie, but worse, because he wasn't just mindless. He was unstable. Kryptonite, she muttered under her breath, eyes narrowing. It has to be it. She crouched lower, pressing herself into the long shrubs along the roadside. Each snap of a twig beneath her shoe sounded like a gunshot. Every distant bird call might as well have been a siren. The mano, the infected monstrosity, was getting closer, staggering forward with unnatural, jerky movements. Lucinda's mind raced a million miles a minute. Should she run? Should she hide? Or should she just outsmart the world's creepiest roadside villain before he even realized she existed? Before she could decide, a silver Porsche screeched to a halt beside the road. Tires squealed, gravel flew, and the infected man froze mid-step. Anakin Kabayong Gala Naman, Yen, oh. Lucinda cursed, her eyes widening as it hit her. No one in Smallville owned a Porsche except Lex. Of course it had to be him. And now she was watching one of shapest mids in the entire Superman laureate genius, whose intellect, technological prowess, and strategic cunning made him practically a human superweapon, throw himself straight at a clearly dangerous man. All for what? To help? Perhaps. Because what could be his other reason? Or, maybe it was Lucinda meddling, her insistence on bending the story in her own chaotic way, that had somehow sabotaged Lex's intellect. Before Lex could even react, before he could offer a single word of reason or assistance, Lucinda sprang from her hiding spot, heart pounding. Get out of there, Lex! She screamed, sprinting towards him. Lex froze mid-step, far too late. The infected man suddenly lunged, teeth bared, eyes glowing faintly green. Lex ducked instinctively, dodging a snapping bite, but the creature's momentum shoved him backward against the Porsche's hood. The metal groaned under the force, and for a terrifying second, it felt like Lex might actually be impaled or worse. Lex's reflexes kicked in. His arm shot out, locking onto the man's neck, trying to hold him at bay. Muscles straining, teeth gritted, he barely kept himself upright. The creature thrashed wildly, green veins pulsing across its arms and neck like radioactive lightning. Every jerk sent Lex shoving back, inch by inch, over the Porsche's hood. Seeing the danger, Lucinda's adrenaline surged, and with a single, primal heave that seemed to defy physics, she yanked the creature away the moment she reached him. The man went flying like a rag doll, limbs flailing, and hit the ground with a sickening thud. Both Lex and Lucinda froze, equally shocked by the sheer force of her strength. The man didn't move. His head had taken the worst of it, was unconscious. Lucinda's body trembled. "To think I killed him," she whispered, voice trembling. Lex's eyes flickered toward her, concern etched into every line of his face. Without hesitation, he reached for his phone. He called for an ambulance, or at least that's what Lucinda thought. But when the image of the man flashed through Lex's mind, he immediately redirected the call to his private team of scientists, instead the ones who deals with meteorite-infected humans. The call was quick. Lex's attention was still on Lucinda, who was frozen in shock. "Lucy, come here," he said, gently guiding her to a safer distance from the man. His eyes never left the figure sprawled on the road. When the scientists arrived, clad in convincing fake ambulance uniforms, Lex finally allowed himself a small glance at Lucinda. Words weren't necessary, the team knew exactly what to do. They lifted the man onto a stretcher, cleaned the spot where he'd fallen, and vanished just as silently. "Lucy," Lex said at last, leading her toward his car. Lucinda followed, her gaze fixed on the ground. Once Lex was settled behind the wheel, she finally spoke, voice sharp with frustration. "How can you even think of approaching that obviously dangerous man, huh?" She nearly shouted, her words spilling into his face. "You could have been hurt." Lex said nothing, but in truth, his intention had been simple: offer the man a ride to the ambulance. He had assessed him from afar, saw him limping, and thought it the safest course, never anticipating Lucinda's intervention. "But I didn't get hurt, Lucy," Lex said calmly, his voice steady. "Thanks to you and your incredible strength. Not a scratch on me." Lucinda's concern faltered, replaced by the memory of flinging the man aside. He hadn't felt heavy at all. Was it adrenaline? It must be adrenaline. "Lucy," Lex's voice cut softly through her thoughts. She blinked, startled. "Why, yes." His eyes narrowed slightly, curiosity flickering across his features before melting into something softer. Slowly, deliberately, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Thank you for saving me." 26. False alarm. For now, Lucinda stared at the wall of expensive wines before her as she carefully dusted each bottle like they were fragile museum artifacts. Technically, Lex had already told her to stop doing household chores since she was now his business partner. But technically, Lucinda also needed her salary to keep existing, and buy new clothes, so here she was fondling Cabernet Sauvignons. Unfortunately, she had no idea why Lex was following her around the house. Perhaps, he wanted to make sure Lucinda ain't lifting anything for fun. And speaking of the bald devil himself, there he was, sitting on the couch near the door, one leg crossed over the other, reading a newspaper like he owned the century. Which, to be fair, he kind of did. He'd been silent the entire hour, but every 30 seconds he glanced up to observe her, as if trying to determine whether she would suddenly bench press the furniture next. After the incident earlier, Lex had only asked her one thing. How did you throw that meteor-infected man like he weighed less than my coat? Lucinda had no answer. She'd even tried lifting Lex's Porsche earlier to prove her innocence. Spoiler, it didn't even wiggle. Not even an offended creak. So logically, her conclusion was, luck. Very violent luck. She glanced up and immediately caught Lex staring at her again. I told you, Lex, I don't know how I got that super strength, Lucinda said defensively. Lex lowered the newspaper, brow lifting with aristocratic disappointment. I wasn't worried about that, Lucy. I was worried about where you were cleaning. Lucinda blinked, then looked at her hand only to see it dusting the air. Oh, she muttered. Ease up, Lex said, raising his paper again. I'm not doubting you. Lucinda sighed and moved closer until she stopped beside him. I've also been to ask you something. She hesitated, then took a seat. If you're asking about what happened to that man, Lex said, not looking up, I still don't have the results, but I was alerted he's not dead. No, it's not that, Lucinda shook her head, frowning. Something else is bothering me. That finally made Lex lift his gaze. Yes. Lucinda swallowed, deadly serious. Who is the first Canadian Prime Minister? Lex's face contorted like he'd been personally wronged. Lucy, what is this about? Just answer all my questions, Lex. Please. She placed the duster beside her like she was preparing for an academic duel. The determination in her eyes could not be negotiated with. Lex sighed the sigh of a billionaire who knew resistance was futile. Sir John A. Macdonald. Lucinda nodded firmly. Who is the founding father of the United States? George Washington, Lex said, reciting it with textbook precision. First president. Served 1789 to 1797. Lucy, why? And now Lucinda leaned even closer, sending Lex's pulse into a small, confused tap dance. My final test. She inhaled dramatically. If the derivative of 4 times 7x plus 12 is multiplied by the integral of 6x9 from 0 to 3, what is the resulting value? Lex didn't even blink. The man didn't reach for a pen, didn't tilt his head, didn't hum, didn't even do that dramatic genius stare into the void thing. He just answered. 1332. Lucinda's jaw dropped so fast she almost inhaled the duster. Whoa, she slapped a hand over her mouth. Why? Was I wrong? Lex asked, perfectly calm, perfectly collected, perfectly infuriating, because he knows he's correct. I don't know, Lucinda admitted, eyes widening. I don't even know the answer to that. But the confidence is very confident. So I'm sure it's correct. Lex stared at her with a slowly deepening crease in his brow. Now will you please tell me what that interrogation was for? Lucinda inhaled, cheeks puffing before she exhaled like she was preparing for a confession in court. I was worried that because I existed in a time I'm not supposed to exist, I might have changed something. Lex blinked. Changed what? She winced. Your intellect. Lex's brows drew together, his expression landing somewhere between concern and this conversation escalated unexpectedly. He didn't say a word, simply waited, patient and uncomfortably attentive. Look, Lucinda continued, wringing her hands, you're known to be a genius and incredibly cautious even in my time. A bold-faced lie but absolutely necessary for the act. So I couldn't believe, she stressed, pointing at him with an accusatory wag, that you approached a very obviously dangerous, radioactive man earlier. That's not the Lex Luthor I know. I nearly had a heart attack. Lex's expression finally melted, the tension easing from his shoulders. The faintest, warmest smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He looks incredibly in need for help in my line of sight. But that won't happen again, Lucy. We never know, Lex, she muttered, shaking her head like she'd seen all possible futures and half of them were disasters involving him walking straight into danger. He exhaled softly. Fair enough. Lucinda crossed her arms. But why were you even back so early? I thought you said you'd be back by noon. Lex leaned back, sighing as he loosened his posture at last. The person I was supposed to meet didn't show up. Then, as if remembering something, he tilted slightly to the side and reached for a paper bag resting beside the couch. It was neatly folded, sealed with a small label from an upscale boutique downtown, one Lucinda had definitely seen but never entered because a single item probably cost the equivalent of 1 month of her salary. And, Lex added quietly, his tone deceptively casual, I brought you this. He lifted the bag with both hands and placed it in front of her almost ceremonial before sitting up straight again. There was the tiniest flicker of anticipation in his eyes, barely noticeable unless one was staring directly at him. Lucinda blinked at the bag, then at him, then at the bag again. I don't know why, Lex muttered, thumb rubbing the back of his neck in a movement so uncharacteristically awkward that Lucinda almost checked for imposters, but I got excited to give it to you. Lucinda blinked, surprised by the sudden vulnerability flickering through his usually unreadable expression. Still, she cleared her throat, reached into the paper bag, and took a peek. Clothes. Not just clothes but actual, age-appropriate outfits. Something a normal 22-year-old woman would wear, not the tragic orphan aesthetic she'd been stuck with. A fitted white top. A casual jacket. Jeans that were definitely not bought from a clearance bin in 1993. Soft pastels. Comfortable fabrics. Her size. Her style. Her everything. Her lips thinned, not from annoyance just overwhelmed disbelief. Lex, you don't have to. It'll be deducted from your salary, he cut in smoothly, as if swatting away the very notion of gratitude before it could materialize. Lucinda froze. Grimaced. Squinted. Then exhaled through her nose like a disappointed mother. Of course, she muttered, the corner of her mouth twitching upward. How silly of me to forget the generosity of capitalism. Lex didn't dignify that with a response, just made a face like someone had played jazz music out of tune near his wine collection. And also, I got you this. He reached to the side and pulled out another paper bag, setting it on his lap with a soft rustle. This one looked newer, cleaner, and very much expensive in this time. This is on me, he added calmly. No salary deductions. Lucinda blinked, suspicious of this sudden charity. She placed the first paper bag beside her and accepted the new one. Inside was a pristine box of a Sony Ericsson T68i, the kind of phone that, in its prime, could make someone feel like an undercover agent. Lucinda stared. You bought me a phone. Lex exhaled softly through his nose. I'll be leaving for Scotland early tomorrow. I'm staying there for 3 days, he paused, fingertips tapping once on the armrest. My father will be there, so I can't take you. Lucinda lifted her head immediately, but didn't say anything. Lex shrugged lightly, his gaze drifting away as though the blank wall before him now held an ancient riddle worth decoding. My father already knows you, he said, voice low, almost careful. He's always been particular about the people around me. Too particular. And I'd rather he didn't turn that scrutiny on you again. He nodded to the phone. So, I need you to use that to contact me in case anything happens. Lucinda frowned. Something like what? Anything. His tone was matter of fact, but his eyes weren't. They flicked to her hands, the same hands that had tossed a grown man like he was a vending machine she was mildly annoyed at. Then he lifted a brow. Because what if you suddenly start lifting all the furniture in this house? As your business partner, I demand to know. Lucinda narrowed her eyes. Oh, but what if I lie and don't tell you? Lex leaned back, that unsettlingly perceptive half-smile curling on his lips. I get the feeling you've been lying from the very beginning, Lucy. Lucinda immediately coughed on nothing. Air, pride, destiny. Who knew? Lex watched her silently, amused. Then, in a tone that carried far more weight than it should have, he said, but I'll wait for you to come to me. Slowly, he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Warm, steady, too sincere for a man who was supposed to be on the road to future villainy. Whenever you're ready. And just like that, Lex stood up, straightened his coat, and stepped out of the wine cellar without another word, leaving Lucinda frozen on the spot. She stared at the door he'd disappeared through, chewing the inside of her cheek. Those sounded like lines he said to Clark, she thought grimly. At this rate, if she prolonged her lies any further, she might actually become one of the reasons Lex turned into a villain. 27. Proximity, power, and predestination. The next day in Scotland. Lex stood near the helipad with his hands buried deep in the pockets of his trousers, long coat pushed back by the downdraft as the helicopter descended in slow, deliberate circles. The wind tugged at the fabric like it wanted to peel him open, but he remained still, immovable, composed, rehearsed. He tilted his head up, eyes narrowed against the rotor's assault. His pulse, traitor that it was, beat loud and insistent in his ears. Because stepping out of that helicopter, inevitable as gravity, was Lionel Luthor. The landing skids kissed the platform. The engine whined down. The door opened. Power radiated first, before the man even appeared. Lionel descended with the confidence of someone who believed the world had been built merely to support his footsteps. Impeccably dressed. Perfectly balanced. His presence carried the same weight it always had, an invisible hand around Lex's throat, not squeezing, just reminding him it could. Lex didn't move. He didn't smile. He didn't straighten. He just waited, and their eyes met across the pad. Lionel's gaze flicked over him in a fraction of a second, measuring, cataloging, assessing damage. Approval did not register. Disappointment didn't either. That would have required investment. Lex, Lionel said, voice smooth as polished marble. Dad, Lex replied, tone equally neutral. No embrace followed. There never was one. They fell into step beside each other, their strides perfectly matched as they descended the stairs into the building below, a structure of glass, steel, and money so old it practically breathed entitlement. Inside, the air shifted. A group of businessmen waited, powerful men with expensive watches and careful smiles, each one orbiting Lionel like moths around a controlled flame. These were men who bought governments with signatures and buried scandals with handshakes. They had not come for Lex. They had come because of him. Lex took his place half a step behind Lionel, posture relaxed, expression unreadable. He did not speak. He did not need to. His role was not participation, it was presentation. Lionel began immediately. Gentlemen, he said, spreading his hands with theatrical warmth, thank you for indulging my curiosity. Curiosity. Lex almost smiled. The men murmured greetings, eyes always flicking toward Lex. Some openly, others through reflections in polished surfaces. One man, silver-haired and sharp-eyed, didn't bother pretending discretion. "That's him?" The man asked, voice low but eager. "Your son?" Lionel didn't look back. "That's Lex." Lex met the man's gaze calmly. The man leaned forward, intrigued. Interesant. Lex had heard that word before. Usually right before someone tried to cut him open metaphorically or literally. Another man cleared his throat. "Your paper suggests prolonged exposure to meteorite radiation can alter human physiology, strength, endurance, cognitive acceleration." Lionel nodded. "Yes. The data is compelling." "And your son," the man continued, eyes fixed on Lex now, "grew up in Smallville. Ground Zero." Lex felt it then, not fear, not anger but irritation. A low, steady burn. Lionel gestured vaguely toward him, like one might gesture at a painting. "Lex has always been exceptional." Lex kept his face still. Exceptional, in Lionel's vocabulary, was a double-edged blade. It meant useful. It meant exploitable. It never meant loved. "So," another man said carefully, "you believe he may be one of the infected?" Lionel turned his head just enough to glance at Lex. The corner of his mouth twitched. "I believe," Lionel said, "that Lex represents a unique intersection of environment and heredity." Lex finally spoke. "If I may," he said smoothly. Every head turned. Lex stepped forward half a pace, hands still in his pockets, voice measured, polite, sharp as a scalpel wrapped in velvet. "Gentlemen, if I were meteor-infected, you'd already know." He paused. "If I possessed enhanced strength," he continued, "I wouldn't have required years of physical therapy. If I had accelerated healing, my medical records would read very differently. And if my cognitive abilities were supernatural," he tilted his head slightly, "you wouldn't need my father's research. You'd be asking me for it." One man chuckled nervously. Another frowned. Lionel said nothing. Lex smiled, small, controlled, lethal. "But I understand the confusion," he added. "I was near the meteor shower and survived. People find that disappointing and amusing at the same time." The room was silent now. Lionel finally placed a hand on Lex's shoulder. Light pressure. Possessive. Performative. "My son is not infected," Lionel said. "But he is proof that proximity alone does not create miracles." Lex felt the hand on his shoulder and did not flinch. "No," he corrected himself with quiet precision. "Miracles require intent. Accidents were for people who believed the universe cared enough to improvise." The meeting resumed as if nothing sacred or dangerous had just brushed past him. Voices layered over one another in polished cadence. Numbers followed. Projections bloomed on screens. Words like viability, containment, and ethical discretion were spoken with the same casual reverence others reserved for prayer. Funding was promised in neat increments, each pledge a polite admission of greed wrapped in academic concern. Lex retreated instinctively, slipping back into his father's shadow where he was expected to stand present, silent, ornamental. His posture was relaxed, his face unreadable. Anyone watching would see an obedient son. They would not see the calculations unfolding behind his eyes. Because while the room debated meteor-infected bodies as if they were commodities, while his father spoke of breakthroughs and necessary sacrifices, Lex was thinking about Lucinda. The way she had thrown that man lingered in Lex's mind. He had seen it up close, and that kind of strength did not come from an adrenaline rush. Her stance had been instinctive, almost innocent. Untrained, yet precise. He had caught the look on her face in the aftermath, the brief flicker of shock before fear took over. It was the expression of someone who had not known they were capable of doing something like that. And that man, the very same infected subject now secured beneath layers of glass and steel in Lex's private laboratory. The ones his father had been searching for, whether he knew it yet or not. The first undeniable proof that the meteorites did not merely poison, they rewrote humans. Perhaps even in different ways. Lex still did not know Lionel's true objective. His father preferred ambition to remain shapeless, adaptable. But if Lex were forced to deduce, and he always was, then the answer was simple, if unsettling. Power. Not control. Not defense. Power in its rawest form. The kind that bent men's spines and erased moral hesitation. The kind that would make Lionel Luthor untouchable. Lex knew a little about what the meteorites could do. He had catalogued their effects himself, dissected the data with almost religious discipline. Flora warped. Fauna mutated. Humans changed. The infected man had been his proof. The first controlled subject. No extraordinary abilities manifested. No invulnerability. No miracles. Instead, the body stabilized briefly, as if holding its breath, then began to decay from the inside out. Cellular collapse disguised as adaptation. Perhaps the effect depended on the duration or the severity of the exposure. And Lucinda had touched the man. Maybe that was why she had been able to haul him clear off the ground. Lex glanced down at his own hands, his jaw tightening. "But I touched him too," he mouthed. "And nothing happened." Lex swallowed, the movement sharp enough that he felt it in his throat. He had not intended to fixate on her, not now, not here, but the thought returned with irritating persistence. The room blurred at the edges as his focus narrowed inward. Perhaps. The word echoed louder than the businessmen surrounding him. Perhaps she had done something to him. Not deliberately. Lucinda was not calculating in that way. If anything, she was disastrously sincere. But unconscious influence was far more dangerous than intent. Intent could be controlled, studied, weaponized. The unconscious was chaos wearing a friendly face. Lex exhaled slowly through his nose, schooling his features back into neutrality just as Lionel's voice cut through the room sharp, authoritative. Applause followed. Lex did not join in. He was no longer listening. He knew that Lucinda had been lying to him all along. He believed her claim about coming from the future. Oddly enough, that part rang true. Even when she sounded careless, even foolish, there was something in the way she spoke that makes her truly different. Her vocabulary, her cadence, the way she framed ideas. It was not modern intelligence, it was future intelligence. And yet, there were too many omissions to ignore. It was not that she lacked curiosity. It was that she asked nothing. Not about the infected plants in the laboratory. Not about the white meteorite. Not about his open, deliberate interest in Clark. She was not apathetic. She was aware. It seems as though Lucinda knew exactly what was happening. And then there were the socks, branded with the Smallville logo. One printed with a stylized image of him and Clark, animated, exaggerated, unmistakably familiar. It was the one detail Lex could not rationalize. No theory, no timeline, no psychological profile could neatly account for it. And that, more than anything else, unsettled him. Lex, son. He blinked and looked up at his father's voice. Only then did Lex realize the room was already thinning out, chairs scraping softly against the floor as people drifted toward the adjoining hall for lunch. Lex turned to Lionel, lips parting to speak, but his father cut in first. You seem distant, Lionel observed pleasantly, a smile curving his mouth. What could possibly have stolen your attention from such an important meeting, one you claimed to be so interested in? Lex's smirk was immediate. I was never interested in your interests, Dad. I'm here to watch you sell impossible fantasies to powerful people and call it vision. Lionel laughed, rich and indulgent. Oh, son, how dramatic. He reached out, resting a hand on Lex's shoulder as if claiming him. As if I don't know where your imagination tends to wander. Clark Kent, for instance. That curiosity of yours, it's going to lead you absolutely nowhere. Lex chuckled softly. Then I suppose we share the same flaw. He turned to leave when Lionel talked, which made him halt. I understood your fascination with Clark, Lionel continued smoothly. After all, he did save your life. He paused and laughed. But your new housemaid. Lex's jaw clenched. What is it about that woman, Lionel went on, amused, that has you parading her through Smallville and even Metropolis? Slowly, Lex turned back, his expression calm, his voice low. Keep your hands off my friends, Dad, he said evenly. You won't enjoy what happens when my patience runs out. Lionel's smile did not falter. If anything, it softened. Friends, he repeated lightly, as though testing the word. He withdrew his hand and adjusted his cuff links, unhurried. You always have such generous definitions. I merely find it prudent to stay aware of the variables in your life. You mistake surveillance for concern, Dad, Lex said evenly. Lionel leaned in just enough to make his words private. I mistake nothing, son. I simply dislike surprises. Especially ones that appear out of nowhere, carrying their own intentions and secrets. Lex smirked. The tone in his father's voice gave him all the confirmation he needed. Lucinda was already being watched. They are simple people, Lex said lightly, leading simple lives. Do not trouble yourself with the insignificant. They are insignificant, Lionel answered, straightening. Until they are not. And if they truly mean nothing to you, then my attention should trouble you not at all. Lex finally stepped closer, his voice low and steady, danger coiled beneath the calm. If anything happens to those I care about, he said, you will not need to wonder whether I noticed, Dad. Lionel studied him for a long moment, eyes sharp with interest rather than fear. Then he smiled. Ah, there you are, he said warmly. The son I recognize. 28. So. This happened. It had been 9 hours since Lex had left for Scotland, and Lucinda had accomplished absolutely nothing of value in that time. She sat at the kitchen table, chin propped in her palm, eyes fixed on a point in space that did not exist. The stove was off. The sink was full. A slice of bread sat on a plate in front of her, untouched, slowly drying into what could only be described as future archaeology. Beside her, Jess mirrored the exact same posture, elbow on the table, cheek in hand, gaze unfocused. If someone had walked in at that moment, they might have assumed the two were participating in some sort of minimalist performance art. Neither of them blinked. Across the table, Molly stood with her arms crossed, weight shifted onto one hip, staring at them like she'd just discovered two particularly disappointing houseplants. Her eyes moved from Lucinda to Jess and back again, her disbelief deepening with every silent second. Finally, she shook her head. I don't understand young people nowadays, Molly muttered, her tone hovering somewhere between judgment and genuine confusion. So much energy. So much youth. She gestured vaguely at the ceiling, as if energy itself lived up there. And this is what you choose to do with it. Staring into the void. Lucinda didn't respond. Jess didn't respond either. Are either of you planning to move? Molly asked pointedly. Breathe, blink, contribute to society. Lucinda blinked once. Slowly. I'm thinking. Jess nodded solemnly. Same. Molly squinted. About. Lucinda's gaze remained fixed on nothing. Life. Jess added, existence. Molly rolled her eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't get stuck. You're 20-somethings. If you're going to sit there doing nothing, at least pretend it's on purpose. Lucinda sighed, chin sinking deeper into her palm. In all honesty, she was waiting. Waiting for a vibration. A beep. A tragically understated hello from Scotland. Lex, however, remained tragically silent. Of course he didn't text first. Why would he? Billionaires didn't double text. Billionaires barely texted at all. They summoned. Lucinda glanced at the phone on the counter for the 73rd time in 5 minutes. Still nothing. It stared back at her like a smug little rectangle of rejection. Earlier, in a moment of what she would later categorize as desperation disguised as science, she had tried lifting something heavy, specifically, a chair. A very normal, very uncooperative steel chair. The chair had won. She had also briefly considered attempting the refrigerator, but decided there were limits to dignity. Also, Molly had been watching. No super strength meant no excuse to text Lex first. And texting him just because would be pathetic. Unacceptable. A betrayal for her Dalagang Pilipina self. Suddenly, Lucinda shot upright so fast her chair screeched across the floor. Jess nearly inhaled her own soul. Molly clutched her chest for her dear life. What's wrong, Lucy? Molly gasped, clutching her chest as if bracing for tragedy. Did Audacity finally try leaving your body? Lucinda didn't answer. Not because she didn't hear Molly but because her brain had abruptly derailed itself at full speed and was now skidding into a very specific, very alarming realization. She had forgotten something. Her gaze unfocused, drifting past the kitchen walls, past the table, past Molly's theatrical concern and Jess's confused blinking. The timeline had slipped under her radar, and that was not acceptable. If Clark had already saved Lana from Tina Greer, then that meant episode 4 was done. Finished. Which could only mean one thing. Episode 5 had already begun. Her fingers curled against the tabletop as the memory settled into place. Last time, the jump from episode 3 to 4 hadn't been subtle at all, it kicked in immediately. No pause, no build-up. So it should be the same with episode 4 and 5. That thought lingered as she tapped her nails lightly against the surface. But something didn't add up. Lex being in Scotland during episode 5 never happened. He was in Smallville the entire time. Episode 5 Inch Cool had opened at the high school with the students having a party near a lake. Clark, Pete, Chloe, the usual crowd. Lana was there too, still with Whitney and their schoolmates. Then that guy showed up, one whose name stubbornly refused to surface no matter how hard Lucinda tried to grab it. He'd fallen into Crater Lake. Meteor rock. Ice powers. Cryokinesis, technically. He had to absorb body heat to stay alive, which meant freezing people. His girlfriend, almost Chloe, nearly the Kents. Meanwhile, Clark was juggling Lex's not-so-subtle attempts to set him up with Lana and the ongoing mess with the farm's finances. By the end of it, the guy was trapped in ice, Clark missed his date with Lana, and life carried on in that familiar, quietly disappointing way. And through all of it Lex never left Smallville. So maybe episode 5 hadn't started when she thought it did. Or maybe it had just not on schedule. Lucinda exhaled softly. Perhaps the episodes didn't follow a neat pattern after all. Jess and Molly had been watching Lucinda zone out the entire time. Perhaps are you missing Mr. Lex? Molly feigned a cough, and that finally snapped Lucinda out of her thoughts. Don't push your luck, Molly. Lucinda waved a hand dismissively. Oh sure, Molly scoffed. It's not like we haven't noticed that very expensive phone. She gestured toward Lucinda's phone lying on the table beside her hand. Mr. Lex gave you that so you could personally contact him, and you're telling us nothing's going on between the two of you. Jess gave a knowing nod in agreement. I told you, it's business, Lucinda groaned. Business, my left foot. Molly rolled her eyes. It's not like we didn't see you constantly glancing at the phone, waiting for his text. I wasn't born yesterday, Lucy. Molly and Jess giggled. Lucinda opened her mouth to argue, but the kitchen door swung open, and Clark stepped in. Their laughter evaporated instantly. Clark. Lucinda stood up, startled. What are you doing here? Lex isn't around. Clark blinked, first at Molly and Jess, then back at Lucinda. I didn't come for him, he mumbled. I wanted to talk to you. Lucinda's brows lifted. She glanced at Molly and Jess, then grabbed her phone before looking back at them. Go on. Molly gestured toward the door, indicating they should leave the kitchen. But of course, that earned them another suspicious grin from the girls. Once Lucinda and Clark stepped outside, she jabbed an elbow into his stomach. Clark, despite his reputation for near invincibility, actually groaned. Bro, you're supposed to have a body of steel, Lucinda said, genuinely baffled. Clark grimaced, forcing himself upright. That's actually something I wanted to talk to you about. Lucinda's eyes narrowed, circling him like she was already piecing things together. Don't tell me you're losing your strength. She asked immediately. No, it's not that, Clark sighed. It's just, unstable. I keep losing it from time to time. I was hoping maybe you knew something about it. Lucinda studied him for a long beat before asking, when did it start happening? Yesterday, Clark sighed. Yesterday, Lucinda echoed under her breath. Yesterday, the same day, she'd hauled that kryptonite-infected man away like it weighed nothing, as if strength had answered her without permission. Her lips parted. No, it can't be. She wanted to tell Clark right away, but something held her back. Maybe it was better to keep it to herself for now, at least until she could confirm what was really happening. Looking up at him, she mumbled, "I honestly don't know, at least for now, but I'll figure it out." "No," Clark interrupted, shaking his head. "I think it'd be better if you didn't. You might get in trouble with Lex." "I wouldn't, don't worry," Lucinda shrugged. "Besides, have you thought about what I said last time?" Clark's lips thinned. "I'm not sure yet, Lucy." Lucinda exhaled. "I understand. Anyway, if I somehow, let's say, see something in the future, I'll tell you." She handed him her phone. "Give me your number, so I can contact you whenever." Clark stared at the phone for a moment, then took it and saved his number. He was about to leave when Lucinda called after him. "Clark." "Yes. Do you really consider Lex your friend?" Her tone had grown serious. Clark looked down at her, then smiled. "Lex is like a brother I never had, Lucy." With that, he turned and walked away. Lucinda let out a long sigh. "Looks like the plot has been completely ruined by yours truly," she groaned. "Because that was Lex's line. I hope you're very much ready for this, Lucinda." 29. Unexpected guess. Lucinda stared at Clark's number plastered on her phone screen. At least it was there. If anything happened, she could just text him. "Oh, wait, why Clark?" she muttered to herself. "I should be texting Lex." She nodded, as if that settled the matter, and slipped the phone back into her pocket. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The day had stretched long and quiet, and with nothing pressing to occupy her, Lucinda decided to wander through the sprawling grounds of Lex's mansion. The place was vast enough that it almost encouraged exploration, paths curving away like they were daring her to get lost. What struck her as strange was the silence. Molly and Jess were off doing their own thing somewhere inside, but there were no guards in sight. Normally, there was always someone posted somewhere by the gates, along the paths, near the main house. Darius had gone with Lex to Scotland, along with 2 other guards, but that still left at least 17 more stationed on the property. And yet nothing. The unease lingered as she walked farther back, toward the edge of the estate, until the land opened up and revealed the water feature tucked behind the mansion. Calling it a lake felt generous, but pond didn't quite do it justice either. It was a massive, carefully designed fish pond, stretching wide and calm, framed by smooth stone edges and gentle slopes of manicured grass. The water was impossibly clear, reflecting the fading gold of the afternoon sky like polished glass. Beneath the surface, koi of every color glided lazily, deep crimson, pearl white, gold flecked with black, moving in slow, graceful patterns as if choreographed. Smooth river stones lined the bottom, visible through the water, arranged with deliberate precision. A small wooden bridge arched over one end of the pond, its dark lacquer pristine, not a splinter or crack in sight. Lily pads floated near the edges, their broad leaves unblemished, some bearing pale blossoms just beginning to close for the evening. Subtle underwater lights were already on, casting a soft glow that made the fish shimmer as they passed through it. Even the surrounding shrubs and bonsai-like trees looked curated to perfection, trimmed just enough to appear natural without ever slipping into wildness. It was quiet, serene, almost reverent, too well taken care of. Lucinda slowed her steps, her gaze sweeping the area once more, the absence of people suddenly louder than any sound. "If I could take a picture of this and post it on my social media," she muttered with a soft laugh, "I'd absolutely leech off the fame." She giggled, twirling once in place, arms slightly out as she let the cool air brush against her skin until a silhouette at the far end of the pond caught her eye. Lucinda stopped mid-spin. Across the water stood a man. She stared, her amusement fading as she focused on him. Something about his posture felt wrong. He looked familiar, uncomfortably so, but she couldn't place where she'd seen him before. He stood rigid, arms wrapped tightly around his own body, as if trying to keep himself together. From this distance, his features were blurred, but then she noticed the way he trembled. Her stomach dropped. Lucinda squinted at the figure ahead, her brain finally deciding to clock back in. "Varsity jacket," she murmured, eyes narrowing as the details slid into focus one by one. The familiar colors. The unmistakable high school cut. The kind of jacket that screamed Smallville pride and teenage poor decisions in equal measure. Her gaze drifted lower. Bluish skin, her breath hitched. Her throat bobbed hard. No, absolutely not. A very specific memory surfaced uninvited, something about a kid, a lake, and enough green glow to violate several environmental laws. It can't be that kid who drowned in the kryptonite-infested lake. The man kept walking toward her, slowly, and definitely tweaking, if that's the word. Menacingly enough that Lucinda's fight-or-flight response didn't even bother debating. She was not, under any circumstances, going to be the first casualty in a horror episode. She was built different. She had genre awareness. So she ran. Of course. Lucinda spun on her heel and sprinted back toward the mansion with the grace of someone fleeing both danger and narrative inevitability. Unfortunately, in her blind panic, she collided full force into a guard she was fairly certain had not existed yesterday. They both stumbled inside, but Lucinda was quick to turn around and lock the door. "Whoa, what's the rush, Lucy?" The guard said easily as if they were close. Someone's outside, she blurted, grabbing his sleeve. Tell the others to lock the door and, hey, calm down. He steadied her by the arms, solid and annoyingly unbothered. Who's outside? Lucinda stared at him, incredulous. Do I look like I know? She snapped, chest still heaving. If I knew him, I'd invite him in, offer coffee, and ask what his tragic backstory is. She twisted just enough to glance over her shoulder, half expecting bluish skin and varsity confidence to materialize in the doorway. Nothing yet. Which, somehow, made it worse. There was a guy, she went on, words tumbling over each other. Varsity jacket. Wrong vibes. Very, I definitely do not belong on this property, energy. The guard frowned, finally taking her seriously. You sure? Lucinda nodded sharply. I'm many things: dramatic, paranoid, chronically overprepared, but I am not wrong. Lucinda knew that feeling. The one where something deep in her brain started blaring emergency sirens like a malfunctioning fire alarm that no one could shut off. This was bad. The kind that came with ominous background music and a very real chance of someone getting thrown through a wall. And of course Lex was not even in the country. Very good timing. The guard nodded briskly and lifted his walkie-talkie, already murmuring into it as he moved down the hallway. Lucinda stayed rooted to the spot, staring after him like he might suddenly evaporate if she blinked too hard. Only then did she realize her hand had drifted into her pocket. Her fingers curled around the phone. This is a very valid reason to text Lex, right? She muttered to herself, already pulling it out. Trespasser. Bluish skin. Possible meteor nonsense. This was practically a formal invitation to panic text her billionaire business partner. She had just opened the message screen when someone called her. Lucy. Lucinda nearly launched the phone across the room. Jess had appeared out of nowhere, hair rumpled, eyes still foggy with sleep, but concern unmistakably present in her voice. She stopped in front of Lucinda, blinking. What's going on? One of the new guards said there was a— she lowered her voice, a thief. Lucinda grimaced. Not a thief, just a trespasser. And he looks unwell. Like, very unwell. She hesitated, then added, you should go back to your room. Lock the door. Tell Molly to do the same. Jess frowned. What about you? I'll be fine, Lucinda said quickly, waving her off. I just need to check on something. That was a lie. She absolutely did not know what she was checking on. Before Jess could argue, Lucinda turned on her heel and hurried toward the other wing. Miss Bryce. Lucinda skidded to a stop. Edgar, one of the guards she actually recognized, stepped out from the east wing, adjusting the holster at his waist. What was the commotion all about? He asked. There's a dangerous man outside, Lucinda said immediately, fingers still hovering over her phone like it might sprout answers if she stared hard enough. Edgar sighed, already tired. We'll chase him off. No need to alarm everyone, he lowered his voice. You don't want to cause unnecessary worry in the mansion. Mr. Luther wouldn't like that. Lex isn't that sensitive, Lucinda muttered. Edgar stiffened. He stepped closer and gently hushed her, his eyes flicking around the hallway. Not that Luther, he whispered. The other Luther. His gaze sharpened. And keep yourself away from Dylan's eyes. Don't do anything that might interest Lionel. That landed hard. Is he working with Leo? Lucinda didn't finish the word when Edgar straightened, professional mask sliding back into place. Go to your room, Miss Bryce. We'll handle it. And just like that, he walked away. Dylan. Lucinda muttered to herself. Did that name even exist in Smallville? She didn't like how that name now came with an unspoken warning. Still, she did as she was told. She went back to her room, shut the door, and finally typed out a message to Lex, brief, careful, not at all panicked despite her internal screaming. Half an hour passed. Still no reply. Lucinda paced. She stared at the door. She stared at the phone. She stared at the ceiling like answers might be etched into the plaster. Then a knock broke the silence. Miss Bryce, Edgar said from the other side. Lucinda opened the door. We haven't seen the man you mentioned, Edgar reported. Standing beside Edgar was Dylan. Around her age. Asian, maybe Japanese. Calm. Disturbingly calm. His posture was relaxed, shoulders loose, hands easy at his sides, like nothing in the world had ever startled him. That alone set off something sharp and unpleasant in Lucinda's gut. His expression was neutral, observant too observant. The kind of unreadable that didn't mean empty, but rather carefully locked. Objectively speaking, he was handsome. Annoyingly so. Tousled hair, sharp jaw, that effortless look that screamed I wake up like this and inconvenience people. If Lucinda squinted, he looked vaguely like Kento Yamazaki had wandered onto the wrong set. She did not like him. But I found this, Dylan said calmly, reaching into his pocket. Lucinda's breath hitched before her brain even caught up when he pulled out a necklace. No. Lucinda swallowed. The chain was thin, familiar, and dangling from it is a kryptonite. Her throat went dry. Are you familiar with this? Dylan asked, tilting his head slightly as he studied her reaction. Lucinda's brows drew together as she forced herself to breathe. Slowly, normally, casually, like she wasn't internally screaming. Yes, she said, licking her lips. I was at Clark Kent's farm yesterday. She cleared her throat. I met his friend, Lana Lang. She was wearing a necklace just like that. Because of course it was Lana's. Of course it was. Why wouldn't the universe throw that at her today? Did something happen to Lana? Dylan's brows twitched just barely. Lana Lang, he murmured, as if filing the name away somewhere important. Well, he continued smoothly, I'll be heading to the Kents later. I can return it to Clark. Lucinda's mouth moved before her common sense could tackle it to the ground. Can I come? Edgar's glare could have melted steel and it made Lucinda shiver. Dylan, however, smiled. It was small, polite, and somehow made her skin crawl. Mr. Luther wouldn't like that, Lucy, Dylan said lightly. He'd prefer you safe here inside. Lucinda's lips pressed together. She had absolutely nothing to counter that with, because unfortunately, he was right and she hated that. Without another word, Dylan slipped Lana's necklace back into his pocket, turned on his heel, and walked away down the hall like he hadn't just dropped a narrative landmine on her life. The moment he disappeared from view, Edgar rounded on her. Really, Miss Bryce? He scoffed. He was sent here by Lionel to spy on you. Do you have a death wish or are you just collecting them as a hobby? Lucinda rolled her eyes. You're being paranoid, Ed. She paused, then added quickly, but stay alert. I have a feeling that man is still around. Edgar laughed. Look who's paranoid now. And with that, he walked off, leaving Lucinda standing there, staring down the hallway Dylan had vanished into. Lucinda exhaled and turned back toward the table where she had left her phone. She needed to warn Clark about Dylan, about the kryptonite. If there was one thing Clark absolutely could not afford, it was being anywhere near that stuff, especially if his strength was already unstable. Her fingers flew over the screen. One of Lex's guard might visit you later. He has Lana's necklace. I don't know why. Is Lana okay? Can you check on her? The moment she pressed send, a sudden chill crawled up her spine. Lucinda froze. By instinct, she lifted her head and looked toward the hallway she'd left open and her eyes widened. The man in the varsity jacket was standing there. The hallway lights burned bright behind him, throwing his figure into sharp focus. His skin had gone unnaturally pale, as if the cold had settled into his bones. Frost clung to his eyelashes, tiny crystals glistening with every shallow breath he took. Even his hair was dusted with ice, stiff and rimed, like he'd stepped out of a freezer rather than walked down a corridor. Suddenly, the man smiled. So, he murmured, his voice thin and brittle, the warmth it's really coming from you. The words were quiet, almost curious, just loud enough for Lucinda to hear. Lucinda swallowed, grimacing. Oh, of course. 30. The Iceman cometh. Lucinda moved, and immediately regretted it. Every step she took backward, the man mirrored one step, two steps like they were stuck in some deeply unsettling ballroom routine no one had rehearsed for. He moved with purpose now, less shivering, more target acquired. Lucinda's brain, ever helpful, offered a solution. Just run past him, grab him, toss him aside. I mean, come on. The guy was shaking like a broken fridge. He could barely stand. She could probably shoulder check him into next week. It would be easy, right? Right? Sure. Lucinda swallowed hard. Every single kryptonite-infected human she had ever seen on this show had ended up with either enhanced strength, speed, durability, or all of the above. This was not a coincidence. This was a pattern. And Lucinda had genre awareness. Thank you very much. Running toward him would be astronomically stupid. But how did he even get in? She muttered, stepping back again. Dylan. Obviously. Probably. But not the point right now. The point was imminent icy death. If he touched her, it was over. She'd freeze solid, die tragically, and become one of those who is she again character people only brought up in Reddit threads and then curse at them. That would be humiliating and Lucinda refused to experience it firsthand. So she squared her shoulders to get ready. She might not have powers, but she had spite. And panic. And wait, she gasped when she remembered she actually had a phone. Clark. Yes. Clark. Clark with the muscles, the six-pack abs that deserved their own zip code, and probably a V-line carved by the gods themselves. Clark with the save-the-day habit that made everyone else look lazy. She fumbled with her phone, fingers betraying her like traitorous little gremlins. The screen had suddenly become absurdly slippery, which she very wisely decided to blame on fate, bad luck, and possibly the universe's cruel sense of humor. Honestly, she couldn't believe that fumbling over a phone is possible in a life-and-death scenario. Unnecessary, but real. Lucinda squeaked like a startled mouse when the man sprinted. Tika Langig, she screamed, words tumbling over each other. Her brain short-circuited into a chaotic slideshow of options. Door. Lock it except what if it freezes solid and traps her? Run around the room away from him? Terrible idea. She'd trip over literally everything. She might actually die before the man could actually touch her. Window. Second floor. Dramatic death guaranteed. She crunched the numbers in a fraction of a second. Either way, she'd be dead. Lucinda's soul briefly left her body, waved a casual goodbye to reality, and started mentally packing for the afterlife. Clark K. She bellowed into the phone, completely ignoring that Clark was, predictably, not answering. Of course he wasn't. He would never speed run from his room to Lex's mansion just to save a side character with attitude issues. Lucinda's body simply decided to lunge for the door, desperate to shut it, but the man slammed against it at the same moment. The impact rattled the frame violently, and Lucinda's feet slipped out from under her. She tumbled backward, slamming into the floor with a harsh thud. Her phone, clutched tightly in panic a second ago, betrayed her, skidding across the floor and landing several feet away. Groaning, Lucinda's back slammed against the wall. Pain radiated along her spine, but she refused to stay down because she's a strong independent woman, goddammit. She pushed herself up on trembling arms, each movement sharp with adrenaline. Being frozen solid was not on her to-do list today, no thanks. Her eyes darted around the room. Where's Edgar, Dylan, the other guards, Molly, Jess? Panic tightened her chest. Are they okay? Did this guy get to them already? The man now stood beneath the doorframe, framed by the dim hallway light. His presence sucked the warmth out of the room, the air around him shimmering faintly, ice forming along the edges like frost creeping over glass. Lucinda's fingers twitched toward her phone, but it lay hopelessly far away, just out of reach. I don't want to hurt you, he said finally, his voice low and cold, each word dropping the temperature by degrees. But I have no choice. Lucinda scooted backward, pressing herself against the wall, trying to maximize the distance. But there's something different about you, he continued, a grin curling across his frostbitten face. I can feel that if I suck the warmth from you I'd feel completely better. I'm sure you're feeling it wrong, Lucinda swallowed. I'm a very cold person, personality-wise, emotionally, spiritually. Frankly, I'm a walking freezer. The man tilted his head, eyes dragging over her as if she were an item on a clearance rack. Probably, he said. But there's only one way to find out. Lucinda watched him step closer. Such a tragic death, she thought calmly. Taken out by an ice vampire with zero dignity and no witnesses. The man was already too close for escape. One touch and she'd be dead anyway. Honestly, she should have at least cleaned her room. He knelt in front of her and slowly reached for her cheek. Lucinda closed her eyes, bracing herself. Any second now, her life was supposed to flash before her eyes. That's how it worked, right? Childhood memories. Regrets. Maybe that embarrassing thing from high school she'd been actively suppressing for years. None of that happened. Instead, a loud thud and the sound of shattering glass snapped Lucinda's eyes open. Lucy, are you okay? Clark was suddenly there, kneeling in front of her, eyes wide with concern, breathing like he'd just sprinted through 3 states and a moral crisis. Lucinda couldn't speak. She turned her head toward the noise instead. The man was gone. The shattered window, however, remained, cold air rushing in as undeniable evidence that Clark had, in fact, resolved the situation by introducing it to gravity. Nice one, Clark. Lucinda mentally screamed. Mentally, because right now, she couldn't even speak properly out of shock. Why you answered my call? Lucinda stammered. I didn't, Clark shook his head. You might have accidentally called Lex instead. Lex called me. Lucinda blinked. He couldn't exactly teleport from Scotland back to Canada, Clark continued, a beat too dry for the situation. He was very surprised to hear you screaming my name. Lucinda stared at him. Oh, she said faintly, then gasped as another thought slammed into her. Lana's necklace. Is Lana okay? That Iceman dropped her necklace earlier. Did something happen to her? Clark nodded. He attacked her earlier. I was nearby thankfully. He got distracted, which gave me just enough time to step in. His jaw tightened. I didn't know he'd come here. Only then did Lucinda realize she'd been holding her breath again. She inhaled shakily, relief loosening her chest until footsteps echoed down the hallway. Miss Bryce, what's happening in there? Edgar's voice rang out, sharp with concern. Lucinda's head snapped toward the door. You better go, she told Clark urgently. Dylan had Lana's kryptonite necklace. You cannot stay here. Clark nodded. I'll look for Sean too. Lucinda blinked. Sean Wright. The name clicked into place. Sean Kelvin. One of the Crow players. Of course it had to be him. She just could remember his face. Good thing Clark mentioned it. But what are you going to tell them? Clark asked. Your room looks definitely. He looked around, frozen. Lucinda straightened, wincing. Leave it to me. And if you're still not ready to be honest with Lex, tell him you only got here after I was attacked. Got it. She narrowed her eyes, studying his expression. One look told her everything. Clark Kent, brave enough to throw monsters through windows, not brave enough to have that conversation. Got it, he said. Be careful. Clark placed a hand on Lucinda's shoulder only to immediately pull it away when he felt a sudden electric shock. Or was it only his imagination? You should go now, Clark, Lucy said with urgency. And just like that, Clark was disappeared, vanishing in a blur of speed that kicked up a small cloud of dust which Lucinda inhaled, unfortunately. She coughed, swatting the dusts in the air. Seconds later, Edgar burst in with Dylan and 2 guards close behind. The room looked like it had lost a personal war with winter. Frost clung to the walls like pale veins, creeping over her vanity mirror and freezing half the curtains stiff. Shards of glass glittered across the floor beneath the shattered window, rimmed in ice. The air was painfully cold, her breath fogging in front of her face like she'd been relocated to the Arctic without consent. What happened here? Edgar gasped, rushing to her side. He was here, Lucinda groaned as pain flared along her back. The man I told you about. Her knees buckled, and she pitched forward only to be caught by Dylan just in time. "Easy there," he said, steadying her. He glanced toward the hall. The kitchen door's been flung open. Doorknobs are covered in ice. That's probably how he broke in. Lucinda squinted at him. "Are you sure you didn't let him in?" Dylan raised an eyebrow. "And risked getting fired for negligence." He shook his head. "I'd rather not, thank you very much." Edgar exhaled deeply and stepped toward the shattered window, peering down into the dark below where there was nothing but empty night. Sean had already escaped. Of course he had. "Since the meteor strike," Edgar said slowly, "I've seen a great many inexplicable things in this town, but I've never encountered someone with ice abilities." Lucinda watched him from behind. Even Dylan and the two guards exchanged uncertain glances, curiosity edging into unease. Edgar turned back to them and gestured sharply at the guards. "You two alert the others. Conduct a wide search. This incident does not leave the mansion." "Yes, sir," they replied, heading out immediately. Edgar's attention returned to Lucinda, his tone softening. "You should stay in the guest room tonight, Miss Bryce. This room is compromised." Lucinda glanced around at the frostbitten walls and the missing window, then finally allowed herself to sigh. Dylan volunteered to help her move a few belongings so they wouldn't be damaged during repairs tomorrow. Jess and Molly joined in, carefully packing her clothes mostly to help, and partly to ensure her lace underwear didn't grow legs and leap directly into Dylan's line of sight. Now, Lucinda found herself back in the guest room, the very one she'd woken up in after being unceremoniously teleported into this mess of a life. She sat on the edge of the bed while Molly wrung out a damp towel, fussing as she gently dabbed at Lucinda's injuries. "Good heavens," Molly exclaimed, nearly wilting on the spot. "I'm so relieved you weren't hurt more badly." She paused, pressed a hand to her chest, then rallied again. "Honestly, the shock alone nearly finished me." Jess, for once, was completely composed. She carefully applied cream to Lucinda's scrapes, likely from ice, judging by the sting. Lucinda hadn't even realized she was injured. "Calm down, Molly," Lucinda chuckled. "It's not like I'm severely injured." "But you're still injured," Molly protested, raising a trembling finger. Whether from age or righteous fury was unclear. "If I had been there, I would have smacked that weirdo's face, tossed him into the air, and round-kicked him straight into the wall." Jess didn't even look up. "Your bones are already too weak for that, Molly." "Your mouth is rotten, child," Molly grimaced, shooting her a glare sharp enough to peel paint. Jess hummed thoughtfully. "Lucy's a bad weed," she dabbed on more cream, entirely unfazed. "And bad weeds don't die easily." Lucinda slowly turned her head. Molly did the same. Now both of them were glaring at Jess. Jess finally glanced up, blinked once, and added, utterly sincere, "I meant that as a compliment." Lucinda grimaced. "I usually question people's quiet personalities. Now I know why you should keep quiet." Jess didn't respond. She kept dabbing cream on Lucinda's wound, her expression perfectly unreadable, as if the world's criticisms were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, far from Lex's mansion, Clark stood under the darkened road, surrounded by nothing but cornfields, the faint tracks of Sean he had been following now completely gone. A groan escaped him as dizziness rolled in. It was getting late. Best to go home first. He made his way to his favorite spot, the loft of their family barn. There, he found Chloe perched on the wooden bench. "Chloe," Clark greeted, a small smile forming. "What are you doing here this late at night?" Chloe stood, stretching her arms behind her back as she walked toward him. Her short, spunky hair bounced with every step. "Well, guess who finally got asked out on a date?" she said with a grin, leaning toward him. Clark blinked. "Well, since it's not me, and probably not Pete, the only logical answer is you." Chloe snapped her eyes playfully. "Yes, you're right." Clark made a face as she turned. "And who's the lucky guy?" "I can't tell you yet," Chloe replied, heading toward the telescope Clark had suspiciously pointed toward the balcony of Lana's house. "I might jinx it." Before she could look through it, Clark snatched the scope away and placed it out of reach. "Oh, please," Chloe teased, giggling. "It's not like I don't know you've been taking peeks at Lana Lang since grade school with that thing. You're so low, you're subterranean." Clark's cheeks flushed bright red. He stared anywhere but at her. "It's late, Chloe. You mean to tell me you came here just to announce a date?" "Nope," she said, shrugging. "I actually came to check on Lana. She said someone attacked her. Didn't see the guy clearly, but mentioned he had weird superpowers. Ice, maybe. I came to interview her, but she's still recovering. And apparently, according to her Aunt Nell, you were the one who saved her." Chloe squinted at him. "So did you see that man?" Clark froze. If he admitted it was Sean, there was no doubt Chloe would barge straight into danger to see for herself. He had enough saving people for one day. And his super strength was still on the fritz. "I didn't," Clark said smoothly. "He wasn't there when I found Lana unconscious." Chloe rolled her eyes. "Oh, what a bummer. Where's the Inquisition when you need it?" Clark grinned faintly. "Well, apparently that's not my problem. I'll drive you home." "I brought my car, Clark," Chloe replied, crossing her arms. "Next time, be more useful in the torch, okay?" Clark watched her descend from the loft, a mix of relief and confusion tugging at his chest. Then he looked down at his hand, the very one he had placed on Lucinda's shoulder. His eyes narrowed. Is this something to do with Lucy? 31. Officially bait. Because of what had happened, the very next day Lex was forced to return to Smallville to inspect the damage himself. Now he stood motionless beneath the pale morning sun, hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored trousers, head tilted upward as he watched the ongoing renovation of Lucinda's room. It was barely 9 in the morning, yet the mansion grounds were already alive with noise, metal clanging against stone, the rhythmic buzz of power tools, the low murmur of workers calling measurements to one another. Lex wore a simple gray sweater, the kind that somehow still looked expensive, his expression carved from pure disbelief. Up above, construction workers moved like ants along the exterior wall. A metal scaffold hugged the side of the mansion, its steel bars bolted tightly into centuries-old stone. One man balanced near the broken window frame, carefully prying away frost-damaged shards of glass, while another measured the opening with a tape, calling out numbers over the whine of a drill. A third worker scraped away ice residue still clinging stubbornly to the stone, muttering under his breath about freak weather and not being paid enough for this. The shattered window had been stripped down to its bones, exposed wood frame, cracked masonry, and faint white scorch-like marks where unnatural cold had bitten deep. Sheets of protective plastic flapped softly in the breeze, taped over the opening to keep the cold out until new glass could be fitted. Beside Lex stood Lucinda, barely breathing. Lex hadn't said a word in the 30 minutes since he arrived, and the silence was worse than yelling. Lucinda's heart pounded so violently she was convinced it might crack a rib and file for emancipation. She stared anywhere but at him, at the scaffolding, the tools, the sky, anything to avoid becoming the next object of his quiet disappointment. This mansion, Lex finally said, his voice calm and dangerous in its restraint, is an ancient ancestral home my father had rebuilt stone by stone here in Smallville in the late 1980s. Lucinda immediately wished fervent light had he had stayed silent. She grimaced. Yes, she knew that. She really knew that. She also knew Smallville was fictional. A town that technically existed only as a narrative construct somewhere in Kansas. She knew the show was filmed in and around Vancouver, British Columbia, Cloverdale, Aldergrove, Langley, local farms masquerading as cornfields, Hatley Castle standing in as this very mansion. She knew all of this. She also knew she had been teleported here, so logic had clearly packed up and left the building. Lucinda swallowed, preparing herself to explain when Lex turned toward her. Sunlight struck his scalp like a spotlight, but this time, Lucinda squinted reflexively. Then, calmly, triumphantly, she slid on the sunglasses she had borrowed from Jess for this exact moment. Lex blinked. What's with the sunglasses, Lucy? He asked, lips parted in disbelief. Precautionary measures, Lucinda replied smoothly. She shrugged as if this were entirely normal behavior. So, as you were saying, yes, I'm aware your mansion is ancient and sacred, but this was not my fault. I never said it was, Lex sighed, rubbing his temple. The only problem I see is that you called Clark instead of me. Well, correction, Lucinda raised a finger between them. Technically, I called you. I just happened to say the wrong name. Lex's mouth tightened. So Clark is more reliable than me. I never said that, Lucinda raised her finger higher, as if escalating the argument on a visual level. Besides, you didn't even reply. And you saw the necklace Dylan showed you. It was Lana's. Lana is connected to Clark. My brain just called whoever was closest to my hypothalamus. Lex stared at her. His nose scrunched slightly as he processed the sentence. That sounded more stupid by the minute, Lucy. But you get my point, Lucinda said calmly, lowering her hand. Lex sighed, then turned his full attention on her. His gaze lingered longer than before, studying the bruises blooming along her arms, the shallow cuts tracing her skin, the faint pallor of frostbite on her cheeks. Even without direct contact, Sean's abilities had left their mark, cold that sank deep, stubborn and invasive. It explained why the workers were still chipping away at ice hours later, muttering under their breath as it refused to melt like anything natural. At the very least, Lex said finally, his voice noticeably softer, you look functional. A pause. Shouldn't you go to the hospital and get checked? These are nothing, Lucinda replied quickly, inspecting herself with exaggerated care, as if evaluating a minor inconvenience rather than evidence of a supernatural assault. And you didn't really have to come home. Edgar said he could manage the construction. Your mansion will survive. I didn't come back to check on the house, Lucy. The words landed too easily. I came back to check on you. Lucinda nearly choked on air. Her brain stalled, gears grinding as she searched for a response that didn't involve fainting, screaming, or acknowledging the sudden, uncomfortable warmth crawling up her spine. Before she could react, Lex continued, tone returning to its familiar casual precision. I can't exactly let a time traveler die on me without making any discoveries. Lucinda pulled a face. I'm deeply moved by your scientific concern, Lex. He chuckled softly. Of course I came back, he said. You're under my care, Lucy. His gaze sharpened, something sincere flickering beneath the calculation. And I apologize that this happened to you. For a brief moment, the noise of drills and hammers faded into the background. Lucinda then found herself drowning in Lex's ocean blue eyes and promptly discovered that her niece had decided to resign without notice. Oh, Lex gasped, stepping forward to catch her. Lucinda swatted his hand away on instinct and straightened so abruptly it bordered on slapstick, wobbling once before planting her feet like a statue determined not to fall. "I'm fine," she said too quickly, clearing her throat and adjusting her sunglasses with unnecessary authority. "Just gravity checking in. Happens all the time." Lex blinked, then slowly lowered his hand, one brow lifting in unmistakable amusement. "So," Lucinda said quickly, clearly changing gears, "did you have breakfast? I can prepare something for you." She made a valiant effort to stare anywhere except at Lex. "I did," Lex replied. "I just want something to drink. Coffee, tea, or me." Lucinda broke off with a poorly timed cough, nearly choking on the words. The joke was muscle memory, the setting was not. Heat rushed to her ears. "I mean coffee, tea, or Merlot." She nodded once, decisively, as if Merlot had always been the plan. Lex fought the urge to smirk. "I want you." He paused, then deliberately mimicked Lucinda's fake cough. "I mean, I want you on. He didn't even get the chance to retract the joke. Lucinda nodded once sharp, decisive, then immediately turned on her heel and marched straight into the mansion without another word. Lex stared after her. "Of course she knows you on," he murmured to himself as she disappeared inside. From where he stood, Lex's attention drifted back to the activity around the courtyard. Construction workers continued their repairs, voices overlapping with the scrape of tools against stone. Dylan stood nearby with Jin, another guard roughly his age, both of them gesturing animatedly toward Lucinda's room as Dylan appeared to recount the previous night's events in vivid detail. That was when Edgar approached from the opposite side. "Reporting, Mr. Luther," Edgar said crisply. Lex turned to him, one brow lifting in silent permission. "We found no tracks belonging to the assailant," Edgar reported. "No confirmed sightings either. The only evidence that he was ever here is what happened to Miss Bryce and..." He paused, reaching into his coat. When Edgar withdrew a clear Ziploc bag, Lex's eyes sharpened. Inside was a severed finger, frozen solid despite the mild weather. Frost rimmed the skin, and beneath the ice pulsed a faint greenish glow, the same glow meteorite-infected man had. "I found it myself," Edgar continued evenly, directly below Miss Bryce's window, presumably where the assailant landed. Whatever surprise flickered across Lex's face vanished instantly, replaced by something colder. "Who knows about this?" Lex asked, his tone perfectly neutral. "No one, Mr. Luther." Lex nodded once. "Send it to Metropolis. Straight to Dr. Hamilton. He'll know what to do." "Yes, sir." Edgar turned and departed immediately. Moments later, Lucinda reappeared carrying a tray with one steaming cup of coffee. The exact drink Lex had jokingly requested. Lex smirked as he accepted the cup and took a sip. "I'm impressed," he said lightly. "Didn't expect you to know what yuanyang was, Lucy." Lucinda shifted the tray to her hip and pushed her sunglasses up the bridge of her nose with practiced flair, the kind that suggested she had, at some point in her life, absolutely won an argument while wearing them. "Yuanyang or yuinayum is a beverage composed of both coffee and tea," she began, her tone smooth and dangerously confident. "It originated in Hong Kong and is traditionally served in Dai Pai Dong and Cha Chenteng. The preparation ratio varies by vendor and region, but the standard composition consists of brewed coffee and black tea, typically sweetened with milk and sugar." She flipped her hair for emphasis, as if concluding a lecture no one had formally signed up for. Lex eyed the rim of the cup, smirked, then looked back at her. "Fascinating," he said, with the air of a man who had just learned something entirely unnecessary yet oddly impressive. He gestured toward the interior of the mansion. "Come, let's discuss your interdisciplinary expertise." Lucinda followed him into his office, the room already humming softly with power and importance. Lex took a sip of the drink, paused just long enough to register surprise, then set the cup down on his desk with deliberate care. He moved toward a secondary table lined with two computer monitors, their screens glowing faintly in the dimmer light. Lucinda lingered behind him, watching as he hovered, clicked, and navigated with unsettling ease. "Come here, Lucy," Lex said, not bothering to look at her. He simply tilted his head in a silent summons. Lucinda placed the tray on a nearby couch and stepped closer, her gaze drawn to the screens. With a final click, a series of photographs appeared. Lucinda swallowed. The images showed the meteorite-infected man, one she had slammed into the road, lying motionless on a steel bed, stark and clinical, like something out of a morgue. The green glow was gone. No veins pulsed beneath his skin. He looked normal. Disturbingly normal. And very much dead. "Probably. Yes," Lex said calmly, folding his arms as he stood beside her. "This is the man we encountered. His data confirms prolonged cellular infection from the meteorite that crashed in Smallville years ago." He paused, then added, "However, for reasons that are still irritatingly unclear, his cells began to remultiply. He is currently recovering." Lucinda kept her eyes on the screen, her expression tight. "Recovering," she repeated faintly, as if testing whether the word was safe. "I've studied plants and animals affected by meteorite exposure," Lex continued. "This phenomenon has never occurred before." He glanced at her. "Which leads me to two possibilities." She turned her head slightly. "Either the meteorite affects humans differently than flora and fauna," Lex said evenly, or he paused, letting the implication settle, "it's because you made contact with him." Lucinda blinked. "Once. Twice. several more times for good measure. Me. She stammered. Are you saying I somehow reversed the meteorite's effects on that man just by touching him? Lex shrugged, unbothered. It was my working theory. He tilted his head, studying her. Perhaps, did you happen to get in contact with him? Lucinda shook her head quickly. No. I tried to close the door and he threw me across the room. That's how I got my injuries. And then he escaped through the window after that. She swallowed and nodded again. Lex narrowed his eyes, the expression subtle but unmistakably calculating. Which raises two questions, he said evenly. First, why did he leave so abruptly, as if the encounter itself was merely a footnote? And second, far more troubling, why was you the target? He paused, letting the implication settle. You were the only one who saw him. He ignored every guard on patrol that night, walked past armed men without so much as a distraction, and went straight for you. The silence that followed was deafening. Lex had a habit of letting conclusions form on their own, far more unsettling that way. Lucinda pressed her lips together, exhaling sharply. Of course he'd ask those questions. If he didn't, he's probably not Lex Luthor. Firstly, she began, waving one hand like she was sketching a perfectly rational flowchart in midair. The only logical explanation I could think of is that he heard Edgar and the others coming. Panic probably set in, and he escaped with the expense of your ancient window. She hesitated, then added with a touch of unease, secondly, why I was the target. I have no idea. But he did say something about, warmth, my warmth. That it's different from the others. Perhaps, he must have sensed you're truly different from the rest of us. I could settle for that theory, he said carefully, then raised a finger. However, that man, someone who's capable of freezing half your room's solid walls, floor, furniture included, decided to flee because he heard footsteps. Lucinda shrugged, entirely unbothered. Could be. Fear does strange things. Like turning superpowered ice men into Olympic window jumpers, something like that. Lex stared at her for a long moment, the kind that suggested he was mentally stacking theories like chess pieces and finding none of them satisfactory. Clark, he said softly. Every hair on Lucinda's body attempted to stand at attention. Thankfully, she had anticipated this exact moment. Her expression remained impressively blank, as if the name meant nothing more than a passing breeze. What about Clark? She asked, her tone almost painfully neutral. He didn't come. Lex pressed. He did, Lucinda said with a shrug. But I didn't get to talk to him. Molly and Jess were already treating my wounds. He came too late, but he did say you called him to check on me. Lex's tongue traced the inside of his teeth as he nodded again, accepting the answer while very clearly not accepting it. Clark did have a habit of appearing whenever danger loomed. Heroic, inconvenient, statistically suspicious. He always does that to Lex. So, Lex said, sidling closer like a cat sneaking up on a particularly judgmental goldfish, that Iceman, maybe you can do something when you two make contact. Lucinda grimaced. That sounds deeply inappropriate, Lex. And you are aware of personal space, right? One corner of his mouth twitched. Edhoff smirked, half warning, and entirely unhelpful. Without warning, he hooked a finger under the bridge of her sunglasses and yanked them down just enough to reveal her eyes. Her eyes, apparently, were plot devices now. Lucinda's breath hitched, a traitorous little rebel of a breath. Ocean blue eyes, impossibly close, seemed to declare war on her attention span. Lex tilted his head, inspecting her left eye, then her right. What I'm saying is I have a new job for you, he said, smiling like he'd just announced a trip to Mordor. Lucinda swallowed, her throat staging a silent protest. What job? Meteorite-infected hunting, Lex replied, his voice absurdly soft and melodious. Lucinda briefly considered passing out, fainting, or dramatically dying with sad background music right then and there, whichever comes first. Because I have a very strong feeling you attract them, Lucy. I called the first man a coincidence since he came out of nowhere, but the second, who literally showed up in this very mansion for you, definitely not a coincidence. Lucinda felt her vision wobble. Why yeah, she stammered. But why do I get the feeling I'm about to be the bait? Lex grinned. You only call it bait if you actually get bitten, and I'm not gonna let that happen. Lucinda mentally praised the heavens that Lex had already nudged her glasses back into place and turned around, because otherwise, things might have veered into questionably inappropriate territory. Like, say, elbowing him square in the face. Definitely not professional. She heaved a long, deliberate breath, watching Lex saunter back to his table, grab his coffee, take a sip and then turn that impossibly commanding gaze back on her. Oh, and get dressed, Lucy. I want to show you something. We already have progress on our business partnership. Lucinda's eyes went wide. Why, you already built a time machine? Lex chuckled, the sound somehow both amused and unnervingly calm. No, unfortunately not yet. But I found something that might be the key for you to go home. Lucinda froze. Home? He already found a way that fast. Suddenly, the world around her seemed to quiet, as if waiting for her reaction. Home. The word, oddly, didn't feel right. Not yet. She wasn't going home, not until she was certain she could fix Lex and Clark's friendship. Not until she could guarantee Lex wouldn't end up a villain. Lucinda watched him check the folders on his table. Even behind her sunglasses, she found herself squinting. His scalp was so shiny it might require a welding mask next time she got this close. Lucinda had already decided. She was in too deep, tangled in everything and everyone like some kind of chaotic holiday lights that refused to be untangled. She would make sure Lex had a family when this was over. Friendships untangled, heart unburdened, future neatly ironed and folded like laundry that actually stayed folded. With Lana Lang, doesn't matter. As long as he's happy. Lucinda's throat went dry at the thought. Her chest twinged, betraying her, and she promptly shoved at it in full force. She almost knocked herself out. Nope. Definitely not allowed to develop feelings for a fictional character, Lucinda. That's practically a felony. Totally forbidden. 32. The truth Lionel knows. Lucinda settled into the guest room after dinner, guest being a polite fiction, considering Lex had quietly reassigned it as her permanent residence. Apparently, he'd decided it would be too traumatic for her to remain in the original room after the whole near-death by meteor mutant incident. Never mind that the room had already been repaired, reinforced, and probably blessed by a priest she didn't see. Naturally, Molly and Jess had opinions. Endless, merciless opinions. They teased her all through dinner, exchanging looks, nudging each other, stage whispering about favoritism. And honestly, Lucinda couldn't even blame them. Out of the 3 housemates, she was the only one upgraded to luxury trauma housing. Their conclusion was obvious. Lex Luthor had feelings. Lucinda, however, knew better. Much, much better. She'd seen the way he looked at her, not dreamy, not flustered, not yearning. No, Lex looked at her the way one looked at a math problem that refused to balance. Fascinated. Analytical. Mildly concerned it might explode. Scientific curiosity. That was all. And if she was being truly honest with herself, there was also the faint, infuriating sense that Lex treated her like a child. Not openly, not condescendingly, but in that careful way people reserved for someone they thought might accidentally break the timeline if left unsupervised. Probably because she said she was from 2023. I mean, she muttered, sitting on the edge of the bed and tapping a finger thoughtfully against her chin, that's better. She nodded to herself, as if this conclusion had been peer-reviewed. She glanced at her phone resting on the bedside table, the new bedside table, mind you, because even the furniture in this room felt like it had been approved by a committee. She'd been waiting for Lex's text all evening, because apparently, after casually announcing that he was going to show her something that might be the key to sending her home, he had promptly vanished. No updates. No instructions. No, hey, don't fall asleep, reality-altering revelation incoming. It had been since noon, and I even wore the prettiest clothes he bought, Lucinda muttered, flopping backward onto the bed. I even did a little makeup, courtesy of Jess. She rolled her eyes then froze. Her hand flew to her mouth. Lip gloss. Oh no, she hissed, scrambling upright and wiping it off with the heel of her palm, successfully smearing it across her cheek instead. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, horrified. Get a grip, Lucinda, she groaned, slapping both cheeks lightly. You are not a Victorian maiden awaiting her suitor. You are a time-displaced adult with a severe genre awareness problem. She exhaled sharply. You probably just need fresh air. Decision made, she grabbed her phone and marched toward the door. Her room, unfortunately, was located far from Jess's and Molly's quarters, which were tucked safely near the staff lounge where noise, light, and people existed. The hallway leading to the guest rooms was longer, wider, quiet in a way that felt deliberate. Too deliberate. The lights cast long shadows that stretched across the polished floor like they were reaching for her ankles. The silence pressed in, thick and judgmental. Because who knew this could be the exact moment that the ghost child in the lab she never saw again decided to show up here. Maybe it would cartwheel out of the shadows. Maybe it would do the splits. Maybe it would perform the latest TikTok dance and twerks aggressively. Lucinda mentally prepared herself to scream, or probably give a round of applause, depending upon the performance. She shook the thought away just in time to spot Edgar standing at the far end of the hallway, posture straight, expression calm, very much alive and thankfully not twerking. Miss Bryce, Edgar said, approaching her halfway with the kind of politeness that suggested he'd been specifically instructed not to let her evaporate into danger. Ed, what are you still doing here? Lucinda asked, instantly concerned. It's not your shift, right? Edgar grinned. Mr. Luthor personally assigned me to stay near your room, just in case. Just in case what? She wondered. Spontaneous combustion, plot escalation. Lucinda was about to ask where Lex had disappeared, preferably in a tone that did not sound like she cared, when a familiar figure stepped into her line of vision behind Edgar. Clark chiseled Kent. He was wearing, once again, the sacred outfit, blue plaid shirt, red jacket, gray jeans. The man owned exactly one outfit in different emotional states. He looked anxious, too, which immediately made Lucinda's stomach drop. Clark Kent did not show up late at night unless something had gone very wrong or very kryptonite related. Clark, Lucinda said quickly as he approached, what brings you here this late? Edgar turned, smiled at Clark with professional friendliness, and received a small nod in return. Then Clark's attention snapped fully to Lucinda. Lucy, can I talk to you? Clark asked. Of course, Lucinda replied, turning to Edgar. Edgar took the hint immediately. I'll be nearby, he said pointedly. Don't go anywhere, okay? As if I could, Lucinda muttered, watching him walk off. She turned back to Clark. Okay, what's going on? Clark didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared at her for a full 2 seconds, long enough for Lucinda to start wondering if she had spinach on her teeth, or worse, ruined destiny on her face. Then, slowly, he placed a hand on her shoulder. Lucinda's brain blue screamed. Her eyes dropped to his hand. Clark's eyes followed. They both stared at it like it had appeared on its own and was now deeply inappropriate. Clark frowned slightly, blinking as if trying to focus through static. Lucinda prompted carefully, "What is this about again, Clark?" Clark pulled his hand back like it had shocked him and let out a long breath. "Last night," he said slowly, "when I put my hand on your shoulder I felt something." Lucinda's lips thinned. Her mind, being profoundly uncooperative, immediately sprinted through several wildly inappropriate interpretations. None of them were suitable for polite conversation. All of them involved boundaries she had not agreed to cross, sign, or even acknowledge. "Please be more specific, Clark," she said, blinking slowly. "I do have imagination problems and I'd rather not poke around it." Clark blinked back at her, clearly thrown, but he powered through anyway. "When I touched you last night, it almost felt like I got subtly electrocuted," he admitted, swallowing. "Not painful. Just wrong. And before that I couldn't really pinpoint it, but since you came to Smallville, my abilities have started dwindling." Lucinda stared at him. "So," she said carefully, placing a hand over her chest in mock offense, "this is my fault." No, Clark said quickly, hands lifting as if she were about to explode. "That's not what I meant. I just think maybe since you're from another universe, my abilities react around you differently. I didn't mind it at first. But last night, it was already strangely, noticeably different." He sounded logical, reasonable, scientific, even. Lucinda was still offended. Clark stepped closer, instinctively lowering his voice. The proximity was a lot. He was a little taller than Lex, broader too, already unfairly jacked since season 1. Lucinda tilted her head back to meet his eyes, her neck protesting like it had just filed a formal complaint. With her 5'0" frame and Clark's 6'3" farm boy build, any unsuspecting onlooker would assume she's being harassed. She resisted the urge to take a step back purely for optics. "So," Clark said, his voice firm but anxious, "I need your help, Lucy." Lucinda blinked. "Help with what exactly? Because if this is about lifting tractors with feelings, I'm unqualified." "You know the future," Clark said almost immediately, like he'd been rehearsing it. "And I want to know my future." That was not where she expected this to go. Clark rubbed the back of his neck, eyes darting briefly down the hall as if his destiny might be eavesdropping. "Things are starting to change and it's driving me crazy. My abilities, they're not acting right. Sometimes they're weaker, sometimes they're off. And I'm scared I'm gonna end up hurting someone." Lucinda stared at him, concern replacing her earlier panic. Internally, however, her brain screams Mayday, Mayday, and a couple of curses in 183 dialects. Clark's abilities weren't supposed to start malfunctioning until much later. Solar flares, Season 3, Episode 5, very dramatic lighting, much angst. Not now, and definitely not because of her. But now, it's definitely because of her. "You'll be fine, Clark," she said gently, choosing her words correctly. Then she whispered, "You're not from this planet. Changes are normal. Your abilities will fluctuate. You literally just got X-ray vision. Your body is clearly still figuring things out." "So am I, damn," she added silently. Clark frowned. "But what if it's not normal? What if it's because of you?" Lucinda winced. "Well," she said, placing a hand on her chest, rude but also possibly accurate. "I am different. From another universe, yeah. So maybe your powers are reacting to that. I don't know how, but it's the only logical and intellectual reason I could think of." Clark stared at her. "Well, yes, that's possible. I do react strangely to some things that aren't from this world." "See?" Lucinda raised her brows. "But, Lucy," Clark pressed, stepping closer again, "Sir, please, my neck, I need to know what will happen to me." Lucinda exhaled slowly. If she didn't give him something, he would keep coming back, asking questions, spiraling, possibly ruining her carefully curated plan of keeping Lex's attention away from Clark and firmly on her instead to save their friendship. "Fine," she sighed. "But I can't go into details." She raised a finger between them. Clark nodded immediately, like he'd just been sworn into a secret society. "You're going to develop more abilities," she said carefully. "Again, no details. But you're not going to hurt anyone. In fact, you're going to save people. A lot of them." Clark's shoulders slowly relaxed, like someone had just turned down the gravity setting. The tension drained from his posture, though confusion still lingered on his face. "All right, I'll take your word for it," he said finally. "Because my gut says I can." Lucinda smiled softly. "Don't worry, Clark. Everything will fall into place." Clark nodded, a little reassured until a familiar voice sliced through the moment. "Well," Lex drawled from the end of the hallway, "what could my good friend Clark be doing here at such a late hour?" Clark visibly startled, like a teenager caught sneaking out past curfew. Lucinda, however, simply smiled. Lying had become muscle memory at this point. "Yeah, bring the hell on." "Oh," she said lightly, turning toward Lex, "if it isn't the landlord. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Lex Luthor, sir." Lex fought the urge to smile and failed a little as his eyes flicked over her. She was dressed nicely. Too nicely. That did things to his focus he did not appreciate. "I'm sorry, Lucy," he said smoothly. "An urgent call from a business partner that I had to attend to." Lucinda made a face. Root of capitalism, honestly. Lex stepped closer, then glanced at Clark. "And Clark?" Lucinda didn't even blink. "He came by to ask about last night's assailant. He finally had free time after quarterback training." Clark hesitated then caught on, nodding quickly. "Why yeah, just checking if everything's okay. Since the guy wasn't caught, I heard." Lex studied him for a moment, that familiar smirk forming the one that meant he already knew Clark was lying but chose to shrug it off. "I see," Lex said pleasantly. "I'm surprised how quickly you two got along." Lucinda giggled, tapping Clark lightly on the arm, the gesture casual almost practiced. "He's not hard to get along with," she said breezily. "As a matter of fact, he's here to ask if I could visit Mrs. Kent sometimes. I did save her, after all." "Yes, Lucinda. More lies, more chances of winning. The more, the merrier you little shit." Her tone was joking. Her timing was impeccable. Unfortunately, the words never really made it to Lex. They entered through his left ear, nodded politely at his brain, and exited through the right without stopping. His attention dipped instead brief, sharp, unmistakable landing on the exact spot where Lucinda's fingers brushed Clark's sleeve. It was subtle. Anyone else might have missed it, but Clark didn't. Almost immediately, he slung an arm around Lex's shoulder with exaggerated ease, stepping away from Lucinda. "And my dad actually wants me to check on her personally," Clark added, grin wide and unapologetic. Lex turned his head slowly, smirking up at him. The smile was polite. The eyes were not. "Of course, he would," Lex said mildly. "Mr. Kent has always been thorough." He gave Clark's back a firm, friendly pat territorial in the way only Lex could make sound courteous. "He might also be thinking I'm plotting something unspeakable involving Lucy," Lex continued, amused. "It is getting late. Should I drive you home?" Clark raised both hands, already retreating. "Brought Dad's car. I'm good." He waved once, quick and easy, and disappeared down the hallway with the same uncanny quiet he always carried with him, leaving behind an uncomfortable amount of silence. Lucinda and Lex stood there. 2 seconds passed. Exactly 2. Then Lex spoke. "What do you see when you look at Clark?" He asked casually, hands sliding into his pockets, gaze still fixed on the corridor where Clark had vanished as if the boy might reappear mid-sentence like an unwanted sequel. "I see a 6'3" man," Lucinda replied solemnly. "Broad shoulders, sharp jawline, excellent bone structure, strong potential to block sunlight." Lex let out a short laugh despite himself and finally turned to face her. "I meant psychologically, Lucy." She blinked, genuinely considering it. "Well, psychologically, he appears unchallenged, mentally stable, emotionally repressed in a very wholesome, Kansas way." Lex winced. That was not reassuring. Lucinda shrugged. "You asked. I delivered." He sighed, rubbing a hand over his scalp. "Sometimes I wonder if building a time machine for you is worth my time and money." Her eyes lit up. "Oh, why's that?" "Because," he said mildly, gesturing at her like a failed experiment, "knowledge may have deteriorated in the future." She gasped. "Excuse me, I am extremely knowledgeable." "About coffee-tea hybrids and hair flips," Lex said. "Yes." Lucinda narrowed her eyes. "Do you want to fight?" "I'd rather not," he replied calmly. "I might get charged with child abuse." Her jaw dropped. "Hey." He didn't wait for her rebuttal. Lex turned on his heel and walked off, hands already back in his pockets, utterly satisfied with himself. "I obey." Lucinda groaned, immediately following him down the corridor. She was prepared to deliver a passionate speech about respect, ageism, and the emotional damage of being verbally bodied by a billionaire. Right up until she realized he hadn't turned toward his office. He turned into his bedroom and Lucinda followed him in on autopilot. It took exactly 3 seconds for her brain to reboot. "Oh sure." She froze just inside the doorway, eyes darting around the room. Dark, minimal, immaculately arranged, very Lex. The bed was perfectly made, the lighting soft, intimidatingly tasteful. Lex, meanwhile, continued walking for another step before stopping. Then, very slowly, he turned around. "Oh," he said, feigning mild surprise. "Lucy, I didn't realize you were joining me." Her mouth opened, closed, opened again like a browser tab desperately trying to load an excuse on dial-up. "Well, I thought we weren't done talking yet because Ethiu." Lucinda gestured vaguely between the two of them, then toward the hallway, then back at him, as if her hands might assemble a sentence faster than her mouth. "You're still supposed to show me the key, right?" Lex's lips curved slowly, the kind of smirk that suggested he was enjoying this far too much. He leaned closer, lowering his head slightly, voice slipping into that maddeningly patient tone usually reserved for explaining chess to beginners. "Yes," he said mildly, "provided it isn't too late at night." "Too late at night," Lucinda echoed flatly, making a face, clearly mocking. "You could have mentioned that before walking out." She pivoted toward the door, one hand already on the knob, pride reasserting itself with a dramatic exit. "Lucy." The way he said it stopped her cold. Her fingers tightened around the doorknob. She turned back slowly. Yes. Lex didn't move, hands still inside his pockets. He just looked at her, really looked, expression unreadable, eyes sharp but curious, like he was lining up a question he already suspected the answer to. If you had to choose, he said evenly, between me and Clark, who would it be? Lucinda's face pinched immediately. Of all the questions. Of all the possible, reasonable, scientifically relevant questions. Because why would he even ask that? She hesitated for exactly half a second, long enough to calculate risk, fallout, and future plot derailment, then sighed. Obviously, I'm choosing you, she said simply. Over anybody. And Clark have people who truly loves and cares for him. Lex's brow lifted. Why? She smiled, easy and unguarded, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Because who wouldn't choose you, Lex? She said lightly. You're basically an overachiever's dream package. Brilliant, polite, thoughtful, protective of people you care about, ridiculously wealthy, generous, and, unfortunately for everyone else, good-looking. Excessively so. Honestly, it feels unfair. She chuckled, light and careless, already turning back toward the door as if the answer meant nothing at all, as if she hadn't just handed him something fragile and dangerous. Behind her, Lex didn't speak. He stood there, unmoving, listening as her footsteps faded down the hallway, each one softer than the last, until the sound was swallowed whole by the mansion's vast, waiting silence. The air felt different afterward, thinner somehow, like something essential had just slipped through his fingers. Lex exhaled slowly. He knew she might have been joking. Lucinda joked when she was nervous. She joked when she was confused. She even joked even when she's injured. And yet her words lingered. They settled somewhere deep in his chest, quiet and warm, easing something he hadn't realized was clenched so tightly. For a fleeting, treacherous moment, he allowed himself to imagine what it would be like if he could leave this place out from his father's reach, perhaps in the future, to where Lucinda truly exists. Would he be happy? Would he be free? That was when the voices came. Do you think she'll still stand by you when she finds out the truth, Lex? Lionel's voice echoed in his mind, smooth, measured, cruelly calm. Not spoken aloud, but remembered so vividly it might as well have been. Lex's jaw tightened. Another voice followed, softer, breaking apart at the edges. Please, please don't do this. A woman's voice. Crying. Begging. The sound of helplessness stretched thin by fear. Lex's breath hitched. You'll only end up killing her like you did to her, son. Lionel's mocking laughter went louder this time. He turned away from the door and sat heavily on the edge of the bed, elbows braced on his knees, fingers pinching the bridge of his nose as though pressure alone could silence the noise in his head. His room, normally immaculate, controlled, felt suddenly too large, too empty. I won't, he murmured under his breath, unsure who he was arguing with. His father. His memories. Himself. I'm not gonna let that happen again, Dad. Not when I finally have my way out. 33, Blood Moon, Broken Well. 5 years ago in Metropolis. It was dark, and oppressive, dark that felt less like the absence of light and more like a presence in itself. The air was dry. Too dry. Each breath scraped down his throat, raw and punishing, as though the world had been emptied of mercy along with its moisture. Even breathing felt like a mistake here. It had always been like this. Or perhaps always was the only word his mind could cling to. Time did not move so much as it stagnated, pooling around him in an endless, suffocating stillness. There was no sound, no wind, only the quiet certainty that something was waiting. Then light pierced the void. Lex jerked his head upward, reflex sharp despite the heaviness in his limbs. For a fleeting, almost foolish moment, he expected the sun, or the sterile hum of fluorescent lights. Anything familiar. Anything sane. Instead, the sky was torn open. Something vast loomed above him, glowing not with warmth but with saturation, as if the heavens themselves were wounded and refusing to clot. The light pulsed, thick and slow, staining the darkness rather than banishing it. Blood Moon. The word surfaced unbidden, heavy with meaning he did not yet understand. The sight set his pulse racing, not with fear alone, but with recognition. As though some part of him had seen this before. As though the sky was bleeding for Heimer because of him. Lex crouched in the cold, well-like place. The stone-pressed close on all sides narrow, unyielding, and unmistakably suffocating. The air carried the same dead dryness, stale and ancient, as though it had been sealed away from time itself. Every breath felt borrowed. Every exhale vanished too quickly. He did not remember entering this place. Only that he had always been here. Then light. Not above him. Behind him. It struck his back first, warm and startling, a blade of illumination cutting through the dark. This was not the bleeding glow of the blood moon. This was real light, the kind that promised exit, not omen. Before he could turn fully, a hand reached out toward him. Slender. Steady. Behind it stood the silhouette of a woman, her features erased by the brilliance behind her, her outline softened as though time itself refused to define her. Lex did not hesitate. He reached back instinctively, fingers closing around hers as if he had been waiting for this moment his entire life. She pulled him free. The darkness loosened its grip, stone giving way to air, suffocation replaced by breath. Later, much later, Lex would recognize the truth of it. The well had never been a place at all. It was his life. Narrowed by legacy. Choked by expectation. lived entirely beneath his father's shadow, and she had been the first thing to pull him out of it. He met her in a cave near the Luther mansion, where the earth split open like a secret that wanted to be told. She called herself Jean Zisa Traveler from the year 2023. She did not arrive with spectacle or thunder. No machines. No flashes of light. Only certainty. She was beautiful in an untimely way, as though she belonged to no era at all. Her face carried a softness that felt almost angelic, her voice calm and resonant, like it had already heard every possible ending and chosen kindness anyway. Lex found himself drawn to her with terrifying ease. He saw her often after that. Each meeting in the cave became a quiet education. Genesis spoke of the future as though it were a living thing, cities threaded with light, knowledge traveling faster than sound, machines that learned, diseases erased, wars prevented before they began. She spoke of progress with reverence, not arrogance. To Lex, it sounded like freedom. Everything was perfect, too perfect, until one night he asked about his own future. It was meant as a joke, a careless curiosity. Genesis fell silent. For the first time, her eyes did not soften, they sharpened. She told him the truth. That he would shape the world, that power would gather around him like gravity, that he would control systems, people, destinies, and that the cost would be unbearable. He would lose everyone he loved, including her. Lex rejected it immediately. He told her he adored her fully, desperately, without strategy or caution. He confessed that she was the first person who had ever seen him, not the heir, not the shadow of Lionel Luther. Genesis, to his relief and horror, admitted she loved him too, and so Lex searched for escape. The only way out he could imagine was to sever the leash that bound him to his father, to step beyond the timeline that had already decided who he would become. He proposed the impossible, leaving with her, traveling to the future, starting over. Genesis refused, not because she did not want him but because she understood the rules of time. She explained that time travel was not movement, it was displacement. The future could send observers backward because the past was already written, already stabilized. Visitors from the future were anomalies, yes, but contained ones. Their presence did not create new matter or information. They only redistributed what already existed. But the future could not accept the past. A person from an earlier time carried too much entropy, too many unresolved probabilities. Their existence in the future would introduce contradictions the timeline could not reconcile. History would attempt to correct itself violently. Systems would fail. Events would collapse. Entire chains of causality would unravel. In short, the future could visit the past, but it could not absorb it. If Lex crossed forward, the timeline would fracture around him. The world Genesis came from would not survive the paradox of his presence. And so she stayed where she was not meant to be. And so she stayed where she was not meant to be. With him. For love. For time. For as long as time would allow, which proved to be terrifyingly brief. Lionel found her. He seized Genesis in the very cave where Lex had secretly built her a sanctuary, soft lights, warmth, a fragile imitation of safety carved into stone. She was taken without ceremony, without explanation. One moment she was there, the next, she was gone, leaving behind only the echo of her voice and the hollow where trust had once lived. Lex learned the truth hours later. He went to Metropolis himself, fury lending him clarity, resolve hardening every step. He would take her back. He would tear her from Lionel's grasp if he had to. But Lionel did not resist him. Instead, he told Lex the truth. Genesis was not from the future, she never had been. She was a spy embedded by Morgan Edge, Lionel's former childhood friend turned rival. Her assignment was simple and grotesque: observe Lex, document the changes in his physiology after meteorite exposure, determine how he survived when others did not. Lionel admitted almost casually that he and Edge had once shared an interest in meteorite-infected subjects. That partnership ended the moment Lionel refused to allow Lex to be mentally examined, despite his accelerated intellect. Edge wanted answers, so he sent Genesis. Lex did not believe a word of it. His father had dismantled every meaningful relationship in his life. Sabotage was Lionel's native language. Lies were his inheritance. So Lionel offered him proof. Lex would hear it from Genesis herself. The interrogation room sat deep beneath Luther Corp, sterile and windowless, lit with unforgiving white. Genesis was seated on the other side of the glass, unaware she was being watched. Lex stood in the observation chamber, invisible to her, every breath shallow, every heartbeat loud. When she spoke, Lex's chest tightened. This woman was not the one from the cave. She was sharp-edged, dismissive. She smoked with deliberate provocation, exhaling directly into the investigator's face, her voice cool and unburdened by affection. She lied effortlessly, manipulated casually. There was no softness in her eyes, no hesitation. Something inside Lex fractured, not loudly, not cleanly, but irrevocably. The Genesis he loved dissolved in front of him, replaced by a stranger wearing her face. When it was over, Lex turned to Lionel and calmly requested custody. Lionel agreed. He mistook Lex's composure for immaturity, his restraint for denial. He allowed Lex to take Genesis to his private laboratory on the condition that the experiments would prove her claims false, publicly and conclusively. Genesis screamed his name when she saw where he had brought her. Lex, I told you everything was a lie. Her voice echoed uselessly in the chamber. She was restrained to a narrow bed, metal braces encasing her like ribs, wires threaded into her scalp and temples, feeding rows of monitors. Scientists moved with clinical detachment, instruments humming softly. Lex stood above her. He eerily calm. "No, Jen," he said gently, brushing his thumb along her cheek. "You're only saying this because my father told you to." His smile was soft, almost fond. "You wouldn't lie to me." He gestured to the monitors. "These will show me the truth. Once I see it myself, we'll leave. We'll live in the future." Fear finally broke through her composure. "You're sick," Genesis whispered, voice shaking. "Please don't do this." Lex only smiled and kissed her forehead before he stepped back. He nodded to the scientists and the apparatus activated. Electricity surged through her skull. Her body convulsed as the machines tore memories from her mind, flooding the screens with images. Lex barely breathed as the truth unfolded. Genesis accepting the job from Morgan Edge. Surveillance reports. Conversations carefully staged in the cave. And then, the final blow, Morgan ordering her to drug Lex and deliver him to a hidden laboratory. Genesis agreed without hesitation. She had been meant to poison him that very night. Lex stood frozen as realization crushed down on him. He did not hear the scientists shouting, did not notice the alarms. By the time he tore his gaze from the monitors, Genesis's body had gone still. She was dead, electrocuted by the truth he had demanded. In that silence, something fundamental shifted within Lex Luthor. Love did not die that night. It curdled. And in its place, something had took root, something that would one day reshape the world, exactly as Genesis had warned. Lex gasped, eyes flying open. Air tore into his lungs as if he had been drowning, sweat slicking his forehead, his scalp, his neck, his entire body. The room felt too small, too quiet, as though it had been holding its breath along with him. He groaned and pushed himself upright, elbows braced against his knees, fingers pressing hard into his temples. That dream again, he muttered. It had been haunting him ever since Lucinda told him what she was, a time traveler from 2023. The coincidence was grotesque. At first, he dismissed her claim outright. He had learned painfully not to trust such declarations. Yet the longer he watched her, the more the details refused to unravel. She slipped too easily into concepts that should not exist yet. She reacted to technology as though it were behind her, not ahead. Unlike Genesis, Lucinda wore no angelic mask. Her face lived in a permanent state of mild offense, brows perpetually knitted as if existence itself had personally wronged her. Her voice, small but weaponized, crackled with the intensity of a kettle 2 seconds away from screaming, impatient, unyielding, and far too loud for everyone's safety. Lex turned toward the vintage grandfather clock standing sentinel in the corner of the room. The second hand crept forward with merciless patience. 5 a.m. He abandoned the idea of early errands. His mind was already exhausted, his body had no interest in pretending otherwise. Instead, he rose and headed for the kitchen. The mansion was unnaturally quiet. No clatter of pans. No comforting chaos. Molly, Jess, and Lucinda were nowhere in sight. That alone was odd. Molly, in particular, treated mornings like a sacred ritual. By 5:30, breakfast should have already been underway. Lex opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of milk. He poured it into a clear glass, the sound echoing faintly in the stillness, and took a long drink, half chugging, half thinking. That was when the double doors burst open and a shriek tore through the kitchen. "Ianak kaing nanamo." For a split second, they simply stared at each other. Milk dripped down Lex's chin, and Lucinda watched it with intense focus, as though sheer willpower might make both the milk and Lex vanish if she glared hard enough. "You can't just wake up and start cursing at people, Lucy," Lex said calmly, setting the glass on the counter. Milk soaked the front of his sweater. Lucinda grimaced, yanked a roll of tissue from the drawer, and marched over. Without warning, she wiped at his chin, his neck, and then rather aggressively his sweater. Lex froze, blinking down at her in open surprise. He simply watched as she fussed, the height difference making it painfully clear how small she was. Small enough that, if he tried hard enough, he could probably estimate the size of her brain just by the dimensions of her skull. "I wasn't cursing at you, Alexander Joseph," she said primly. "I was simply improvising my reactions." Lex blinked. With that level of reasoning, he concluded Lucinda was absolutely unqualified to spy on anyone. She wasn't subtle, she was a liability with confidence. Once she finished blotting his sweater, Lucinda casually tossed the used tissue toward the trash can. Mid-throw, she mimicked a basketball player shooting a three-pointer. "Score." She clapped when the tissue landed perfectly inside. Lex blinked again. Then he turned to her, who was now staring back at him as if this were all perfectly normal behavior at 5 in the morning. "What brings you here this early?" she asked cheerfully. "Hungry? I'm sorry, but I only know how to cook hot dogs and eggs." She smiled. "Which do you want?" Lex glanced at her hands, briefly remembering that in 2023 she was, in fact, a wealthy woman. Her aggressive cleaning technique supported that theory. He then looked at the stove and immediately envisioned several arson-related possibilities. He shook his head at once. "No," Lex said firmly. "I'd rather wait for Molly." He paused, then added, "We'll go out after breakfast, so you may get ready if you want." "You'd eat breakfast here?" Lucinda raised an eyebrow, genuinely shocked. "Why not?" He replied easily. He returned the milk bottle to the fridge, rinsed his glass, and placed it neatly on the drainer. Lucinda watched him the entire time. When he turned back, he caught her still staring. "Is something wrong?" Lex asked. "Nothing." Lucinda tilted her head slightly. "I just feel like something's been bothering you lately. I couldn't tell if it's because of the renovation costs or something to do with your father." Lex's brows twitched. He hadn't expected her to voice it, and somehow, hearing it out loud hit harder than he anticipated. Lucinda immediately raised both hands, as if warding off a sudden storm. Don't mean to pry." She blinked, pivoting slightly. "I better get ready." She was about to open one of the doors when Lex called her. "Lucy." She turned almost instantly. "Yes. You're on my side, right?" he asked firmly. Lucinda's smile was soft but certain. "I told you, Lex. I'll choose you over anybody." She hesitated, lips thinning slightly. "Over everybody." Lex's jaw clenched, lips tightening. He didn't ask why. He didn't need to. The moment Lucinda fully stepped out of the kitchen, Lex had decided to put his trust. 34. The auction. Lucinda swallowed. Not once. Not twice. She swallowed like her throat was buffering. She thought about Itance, twice, 3 times, then lost count somewhere around 10 within the span of a single, catastrophic minute. Her mind sprinted, tripped, got back up, ran in circles, and briefly stopped to panic before continuing at full speed again. She had a very short attention span. Might as well make the most of it while it lasted. Because no matter how she rearranged the facts, no matter how she squinted at the memory of canon like it might change out of pity, nothing this crucial was supposed to be happening in Season 1. Episode 5. Everything had been simple until the ending. Clark fought Sean. Sean froze things. Clark threw him into a lake. Sean froze. End of episode. Roll credits. Emotional lesson learned. No limousines involved. But now, Lucinda muttered to the tinted windshield, nails halfway to destruction. Why am I inside Lex Luthor's limousine on the way to Metropolis? The glass, unhelpfully, offered no answers. She had told herself she was prepared for deviations. She expected butterfly effects. But every time the story veered even an inch off the original plot, her brain performed the same routine: panic, mental collapse, brief existential crisis, then a dramatic internal resurrection fueled by denial and stubbornness. Currently, she was in the collapse phase. She hugged herself with one arm, curled sideways on the leather seat like a distressed gargoyle, chewing on her nails and muttering under her breath, most of it definitely not suitable for network television. Rated SPG. Censored. Lex watched all of this over the top edge of his newspaper. He blinked once, then again, sighed quietly, turned the page. At this point, he had stopped trying to map the internal geography of Lucinda's mind. He had accepted peacefully, even that whatever was happening in there was a full-scale psychological battle, and she was bravely losing and winning it at the same time. "Lucy," he finally said, not looking at her. Lucinda tilted her head toward him without moving the rest of her body, still gnawing on her nails. "Yes, boss," she replied immediately. Lex startled just enough to glance at her. "Still Lex, Lucy," he sighed, amusement sneaking into his voice. "What is it now?" "I already told you I am not going to cut you open and run experiments on you whatsoever." He returned to the paper. "I'm fairly certain there's nothing in there to see anyway." "Wow," Lucinda grimaced. "Classic." "I was just concerned." She finally straightened, gesturing dramatically at herself. At the burgundy, wine-dark dress clinging to her like it had signed a legally binding contract. The glitter-flecked fabric caught the low lighting of the limo, shimmering with every breath she took. The delicate straps, the deep V neckline, the carefully sculpted ruching that hugged her waist and hips with almost malicious intent, and the cutouts, with slipper heels. And let's not forget the cute, messy bun. She paused to glare at her heels. "Why," she demanded, pointing at them, "am I wearing this?" Then she pointed at her face. "And this makeup, Lex. Smoky, crimson. I know I lied about being trafficked, but really." She squinted at him. "Are you planning to sell me? Is that the twist?" Lucinda wasn't able to say anything more. Her brain, traitorous and dramatic as ever, immediately began feeding her scenarios, each one worse than the last. Illegal artifacts. Alien tech. Something cursed. Something that glowed. Something that glowed and screamed. Whatever it was, Lex wanted it badly enough to drag her into Metropolis dressed like a walking scandal. That alone was suspicious. She was so lost in her spiral that she didn't notice the limousine slowing down, the hum of the engine softening, the world outside shifting gears until the car came to a smooth stop. They were parked in front of a towering vintage structure that looked less like a building and more like a declaration of wealth. The façade was carved stone and aged marble, its columns thick and imposing, lined with wrought iron balconies and tall arched windows glowing gold from within. The architecture screamed old money, the kind that had survived wars, scandals, and at least 3 secret murders. Ivy clung to the sides as if even nature had decided this place was important enough to stay loyal. "This looks like somewhere people lose their souls voluntarily," Lucinda muttered. Lex heard it and shook his head. Edgar was already outside, opening the limousine door with practiced precision. Lex stepped out first, composed and immaculate, as if this were merely another Tuesday morning instead of whatever ominous nonsense this clearly was. He turned back and extended his hand to her. Lucinda stared at it. Not because she didn't know what to do, because the sun hit him just right on the scalp, catching the sharp lines of his face, the polished cuff links, the infuriating calm confidence radiating off him. She wanted to look at his face properly, but the glare made it impossible, and her sunglasses, tragically confiscated, were nowhere to be found. Lex said it was inappropriate. Damn it, Lex. If you want to make me blind, just say it. She mentally scoffed. She reached for his hand slowly, almost cautiously, and he guided her out with an ease that suggested he'd done this 1,000 times before. Only then did she inhale properly. His perfume hit her all at once, warm, expensive, understated. It smelled like power, bad decisions, and at least 3 offshore accounts. Smells like $1 billion, goddamn, she thought, steadying herself. The moment they stepped forward, the atmosphere shifted. Cameras flashed. Voices murmured. Photographers crowded near the entrance, calling out names including Lex's. Their lenses snapping like insects with expensive hobbies. Wealthy patrons flowed in clusters, men in tailored suits, women draped in jewels that probably had their own security details. Conversations hummed with practiced elegance, laughter sharp and rehearsed. Lex didn't even flinch. He gently placed her hand around his arm, grounding her, anchoring her to him, and led her forward as if this world had been built for his stride alone. Lucinda matched his pace easily. Walking in long dresses and heels had never been her weakness. Years of pageants had seen to that. Miss Barangay training did not go to waste. Inside, the building revealed its true excess. The ceiling soared, painted with faded frescoes that depicted mythological scenes, gods, monsters, and tragic lovers frozen mid-fate. Crystal chandeliers bathed the hall in warm light, reflecting off polished marble floors and gold-trimmed walls. Velvet drapes framed tall windows, and the air smelled faintly of wine, old paper, and secrets that had been bought and sold. Lucinda gasped before she could stop herself. Despite having seen historic buildings back in her world, this was different. Everyone inside was dressed elegantly, impeccably. But Lucinda was something else entirely. She carried herself with an arrogance and self-confidence that should be illegal in Metropolis. A pair of young women drifted toward Lex almost immediately, their laughter light, rehearsed, polished to sound effortless. They spoke to him with practiced ease, voices pitched just low enough to suggest familiarity. Every few seconds, one of them would glance at Lucinda, whisper something into the other's ear, and dissolve into giggles behind manicured hands. Lucinda watched this with the flat, patient expression of someone enduring an inconvenience. Not jealous, I know, absolutely not. This was irritation. The kind reserved for buzzing flies, slow internet connections, and people who thought whispering made them prettier. She smiled once, tight, surgical, the kind of smile reserved for customer service representatives and people actively suppressing felony charges. Her fingers flexed at her side, already running a very polite mental exercise, gently, tastefully relocating their hair from their scalps and redistributing it onto Lex's head. He would look magnificent. Regal. Like a billionaire shampoo commercial. Lucinda knew this for a fact. She had seen Michael Rosenbaum with long hair in Sorority Boys, 2002. This was not jealousy. This was empirical evidence. She took one step forward. Lex caught it instantly. His hand slid around her waist with impeccable timing, firm but calm, pinning her to his side before she could commit a felony for educational purposes. He leaned in, voice low and amused. Lucy, he murmured, I admire the restraint. Truly. But let's not traumatize the guests. She exhaled through her nose, eyes never leaving the women as they finally excused themselves, still giggling as they retreated. Lucinda blinked at him, smile pristine, posture saintly. I'm not that kind of person, Lex, she said, waving a hand as if dismissing the very concept of violence. I would never hurt someone. Lex regarded her for a second too long. Then, calmly, you did hurl a meteorite-infected man days ago. On purpose, Lucinda said right away. I would never hurt someone on purpose, she repeated. And in my defense, she said carefully, I was saving you. Lex nodded. Of course. Then he led her toward their table front row, discreetly ostentatious. He pulled out her chair with smooth precision and more or less shepherded her into it before she could decide to flee, fight, or suddenly chant curse spells. After all, she's Lucinda. Once she was seated, Lex turned fully toward her, hands settling on her shoulders, steady, grounding, annoyingly effective. We're not here to make a scene, he said gently, eyes intent. We're here for the auction. Lucinda raised a thumb in crisp acknowledgement. Copy that, Boss Lex Luthor, sir. Lex visibly flinched. Just a little. Lex, he corrected quietly, a breath leaving him as if the name carried weight. Lex would be fine, Lucy. It always has been. Lucinda smiled, soft, agreeable, and entirely deceptive. There was a shine in her eyes that suggested compliance in theory, rebellion in practice. The auction began without ceremony. The host's voice glided smoothly across the room, ushering forward one item after another, oil paintings with tortured backstories, vases that looked one careless elbow away from bankruptcy, sculptures whose meaning required either a degree or a trust fund. Applause followed each sale. Numbers climbed. People smiled like predators in tailored suits. Lucinda waited for Lex to bid. He never did. He sat still, composed, eyes sharp but distant, watching as if none of it mattered. One item sold. Then another. 10 minutes passed. 20. 30. She leaned toward him, lowering her voice. Lex, she whispered, nudging his arm. How long do you plan on staring into the void? Because it's starting to feel personal. I only came here for one thing, he replied, gaze fixed forward. Before she could ask, the lights dimmed slightly. The host straightened, her tone shifting subtly, but unmistakably. Our final item for the evening, she announced, is a rare object discovered by geologists 2 days after the meteor shower. A murmur rippled through the crowd. A cart was wheeled onto the stage, draped in deep red leather. The fabric looked too heavy, too deliberate, like it was meant to contain more than dust and age. The attendant paused, then slowly pulled the cover away. A small jewelry box sat beneath it. Lucinda recognized it instantly. A familiar lead box, she swear she had seen before. Lex's voice dropped. That's it. She leaned forward, curiosity prickling, ready to comment on how underwhelming it looked, how it barely justified the suspense until the attendant opened the box. The sound hit her first. A thin, piercing ring sliced through her skull, sharp and intimate, as if it had been waiting specifically for her. Lucinda gasped, both hands flying to her ears. The room tilted. Her vision blurred at the edges, the world stretching and warping like glass under pressure. Lex turned sharply. Lucy. She couldn't answer. Her breath came uneven, her body folding inward as pain bloomed behind her eyes, ancient, wrong, and familiar in a way she could not explain. Lex stood instantly. He didn't have any idea what's going on, but he knows they have to leave there fast. 3 million, he said, raising his paddle, his voice controlled but tight. 3.2, an older man countered without hesitation. 4 million, Lex countered. The ringing in Lucinda's ears intensified. Her fingers dug into her temples. A woman in emerald velvet dress near them noticed and checked on Lucinda, concern etched across her face. Miss, are you okay? Are you having a migraine? The woman asked, voice carefully modulated. Lucinda did not answer. She physically could not. Every attempt to open her eyes resulted in the same violent rebellion from her senses. The walls bent inward as if the building were breathing, the chandeliers warping into elongated spirals, the floor tilting beneath her feet though she was seated. It felt less like dizziness and more like reality itself had lost its structural integrity. Her stomach lurched. Sound arrived late, muffled, as though she were submerged underwater. Lex shifted closer, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder, firm, grounding, unmistakably real. His thumb pressed lightly, a silent reassurance anchoring her to the present. Lucy, he exhaled, low enough that only she could hear. There was restraint in his voice, but not calm. Please bear with me for a while. The room continued its slow, nauseating rotation. Lucinda's fingers curled into the fabric of her dress, knuckles whitening as she focused on the pressure of Lex's hand, the only thing that didn't seem to distort. 4.5, the man said again. This time, his tone carried amusement. Lex looked up sharply. The number lingered in the air, meaningless yet calculated, like a code spoken too loudly on purpose. The man's thin smile widened just enough to be noticed. His eyes flicked toward Lex, catching the brief flicker of confusion before it could be masked, and he savored it. The deep lines on his face shifted as he murmured, almost to himself, so Lionel's son is capable of feeling puzzled. It was not admiration. It was confirmation. Beside him, a guard in a pristine black suit stepped forward. He leaned down, shielding his mouth with practiced discretion as he whispered into the old man's ear. The helicopter is here, sir. The man did not look away from Lex. His gaze lingered, slow and invasive, dissecting him piece by piece, measuring his posture, his silence, the way his hand remained firmly on the woman beside him. Another smirk tugged at his lips, sharper this time. Lex's jaw tensed. Lucinda was pale, now too pale. Her lips trembled. Whatever this was, it was getting worse. 10 million, Lex said, his voice cutting cleanly through the murmur of the room. He didn't look away from the stage, didn't glance at the crowd, didn't even check Lucinda because his hand was still on her shoulder, and that was enough. Make it higher if anyone bids, he added coolly, as though discussing a minor adjustment rather than detonating the auction. Silence answered him. Not the polite kind. The stunned, almost reverent kind. Heads turned. Breaths stalled. The number seemed to echo longer than it should have, hanging above the velvet seats like a challenge no one was foolish enough to accept. No one did. Not even the old man. He leaned back slightly, studying Lex with open interest now. The item on the stage had already lost its importance. Lex's composure had become the real spectacle. A slow smile touched the man's lips, not because he'd lost, but because he'd witnessed something far more entertaining than ownership. Around them, unease spread. Lucinda's low groan cut through the stillness, fragile and unmistakably real. A few guests shifted in their seats. Others frowned openly, whispering behind gloved hands. This was no longer a game of wealth, it was a room watching a woman in visible pain, and continuing to bid suddenly felt less like luxury and more like cruelty. Besides, only a handful of people present could even touch 10 million, let alone exceed it. The host hesitated, glancing toward Lucinda, then back to Lex, then to the audience, searching for resistance that never came. She cleared her throat. Sold, she finally declared, bringing the gavel down with a decisive crack. Lex didn't wait for applause. He was already moving, one arm around Lucinda as she struggled to stay upright. By the time they reached the doors, she was barely conscious. He lifted her without hesitation, carrying her out as whispers chased them down the steps. The item followed soon after, sealed inside a larger lead container, escorted with care that bordered on reverence. Edgar froze when he saw her. "Mr. Luther, hospital. Now," Lex ordered. The limousine sped away, leaving behind a crowd full of questions. From the shadows near the far wall, the woman in emerald velvet watched the taillights slip into the night, red streaks dissolving into the dark like a promise already breaking itself. She did not move. The fabric of her gown caught the low light, velvet drinking it in, emerald darkening to something almost black at the edges. Her posture was relaxed, too relaxed for someone who had just witnessed a disruption of that magnitude. No surprise crossed her features. No irritation. Only quiet calculation. Amused, perhaps. Almost wistful. She tilted her head slightly, as if listening for an echo only she could hear, fingers curling idly around the stem of her glass. The room behind her buzzed back to life, whispers resuming, servants moving, the auction resetting itself, but she remained detached from it all, eyes fixed on the empty stretch of road beyond the windows. "Well," she murmured at last, folding her arms, her voice barely louder than the hum of distant engines, "I never thought I'd meet another traveler this fast." 35. What the writers never wrote because Lucinda disapproved it. Lucinda found herself sitting inside a dark room. Not dramatically dark, just offensively empty. No walls she could properly identify, no ceiling, no exit signs to give her false hope. Just her, a chair that creaked suspiciously under her weight, and a small table where she rested her elbows like this was some kind of low-budget interrogation scene. She was just beginning to wonder if she should knock on the darkness for assistance when a voice spoke beside her. "Lucinda," a woman asked casually, as if they weren't suspended in a void. "How many types of kryptonites are there in the Smallville series again?" Lucinda turned her head slowly. The woman sat there mostly. Her form was present, but her face was completely obscured by an aggressive glow, as if reality itself had slapped a censorship sticker on her. Still, the voice was unmistakable. "Tiffany," Lucinda breathed. Short bob haircut. Chronic eyeliner. Her best friend from high school. The same girl who once failed a biology exam because she wrote vibes as an answer. Tiffany was making strange hand motions, miming eating something invisible. Fork to mouth. Chew. Nod. Repeat. There was no food. No plate. No logic. Lucinda watched in silence, her expression flattening. "That looks incredibly stupid," she thought. And then without her permission her mouth betrayed her. Green, red, blue, gold, black, silver, and gemstone. Sometimes called periwinkle, Lucinda recited smoothly. "So, 7. Her hand lifted. She, too, began eating the air. Chew. Pause. Nod. Lucinda froze mid-chew. "What the hell am I doing?" Her eyes widened as she slowly blinked, awareness crashing back in like a delayed system update. "Wait." She glanced at Tiffany. At the table. At the darkness that suddenly felt familiar in the way old embarrassment does. "This must be a memory," she muttered internally. She recognized the setup instantly, though it arrived with all the wrong furniture. This was supposed to be senior year. Midnight. The school cafeteria after hours, when the fluorescent lights hummed like they were tired of existing and the janitors pretended not to see students breaking several rules of reality. Except now, there was nothing. No plastic trays. No long tables. No suspiciously sticky floors. Just the two of them, sitting across from each other, elbows on a table that felt more conceptual than real, both chewing on absolutely nothing, like malfunctioning background characters drawn in one frame. Lucinda frowned, watching Tiffany mime eating with unsettling commitment, jaw moving, fingers pinching air, even nodding in satisfaction as if the invisible food had texture. For one, this conversation was never supposed to happen here. It was supposed to be in Filipino, rapid, chaotic, half laughter, half argument. But now, every word arrived so English, Lucinda could gasp 5 times in a row out of sheer shock. "What does each kryptonite do?" Tiffany asked again, still calmly consuming her non-existent meal, unfazed by the void around them. Lucinda swallowed, suddenly very aware that her mouth was also chewing nothing. Lucinda's mouth opened, then closed again, as her brain politely requested a reboot. She said slowly, eyes sweeping the empty cafeteria that stretched on forever like a budget-friendly dream sequence. "Green weakens Clark. Red messes with his personality. Blue takes away his powers. Gold permanently removes them. Black splits personalities. Silver causes paranoia and hallucinations. And gemstone kryptonite does whatever the writers feel like that week." She paused, nodding to herself. She was about to add a footnote, something scholarly, like also causes plot convenience when the world snapped. No transition. No warning. Just gone. The cafeteria evaporated, replaced by an empty room swallowed in darkness, save for a single, merciless beam of light aimed directly at her face. Not ambient. Not atmospheric. Interrogation-level lighting. Then a voice cut through the silence. A familiar voice. Lucinda spun around so fast she was fairly certain she heard her vertebrae file a formal complaint. And there they were, Mr. and Mrs. Delos Santos, standing on either side of a hospital bed. Her parents. They were speaking urgently to each other, but the words reached her like waterlogged echoes, distorted and just out of focus. She could see the worry etched into her mother's rigid posture, the way her father's hands clenched and unclenched like he was trying to hold himself together by force of will alone. In any normal situation, Lucinda would have called out, done something dramatic and emotionally charged. But this wasn't normal. She had seen scenes like this before in TV, moments not meant to be interfered with. Interrupting them usually ended badly, or awkwardly, sometimes both. So instead, she walked, carefully, slowly, circling behind her father, slipping between him and her mother like she'd done 100 times as a child when they argued in the kitchen. Same instinct, same placement, same quiet certainty that this was where she belonged. Her mother was still immaculate, even here, black business suit, crisp lines, authority stitched into every seam. Her sunglasses were perched atop her head, as if she'd simply stepped away from a boardroom meeting to worry about her daughter. Her father matched her in dark attire, though his glasses were lighter, less opaque. Lucinda swallowed and followed their gaze. Towards the bed to where a girl is lying on it. Her. Holy Mother of Nature, Lucinda gasped, eyes widening to see carefully, and no matter how much she would want to deny it, given the situation, she could never deny that it's her. Her unconscious body lay still beneath thin white sheets, skin pale, lips faintly parted as if she had been interrupted mid-complaint. Tubes and wires sprawled across her like a technological spiderweb, IV lines feeding into her arm, a heart monitor blinking steadily beside the bed, adhesive pads attached to her chest in a way that was deeply unflattering and aggressively necessary. A ventilator rose and fell in a soft, mechanical rhythm, breathing for her with all the enthusiasm of a machine that had never once been emotionally invested in anyone. Machines hummed, lights blinked, numbers scrolled with unsettling calm. Every sound screamed alive, yet somehow not fully here. Lucinda stared at herself, at the fragile rise and fall of her chest, at the quiet war being fought by machines and medicine. And then she saw it. Right over her sternum, just beneath the skin, something pulsed. A shard of blue meteorite had been embedded directly into her chest, not crudely, not violently, but precisely. Like it was stabbed right into her for the sake of the plot. Lucinda stared at the glow. The pulse synchronized with her heartbeat. Each luminous throb sent a faint blue ripple beneath her skin. It looked less like a medical anomaly and more like a cosmic thou shall not touch sign, bioluminescent, judgmental, and deeply committed to its aesthetic. She had to admit, if she were going to almost die, at least it came with special effects. What do you mean they can't remove it, Anton? Mrs. De Los Santos sobbed into her hands, her voice cracking as she hovered helplessly beside the bed. Her shoulders shook, but her eyes never left Lucinda's chest, never left the glowing shard embedded just beneath the skin, right over her heart. Mr. De Los Santos stood rigid, jaw tight, hands clenched at his sides like he was holding himself together through sheer willpower. The doctor said the meteorite has completely merged with her tissue in such a short time, he said quietly, every word weighed down by dread. It's bonded to her. If they try to extract it, her heart will stop. Mrs. De Los Santos looked up sharply. Then why isn't she waking up? Because that thing, he said, gesturing helplessly at the shard, isn't supposed to exist inside a human body, Dolores. It might be keeping her alive, but it's poisoning her at the same time. Slowly, slowly. Lucinda's breath caught. Her eyes wobbled as understanding slammed into her all at once, late and unapologetic. God damn it. She swallowed. If this is happening real time, then I am truly dying in my world. Her gaze dropped back to the glowing shard. A meteorite, she murmured. I got struck by meteor, not by lightning. Her thoughts raced, snapping together like puzzle pieces she'd been aggressively ignoring. The instability. Clark's powers faltering around her. Her reversing the effect of green kryptonite to that man. And Sean. Lucinda's warmth might have felt different for him because she could actually heal him. Blue kryptonite, she breathed, the realization settling in with the dramatic weight of a season finale cliffhanger. Of course it is. Of course it has to be. She let out a hollow laugh, rubbing her temples. Maybe the reason it never showed up in Smallville is because the white kryptonite took its place. Narrative balance. Budget constraints. Perhaps, the show itself is trying to correct the plot, she nodded to herself, as if this were a perfectly reasonable academic theory. That sounded impossible, but here I am. The blue kryptonite hit the earth, the real world me, she tapped her chin, the blue kryptonite might have opened the door of the impossible. Her gaze drifted back to the hospital bed. Her body lay there unnervingly peaceful, as if it had simply grown tired and decided to clock out early. No bruises. No scars. No sign of the chaos happening everywhere else except for the glowing shard embedded in her chest. What if I die here? Lucinda whispered, a chill sliding down her spine. Do I also die in Smallville and vice versa? The question barely finished forming when her father's voice cut through the room like a guillotine. If she's not going to wake up soon, Dolores, I think it's better for us to just let her go. Lucinda whipped around, eyes wide. Excuse me. She snapped instinctively. Dolores turned on Anton like a storm breaking loose. Are you hearing yourself? She cried, voice trembling but fierce. You're talking about our daughter like she's already gone. She's still fighting. Her hand slammed against the bed rail. And as her mother, I will fight with her. So you will too. Anton's shoulders sagged. The man who never bent, who negotiated million-peso deals without blinking, closed his eyes as tears slipped free. I can't, he whispered, voice cracking. I can't watch her suffer every day, Dolores. Every machine, every alarm, every doctor telling us maybe tomorrow, his hand clenched at his side. It feels like I'm dying with every single time. Lucinda felt something sharp twist in her chest, something no meteorite, no crystal, no cosmic rule could explain. She had watched villains cry on screen, watched heroes crumble in slow motion, watched entire cities get leveled before a commercial break. None of that prepared her for this. This wasn't scripted grief. This wasn't dramatic background music sorrow. This was her father, shoulders shaking, breaking quietly beside a hospital bed. Not yet, Dad, Lucinda murmured, her voice quivering even though it dissolved uselessly into the sterile air. Please not yet. She swallowed, forcing a weak, crooked breath. I don't even understand what's happening to me. I don't know how I ended up inside Smallville, why I'm standing here watching you and Mom argue over my very inconveniently half-dead body, or how any of this makes sense on a scientific, metaphysical, or emotional level. Her lips twitched despite herself. Frankly, it's deeply still unsettling, possibly illegal, definitely traumatizing. She stepped closer, instinctively reaching out, even though she already knew her hand would pass straight through him. Still, she tried. Habit. Hope. Until I fulfill my promise to fix Lex and Clark's friendship, I can't return, she whispered. I didn't come all this way just to tap out before the third act. She inhaled shakily, forcing a small, crooked smile. So please, bear with me for a while longer. Lucinda's hand hovered near her father's shoulder, stopping just short, as if afraid to disturb him even as a ghost. And she added softly, eyes flicking away, I just want you to know I regret every single time I refused to study math, science, and psychology properly. A quiet, humorless laugh slipped out. Turns out those are very useful subjects when you're stuck between universes, bleeding space rocks, and hanging around billionaires with unresolved parental trauma. She blinked, glancing around the sterile room as if the walls themselves might judge her. I would have been a great help to Lex, she muttered, then paused. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'd still argue with him. A lot. But I'd argue better. Her lips curved into something gentler, fond despite herself. And speaking of Lex, she continued, lowering her voice conspiratorially, you're right, Dad. It is really hard to deal with young businessmen. She huffed a breath. They're egocentric. Definitely narcissistic. Emotionally constipated. Allergic to vulnerability. She tilted her head. But I think I'll learn a lot from him, whether I want to or not. Lucinda looked back at her unconscious body, at the faint blue glow pulsing beneath her skin. Maybe when I come back, she said quietly, I'll actually be interested in business just how the way you like. Her voice cracked then, just slightly. So please, she whispered, eyes returning to her father. Don't let me die just yet. You and Mom. The machines kept humming around her steady, tireless, almost smug in their consistency. The heart monitor continued its patient beeping, each sound a reminder that time, annoyingly, was still moving forward. Slowly, everything around Lucinda began to blur. The walls softened. The edges of the room dissolved. Her parents' figures faded first, then the bed, then the lights until nothing remained but the beeping. Just the beeping. It grew louder, making her eyes flutter. It wobbled and opened, then immediately shut again as a blinding white light assaulted her senses. Lucy. That voice, gentle, familiar, unmistakably maternal, cut through the haze. Lucinda forced her eyes open again, squinting through the brightness. She turned her head slightly to the right and froze. Sitting beside her bed was Martha Kent, hands folded neatly in her lap, concern written plainly across her face. Standing just behind her, tall and awkward as ever, was Clark. Mrs. Kent. Lucinda croaked, her throat protesting like it had personally been betrayed. What are you doing here? Here, Clark said quickly, already reaching for a glass of water. Martha intercepted it with practiced efficiency. Easy, she murmured, guiding the glass to Lucinda's lips while nodding at Clark. Raise the bed a little. Clark complied instantly, fumbling just enough to remind everyone he was still very much Clark Kent. The bed adjusted with a soft whir, and Lucinda finally took in her surroundings. White walls, curtains, the faint smell of antiseptic. Oh, she muttered. Hospital. How am I here? She asked, trying to sit up straighter with Clark's careful assistance. Notably, he avoided touching her more than necessary, like she might come with a warning label. You collapsed yesterday in Metropolis. You don't remember. Martha explained gently. Lex called us to look after you while he's gone to attend an important business. Lucinda blinked and gasped when she remembered the very reason why she passed out. The spaceship's key, the swallowed hard, her gaze snapping to Clark, who stiffened under her sudden intensity. Clark, she said immediately, voice low but urgent. You already know about your spaceship, right? Both Clark and Martha froze. Martha's eyes widened. You know about that too. Lucinda nodded weakly. I do, Mrs. Kent. And I know it's not supposed to be time yet, but she hesitated. I saw the key. Clark exchanged a look with his mother before stepping closer. What do you mean, the key? Just like cars, Lucinda shrugged, immediately regretting the movement when she accidentally nudged her four-line. Spaceships have keys, Clark. Martha inhaled slowly. And where did you see this key? Lucinda looked at her, then at Clark, then back again. Metropolis, she said. At the auction Lex took me to. The key was one of the items. Clark's breath hitched. And Lex bought it, Lucinda added helpfully. Martha visibly paled. How did it end up there? She whispered. I don't know anymore, Lucinda admitted, voice quieter now. But I think it was calling me. There was this sound high-pitched, overwhelming. It hurt, physically. That's why I collapsed. Neither Clark nor Martha spoke. Confusion settled heavily between them. They're as equally as confused as Lucinda. She stared up at the ceiling, brow furrowed. As far as she remembers, the key only called Jonathan, because he became Jor-El's temporary vessel. She swallowed. If that's still how it works, she continued slowly, then there's a chance I might have become one of the vessels. Clark sat down on the edge of the bed far too abruptly. The mattress dipped under his weight, causing Lucinda to bounce slightly. Clark, she muttered, wincing. You weigh like a small tractor. Sorry, he said quickly, but his face was serious. Why do you think Lex wanted it? Lucinda hummed, thinking. Scientific curiosity. Obsession. A desperate need to explain the unexplainable. She shrugged. Also trauma. As per my futuristic vision, the key was found in the Miller's field where your spaceship landed. Lex was caught by the radioactive impact of a meteor landed very close to him in Riley's field. And Miller's is right next Riley's, Martha exhaled. But, is that it? Just pure curiosity. He'd connect it to Clark, eventually, Lucinda sighed. She shifted slightly against the pillows, careful of the wires tugging at her arm, then lifted her gaze to Clark, serious now, uncharacteristically still. Curiosity always starts harmless. A question here, a coincidence there. But unanswered questions don't stay polite. They turn obsessive. And once the mystery is gone, she tilted her head. What's left to chase? Clark's jaw clenched, a muscle jumping near his cheek. He stared at the floor for a moment, as if the linoleum held the answers he was too afraid to say aloud. He knew exactly what she meant. Lucinda had never outright told him what to do. She had nudged, suggested, circled the truth like a satellite waiting to land. He wanted to tell Lex. God, he did. Some nights, the words almost slipped out on their own. But wanting didn't erase the fear that Lex's curiosity wouldn't stop at understanding, that it would sharpen into something dangerous. That knowledge, once gained, could be twisted, weaponized against him, his family, and friends. As Lucinda studied Clark's reaction, her gaze sharpened, measuring every flicker of confusion and dawning dread. Instinctively, her fingers drifted to her own chest, resting over the place where, in her world, blue kryptonite had once pierced flesh and rewritten fate. The memory pulsed there, cold and undeniable. Her lips barely moved. What happens next? She murmured, less a question than a challenge to the universe itself. 36. The Iceman cometh once again. 30 minutes after Clark and Martha left to tend to the farm, after about 3 reminders from Martha that Lucinda was not allowed to lift anything heavier than a pillow, Lex finally arrived. He entered the room so quietly that Lucinda almost committed attempted murder. She turned her head, caught sight of him leaning casually against the doorframe with that infuriatingly calm smile, and instinctively reached for the 4-stand. Easy, Lex said, lifting both hands in surrender, amused rather than alarmed. For someone who was unconscious for nearly 24 hours, you seem to have stored an impressive amount of strength in wherever you keep that. I could have thrown the entire bed at you, Lucinda muttered, settling back against the pillows with exaggerated restraint. But I'm not a violent person, Lex. I simply think violent thoughts. Lex chuckled as he stepped inside and carefully placed a bouquet of flowers on the bedside table. He even adjusted the angle, as if presentation mattered more than her near-death experience. Lucinda eyed the bouquet suspiciously. Are the flowers necessary, or did the hospital come with a florist loyalty program? Yes, Lex said smoothly. And no. They're insufficient, actually, considering the inconvenience I caused you in Metropolis. He straightened, his tone quieter now. I didn't want you to get admitted there. I couldn't trust anyone with you, anyone except the Kents. So I brought you back here in Smallville. A small, genuine smile tugged at Lucinda's lips. That was the Lex she believed in. Trusting Jonathan and Martha more than his own blood, even when Jonathan barely tolerated him. Not for long, she thought quietly. I'll make him see you can be trusted, Lex. That's sweet of you, Lex, she said aloud. He returned the smile and stepped closer, the easy charm giving way to something more serious. So, I've reviewed your lab results. Lucinda froze. Her mind immediately sprinted back to the blue glow beneath her skin, the crystal pulsing in time with her heart in her real universe. Her fingers curled into the sheets. There's something wrong with your blood, Lex continued. Her breath caught. It blue. Lex blinked. Once. Then frowned slightly. No, Lucy. It's not blue. He paused, then added, that would have been concerning. Oh, she exhaled sharply. Then why do you look like that? You're anemic, Lucy, Lex said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Severely enough to cause fainting. That's why you collapsed. Perhaps, have you been skipping meals? She lifted a finger. In my defense, you've been dragging me across cities and towns, auctions, laboratories, and mysterious rich people nonsense. It's been difficult to schedule lunch. Lex opened his mouth, visibly caught off guard. Lucy, I didn't realize. Oh, don't apologize, she waved him off. In my original timeline, I only eat once a day. Sometimes twice if I'm emotionally stable. Lex stared at her in silence, the kind of silence that suggested several competing thoughts were lining up for a duel inside his head. Lex stared at her in silence, the kind of silence that suggested several competing thoughts were lining up for a duel inside his head. His brows knit together, his lips pressed thin, and for a brief, dangerous second, Lucinda wondered if she had finally broken the man who survived meteor showers, hostile takeovers, and Smallville high politics. You're impossible, he finally said, exhaling through his nose. Lucinda brightened instantly, as if he had just complimented her bone structure. She lifted a hand and flicked her hair, careful not to disturb the foreline with theatrical grace. I know I'm beautiful, Lex. You don't have to say it out loud. I appreciate subtle admiration. I said impossible, not beautiful, he corrected, his voice calm, precise, and dangerously patient. They don't even sound similar. It depends on the pronunciation, Lucinda shrugged, already plowing ahead before he could object. Also your tone, and your subconscious admiration. Sometimes words migrate emotionally, Lex. Linguistics is very migratory. Lex blinked. Once. Then again. His gaze dropped briefly, as if checking whether the floor might explain this conversation, before returning to her face. He began carefully, do not believe I possess the intellectual capacity to survive that explanation. He paused, regrouped, then stepped closer with visible effort. But anyway, once you're feeling better, we'll go home immediately. Oh, I feel fantastic, Lucinda said, leaning forward with sudden enthusiasm. Truly revitalized. Speaking of which, what about the item you bought at the auction? Lex didn't even flinch. What about it, Lucy? She narrowed her eyes, studying him with the intensity of someone who had just heard a very suspicious sound and was deciding whether to pounce or pretend nothing happened. Don't look at me like that, Lex, she said flatly. You absolutely think it might help me get back to my own time. Lex didn't deny it. He simply exhaled slow, measured and moved to sit beside her. Unlike Clark, who had the unfortunate habit of collapsing furniture with his sheer existence, Lex settled onto the edge of the bed with deliberate care. He was so gentle, Lucinda barely shifted. He pulled his hands from his pockets and laced his fingers together, staring at them for a moment longer than necessary. It was the posture he took when he was about to say something inconveniently honest. Actually, he said at last, lifting his gaze to meet hers, I was wrong. Lucinda blinked. That alone was alarming. The item I bought at the auction, Lex continued, was recovered by Dr. Stephen Hamilton. It was found in Miller's Field near the same area where I was exposed to the meteor shower. Her attention sharpened instantly. She didn't interrupt. She just listened, eyes fixed on him, body utterly still. Days ago, he went on, I had the object examined by several specialists I employ in Metropolis. This was before it was even legally cleared for public bidding yesterday. His mouth twitched, unapologetic. Of course. Classic Lex. He would do anything in his power to examine that item, probably just in case he might not get it. They determined that its composition includes materials that do not exist anywhere on Earth. No known alloy. No terrestrial origin. Probably not yet. Lucinda frowned slightly as if she didn't know the origin of the item. That's comforting. In a deeply horrifying way. Lex nodded once. That was my conclusion as well. I thought, given your circumstances, that you might be able to help me understand it. That's why I brought you to the auction. He fell silent again, just long enough for the weight of the words to settle. Lucinda shifted, clearing her throat. So. She gestured vaguely between them. What's the plan now? Panic? Denial? Aggressive research montage? Lex turned fully toward her, his expression tightening. I spoke to a man earlier today. He claims he witnessed something during the meteor shower. Something that landed in Riley's field. Lucinda's stomach dipped. And? He said it was a spaceship, Lex said evenly. And he believes the item I purchased belonged to it. Lucinda swallowed hard. Wow, great. Internally, she screamed. Outwardly, she managed to remain upright and composed, which was impressive considering the mental sound of cannon shattering right on her face. Another timeline fracture. Another, this wasn't supposed to happen yet, moment. Lucinda couldn't even remember which season or episode Lex was supposed to hear this story. She just knew it was definitely not now. And certainly not overlapping with Season 1, Episode 5. Honestly, she wasn't even sure if Episode 5 had fully finished yet. For all she knew, Smallville was currently buffering. Nothing lined up anymore. No familiar beats. No comforting canon rails. The script had gone rogue. But, Lex continued, his tone shifting into that calm, razor-edged cadence he used when he believed he was being very reasonable, I have an assumption. A gut feeling, let's say, for the sake of your deducing level. Ouch! Lucinda winced automatically, already offended on behalf of her intelligence, but Lex rolled right over her protest like a luxury sedan over a speed bump. I believe Mr. and Mrs. Kent might have some idea about it, he said, eyes steady. Something connected to how they found Clark in Riley's field. You know, they might have seen something. Lucinda's soul attempted to leave her body. She almost collapsed. Then she sat up too fast. Then she nearly collapsed again. It was a full physical reboot, minus the loading bar. For the love of everything holy and syndicated, Lucinda internally screamed, spiraling violently. Lex doesn't know about the Kents finding Clark in Riley's field until the Season 7 finale. Season 7. This is Season 1, Episode 5-ish. 5-ish. She could practically hear the sound of cannon snapping in half somewhere in the distance. Lucy. Lex's voice cut in sharply. She realized she was gasping full on, oxygen-deprived, fish out of water gasping. Lex's eyes widened, all composed billionaire logic instantly replaced with genuine alarm. Lucy, what's wrong? He stood so abruptly, the cushion waved. I'll call the... Lucinda didn't hesitate. No. She lunged forward and caught the hem of Lex's sleeve, her fingers curling into expensive fabric with a strength that absolutely did not match her recent arsenal of clinically unconscious. The sudden movement startled them both, Lucinda because her body actually obeyed her, and Lex because patients were not supposed to move like that unless something had gone terribly wrong or spectacularly right. Lex turned back at once, brows drawing together. Lucy. Tool talk to them, Lucinda blurted out, breath uneven, grip tightening as if letting go would cause the timeline to snap entirely in half. Lex leaned closer, gently steadying her wrist so she wouldn't pull out her fore and create a hospital incident named after her. I'll talk to the Kents, she said quickly, lowering her arm as he guided it down. You didn't exactly make what we'd call a warm and fuzzy impression on Mr. Kent, she swallowed. If I ask, they might tell me something they wouldn't tell you. Lex studied her for a long second, weighing calculation against concern. Then he exhaled and placed both hands on her shoulders firm, grounding, careful. I appreciate you wanting to help me, Lucy, truly. But right now, you look like you might faint again if someone sneezes too loudly. He guided her back against the pillows, pulling the blanket up with meticulous care, avoiding the foreline like it was a live wire. The gentleness of the gesture almost made her chest ache more than the meteorite ever had. I'll be back this afternoon, Lex said, offering her a small, reassuring smile. Lucinda frowned. And when exactly am I supposed to talk to Mr. and Mrs. Kent? It can wait, he replied calmly. The universe has survived this long without answers. It'll manage a few more days. He turned toward the door, hand settling on the knob. Lex. He paused and looked back. Lucinda hesitated, then spoke carefully, as if stepping through a minefield made of canon events and fragile friendships. For the sake of curiosity, she said, if you ever found out something not normal about Clark, given that you once ran him over at full speed, he swam it off, pulled you out of a drowning car, and then went back to algebra like nothing happened, would you still be friends with him? Lex's lips parted at Lucinda's perceptive question. He wasn't truly surprised. She knew about his brush with death, about Clark's impossible rescue. Her curiosity was only natural. Clark is the closest I have to a real friend my whole life, Lucy, he said, a rare, unguarded smile tugging at his mouth. And that's never gonna to change. Can you promise? Lucinda asked, her eyes wobbling despite herself. She knew the question was unnecessary, childish, even, but she needed to hear it from Lex's own mouth, needed the certainty so she wouldn't falter. I don't make promises, Lucy, Lex replied evenly. I make certain outcomes. And with that, Lex left the room. The soft click of the door closing echoed in the sterile space, leaving a hollow silence behind. Lucinda swallowed hard, her eyes drifting toward the pale white hospital building beyond the window. The walls gleamed too brightly, too unnaturally, and the sunlight that should have streamed in seemed strangely muted. She had already made her decision. Clark was going to spill the beans to Lex, whether he liked it or not. But the scenes in her head were doing somersaults, colliding like bumper cars in a poorly run carnival. Every possibility seemed catastrophic. Every outcome involved at least one exploding laboratory or someone getting electrocuted. Lex Kudno probably would snap at any moment. He might turn villainous, start monologuing about power grids, or worse, ask her to sign a non-disclosure agreement mid-crisis in Season 1. Oh, please. Not yet, she whispered, voice trembling as her chest tightened, but no tears came, just a hollow ache that made her feel smaller than the hospital bed, which, let's be honest, she is. If I reason with Mr. and Mrs. Kent, they'd probably let Clark tell Lex the truth, she murmured, nodding as if she were presenting a thesis to an invisible board of experts. After that the plan stays the same. The goal is to stop Lex's obsession with Clark and redirect the mystery onto myself instead. That would 100% save their friendship. Lucinda paused, brow furrowed, eyes narrowing as the gears in her mind ground slowly to a halt. The realization hit her like a rogue meteorite, something she hadn't considered yet. If she wanted to divert Lex's obsessions onto herself, that meant she had to remain a mystery. That meant she had to keep lying. Boldly, unapologetically lying. She chewed on her lip, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth despite the ethical alarms blaring in her brain. He should be fine, right? She muttered to herself. It's not like I'm that important to him. He won't just turn into a villain if a housemaid lies to him. She was about to close her eyes, seeking some fleeting comfort from her cinematic plan, when a shiver ran through her. The room went abruptly cold. Lucinda gasped, clutching the sheets, and immediately pushed herself upright, squinting at the flickering lights above, which cast jagged, jittery shadows that looked like they were trying out for a horror movie audition. Then her gaze snapped to the window. Noon should have been bright, sunny, possibly perfect for a latte. Instead, the world outside looked like it had been dipped in black paint and left to dry. Nothing but dense, unnatural darkness. The lights blinked off completely, plunging the room into a silence so thick Lucinda half expected it to demand ID before letting her breathe. And then the footsteps. Rapid, uneven, panicked. Probably nurses of ward men trying to figure out where the fuck electricity went even after paying the bills. Her stomach did the knotted sock trick again, and her fingers dug into the bedspread. It had only been minutes since Lex left. So how did it already feel like the world had flipped to nighttime horror mode? Why did the shadows look like they were gossiping behind her back? The air suddenly turned colder, so sharply that Lucinda's breaths began to form little clouds of vapor. Curiosity, being the unhelpful little imp that it is, propelled her off the bed. She tiptoed toward the window, brushing the curtain aside, expecting maybe sunshine, maybe a bird, anything with wings. Her eyes wobbled but honestly, she wasn't shocked. Frost and ice had claimed the windows like some kind of dramatic interior decorator with a grudge, curling into ornate patterns that would have been beautiful if she weren't so certain they were trying to give her a heart attack. Tiny crystalline tendrils crept across the glass, shimmering faintly in the dim light. Flickering electricity to no electricity. Frost. Ice. Freezing cold, Lucinda muttered, pulling the 4-line out of her vein. She thought it would be cinematic cool, stylish, like in the movies. Instead, it hurt. A sharp sting shot up her arm, warm blood seeping from the puncture site like the universe was trying to make a point. Bad idea, she groaned, hastily wrapping her hand in the sleeve of her lab coat. Wait, lab coat? She paused. Who the hell changed my clothes? She mumbled to the empty room, because of course no one answered. Before she could dwell on that existential wardrobe mystery, screams pierced the hallway sharp, panicked, human then cut off abruptly, replaced by the unmistakable sound of something breaking. Lucinda didn't need a second thought. Of course that's Sean. She could almost feel him radiating murderous frost energy, the kind that freezes toes, hearts, and minor life decisions. Instinct took over. She yanked a chair, the same one Martha had sat in earlier, and hurled it at the nearest window. The glass cracked, then splintered spectacularly, an almost cinematic yes moment, if you ignored the fact that frost shards rained over her like tiny knives. Unlike every dumb protagonist in every horror movie ever, Lucinda didn't wait for Sean to show up. No, she vaulted through the shattered window and froze midair. Wait, what? Below her nothing. Absolute, terrifying, gravity-assisted nothing. A 3-story drop yawned like it had been waiting just for her. Oh, I'm way dumber than I thought, she muttered, pressing her palms against the window frame and inhaling shakily. Her knees wobbled despite her best attempt at a heroic stance, and a bead of sweat trickled down her temple, part fear, part sheer disbelief at her own impulsive nonsense. Lucii. A familiar voice echoed, closer this time, sending chills crawling up her spine. The hallway had gone unnaturally silent in the interim, as if the building itself was holding its breath in suspense. Or probably because Sean had frozen everyone in sight. Lucinda exhaled slowly, trying and failing to convince herself she was in full control. The shaky puff of air betrayed her panic. Yep, definitely Sean's voice, she muttered under her breath, voice heavy with dread. And yep, he knows my name too. Don't make me find whichever room you're hiding in, Lucy. Sean thundered, each syllable slamming through the corridor like a warning bell struck too hard. Because if I do, I'm freezing everyone in this damned hospital, including your precious boss, Lex Luthor. Lucinda's eyes widened. Her brain offered exactly half a second of panic before promptly clocking out. Oh, he didn't, she muttered and kicked the door open. She didn't know where that strength came from exactly, but who cares now? The frozen doorknob shattered on impact, splintering into glittering shards that skittered across the floor like broken glass confetti. Cold rushed in immediately, biting through her skin, her breath fogging the air. The hallway beyond looked less like a hospital and more like a mausoleum carved from ice. Everything was frozen. Walls glazed over in thick frost. Doors sealed shut beneath creeping white veins. Windows opaque with ice. Even the ceiling glittered faintly, cruelly beautiful. The emergency lights still glowed but dimly, smothered, as though the ice itself were choking the life out of them. Lucinda stepped forward carefully, bare feet crunching against the frozen floor. And there at the far end of the hallway stood Sean. He looked disturbingly normal. No frost clinging to his skin, probably because he had already sucked a few body heat. Around him lay nurses and patients, collapsed where they'd stood moments earlier. Some were slumped against walls. Others sprawled on the floor, limbs stiff, faces pale and frighteningly still. Lucinda's gaze darted frantically among them. Lex, she whispered. She found him just behind Sean, sprawled on the frozen tiles, unmoving. Her stomach dropped. Sean noticed the moment her expression changed and laughed, the sound sharp and echoing in the icy hall. As I thought, he said, grinning. You are different, Lucy Bryce. Lucinda clenched her fists, forcing herself not to run forward and slip dramatically to her death. What did you do? she demanded, though the answer already felt like it was clawing its way up her spine. Sean's grin widened. I just dropped their body temperatures by 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Some of them are dying, some are already dead as per my body's needs. He gestured lazily at the frozen corridor like a tour guide presenting his masterpiece. Hypothermia will then take care of the rest. He grinned wider. They'll die, unless you cure me. Lucinda shook her head slowly, her voice steady despite the fear coiling in her chest. After what you've done after killing innocent people and hurting my friend, you really think I'd cure you and let you walk away? 37, frozen, fuming, and slightly fabulous. Lucinda stared at Sean, her mind racing through possibilities that collapsed the moment they formed. Every plan ended the same way, bodies on the floor, frostbitten and broken. Lex, nurses, doctors, anyone unlucky enough to still be breathing in this frozen tomb of a hospital. She's certain there are people hiding in other rooms and she could only wish they're warm enough to stay alive until all of this is over. There was no clever workaround, no loophole, no dramatic third option that didn't involve sacrifice and, tragically, in this scenario, she was the sacrifice. Truly the kind of heroine the Smallville directors would have killed to hire if only real-life emergencies came with casting calls and stunt doubles. She needed to do it. If Sean goes back to normal, she could save everyone. That was the theory, at least, and right now, theory was all she had. She clung to that thought like a life raft with a slow leak. So, Sean drawled, his grin sharp and boyish and deeply wrong, what's it gonna be, Lucy? Her jaw tightened. We are not close enough for you to call me that, Lucinda snapped, her voice cutting through the frozen air. She shot a glance at Lex sprawled on the floor, unmoving, pale against the white frost curling around him. Her chest ached. The longer she resisted, the worse it got. The cold deepened, the walls groaned, and somewhere in the distance metal screamed as pipes cracked under pressure. So she moved. Each step toward Sean felt like walking into her own execution. Her bare feet recoiled against the ice-slick floor, numbness biting instantly, climbing up her legs like a living thing. If her vision dream whatever cosmic PowerPoint presentation she'd seen was accurate, then once Sean touched her, he'd be healed. Right? Sean's smile widened when she stopped in front of him. His skin had already taken back on a sickly blue hue, veins started to turn dark underneath, breath fogging heavily with each inhale. Just like canon. Just like the rulebook said. The heat he stole from the people in here would never last. He must have killed more before he found her just to keep himself functional. The thought made her stomach twist. Lucinda swallowed hard and forced her arms open. Well, she muttered bitterly, go on. Absorb my body heat hangang sa magsawa ka. Sean laughed softly, delighted at her sudden language shift, and stepped closer. Slowly, intentionally, like he wanted her to feel every second of it. Then his hands settled on her shoulders. The cold hit instantly. Lucinda gasped as the warmth was ripped from her body, a violent, unnatural pull that made her teeth chatter. She could see its steam peeling away from her skin, curling toward Sean's mouth as if drawn by gravity. Pain flared where his hands touched her, sharp and invasive, then exploded outward into her chest. Her vision blurred. Her knees threatened mutiny. She waited desperately for something magical. A glow. A pulse. That blue kryptonite shimmer from her chest, dramatic and helpful and very on theme. But nothing game. No glow. No cosmic fanfare. Just pain. Pure, brutal, heart-stopping pain. Sean kept draining her until the blue faded from his skin, color returning like nothing had ever been wrong. When he finally pulled away, Lucinda's knees buckled. She hit the floor hard, the impact dull and distant, pain barely registering through the cold. She clenched her jaw, forcing herself to stay conscious, and looked up at him. Sean stared at his hands in awe, flexing his fingers, laughing quietly to himself like a deranged human being that he is. Using what little strength she had left, she dragged herself across the floor, every inch an argument with gravity and common sense. Lex was only a few steps away, but it felt like miles. Her fingers finally brushed his hand and her breath hitched when she felt nothing but cold. Panic surged as she leaned closer, eyes searching his chest, his mouth. Then she saw it. The faintest puff of vapor escaping his lips. It was shallow and fragile, but it was enough for now. Oh, thank God, she whispered, relief crashing over her so hard it nearly made her sob. She forced herself upright and cradled his face between her hands, thumbs brushing his cheeks, tapping gently. Lex, she murmured, her voice trembling. Lex, wake up. She swallowed and managed a crooked smile through the pain. If you let your bald head stay on this floor any longer, she added hoarsely, you're really going to catch a cold. Lex's eyes didn't even wobble. His breathing remained unsteady. Lucinda gritted her teeth and looked back up at Sean, who was still very much occupied with his dramatic I'm totally healing routine. Then something very crucial clicked. The ice hadn't melted. The frost still clung to every surface. Thick, unapologetic, glittering like it had every intention of staying. The air remained cold enough to qualify as actively hostile, the kind that punished lungs for the audacity of breathing. Which meant only one thing. Sean was still very much not cured. Lucinda tipped her head back slightly and squeezed her eyes shut. For half a second, she seriously considered cursing every deity, cosmic force, and narrative architect who might be listening, because what the hell was this supposed to be? Lex had looked her straight in the eye and told her she'd reversed the effects of green kryptonite on that man. Clark had gone pale when he realized her presence was interfering with his powers. Sean himself had said her warmth was different. And then there was the small, deeply inconvenient detail of her seeing blue kryptonite embedded in her own chest like some kind of prophetic warning label in her vision dream whatever. All signs pointed to miracle. All outcomes pointed to failure. She let out a sharp, humorless laugh and dragged a hand through her hair, wincing as the movement sent another wave of weakness through her body. Lucinda scoffed, staring at the frost-lined walls as if daring them to argue back. Well, be damned. Sean, meanwhile, was still basking in the afterglow of his temporary relief and Lucinda did not wait for the encore. She hooked her arms under Lex's shoulders and dragged. She had been certain she had nothing left, no strength, no adrenaline, not even spite to run on. And yet her body moved anyway, scraping backward across the ice as she hauled a 6-foot man down the hallway inch by agonizing inch. Her knees burned. Her arms screamed. Her lungs felt like they were inhaling knives. She crawled, slipped, dragged again. She didn't look back. Behind her, Sean's smile faltered. He stared down at his hands just as the blue crept back in slow at first, then spreading fast, veins darkening beneath the skin. The cold hit him all at once, vicious and merciless, stealing his breath. And no. Sean gasped, clutching his arms to his chest as if he could physically keep the heat inside. But borrowed warmth was never meant to stay. It always left. It always betrayed him. And Lucinda's warmth didn't even last half as long. Rage twisted his features when he spotted her already farther away, Lex's body half dragged, half carried across the ice. You are supposed to cure me. Sean roared. The sound ripped through the hallway like a shockwave. The building groaned in protest. Ice cracked and surged outward in violent, creeping veins. Lucinda gasped, panic flooding her system. Somehow, impossibly, she forced herself onto her feet, hooking Lex under one arm and dragging him the rest of the way across the hallway, muscles burning beyond reason. She didn't stop until she slammed into the opposite wall. Even then, the ice followed, creeping like it had a mind of its own, inching closer to her and Lex with silent, relentless intent. Lucinda pressed Lex closer to her, letting his head rest lightly against her chest. She tried to transfer what little warmth she could muster, wrapping him in her arms as if sheer willpower could stave off the cold. Her own body was slowly recovering, heat creeping back in weak, uneven waves, but it wasn't nearly enough to push back the relentless chill that wrapped the hallway like a living thing. Her eyes darted to the thickening frost, the walls glinting with lethal perfection, and her thoughts began to spiral. Yep, definitely dying today. Maybe tomorrow too if Lex died in my arms and I somehow survived. She shivered as an image of Lionel wielding a scalpel and a driller flashed uninvited in her mind. Nope, not gonna happen, thank you very much. She bit her lip. Come on, Lucinda. Use your futuristic brain. What was different? Lex, the meteorite-infected man, Sean, all of them exposed to the same green kryptonite. Why did their bodies react so differently? Lex had gone bald, yes, but that was it. His immune system had been boosted, yes, and he never got sick as far as she could remember. Everything about him screamed positive, blessed even. Nothing in his physiology screamed danger. The meteorite-infected man, she wasn't sure. The last time she had seen him, he moved like a zombie, his eyes empty, his flesh and mind twisted beyond comprehension. Lex had told her she reversed the kryptonite's effect on him, but that was Lex's claim, not certainty. And Sean still thriving on temporary warmth, still a storm in human skin. What was so different about him? Why couldn't she do the same for him that she had done for the meteorite-infected man? Was it the exposure level? Did Sean's prolonged contact with kryptonite had somehow anchored itself in his entire being? Lucinda's mind spun as she tried to piece it together, every scenario she considered more absurd than the last. It could be. In the original Smallville episode, Sean had absorbed Clark's body heat enough to leave a grown man completely drained and yet it hadn't cured him. The only thing that actually stopped him was when Clark threw him onto a lake. Sean had literally frozen himself out of existence. Death by hyper ice. Only then did the world breathe a sigh of relief. Lucinda blinked, rubbing her temples as if sheer willpower could reset her brain. So that's it. She muttered under her breath, the thought tasting bitter in her mouth. The only solution is death. Her stomach twisted at the realization, heavy and cold like the frost spreading across the hospital floor. Lucinda had clearly never killed anyone before. The thought of having to kill Sean to save everyone was making her entire nervous system stage a full-blown rebellion. Spasms, existential dread, and mild nausea, all included, she thought, complementary with a side of guilt. Did she have a choice? Sure, if only Clark were here. He was the one who defeated Sean in canon, after all. If she couldn't cure him, well, at least the universe would hopefully let Clark do his job. A soft brush against her arm made her startle. Lex's hand had found hers, resting lightly over the warmth she'd been trying to funnel into him like some DIY human heating pad. Lucy, he mumbled, voice hoarse and faint, like he'd been gargling ice cubes for the past hour. Shoo, she hushed him quickly, glancing over her shoulder. Sean's uneven footsteps scraped against the ice, each step sending a sinister crack echoing down the hallway. Lucinda shook off the fog of panic. She could now hear the distant human chorus, cries echoing from nearby rooms, ranging from terrified to mildly irritated. If she didn't act fast, these people were going to die or at least suffer very bad cold. Lex, she groaned, easing him against the wall. His body sagged slightly, lips pale as porcelain, eyes barely open. The dude suddenly looked like Saitama in One Punch Man, 8K hyper-resolution. Lucy, what's going on? He croaked. No time for questions, she said, letting out a sharp, rib-rattling sigh. Questions were a luxury of the unfrozen. Lex forced his eyes open, but all he could see was her silhouette, tense, moving with sharp precision. You stay here for a moment, okay? I'll be right back, she instructed, her voice soft but commanding, basically, the Lucinda version of polite homicide. Her gaze swept the other side of the hallway until it landed on a neatly folded stack of hospital blankets on a nearby bed. Bless this world for small miracles and extra fleece. Without hesitation, she grabbed every blanket she could reach, layering them over Lex with the care of a parent swaddling a particularly stubborn baby seal. Bald head, covered. Shoulders, covered. Ego, not covered. He had to maintain some dignity himself. What are you doing? Lex managed, curiosity and confusion dripping from every syllable. Saving you from the cold. Now stay here hidden underneath these blankets, she said, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. He would thank me later, or at least live long enough to regret not dissecting me if I die here. Hi. Lex reached to take her hand, a faint attempt to anchor her, but Lucinda had already let go. She stood, bracing herself, and stepped back into the hallway. The ice stretched toward her like a living threat, crawling across the floor and walls, and Sean was still there, dragging himself forward with stubborn persistence. His arms hugged himself, trying in vain to hold on to warmth that didn't belong to him. I need all of your heat, Lucy. I need all of it. Sean groaned, voice ragged, shivering violently. For what? You had a taste of my hotness and still didn't get cured, Lucinda snorted, arching an eyebrow and daring him to argue. Then die. Sean groaned again, the same low, bone-rattling sound that had made the building itself tremble. Lucinda's jaw clenched, a wry smirk tugging at her lips. Kill me if you can. One question, though, can you fight? You might be a quarterback-level athlete, a man with training and strength, but me? I'm Lucinda, a dojo and karate master back in high school. Can you win against me? Before Sean could respond, she shifted into a series of exaggerated yet precise karate stances, each carefully named in her mind. First, she planted her feet wide and low, arms raised in a balanced posture. Front stance, she muttered under her breath, feeling the ice crunch beneath her boots. Solid. Unshakable. Very much like my patience with you, Sean. She spun lightly on her heel into a cat stance, back foot ready to pivot, her arms extended in sharp, deliberate angles, perfect for dodging metaphorical and literal attacks. Next, she shifted into a crane stance, one leg bent, the other poised for a high kick, hands arched like talons. Dramatic, elegant, intimidating, she said, her grin widening. And yes, I look cute while doing it. Finally, she landed in a horse stance, feet planted wide, knees bent, arms flexed in ready fists. Endurance and power, she muttered, flexing for emphasis. You may have quarterback strength, Sean, but this is pure housemate/business partner energy. Sean's bluish lips twitched, a smirk tugging at them despite the cold. He didn't answer, but the amusement or maybe mild terror shivering through him made her chest tighten. Her grin faltered slightly as her eyes caught the floating blocks of ice, suspended in the hallway. Before she could react, Sean raised his shivering hand, and the ice coalesced into sharp arrow-like projectiles. Lucinda's stance wavered. Oh come on. Those are never in the canon. 38. Frostbite and Flare. The air fractured with a sound like glass being drawn from a glacier long, screaming, and deeply offended by the concept of warmth. Dozens of ice needles materialized above Sean, perfectly symmetrical, translucent, and sharp enough to turn light itself into jagged prisms. Lucinda stared upward in pure, unfiltered jealousy. She had always dreamed of being like Elsa, belt out a dramatic let it go, accidentally build a palace, maybe sprout an Olaf out of her fingers for emotional support. But no. The universe, as usual, had looked at her hopes, snorted, and kept walking. The ice bullets hovered in disciplined formation, tips angled downward, trembling as if eager to be released. Sean lifted 2 fingers and Lucinda's heart skipped 2 beats. She needed to get out of there fast, far, preferably out, but she couldn't leave everyone here. The ice bullets fired. Compressed air detonated around them as they accelerated, carving white scars through the space where Lucinda had been standing a heartbeat earlier. She was already gone. Her body pivoted on the ball of her foot, hips turning first, shoulders following ga clean tai sabeke, the evasive movement drilled into her spine through years of practice. Muscle memory took the wheel while her brain screamed goodbye world. Remember my heroic deeds. She grabbed an unconscious body mid-motion, dragged it clear of Sean's line of fire, and tossed it into a nearby hospital room like a very urgent sack of laundry. Then another. And another. Adrenaline surged through her veins so hard she didn't even register that she was relocating patients like props in a disaster movie montage. No time to analyze. She needed to keep them safe and avoid the needle bullets that punched into the concrete behind her, exploding into frost and shrapnel like overachieving snowflakes. She slid low, knees bent, center of gravity anchored. Another volley followed immediately, the hallway screaming as ice tore through it. When she was sure there were no more dying or already dead people in her immediate path, she stopped retreating. She stepped into the attack. Her arm snapped up, forearm angled precisely not to block, but to redirect. The needle skimmed past her sleeve, close enough to crystallize the fabric, and she hissed, offended on behalf of her clothes. Momentum carried her sideways into a rolling recovery. She came up in a perfect Zenkatsudachi stance, 1 foot forward, fists raised, breath controlled. You rely too much on distance, she said calmly, as if she weren't dodging airborne murder popsicles. That's cheating. Sean snarled and spread his arms wide. He was shivering now, lips blue, grin too wide for a healthy person. The more Lucinda looked at him, the more she understood why she could no longer save him. It had been too long, too much stolen body heat, too much damage whether from the meteorite infection or from choices made long before it. His body wasn't just failing, it had already crossed the line and forgotten where it came from. The bitter thought settled in her chest. Maybe she could disrupt the plot. Maybe she could derail fate a little. But maybe she couldn't stop every death. Maybe just add more for the sake of the plot. Damn. What if she couldn't stop Lex and Clark's friendship from ending, no matter how hard she tried? Nah, Lucinda groaned, ducking another barrage of ice. As long as I'm here, I'm not letting that happen. But as for you, she twisted aside as needles screamed past her face. After what you did, I really won't mind if you just drop dead. Sean grinned wider. Too much talk for such a small creature. Excuse you, Lucinda gasped as the needles multiplied. Scores of them now. Circling. Rotating. A frozen cyclone screaming death in 12 different angles. With a sharp motion, he unleashed everything at once. The entire hospital hall turned white, and yet Lucinda didn't hesitate. She needed to reach him. It was a gamble, 99.99% chance she'd be frozen solid this time. Sean had held back earlier. She knew that now. He had been curious, calculating, wondering what she was. That kid had been deranged long before the meteorite ever found him. This was just an upgrade. Lucinda charged not in a straight line. Never in a straight line. Her feet struck the ground in tight arcs, cutting diagonally through the storm. She ducked under one needle, twisted around another, vaulted off a frozen slab with a sharp mawashi jerry that shattered at midair. Ice fragments burst like glittering sparks. She was honestly shocked at how natural it felt. Fluid. Clean. Beat that. She internally bragged to no one in particular. She had trained in her high school years and even during college, but she had never truly used it in real combat. Not with her life on the line. Not with physics actively trying to murder her. She landed, spun, and dropped into a throw. One needle passed too close. She seized it, not the blade, but the force behind it, catching the trajectory with both hands, rotating her torso and hurling it aside in a movement eerily similar to Soin Age. The redirected projectile embedded itself meters away. Her breathing remained steady. His did not. She closed the gap in 3 steps. Sean barely had time to widen his eyes before her elbow slammed into his ribs, precise, controlled, and devastating. The strike landed exactly where his guard was weakest, driving the air from his lungs in a sharp, involuntary gasp. He hadn't even tracked Lucinda's movement. One moment she had been within his line of sight, the next she was already inside his reach. It was as if sheer willpower had compressed time itself around her, lending her both speed and strength in one decisive burst. His concentration shattered instantly. The suspended ice needles trembled, their razor-sharp points losing cohesion. One by one, they cracked and dissolved midair, collapsing into harmless flakes that drifted softly to the floor. Snow fell in gentle silence, a stark and almost mocking contrast to the violence that had ruled the space seconds earlier, as though the room itself were pretending nothing dangerous had ever occurred. Sean's body was thrown back several meters before it hit the floor with a heavy, echoing thud. The impact rattled through him, and he groaned, the sound strained and low, his breath frosting the air as he struggled to draw it back in. Lucinda watched him for a moment, chest rising steadily as she regained her balance. Then she straightened, her posture calm and calculated, and began to walk toward him. Each step was unhurried, measured, her presence looming as she stopped beside where he lay sprawled on the ground. Sean didn't look frightened. If anything, he seemed amused. He tilted his head slightly and chuckled when his eyes met hers, the sound brittle and edged with pain. "You're indeed special, Lucy," he said, his teeth chattering as cold gnawed visibly at him. "I know, Sean," Lucinda replied with a smirk, unbothered. "I'm very unique in all aspects." She tilted her head, studying him as though weighing a simple choice, a smug grin plastered on her face. "Now, if you could be so good and unfreeze everything and everyone here, I'll let you walk away unscathed." Sean stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking, before it broke free into outright laughter, sharp, unhinged, echoing too loudly in the ruined space. Lucinda barely had time to inhale before his body began to melt. His form collapsed inward like ice exposed to sudden heat, liquefying into water that spread across the floor and vanished as if it had never existed. Her eyes widened, instinct screaming too late. She felt Athena breath against the back of her neck. She turned, but the motion came a fraction of a second too slow. Sean was already there, his hand clamping around her throat as he slammed her against the nearest wall. The impact rattled her bones, cracked spiderwebbing through the surface behind her as cold surged around his grip. Frost crawled outward from where his hand pinned her, biting into the wall and the air alike. Sean's grin reappeared inches from her face, sharp and triumphant, his breath ghosting against her skin like winter itself. Lucinda groaned, the sound strangled in her throat as she gasped for air. Her hands flew to his wrist, fingers digging in as she tried to pry his grip loose. It was useless. Sean didn't even flinch. His hold was absolute, unmoving, as if her resistance were nothing more than a mild inconvenience. His grin widened, revealing blue-tinged fangs that glinted in the dim light. "How odd, Lucy," he said softly, almost conversational. "I can't even drain any heat from you anymore." Her lungs burned. Sean lifted her higher with one hand, the sole of her feet scraping uselessly against the wall as he glided her upward with effortless strength. Pressure twisted her neck at an unnatural angle, stars bursting at the edges of her vision as the world began to narrow. "Where's that strength?" Sean taunted, watching her with open amusement. "That speed from earlier. Was that all you had?" He chuckled, the sound low and cruel. "Though I suppose it doesn't matter. I know someone who might be able to cure me for real." His eyes gleamed. "Someone with a far more unusual heat than yours." Lucinda coughed violently, the sound raw and desperate. What are you talking about?" The words broke apart as her body betrayed her. Veins throbbed along her temples, her vision blurring as her face flushed red. Her hands flailed, searching blindly along the wall, the air, anything. Anything she could grab, anything she could use. She needed something. One strike. One chance. Sean chuckled again, clearly savoring the sight of her struggle. "Clark Kent," he murmured, almost reverently. "I know he's far more special than you are, Lucy." 39. Snow Way Out. A sudden whoosh cut through the air, sharp and unmistakable, followed by a violent wave of cold that rippled down the hallway. Lucinda forced her head to tilt to the right despite the burning pressure on her throat. Through her blurring vision, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette skidding to a halt at the far end of the corridor. "Lucy." Clark's voice thundered through the hospital hallway, echoing off sterile walls and shattered ice alike. Sean turned his head slowly, grin widening as his attention shifted. "Well," he said lightly, releasing just enough pressure for Lucinda to suck in a ragged breath, "now look what we have here, Clark Kent." That fraction of distraction was all she needed. Lucinda's fingers scraped against something sharp and solid, horned ice protruding from the fractured wall. Pain lanced through her arm as she wrenched it free, ignoring the way her vision pulsed and dimmed. With the last of her strength, she snapped the ice in half and drove it upward in a desperate, brutal thrust. The shard plunged straight into Sean's neck. For a split second, it worked. His eyes widened, surprise flashing across his face, then his body liquefied instantly, collapsing into water that splashed harmlessly to the floor. The ice shard clattered uselessly beside it. Before Lucinda could even process the failure, Sean reformed in a blink, solidifying between her and Clark like a living wall of frost. Her legs gave out. Lucinda dropped to the floor, coughing violently as air finally rushed back into her lungs. Her hands shook as she gasped, throat burning, chest tight, the world tilting unpleasantly sideways. "Lucy, are you okay?" Clark shouted, panic breaking through his voice as he fought every instinct screaming at him to rush forward. He tried to move and faltered. The familiar surge of power hesitated, misfiring beneath his skin like a disrupted current. His senses blurred instead of sharpening, strength refusing to answer him fully. Clark clenched his fists, realization striking hard and fast. Lucinda's presence. It was stronger than before. Much stronger. Not the subtle interference he'd learned to endure, but a dense, overwhelming pressure that warped the air around her. Highly emotional. Highly active. Whatever she was radiating now was throwing his abilities into chaos, short-circuiting him at the worst possible moment. Lucinda forced herself to nod from the floor, even as dizziness rolled through her in heavy, disorienting waves. Her lungs burned with every breath she dragged in. "Why yeah," she rasped, one hand braced shakily against the cold tiles. "Still breathing." It was an attempt at reassurance. A weak one, but at least she's still responsive. Sean's eyes flicked rapidly between the two ends of the hallway, Lucinda on one side, braced and breathing hard, and Clark on the other, frozen in place near the pile of blankets where Lucinda had tucked Lex away. Lex was only a few feet from Clark. Close enough to touch. Close enough that, under normal circumstances, Clark would have sensed him instantly. But Clark didn't. Clark stood rigid, jaw tight, hands flexing uselessly at his sides. His powers weren't gone the way green kryptonite usually stripped them from him. No collapse, no pain, but the effect was just as cruel. Blue kryptonite didn't break him. It simply unplugged him. Strength, offline. Speed, unavailable. X-ray vision, absolutely not. He was painfully, humiliatingly human. Sean let out a low chuckle, the sound brittle with cold and satisfaction. "What's the matter, Clark?" he taunted, his breath fogging thickly in the air. "You're seeing an entire hospital turn into a walk-in freezer, and yet you look unfazed." Clark swallowed. He wanted to answer. He wanted to say anything, call out to Lucinda, tell her plans, distract Sean, but every word felt like it might become a weapon turned against her. They were split down the hallway like opposing chess pieces, and Clark had never hated being a pawn more. He couldn't even run to her. Sean's grin widened as he lifted his hand, fingers flexing theatrically. Both Clark and Lucinda stiffened. One finger was missing. The stump was rimmed with frost, clean and pale, like it had been snapped off a statue. You know how important fingers are to a quarterback, right, Clark? Sean said lightly, as if discussing practice drills instead of self-mutilation. Grip, control, precision. His smile sharpened. And you two did this to me, so now you're both going to pay. Lucinda let out a sharp, incredulous laugh that echoed off the frozen walls. Hold on, she burst out, voice cracking with disbelief. Excuse me. She jabbed a finger straight at Sean, ignoring the very real possibility that said finger could be flash-frozen into a decorative ice sculpture. You were the one who tried to kill me at the Luther mansion, in case your memory froze over too. Sean staggered slightly, clutching his side, breath fogging thickly in front of him. I was only trying to live, Lucy. He groaned, teeth chattering hard enough to qualify as percussion. So do I. Lucinda shot back immediately, pushing herself up from the icy floor. One hand braced against her knee, the other carefully tucked behind her back, fingers curled around a sharp shard of ice she'd grabbed earlier. Improvised weapon. Not ideal. But neither was dying in a hospital hallway like a rejected episode pitch. She straightened fully and took stock of the spacing. Sean was a few meters away, too close for comfort, too far for comfort punches. Clark stood farther down the hallway, frozen in place in every sense of the word, eyes flicking anxiously between them. Lex remained bundled in blankets like a bald burrito of doom, blissfully unaware of how close he was to becoming collateral damage. But Lucinda would do anything to save him. Not just because he was her employer. Not just because she had How could she possibly mend his and Clark's friendship if he was already dead? No, mostly because seriously, who was going to pay for the hospital building damages if Clark decided to turn the walls into confetti or launch the roof into orbit? Lucinda planted her feet, shoulders squared, chin lifted. Confidence. Or at least a convincing illusion of it. You've hurt enough people, Sean, she said, voice steady despite the adrenaline screaming in her veins. Nurses, patients, hallways, probably the hospital's heating bill. She gestured vaguely at the frost-covered walls. If you're not gonna leave right now, then I'm afraid you might lose more than a finger. She paused, then added under her breath, mostly to herself, please let that sound threatening. Sean blinked at her, then barked out a rough laugh that turned into a cough. Oh, and how exactly do you plan on doing that? Like this. Lucinda groaned, her voice sharp as she flung the jagged shard of ice with all the speed she could muster. The piece of frozen glass whistled through the air like a tiny, lethal missile aimed straight at Sean's face. She expected the usual Sean dissolving into water with a casual smirk, but this time, he didn't comply. Instead, he flicked the shard aside with a sharp twist of his wrist, and it shattered harmlessly against the wall behind him. Lucinda blinked, caught between admiration and horror. Well, crap. Before Sean could recalibrate, Lucinda pivoted on her heels, muscles coiled and adrenaline pumping, and sprinted down the other hallway. Her feet skated across the slick ice floor, leaving shallow grooves, and she ducked under a low-hanging frost formation with a graceful roll that would have earned her a gold medal if gymnastics were this dramatic. Sean's gaze whipped after her, but by the time he registered her movement, she had almost vanished around the corner. Your turn, Clark. Lucinda shouted, voice echoing against the frozen walls. The moment she almost vanished from his line of sight, Clark's body surged with raw power. Her presence's hold shattered like brittle ice, and every fiber of his being ignited with speed and strength. He blurred forward, faster than the eye could follow, a living arrow aimed straight at Sean. But Sean wasn't idle. He was also fast, but not as fast with Clark. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a massive, jagged ice shard into the air. It hovered ominously, suspended by some cruel physics, before shooting toward Lucinda like a frozen spear of death. Clark saw it all in slow motion, the shard spinning end over end, glinting in the harsh overhead lights. Every instinct screamed for him to snatch it, to shield Lucinda, but like a tragic history, the closer he moves to her, the more his powers betray him. Speed drained, limbs grew heavy, reflexes dulled. Lucinda's hold on him was truly a thief, stripping him of powers in precise, agonizing increments. But there was no time to hesitate. Clark dove. Not around, not past through the trajectory. He slammed himself in front of Lucinda, a living wall of flesh and willpower, and took the shard straight to the chest. The impact reverberated up his arms, into his ribs, and deep into his heart. Pain exploded like fireworks in a cruel, metallic symphony. Clark hit the ice floor with a heavy thud, the breath knocked from his lungs. A thin line of blood traced the center of his chest, stark against the frozen white beneath him. Lucinda's eyes went wide when she heard the sheer impact. Clark K. She screamed, voice cracking with panic when she turned around, saw Clark groaning on the floor. Her legs moved before her brain caught up, but she froze mid-step, instinct screaming, if you get closer, he dies. Go far. Leave. For the first time since Sean had appeared, the world felt utterly out of control. Lucinda's entire body shook, anger, fear, dread, and helplessness twisting together in a storm that rivaled the one Sean had created in the hallway. Clark groaned louder when his body registered the pain, head turning slightly toward her, mouthing, "Run." Even in pain, even bleeding, even broken by ice and kryptonite, his eyes held fire, steely resolve. And yet she led him here. This is not supposed to be happening. Lucinda's throat tightened. Her hand twitched, itching to reach for him, to try to patch him up, but logic, grim and icy, forced her back. She swallowed, forcing herself to focus on the one thing she still could control, moving. She bit her lips, trying her best not to falter. I am sorry," she mumbled, swiftly turned against her heels, and ran as fast as she can towards the exit. "He'll be all right. He'll live. He's Clark," she muttered to herself, voice shaky but fierce, tracing her way out. Her eyes finally flicked to the door, but then her stomach dropped. The hallway seemed to ripple unnaturally, and the light reflected off it in jagged, dancing shards. Water shimmered across the floor, unnaturally fast, moving like it had a mind of its own, curling around the scattered debris and pooling into serpentine streams. Lucinda skidded into a halt, gasping for air. Sean had already formed there, standing in the middle of the exit like some deranged king surveying his frozen kingdom. The grin on his face stretched too wide, too sharp, and his eyes gleamed with that same boyish, terrifying glee that made her want to elbow his nose bridge. "Where do you think you're going, Lucy?" His voice was smooth, deadly casual, echoing against the frosted walls, but there was an edge to it that made the hair on her arms stand on end. "Didn't I make myself clear? You and Clark will pay. 40, the cost of saving." Clark gasped as consciousness slammed back into him. Pain followed immediate, white-hot, compressive as he clawed the ice shard out of his chest. The sound it made was wrong, like frozen metal tearing through flesh. For a split second his body resisted, instincts flaring too late, and then the shard came free. He staggered, breath hitching. The wound closed almost at once, skin knitting over itself with a familiar, unwelcome efficiency. Relief followed, then guilt. Healing always came too easily. Others were never so fortunate. Lucinda must have gone far, he muttered, voice rough, though he had no way of knowing how long he'd been unconscious. Seconds, minutes, long enough. He flung the shard down the hallway, the ice skittering uselessly across the frozen floor. With shaking hands, he pulled his jacket closed, sealing the blood between fabric and skin, an old habit, a pointless one, but he wasn't ready to be seen like that. Clark pushed himself upright, testing his balance, the world still tilting at the edges. The cold pressed in immediately, heavier than before, as if the building itself had decided to hold him accountable. Then came the noise. A dull thud. A groan, wet, strained, too human. Clark's head snapped toward the intersection to his right. Instinct took over before thought could interfere. He sprinted, then stopped short. Lucinda stood at the far end of the corridor, her back to him, her arm extended in a final, unforgiving line. In her hand, no, in Sean, was the shard of ice, buried deep in his chest. The moment froze in Clark's mind. Blood splattered the walls, the floor, her hospital gown. Red against white. Red against ice. He couldn't see her face clearly from behind, but he was certain of it anyway, certain the blood had reached her skin. Lucinda didn't move. She held the position like someone afraid that if she let go, the world would rush back in and crush her. Clark's chest tightened, a block of ice lodging in his throat as his eyes tracked the scene, Sean's unmoving body, the spreading blood, Lucinda's rigid silhouette, too still, too small for what she had just done. Only then did Clark notice the rest. The ice. Spikes jutted from the floor, the walls, the ceiling, every surface warped into something hostile and sharp. The air burned with every breath. And then, as if the building had finally exhaled, the ice cracked. The spikes fractured, splintering apart. Sheets of frost slid from the walls. Water pooled, steaming faintly as the temperature climbed back toward something survivable. The threat was receding. Clark took a step forward. Lucy." He called softly, careful, like he might startle something fragile. Another step. "Lucy." "I had to, Clark," she said, her voice breaking apart mid-sentence. "I had to. Otherwise he'd kill everyone here." Her arm trembled violently now, exhaustion finally catching up with adrenaline. Slowly, so slowly it lowered. Her fingers loosened. The ice shard slipped free from Sean's chest and clattered to the floor. Clark didn't look away from her. He moved closer, slowly, every step deliberate, like approaching someone standing at the edge of a cliff. Clark knew this wasn't a moment strength could fix. Speed wouldn't help. Power wouldn't help. Only presence would. "No, don't." Lucinda's voice cracked sharp through the air. She raised a trembling hand, palm out, a warning more desperate than threatening. "Don't come any closer. Don't want to hurt you again." Clark stopped, just for a heartbeat. "You didn't," he said quietly. "Lucy, you didn't hurt me. You saved me. You saved everyone here." He took another step anyway. Lucinda shook her head hard, denial shaking loose the tears she'd been holding back. They spilled freely now, tracing paths through blood and frost on her cheeks. Her shoulders began to fold inward, like the weight had finally found her. Clark inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and then he closed the distance in one decisive motion and wrapped his arms around her. She stiffened immediately, hands shoving weakly at his chest, panic flaring. But Clark didn't let go. Even without his full strength, he anchored himself, grounding them both. He held her like she might shatter if he loosened his grip even slightly. "Shh," he murmured, lowering his voice instinctively, the way he did when things were fragile. "It's not your fault." He lifted one hand to cradle the back of her head, fingers threading gently into her hair. His gaze flicked, despite himself, toward Sean's body on the floor, too still, too final, and Clark turned away immediately, angling his body so Lucinda wouldn't see. He covered her eyes with his palm. "I still killed him, Clark," she sobbed against his chest, the words muffled but heavy. "I killed Sean." Clark swallowed. "He wouldn't be dead if he hadn't tried to freeze an entire hospital," Clark said softly, carefully. "You didn't choose violence. You chose people. You chose everyone else." She shook in his arms. "Sometimes," Clark continued, voice low and steady, "saving many means stopping one. That doesn't make you a monster. It makes you human." He eased back just enough to look at her face, making sure she was still with him, still breathing, still here. "Right now," he said gently, "what matters is these Erie alive. I'm alive, and there are people out there who still need help." He paused, the rest of the thought pressing hard against his ribs. He might have already hurt some of them, but Clark stopped himself when he felt her body tense again. He exhaled slowly, steadying his voice. "We'll deal with that later." Lucinda stiffened in his arms. Her breath hitched sharply, like she'd surfaced from deep water. "Lex," she whispered. Clark blinked, momentarily thrown. "What?" "I left Lex," she said, the words tumbling out now, urgent and sharp. "He was on the other side of the hallway. He was weak, he couldn't even stand. I had to stop Sean." Before Clark could respond, a sound cut through the corridor. A sizzling, wet, and unnatural sound. Both of them turned at the same time. Sean's body was wrong. The ice embedded in his chest had begun to liquefy, edges softening, cracking apart. His skin, what little of it was still visible, lost its solidity, collapsing inward as if his form could no longer agree on being human. Blood thinned, dark red bleeding into clear meltwater, spreading across the frozen floor in branching veins. Then the body sagged, collapsed, and liquefied completely. In seconds, there was nothing left but a widening puddle, water diluted with blood before even that seeped away, absorbed into the cracks of the thawing ice like it had never existed at all. "Gone." Lucinda's fingers dug into Clark's jacket. Her voice failed. "He's gone." Clark stared at the empty space where a man had been moments ago, his jaw tightening. Whatever Sean had become, whatever force had sustained him, it hadn't ended cleanly. And it hadn't ended safely. "I think this isn't over," Clark said quietly, more to himself than to her. Lucinda bit her lower lip, the skin still trembling beneath her teeth. "You should be careful, Clark. Sean knows about your abilities." She turned to face him fully now, wiping the remnants of tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand. "He called you special the same way he called me." Clark's lips thinned, his jaw setting. "He said when he couldn't draw heat from me anymore, he turned to you," Lucinda continued, her voice steadying despite the fear beneath it. "He thought you might be able to cure him. That whatever you are, it might fix what's wrong with him." Clark looked away, eyes unfocusing for a moment as the implications settled in. "But I don't think either of us could," Lucinda said quietly. "He's past saving. Whatever that meteorite did, it didn't just change him. It rewrote him." She swallowed. "And if he's still alive, he won't last long without heat." "Which means," Clark murmured, "he'll go after more people," Lucinda finished, her voice flat with certainty. She met Clark's eyes. "Be careful. And don't leave your family or friends unattended." Clark nodded without hesitation. "You call me if you feel anything off. Even if you're not sure." Lucinda shook her head. "I can protect myself and probably Lex," she added with a small, tired shrug. "I can't let him see you doing something impossible like lifting hospital furniture with one finger, for example." She glanced aside. "As long as you haven't decided to be honest with him yet, we do it like this." "Lucy," Clark sighed, running a hand through his hair. The concern didn't leave his face. "I don't like it." "I know," she said gently. "Neither do I. But it's the safest option we've got." Clark exhaled, then gave a reluctant nod. "Fine, I'll work around it. For now, let's make sure everyone else is okay." He looked down the hallway at the melting ice, the warped doors, the cracked walls already beginning to steam. If someone looked at the hospital from the outside, Clark said quietly, they'd never guess it had just been turned into an Arctic war zone by an ice-powered high school student. "I think that's exactly why no one called for help," Lucinda replied, clearing her throat. Her body still trembled, not from the cold anymore, but from the memory. From the certainty that she had killed someone who might not stay dead. Someone who could come back and take his revenge. Hopefully not. Smallville's really outdoing itself lately. "It really did," Clark muttered. With the hospital's landlines dead and the backup generators frozen into useless metal husks, Clark used his phone to call the police. Sean had been thorough. He hadn't just drained warmth. He had stripped the place of power, of function, of time itself. The investigation took hours. Clark and Lucinda were listed as the primary witnesses. Naturally, the first question was why they were among the few still conscious when most of the hospital had collapsed into hypothermic shock. Clark explained that he had only just arrived, found Lucinda unconscious on the floor beside Lex, who she had allegedly been trying to keep warm. Nothing more. Nothing impossible. Lex's testimony supported it. He confirmed hearing Lucinda's voice before blacking out and waking under layers of blankets. Lucinda also stated that the blood found on her hospital gown was her own caused when she had ripped out her fore in an attempt to escape the cold. Lucinda had already washed her hands, her face. No one questioned the rest. There was no explanation for how an entire hospital had frozen solid in a matter of minutes. No broken weather systems. No ruptured coolant lines. Nothing that could be proven. And so the sheriff took their statements and filed the incident under undetermined cause. Clark and Lucinda didn't withhold the truth because they couldn't tell it. They withheld it because they knew how it would sound. 3 patients and 1 nurse died that day. The hospital was also temporarily closed pending investigation. The remaining patients were transferred to a sister facility and treated at no cost. And Smallville, a quiet, unsuspecting Smallville, went back to pretending that nothing extraordinary had happened at all except for Lex. He sat in his mansion office, one hand flexing idly on the polished surface of his desk, the other cradling a glass of deep red wine. His eyes barely lifted from the liquid until the faintest sound signaled Lucinda's entrance. She stepped in, carefully, as if each footfall measured itself against some invisible danger. Her hands were folded neatly at her midsection, yet even through the careful posture, Lex could see them trembling. "How are you feeling, Lucy?" Lex asked, standing slowly, the weight of the wine glass forgotten on the desk. Lucinda's eyes flicked toward him, then down, the faintest blink betraying her attempt at composure. "I'm fine, Lex," she said softly, her voice taut. "I was almost conscious the entire time. How are you feeling?" Lex's lips twitched into a half-smile. You sounded tense," he said lightly, though he noticed the subtle rise and fall of her chest uneven, like a memory she couldn't quite release. "Almost like something's still pressing on you." Her gaze flicked away. "Lucy," Lex stepped closer, placing the glass back on the desk, his tone shifting with cautious concern. "What's wrong? He paused mid-step, noticing the faint bruises along her neck, the dark imprint left by Sean's strangling. His hand moved instinctively to reach for her, but she jerked away. Lex froze, startled by the sudden movement, confusion etching his features. Lucinda's fingers hovered over the marks on her neck as she stepped back, her body trembling in ways that no words could mask. "I'm sorry," she muttered, almost inaudible, and without another word, she turned and left. Lex remained standing, the faint echo of her footsteps trailing down the hallway. His glass sat untouched on the desk, now heavy in his hand. He exhaled slowly, a mixture of frustration and intrigue tightening his chest. "So," he muttered to himself, a bitter twist of a smile forming, "those weren't just part of my dreams, were they?" 41. Elizabeth Swan. Since Lucinda's encounter with Lex back at his office, she had not shown her face in the mansion again. Which, if she were being honest with herself, was impressive in its own way. She had effectively turned into a very expensive ghost. One confined to a bedroom with imported furniture and a stubborn refusal to face reality. For the first time in her life, her emotions refused to line up neatly. Confusion did not politely wait its turn behind fear. Anxiety barged in alongside guilt, depression followed shortly after, and fear simply made itself at home. All at once. No warning. No exit strategy. Damn. She still could not wrap her head around what had happened in the hospital. The way everything blurred. The way her strength responded before her mind could. The word maybe clung to her thoughts like a bad punchline. Maybe she had killed Sean. And wasn't that a terrifying thing? To not even know for sure. Because what if she really had? What if her intentions had crossed a line she could never uncross, even if she never meant to step over it? It was almost absurd in a cruel way. She had never planned to hurt anyone. And yet here she was, lying on the floor of a billionaire's mansion, contemplating accidental homicide like it was an item on a to-do list she'd forgotten to check off. Sean had gone berserk. Clark had said it plainly, firmly. He had assured her again and again that she had done the right thing. If she hadn't stopped Sean, more people would have died. Innocent people. That logic was sound. Sensible. Responsibly so, and Lucinda understood it. She just didn't feel it. What lingered wasn't relief or justification, but the image of Sean's body the moment she struck him, the way his form reacted, the split second where everything irrevocably changed. Her mind replayed it with cruel precision, as if determined to make sure she never forgot. Her jaw clenched. She drew her knees tighter to her chest and buried her face against them, as though folding herself small enough might somehow make the thoughts miss her. She sat wedged between her bed and the bedside table, a narrow, awkward space that left no room to stretch out, no room to breathe properly. It felt fitting. Molly knocked first. Soft, tentative. Jess followed, louder, more concerned. Lucinda listened to their voices through the door, registering the worry in their tones while stubbornly refusing to answer. If she opened the door, she might cry, or explain, or joke about it in a way that made it worse. So she stayed silent. Outside, concern took on a different shape. She still didn't come out. Lex asked. Molly nodded, folding her hands neatly in front of her. "I think it would be best to give her some time, Mr. Luther," she said gently. "She's clearly in shock. She only just woke up after collapsing from exhaustion in Metropolis. Whatever happened in that hospital, it must have taken a tremendous toll on her." Lex exhaled slowly and rubbed at the edge of his brow. It was not irritation, it was calculation stalling against helplessness. After a moment, he nodded. He knew when pressing further would accomplish nothing. He had already tried Clark. Clark, frustratingly calm and infuriatingly vague, had given him answers that technically answered nothing. They were clean. Too clean. The kind of explanations that passed on the surface but dissolved under scrutiny. Lex had also reviewed the hospital's CCTV footage himself. Every angle. Every timestamp. And yet the recordings cut off abruptly well before the blackout, before the generators failed. A coincidence, perhaps. Or a carefully timed erasure. When Molly finally left him alone, Lex sank back into his swivel chair, letting it turn slowly as he stared at nothing in particular. He knew they were hiding something. Both of them. Their alibis aligned. Their stories matched. But Lex Luthor had built an empire on the understanding that consistency did not equal truth. And something fundamental did not add up. By 4 in the afternoon, Lex had accomplished nothing. No new answers. No contradictions he could pin down. Just the same invisible wall he kept circling, convinced there had to be a door somewhere. He was just about to rise from his chair when a knock cut through the silence. One of the guards stepped inside. "Someone's here to see you, Mr. Luthor." Lex glanced up. A nod was all the permission needed. His security never allowed surprises, only vetted inconveniences. Then a woman entered. She was dressed in green velvet, an A-line silhouette that belonged to another era, tailored to perfection. Emeralds caught the light at her throat, her fingers, her heels, even the clasp of her purse. A Gainsborough hat crowned her dark hair, tilted with intention rather than affectation. Her makeup was precise, pale, structured, reminiscent of Victorian portraits filtered through late 20th century glamour. She looked only around Lex's age. "Good day, Mr. Luthor," she said smoothly. Lex's gaze sharpened, his lips curving into a polite smirk. "Good day to you as well. Have we met before?" "Not formally," she replied, smiling. "But you did see me in Metropolis. At the auction." Recognition clicked into place. "Ah," Lex said lightly. "The woman who approached my friend." "Yes," she confirmed. "That was me." She inclined her head. "Elizabeth Swann." Her name landed with weight. "And I'm here," she continued without pause, "to speak with you about what occurred at Smallville Medical Center, specifically regarding Lucy Bryce." She reached into her purse and produced a folded newspaper, opening it with careful precision before holding it up between them. Lex's brows twitched. "Lucy Bryce, close associate of Lex Luthor, testifies in Smallville Medical Center mystery." His jaw tightened, though his posture remained relaxed. "I was under the impression," Lex said evenly, "that I had already ensured this story wouldn't circulate publicly, Miss Swann." Elizabeth's smile deepened. "Not publicly," she agreed. "But some circles don't rely on headlines." Lex studied her now, not the dress, not the jewels, but the calm certainty behind her eyes. Elizabeth Patricia Swann, daughter of Dr. Virgil Swann. A woman Lex knew but had never crossed his mind until now. "And what exactly are you hoping to gain from this visit?" Lex asked, slipping his hands into his pockets. "I'd like to speak with your friend," Elizabeth replied. "That's all." "For what purpose?" She tapped the newspaper, directly on the word mystery. "I want an answer." Lex let out a quiet breath, almost amused. "And you believe I'll simply hand her over because you're curious?" Elizabeth's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in calculation. The air in the room shifted, subtle but unmistakable. The guard behind her shifted his weight, suddenly aware of how small the space felt. "Unless," Elizabeth said casually, "you're content to let her stay locked in her room and die in vain. She had not come out to eat nor drink, didn't she?" The words were delivered with unsettling ease, completely mismatched with her elegant composure. What unsettled Lex more was not the implication but the precision. He hadn't told anyone that Lucinda had barricaded herself in her room. No one knew except for Molly, Jess, and Clark. And yet Elizabeth spoke as if she'd been standing just outside Lucinda's door. "Calm yourself, Mr. Luthor," Elizabeth said lightly, almost kindly. "I'm not your enemy. I only want answers." She blinked once, and when her eyes opened again, something in them shifted. No change in color, no dramatic flourish, just a subtle dimming. "And you want them too," she continued, her voice lowering. "You want to know what really happened back there." She paused. "Don't you, Lex?" The way she said his name, uninvited, intimate, sent a chill crawling up his spine. Lex had been threatened before, manipulated, studied. This felt different. This felt like being recognized. He didn't respond, but his jaw tightened, his mind already racing through possibilities. Surveillance? Informants? Guesswork sharpened by privilege? Elizabeth smiled, evidently entertained by Lex's silence. "Just one word," she said smoothly, as though offering a parlor trick rather than a psychological ambush. "I can bring her out of that room faster than she hid herself away." Nothing about this made sense to Lex. Not her confidence. Not her certainty. Not the fact that, despite every instinct screaming don't, his feet were already moving. He walked past Elizabeth without a word, his stride clipped and purposeful. After a half-second pause, just long enough to look pleased, she followed. The guard trailed them as well, posture stiff, clearly prepared for anything from social impropriety to supernatural nonsense. They stopped outside Lucinda's door. Lex gestured toward it with a sharp, almost theatrical shrug. Well, he said, go on, Miss Swan. If you can summon her out, I'll let you talk to her. Elizabeth smiled elegant, assured, like someone about to win a bet she never doubted. She stepped forward and knocked. Once, twice, thrice. Nothing. Elizabeth exhaled a soft sigh, as if inconvenienced by the laws of reality. She didn't want to say it loud, most especially in Lex's presence, but things had gotten urgent. So she leaned slightly closer to the door and said, in the most casual tone imaginable, Lucy Bryce, she called. You don't know me yet, but I'm here to talk to you about Detective Comics. Lex's brows shot up. That was several words, and none of them made no sense even more. He barely had time to process that thought when rapid footsteps scrambled toward the door from inside. There was a sharp rustle, something clattered over, and then the door flew open. Lucinda stood there, hair disheveled, eyes puffy and red, expression somewhere between grief, suspicion, and unrestrained outrage. Why, you said Detective Comics. 42. The Plot Protector. A few days ago after the incident, inside Dr. Virgil Swan's mansion, it was quiet. Uncomfortably so, but quiet all the same. Elizabeth noticed it the second she stepped in. No voices. No footsteps. No guards doing their usual rounds, pretending not to watch while watching everything. The halls were wide and dim, lights either turned low or not bothering to turn on at all. The place felt less like a home and more like someone had pressed pause on it and forgotten to come back. Her heels clicked against the polished floor, the sound carrying farther than it should have. She almost winced. Normally, this house swallowed noise whole. Today, it echoed long, lazy, and a little accusatory. She glanced around as she walked, taking in the familiar shapes, tall pillars, old paintings, doors that led to rooms filled with things most people weren't meant to see. Everything was still where it should be. Too still. No staff passed by. No security presence in sight. Either they'd all been dismissed, or someone had decided they were unnecessary. Neither option sat particularly well with her. Elizabeth adjusted her grip on her purse and kept moving, unhurried but alert. The mansion hadn't changed much, but the absence of life made it feel different, hollowed out, like a shell that had already given up whatever it was meant to protect. If this was her father's idea of keeping things quiet, Elizabeth thought dryly, he had certainly succeeded. Almost without thinking, her steps carried her down the familiar corridor toward his office. The path felt automatic, muscle memory guiding her past framed artifacts and shadowed alcoves she had memorized years ago. When she reached the door, she didn't hesitate. Her hand closed around the knob and turned. The office greeted her with a low mechanical hum and a wash of pale, shifting light. Just as she'd expected, her father was there. Dr. Virgil Swan sat in his electric wheelchair, posture rigid but composed, his attention fixed on the massive screen dominating the far wall. Kryptonian symbols pulsed across it in slow, deliberate patterns, alien letters blooming and fading like a language that refused to stay still. Their cold glow reflected faintly in his glasses, painting his face in shades of blue and white. "Father," Elizabeth said, closing the door behind her. The sound echoed softly in the room before settling. She crossed the floor and stopped beside him, close enough to hear the quiet whir of the wheelchair and the steady rhythm of his breathing. Up close, she could see the familiar signs of exhaustion etched into his features, the lines that deepened whenever the universe reminded him how small humans truly were. For a moment, she said nothing. Neither did he. The screen continued its silent translation, ancient and patient, as if it truly had all the time in the world, and that was when Elizabeth noticed it. The glyphs weren't cycling the same way anymore. At first, she thought it was her imagination. The Kryptonian script had always been fluid, shifting slightly as if meaning itself refused to stay still. But this was different. The rhythm had changed. The pauses between symbols were longer. The sequence, the structure was unfamiliar. She leaned in, eyes narrowing. She was about to speak when her father beat her to it. "It changed again," Dr. Swan said quietly, never taking his eyes off the screen. His voice carried the weight of both awe and fatigue. "That makes the third time since you arrived, Eli." Elizabeth's lips parted. She turned fully back to the screen, the glow reflecting sharply in her eyes. "Again," she murmured. "Who could it be this time, Father?" Only then did Dr. Swan look up at her. His gaze was steady, deliberate, far too knowing for comfort. "I believe," he said slowly, "you are the only one who could distinguish this person from the rest." Elizabeth felt the familiar, uncomfortable tightening in her chest. Elizabeth Patricia Swan. Or elsewhere, in a far universe that still felt more real than this one, Margaret Magillon. 3 years ago, she had not arrived in Smallville. She had woken up in it. Unlike Lucinda, whose body had crossed worlds intact after being ran over by a meteorite, Margaret had opened her eyes to find herself inhabiting someone else's life, someone else's hands, someone else's name. Elizabeth Swan's reflection had stared back at her from a mirror she had never owned but remembered clearly, as she also had Elizabeth's memories. And Dr. Virgil Swan had known right away. He hadn't needed proof. No tests. No explanations. The moment his eyes met hers, something behind them had broken and then hardened. The message had already warned him. The screen had already spoken. His daughter was gone. And someone else stood in her place. Elizabeth Margareta had expected questions. Accusations. Grief that would turn to rage. Instead, Dr. Swan had accepted the truth with a quiet devastation that never quite left him. Whatever pain he carried about where his real daughter might be, or if she still existed at all, he buried it beneath purpose. The message mattered more. And now, the message was changing again. They needed to find the third traveler. Immediately, Elizabeth had taken to the task with ruthless efficiency. She scoured Metropolis street by street, event by event, face by face, committing names to memory, cataloging people with the quiet paranoia of someone who knew worlds could overlap at any moment. She watched for Tell's confusion that lingered too long, intelligence that didn't quite fit its surroundings, eyes that seemed to recognize things they shouldn't, but to no avail. Then came the auction came. Wealth drew attention. Outsiders. People with the means to hide anomalies behind influence and money. It was a calculated gamble hoping the third traveler would surface. Fortunately she appeared. Unfortunately, she appeared at Lex Luthor's side. Of all people. The son of Lionel Luthor, the very man Dr. Virgil Swan had warned her about repeatedly. A man who did not seek truth for understanding, but for leverage. A man who would see a miracle and ask only how to own it. Elizabeth noticed the traveler almost immediately. There was a subtle dissonance about her, the same quiet fracture Elizabeth had learned to recognize in herself. The way her eyes lingered a second too long on unfamiliar things. The way she carried herself like someone constantly adjusting to the rules of a world that wasn't quite hers. Their encounter was brief and tragic. Elizabeth barely had time to register the distortion before the woman faltered. Pain overtook her suddenly, violently, as if her body had struck an invisible fault line. The traveler doubled over, breath shallow, color draining from her face in a way no ordinary illness could explain. She wanted to say anything, ask her about how she was able to travel, but the woman was in too much pain and Lex Luthor was there. His reaction was immediate, unguarded. Panic flickered across his carefully maintained composure as he caught the woman, his voice sharp with concern as he ushered her away from the crowd after completing the purchase. Whatever he had bid on, he paid for it without hesitation, without negotiation. Elizabeth noted the sum and narrowed her eyes. Lex Luthor did not spend that kind of money on impulse. The item mattered. Whether as leverage, protection, or bait, she could not yet tell, but it was important. Later, Elizabeth learned the woman's name. Lucy Bryce. Lex Luthor's housemaid officially. She was always nearby. Always overlooked. And yet she had crossed the invisible threshold into Lex Luthor's inner orbit. Elizabeth did not miss the significance of that. Lex did not panic for acquaintances. He did not reveal concern unless something or someone had already embedded itself into his life. That alone made Lucy Bryce dangerous. Elizabeth initiated a background check the moment she returned home. Records, databases, municipal registries. She searched methodically, peeling back layers the way she had learned to do since arriving in this world. And she found nothing. No birth certificate that held under scrutiny. No childhood history that extended far enough back. No medical records consistent with a lifetime in Smallville. Lucy Bryce existed only in fragments, as if the name had been dropped into the world fully formed, without roots. Which meant only one thing. Lucy Bryce had not displaced anyone. She had not awakened in another body the way Elizabeth had. There was no prior owner. No erased identity. The name itself had been given. Constructed. Likely by Lex. Elizabeth leaned back in her chair, the glow of her computer screen casting long shadows across the room. Slowly, she raised a hand to her mouth, fingers pressing against her lips as the implications aligned with terrifying clarity. Lucy Bryce, Elizabeth murmured, the name tasting heavier now that it carried meaning. She is the same as the second traveler. She had intended to speak to Lucy the very next day. The timing seemed almost merciful. Lucy had been hospitalized, contained in one place, vulnerable but alive. A controlled setting. A chance to confirm everything Elizabeth suspected before Lex Luthor complicated matters further. Instead, the world greeted her with ice. Elizabeth arrived at Smallville Medical Center in her sleek black car, already rehearsing what she would say, what not to say. The moment she stepped out, instinct screamed at her to stop. Everything was frozen, literally. People stood locked in place outside the entrancement step, mid-breath, faces pale, skin rimmed with frost. A man's coffee had crystallized in his hand, steam arrested in a delicate, impossible spiral. Even the wind felt wrong, thick and unmoving, as though time itself had been flash frozen. The hospital location was in a remote area. People do not have the luxury to casually walk around there, so no one was able to call for help yet. She reached for her phone, fingers already tightening as she prepared to call for help. Federal, private, anything, when a blade of cold air brushed against her cheek. Elizabeth turned sharply only to see Clark Kent stood near the hospital entrance, his expression a mirror of her own shock and confusion. Frost dusted his jacket, but he didn't seem affected the way he should have been. His eyes scanned the frozen figures, the doors, the unnatural stillness, processing faster than any ordinary person could. And then, without hesitation, he went inside. Elizabeth groaned softly and lowered her phone. Of course he did. He's Clark Kent. Calling for help now would be catastrophic. If authorities arrived while Clark was inside, if they saw what he could do under pressure, there would be no undoing it. Protecting Clark's identity had always been part of the unspoken contract Elizabeth kept with herself. She had come from the real world a year before the second and third travelers ever surfaced. Long enough to understand the rules. Long enough to know which lines could never be crossed. Margaret Magellan had been a fan of Smallville once. Passionate. Obsessive, even. She knew the beats, the sacrifices, the fragile balance that kept the story intact. That was precisely why she had never told Dr. Virgil Swan the truth that she had known about Clark Kent from the very beginning. She had sworn never to tamper with the plot completely. Never to become the reason something broke. But now there's another traveler and Elizabeth doubt that there could be more hiding in plain sight. Lucy Bryce was dangerously close to both Lex Luthor and the Kents. She was woven into the narrative in ways Elizabeth had never anticipated, her presence rippling outward, destabilizing things that were never meant to change this early. Elizabeth's jaw tightened as the thought settled. When travelers appeared, the story changes itself. It always did. She for one had displaced the real Elizabeth Patricia Swan, although she tried too much to keep the plot together, change was inevitable. The second traveler didn't change anything much. His character was not connected to the Luthors, the Kents, or any of the main characters. Thus, he vanished. In this case however Lucy Bryce Choser was forced to act, the cost would not be abstract. It would be a name. Lana Lang, Chloe Sullivan, Lois Lane, 43 fault lines. Do you think Mr. Luthor will send her to a mental hospital soon? Jess snickered, leaning far too comfortably against the counter for someone actively gossiping about their employer's guest. Dylan, ever the picture of fake concern, only shot a sideways glance at Lucinda who was currently stationed in front of the massive kitchen windows like a tragic painting come to life. Lucinda hadn't moved since Elizabeth left. The sky outside was dark and dramatic, the kind of dark that looked personally offended by daylight. Rain threatened but never committed, clouds brooding as if they, too, had unresolved trauma. Lucinda stood there with her arms loosely folded, head slightly bowed, her reflection ghosting against the glass. If anyone were to glance at her now, they might assume she was mourning a long-dead lover lost at sea, or writing poetry in her head about despair, fog, and misunderstood souls. She looked deeply Victorian about it, pale expression, distant eyes, posture just stiff enough to suggest she had opinions about corsets and none of them were positive. If she had a black lace shawl, she absolutely would have been clutching it. Elizabeth had left not 10 minutes ago, right after their heart-to-heart, which consisted mostly of Elizabeth speaking in careful riddles which were used in Smallville comics and Lucinda nodding like she definitely understood everything. She did not. Of course. She had not eaten yet. She might as well pass out where they stood earlier. Thankfully miraculous Lysomione had called Lex away on an urgent matter. Lucinda didn't know what the matter was. Lucinda didn't care. Although she had a hunch, it was Elizabeth's doing to lure Lex away, so she and Lucinda could talk in private. There was no universe in which Elizabeth would allow Lex Luthor to overhear anything remotely important, especially not a conversation involving alternate realities, travelers, or Lucinda herself. Honestly, respect. Perhaps, Dylan sighed, folding his arms as if this were all terribly tragic. After what she's been through since the Iceman's attack, unfortunate things just keep happening. He sighed again, louder this time, for effect. I think it's safe to conclude she might have finally lost it. Lucinda blinked. Then she spoke, still staring out the window, voice calm, casual, and entirely too sane for someone being discussed like a malfunctioning appliance. I can hear you, you know. There was a brief, delicious silence. Jess froze mid-snicker. Dylan straightened like he'd just been caught stealing silverware. Lucinda finally turned around, expression blank, eyes tired but with the faintest hint of amusement curling at the corner of her mouth. And for the record, she added, if Lex were going to institutionalize me, he would have done it already. He's very efficient like that. She paused, then gestured vaguely toward the window behind her. Also, last I checked, you don't talk this much, Jess. Jess blinked then made her way out from Lucinda's line of sight. Lucinda then shifted her gaze to Dylan who still stood on his post. And Yawiri not even close enough for you to joke about me like that. Dylan only shrugged, completely unfazed. I wasn't joking though. Lucinda reached for the nearest vase, fingers curling around it like she was genuinely considering her options. She waited once, thoughtfully. If my salary could cover the cost of this thing, she said calmly, it would already be on your face. She set the vase back down with exaggerated care. Unfortunately for you, she added, I'm underpaid. Oh, tell me about it, Dylan suddenly chuckled. Lucinda barely had time to roll her eyes before he started walking toward her, slow and deliberate, until he stopped just an arm's length away, close enough to be annoying, not close enough to be brave. I don't actually see you doing household chores around here, he went on, glancing around theatrically. So how are you getting paid, exactly? His grin turned cheeky. Or should I ask if you and Mr. Luthor already have an arrangement? Lucinda grimaced. Of all the rumors he could have chosen, he picked the laziest one. You know, she said flatly, for a man who carries a gun for a living, you're surprisingly chatty. It's kind of a turn-off. Dylan laughed again, clearly unbothered, adjusting the holster strapped around his waist like he was posing for a catalog. And why are you here? Lucinda added. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the gates or glaring ominously at strangers? He shrugged. Mr. Luthor reassigned me. I'm to keep an eye on you whenever he's not around. Lucinda blinked. Why? She had to ask because if she were to pick, Edgar would be her best option to guard her. Because, Dylan said easily, you're a chaos magnet. Her eyes narrowed. Nice try. Lex Luthor didn't assign bodyguards for protection, he assigned them for observation. If Dylan was here, it wasn't to keep her safe. It was to watch, to report, to see if she cracked, ran, or did something inconveniently supernatural. Especially after Elizabeth mentioned terms that were not yet registered in Lex's vocabulary. Lucinda swallowed, her mind drifting unhelpful to Elizabeth's parting words. If you continue your close relationship with Lex, you will risk Lana Lang's role in his life. You've already taken Dr. Helen Bryce's surname, Lucy. She might never even show up in the series anymore. And so, if you push further into saving Lex and Clark's friendship, God forbid, you might end up turning Clark into the villain. Her jaw clenched. Meet me at Miller's Field tomorrow. 6 a.m. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Yeah, Lucinda had muttered back then, as if I know how to get there by myself. Where? Lucinda gasped. She hadn't meant to say that out loud. She turned sharply to Dylan, who was now looking at her with renewed interest. Your job is to watch me, she said pointedly, not eavesdrop on my inner monologue. Of course, Dylan replied, flashing a smile so fake it deserved its own witness protection program. A hand before I forget. Mr. Luthor wants you to keep your lines open. Lucinda frowned. Why? He shrugged again. Not nosy enough to ask. Find it out yourself. Another fake smile. Then he stepped away. He didn't actually leave. He only repositioned himself behind her. Close enough to watch. Far enough to pretend he wasn't. Lucinda turned back to the window, staring out at the darkened sky, suddenly very aware that being underpaid was the least of her problems. Because one thing was painfully clear, she could never abandon Lex. Not like this. She had agreed to work with him, not hide behind curtains and existential dread like some tragic heroine in a gothic novel. Lex had trusted her enough to call her a business partner, which was both flattering and mildly terrifying, considering his idea of business occasionally involved dangerous people, secret agendas, and objects that really shouldn't hum ominously in locked rooms. And yet she hadn't actually helped him. Aside from that one infected man she slammed against the road. Sure, she didn't like the part where Lex clearly intended to use her as bait for meteor-infected individuals. That had been a hard pill to swallow. But if that was the fastest way to be useful to matter, then she could live with it. At least this way, she was choosing it. Lucinda pressed her forehead lightly against the cold glass. Outside, everything looked calm. Elizabeth's words echoed again, unwelcome and persistent. Don't get too close to Lex. Don't get too close to Clark. You're disrupting the plot. As if her existence was a typo the universe kept trying to autocorrect. Lucinda exhaled through her nose. Elizabeth had spoken calmly. She hadn't yelled. She hadn't threatened. She had simply informed Lucinda that she was a problem. That was somehow worse. Lucinda wasn't stupid. She could read between the lines. Elizabeth didn't care about her feelings, or Lex's, or Clark's. She cared about preservation. About keeping the story intact. About making sure the right people stayed where they belonged, even if it meant pushing Lucinda out of the frame entirely. That had been Lucinda's original plan too. Lay low. Don't interfere. Don't change anything important. Funny how plans fell apart the moment people started to matter. She curled her fingers against the glass, jaw tightening. How was she supposed to walk away from Lex now after promising she'd always choose him over anyone else? After seeing how alone he really was when the lights dimmed and the bravado slipped. After realizing that, bait or not, he had placed her inside his world. Lucinda swallowed and was just about to continue wallowing dramatically, perhaps even sighing again for emphasis, when she heard a voice she absolutely did not want to hear right now. Lucy. She closed her eyes for half a second, as if that might make him disappear. It did not. Lucinda sighed and turned around to see Clark approaching her, careful as ever, stopping a full 2 arm lengths away. What is it, Clark? She asked, her voice tired enough to qualify as a personality trait. Well, Clark glanced sideways at Dylan, who was standing in the corner pretending not to exist while very clearly existing. Clark blinked, then turned back to Lucinda. Can we talk in private? Lucinda snorted softly. Just say it. Lex asked that man to look after me, she said, gesturing vaguely in Dylan's direction. I'm kinda supervised. Clark hesitated and whispered. But this is about a meteor freak. That got her attention. Why? Lucinda leaned closer without thinking. What happened? Clark should have stepped back. Normally, he would have. But this time, he didn't feel that familiar drain tug at him. Maybe it was because Lucinda was unusually calm. Soya no Lana, right? Clark asked. You met her once. Lucinda nodded. Of course she knew Lana Lang. Smallville practically orbited her. Well, the man she was helping as a volunteer disappeared from the retirement center, Clark continued, lowering his voice. I was hoping you could help. Otherwise Lana might get into trouble. Lucinda's eyes narrowed. You mean the Smallville retirement center? Clark nodded. What was the man's name? Harry Bolston. Lucinda's face lit up like she'd just been handed spoilers wrapped in a bow. Oh. This is episode 6. Hourglass. We're still on the plot. Her mind immediately filled in the blanks. Harry Voke, accelerated aging backwards, the retirement center, and more importantly Cassandra Carver, the blind seer. Lucinda swallowed hard, excitement and dread tangling together in her chest. "Stay right here, Clark," she said, already turning on her heel. "I'll just change clothes, then I'll come with you." "Wait, Lucy," Clark started, but she was already gone. She sprinted into her room, slamming the door behind her and immediately panicking. "This is it," she gasped, throwing open her wardrobe. "This is actually it." She rifled through clothes like her future depended on it, which, frankly, it might. Something casual. Something not suspicious. Something that didn't scream time-displaced existential threat. She had to meet Cassandra Carver. Not just for Clark. Not just for Lex. But for herself. Cassandra could see futures. Possibilities. Endings. Clark and Lex were destined to cross her path. Lucinda knew that. And Lucinda had to be there when it happened. She needed answers. She needed to know whether inserting herself into Lex and Clark's lives was quietly saving them or slowly ruining everything. She paused mid-outfit change, heart pounding. If Cassandra saw her future and it really ended up turning Clark into a villain, then at least Lucinda would know what she was walking toward and might actually agree to whatever Elizabeth was planning to salvage the real plot. But what about Lex? She paused for a moment and immediately shrugged the thought away. For now, she needed shoes. 44. The Seer. The plan had been simple. Find Cassandra Carver immediately. Ask questions. Get answers. Maybe cry a little. Move on. Naturally, fate laughed and said absolutely not. Instead of meeting the mystical blind seer of destiny, Lucinda now found herself trailing behind Clark Kent and Pete Ross through the beige, aggressively cheerful halls of the Smallville Retirement Center. The walls were painted a shade of yellow that felt like it was personally trying to keep everyone optimistic against their will. Behind her, because the universe enjoyed irony, was Dylan. Pete glanced back once. Just once. His eyes flicked from Lucinda to Dylan and then back to Clark. He leaned in and whispered something. Lucinda didn't need super hearing to know what it was. Luthor people. Suspicious. Probably evil. Possibly radioactive. Classic Pete Ross. They reached Harry Bolston's room, and the moment Lucinda stepped inside and saw Chloe Sullivan and Lana Lang standing there together, her brain short-circuited. She swayed. She fully, truly, almost fainted. Clark moved instinctively, but of course, fate intervened again and Dylan caught her instead. She froze. This was not how she envisioned her first collapse in front of the main cast. "I'm fine," Lucinda snapped, smacking Dylan's arm and forcing herself upright. "Don't touch me." To be fair, she wasn't dying. She was just extremely hungry, emotionally overwhelmed, and standing 3 feet away from people she'd watched on a screen for years. Totally normal reaction. Now she stood there awkwardly, painfully aware that Clark, Pete, Chloe, and Lana were all staring at her like she'd wandered onto the wrong set. Lucinda shoved the embarrassment into a dark mental drawer because there was absolutely no way she was missing the chance to shake Chloe Sullivan's hand. This was Chloe. The Chloe. Journalism prodigy, investigative menace, walking caffeine dependency. Lucinda liked Lana well enough. She was lovely, terrifyingly so, but Chloe? Chloe was the blueprint. The idol. The reason Lucinda owned 3 different notebooks she never actually finished. Before she could rehearse a normal, non-unhinged introduction, Clark beat her to it. "Everyone, this is Lucy Bryce," he said, gesturing toward her like he was the one who discovered her existence. "She's, oh my God, you were one of the witnesses." Chloe suddenly blurted out, already grabbing Lucinda's hand and shaking it with alarming enthusiasm. "I've been trying to track you down for days." Lucinda was not even surprised. Classic Chloe Sullivan. "Chloe," Clark warned, clearing his throat. "I didn't bring her here so you could interrogate her about the hospital. She's here to help us find Harry Bolston." Chloe paused, visibly restraining herself, then smiled in a way that promised she would absolutely interrogate her later. "Oh, right. Hero work first, journalism second," she said, clearly lying to herself. Lana stepped forward next, graceful and warm and somehow glowing under fluorescent lighting. An unfair advantage, honestly. "Then I guess you know a lot about the weird stuff that goes on in Smallville," she said kindly, shaking Lucinda's hand. "I'm Lana Lang. I believe we've met before, just not officially." Lucinda swallowed and forced a nod. Sweat prickled at her temples. Her internal monologue was now just incoherent screaming layered over the Smallville theme song. Pete cut in, smirking as he stepped forward. Pete Ross. Clark's best friend. He emphasized the last part like it came with a certificate. Ever since Clark and Lex became friends, Pete couldn't hide his jealousy. Every laugh or shared glance between them felt like Clark was being slowly stolen from him, and now, with Lucinda awkwardly in the mix, his irritation quietly spiked. "Lucy Bryce," Lucinda said, smiling too fast, her voice threatening to vanish entirely. She gestured awkwardly at Dylan beside her. "And this is Dylan something." Dylan's lips twitched. Clark snorted. "It's Dylan Yamazaki," Lucinda corrected herself quickly, shooting Dylan a look. "Oh." Lucinda turned to him, squinting. "You're really a Yamazaki." Dylan smiled, slow, smug, deeply punchable. She elbowed him in the stomach without thinking. He let out a small, offended groan. Anyway, Clark said quickly, stepping between them like a referee who had seen this episode go badly before. Let's go over there. He herded Lucinda away before she could commit a second felony, and honestly, she let him. Some moments were better exited while you were still upright and only mildly humiliated. The three blinked a few times, exchanged wary glances, and then followed after Dylan. They were greeted by a surprisingly picturesque landscaped feature. Lush greenery hugged a wooden bridge, and strings of decorative outdoor lights hung overhead, swaying faintly in the breeze. It was almost quaint. Chloe, Lana, and Pete immediately approached the spot where the wheelchair had been discovered, as though proximity alone might summon answers from the pond itself. Before Clark could get any closer, Lucinda shot him a warning look and held up one arm. This is a meteorite-infected pond, Clark. Best for you to stay here. You've been dangerously close to me already. You might pass out if you step any further, she whispered, leaning just enough for Dylan to miss the exchange entirely. Oh, and could you, keep an eye on Dylan while you're at it? She added, gesturing toward him, who was standing stiffly in the background, looking more like a statue than a bodyguard. Clark gave a small, almost resigned nod and stayed put, eyes tracking Lucinda as she strode toward the others. How could he vanish without any trace? Pete muttered, leaning over the water as though poking it might make Harry resurface and wave aggressively. Lucinda sidled up beside Chloe, careful to keep her dramatic flair under control though her heart was racing from the thrill of being near the legendary investigative journalist herself. Is it okay if I call you, Chloe? She asked, crouching slightly to inspect the waterline. Her eyes lit up as she spotted a chunk of meteorite barely peeking out from under a cluster of reeds. Chloe blinked, a little surprised by the sudden expertise but smiled. Of course. So what do you think happened to Harry Bolston? Lucinda looked up at her, chin tilted slightly, adopting the perfect mix of serious investigator and overly confident amateur sleuth. I believe you already know the effects of meteorites on people, Chloe, she said almost immediately, as if stating the obvious would somehow speed things along. Well, I do. And they vary from person to person, Chloe admitted, raising an eyebrow, already intrigued. Lana, who had drifted closer to get a better view, chimed in politely, I'm sorry, but what exactly is the connection between the meteorite and Harry's disappearance? Lucinda didn't waste a second. She pointed decisively at the chunk of meteorite like a teacher demonstrating a crime scene to an eager class. This pond is meteorite infected, and I believe it altered something in Harry the moment he fell in. Pete, still leaning over the water like a man who refused to trust gravity, stepped a bit closer. So, you're saying the meteorite made Harry disappear? Lucinda allowed herself a small, smug smile. Yes, but not entirely. She turned her gaze back to Chloe, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Have you done any research on him? Yeah, but apparently not much, Chloe admitted, rifling through her neatly kept notes. Only a few sentences scrawled on the first page. Lucinda leaned in closer, practically whispering into Chloe's ear. As much as I would have loved for you to figure this out on your own, I'm in a bit of a hurry. So, I'll let you into a secret. Search for someone named Harry Voke, and discuss it with Clark right away. Lana overheard but didn't say a word, and Pete merely raised an impressed eyebrow, like a man who had learned to accept that some things defied explanation. For people working for a Luther, Lucinda's ability to cut straight to the point and somehow already know the answers wasn't even shocking. I'll see you later, Lucinda added, turning toward Lana with mock solemnity. Don't worry, Miss Lang. I will still help you after I finish my mission. You won't get in trouble, I'm sure of it. Lana smiled and followed her with a combination of curiosity, caution, and maybe a dash of disbelief, watching her retreat toward Clark. Stopping just in front of him, Lucinda tilted her head. Just as we talked about, I can only give them clue. Work with them still, okay? Clark nodded. Then, Cassandra should be in her room, he said, a small smile tugging at his lips. Although I didn't expect you to be the type who still wants to peek at your future, Lucy. I'm practically dying to know, Clark, Lucinda replied, her voice sharp and businesslike, like she was issuing a mission briefing. I need to find out if being here will help her completely ruin you or Lex. And trust me, I don't do spoilers lightly. Clark's teasing smile vanished, replaced by a softer, more genuine one. His eyes crinkled with warmth, and for just a heartbeat, his usually perfect composure faltered. You might be a handful despite your size, he said, his voice sincere, but for someone who didn't hesitate to throw herself to save my mom, I'm pretty sure you're not capable of ruining anyone else's life, Lucy. Lucinda almost felt a blush creep up her neck, but only almost. Instead, she straightened, squared her shoulders, and decided that if the universe insisted on plopping her into the middle of chaos, she might as well look like she had a plan. You'll never know, Clark, she said with a sly smile, blinking as her gaze drifted past his shoulder and froze when she spotted Lex striding toward them with all the casual menace in black suit and tie. Lucinda rolled her eyes and shot a pointed glare at Dylan, who stood under a tree pretending to admire the foliage while slipping his Nokia 3310 inside his pocket. He immediately looked away, feigning innocence. Looks like I have to go, Clark, Lucinda muttered, grimacing. Someone ratted me out already. Clark's brows arched, and he turned to follow her gaze, a grin spreading when he spotted Lex. Lex, he greeted casually, though there was a flicker of amusement in his eyes. What brings you here? Lex's smile was polite. He slipped his hands into his pockets and gave Dylan a single, dismissive glance. Dylan nodded and marched behind Lex. I was alerted some housemate of mine slipped out of my fence to meet with this so-called seer, Lex said, his tone polished, but the mockery seeping through. Of course you'd know about that, Lucinda said, lips thinning. She threw a pointed look at Dylan, who immediately looked away. See you around, Clark. Thanks. Clark gave her a nod, barely hiding a grin, while Lucinda fell into step beside Lex. Dylan followed silently behind them a few steps away. For someone who came from the future, I'm entirely surprised you'd come here to consult a supposed fortune-teller, Lucy, Lex whispered casually, though his voice had a rusty layer of sarcasm, as if he'd been polishing it just to use on her. I just wanted to test her claimed abilities, Lucinda lied smoothly, but there was a tiny edge of truth. She did want to know how her presence in their lives might ripple through the timeline. And suddenly, an idea popped into her head like a light bulb. And, I'd also like to know your future, Lex, she added, grinning up at him as they strode into the center. Now that I've officially barged into your life, I just want to make sure I didn't accidentally ruin your shining, perfect destiny. Lex cocked a brow, catching her subtle glance at the top of his head. Are you sure we're still talking about my future, Lucy? Well, what else? Lucinda replied with a cheeky smile, brushing past Dylan's silent sulk and heading toward a woman in nurse attire. Excuse me, I need to see Cassandra Carver. The nurse looked mildly alarmed when she saw Lex. She forced herself to nod and led Lucinda, Lex, and Dylan down the hall. They reached Cassandra's room, and the nurse practically vanished the moment Cassandra's shadow fell across the doorway. There she sat, finger reading a book with that uncanny, intense concentration of someone who sees too much of everyone else's business. Do those expensive shoes come with a name? Cassandra said in her coarse voice. Lucinda had expected this interrogation, just not in this setting. She couldn't recall the scenes of this episode clearly, but she was certain it had occurred supposedly a few days after Harry disappeared. She knows we're coming, Lucinda thought. But why does it seem like she didn't notice her at all? 45, the character without a timeline. Cassandra could sense the people around her, yet for some reason, she either was deliberately ignoring Lucinda or simply couldn't sense her at all. Lex, surprisingly flustered, glanced down at his perfectly polished footwear, then back at Lucinda. The two exchanged a brief look, before Lex stepped inside, straightening as if his shoes alone could command respect. Lex Luthor, he said. Oh, Cassandra waved her hand around lazily. Of Luthor Everything Incorporated. More or less, Lex replied with a smirk, clearly enjoying the tiny spark of tension his presence created. What does the savior of Smallville want with an old woman? The question hung lightly in the cramped room, almost playful, as sunlight filtered through thin curtains yellowed by age. Dust motes drifted lazily in the air, catching the light like suspended embers. The small sitting room smelled faintly of old paper and chamomile tea, comforting, yet unsettling in its intimacy. Cassandra gestured around cheerfully, tapping the chair in front of her. Lex smiled and sat on it. You seem to have made a real impression on two of my friends. The chair creaked under his weight, its wooden legs protesting softly. Lex adjusted his posture with practiced ease, every movement deliberate, polished. His eyes scanned the room briefly. Shelves of dog-eared books, framed photographs turned face down, and a single walking cane propped neatly against the wall. Cassandra placed her book neatly on her lap. So, you came here to see for yourself? Well, one of them's not stupid, Lex said. If he says you know things, there must be something that made him think that. Lucinda grimaced. She mumbled. So I'm Stupwell, she gasped in disbelief. The sound escaped her before she could stop it, sharp and incredulous. It was loud enough for Cassandra to hear her, but she didn't. Or maybe she couldn't. What gives me the feeling, you're not here for stock tips, Mr. Luthor. Cassandra leaned back on her chair. Please, Lex leaned. Call me Lex. I was hoping you could give me insight into Clark. Lucinda blinked. She knew about this conversation that they both had, but it was scarier when she heard it coming from Lex, spoken aloud, unguarded. Hearing Clark's name in this place felt like tempting something unseen to listen more closely. Cassandra clasped her hands together, seemingly thinking. And you call him a friend, do you? He saved my life, but he's also a mystery, Lex explained. Most people are, Cassandra chuckled, rubbing her hands together. That's what makes them interesting. Lex looked straight into her meteorite-burnt eyes. The scars were impossible to ignore, clouded, silvery, as though they reflected something that wasn't in the room at all. I'm willing to treat this as a professional service. Cassandra looked down, shaking her head. Save your money, Lex. I can't tell you about Clark even if I wanted to. She waved a hand in front of him. I can only tell the future of the person I touch. She extended a hand towards Lex, gesturing for her to place his hand on top. Her fingers were thin, steady, patient. But Lex only stared at her hand, lips twitching before he chuckled and leaned back. I don't need to know my future, he said. Why? Cassandra asked. Because your father already has it mapped out for you. Lex leaned forward again. I believe we make our own destiny. And you don't want a glimpse of what it is you'll make. Cassandra extended her hand again. Maybe I'll see your friend Clark, or... She shrugged. Or maybe I'll see something else. Lex stared at her this time. The room felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls themselves were listening. His expression hardened not with fear, but with resolve. "Goodbye, Miss Carver," he said. "It's been enlightening." Lex stood up, turned to Lucinda, and walked towards her. His footsteps were measured, confident, yet Lucinda noticed the brief pause at the threshold as though some part of him resisted leaving unfinished truths behind. "Come back again," Cassandra said. "When you're ready." Her voice followed them out steady, unshaken, lingering in the room long after Lex walked past Lucinda like she was just another piece of furniture he hadn't tripped over yet. "We'll wait for you outside," Lex said, flashing her a smile that was charming, controlled, and entirely too practiced for a man who just almost had his destiny revealed. Then he was gone. Dylan trailed after him, boots soft against the floor, loyalty intact and curiosity painfully suppressed. Lucinda exhaled. Slowly. Well, at least she knew Lex would be back one of these days. Preferably before she winced internally. Before Cassandra died. She really needed to stop thinking like that. Her presence might have altered scenes, but canon things are still happening. Lucinda pressed her lips together and turned back toward Cassandra, who had already resumed finger-reading her book as if she hadn't just emotionally body-checked the future of a billionaire. Professional. Efficient. Slightly terrifying. Lucinda took a step forward. "You are not from around here, are you?" The words hit sharper this time, rougher, stripped of the earlier cheer. Lucinda paused mid-step, then continued until she stood directly in front of Cassandra. "I thought you didn't notice me at all, Miss Carver," she said pleasantly. "I was beginning to worry this was a selective seeing situation." Cassandra smiled and tilted her head up toward Lucinda's voice. "I've met two people like you before, Miss Lucy Bryce," Lucinda supplied. "Miss Carver." Ah, Cassandra gestured toward the chair Lex had just vacated. Lucinda sat, feeling faintly like she was borrowing destiny residue. "What does a supernatural being want from me?" Lucinda shook her head, even though Cassandra couldn't see it. "I promise, Miss Carver, if I were supernatural, I'd be doing a much better job at this. I'm just a woman who was relocated here, without consent, or instructions." Cassandra's smile softened. "So you want to know your role in this place?" "Yes," Lucinda said immediately. Cassandra's lips pressed into a thin line. She set her book aside and folded her hands neatly atop it, her posture shifting from casual to careful. "I'm afraid I can't tell you anything about your future, Miss Bryce." Lucinda frowned. "Why not?" "Because just as I cannot sense your presence," Cassandra explained calmly, "I also cannot see the future of someone who doesn't belong here." Lucinda's stomach dropped. "Just like the other two," Cassandra added gently, "who came to me for the very same reason you did." Cassandra extended her hand. Lucinda hesitated for half a second, long enough to regret all her life choices, then took it. Nothing happened. No visions. No shock. No dramatic gasp. Not even a spooky draft. Just Cassandra's quiet sigh. "The three of you," Cassandra said softly, releasing her hand, "have no future in this place, Miss Bryce." Lucinda stared at her own fingers. No future. Damn. She looked back up, refusal kicking in almost immediately. She hadn't crossed dimensions just to be told she was narratively unemployed. "But what if you look at Lex's future?" Lucinda blurted, leaning forward in her chair. "Or Clark's. You might, I don't know, catch a reflection of me through them, right? Second-hand destiny? Narrative osmosis? You said to Lex the same thing." She gestured vaguely between herself and the invisible web of people she'd somehow entangled herself in. "Even just a fragment, Miss Carver," she said more softly now. "I just want to know if what I am about to bring them is happiness or pain." Cassandra was quiet for a moment. Then she exhaled, long and measured, as if weighing more than words. When she smiled, it wasn't prophetess, it was kind. "You are a good person, Lucy Bryce," Cassandra said, tapping Lucinda's hand with her own, gentle but certain. "Even without seeing your future, I know this much: someone like Lex Luthor does not let many people close." She tilted her head slightly. "If you are already there, then yes. You will bring him happiness." Lucinda felt something warm and treacherous bloom in her chest. And the inevitably Elizabeth's voice echoed in her head. "You will risk Lana Lang's place in his life." Lucinda groaned and tipped her head back. "Anaking Tilaba na naman," she murmured. Cassandra smiled and gave Lucinda's hand one final, gentle tap, like sealing an envelope fate had already declined to deliver. "Have a good day, Miss Lucy Bryce," she said warmly. Which was, unmistakably, Lucinda's cue to leave now before destiny decided to circle back with amendments. Lucinda sighed, turned, and stepped outside. She had just enough time to draw in another dramatic, long-suffering breath when a deep voice erupted to her right, so sudden and resonant it might as well have been thunder with a British accent. "Miss Bryce." Lucinda visibly flinched. Her soul attempted to exit through her left ear. She cringed, teeth clenched, every curse she had ever learned lining up eagerly on the tip of her tongue, each one sharper, louder, and more fatal than the last before she froze. Lionel Luthor. What on earth is he doing here even? Lucinda swallowed every single harsh word back with the reflex of someone who valued continued breathing. She knew that lashing out at Lionel Luthor would not merely end poorly. It would end historically. She turned slowly. Lionel was leaning against the wall beside the door, perfectly composed, reading a newspaper as if he hadn't just shaved 5 years off her life expectancy. The man looked like he'd been standing there for hours, patiently waiting to haunt her. "It's good to see you well, Miss Bryce," Lionel said calmly. He folded the newspaper with meticulous precision, each crease crisp, deliberate, then turned fully toward her. Lucinda was still clutching her chest like she'd narrowly survived a cardiac event. "To feel the same to you, Mr. Lionel Luther, sir," she gasped, voice just a shade too high to be convincing. "Truly, deeply, overwhelmingly alive." She paused, then added, because silence around Lionel felt dangerous, "You startled me, sir. I apologize." Lionel's lips curved faintly. Not quite a smile. More like a warning that had learned manners. "I find honesty refreshing," he said. "So, Lucinda blinked, her brain scrambling for the nearest safe exit that did not involve fainting. "If you're looking for Lex, he should be outside with Clark." Lionel's lips thinned, the expression so controlled it felt rehearsed. He stepped closer, slow and deliberate, and tucked the folded newspaper neatly behind his back, as if preparing for a very polite execution. "I didn't come here for my son, Miss Bryce," he said calmly. "I came here for you." Lucinda visibly swallowed. Her heartbeat escalated into something between a drumroll and a fire alarm. "That's overwhelming to hear, sir," she managed, shoulders stiff, posture immaculate in the way of someone trying very hard not to bolt. "But what use would a mere housemaid like myself be to someone such as you?" Lionel studied her then too closely, too knowingly, as though she were a puzzle piece he hadn't yet decided where to place. "Housemaid," he repeated, voice mild. Lucinda nodded quickly. "Yes. Very good at dusting. Occasionally survives near Luther's. That's mostly my skill set." "Oh, come now, Miss Bryce," Lionel chuckled, a soft, amused sound that somehow felt more threatening than shouting. "I know you and my son had a little agreement. One that didn't include a job offer so much as a collaboration." "Of course you know," Lucinda screamed internally. "You probably know what I had for breakfast. You probably know I skipped breakfast." She opened her mouth to argue politely, desperately, maybe even convincingly, but Lionel stepped closer. Too close. Close enough that she had to lean back slightly, calculating the exact angle required to avoid a nose-to-nose situation that would almost certainly end with her soul being audited. "I've pulled every string available to me, Miss Bryce," Lionel continued smoothly. "And it appears you have no origin at all, even from the country you claim to have come from, the Philippines." Lucinda's smile froze in place. "No birth records. No school history. No paper trail that you have ever set foot to any place other than Smallville," Lionel said, clearly enjoying himself now. "Which leads me to suspect that you didn't come from this world at all." He smirked. He sounded like he was only joking around, but Lucinda knows Lionel was only waiting for her reaction to solidify into a confirmation. Lucinda resisted the urge to glance around, hoping Lex, Clark, or anyone she could use as an alibi to escape the awkward situation, but no one was around. Even Cassandra is nowhere to be found. She must have slipped to the balcony knowing Lionel would show up. "And," Lionel added, leaning back just enough to give her the illusion of oxygen, "I believe my son has reached the same conclusion. Which is precisely why he's kept you close despite the considerable risk of employing someone who technically does not exist." Lucinda swallowed, the thought pressing insistently at the back of her mind. "Actually, he already knows I'm from the real future," she corrected herself. Which somehow feels worse. She was just about to say anything vaguely coherent when salvation arrived in the form of a familiar, sharp voice behind her. "If you wanted to know that much about her," Lex said coolly, "you could always try asking me, Dad." Lucinda nearly sagged in relief. Lex stepped into view like a knight in shining bald armor, expensive coat, perfectly measured confidence, and a talent for showing up exactly when Lionel Luther became unbearable. He reached out and caught Lucinda by the arm, steadying her and subtly pulling her upright. Lionel straightened at once, his posture adjusting the way predators did when another predator entered the room. "Ah, Lex," Lionel said pleasantly. "We were just talking about you." "Oh." Lex smirked. "Perhaps I misheard then." His gaze flicked briefly to Lucinda, then back to his father. "Because I don't recall you being the sort who interrogates my employees in hallways when I'm not around." Lex smiled. Lionel matched his smile. Lucinda immediately disliked how identical those smiles looked. "Well," Lionel said after a beat, tapping Lex lightly on the shoulder, "I have errands to attend to." He paused, then added, eyes drifting deliberately to Lucinda. "I would advise you not to take your eyes off your friend. I have a feeling she attracts fortune," Lionel continued, voice silky. Then, with a faint tilt of his head, "or the opposite." And just like that, he turned and walked away, newspaper tucked neatly under his arm, leaving behind the distinct impression that he had just mentally tagged Lucinda like a dangerous investment. Lex watched his father go, jaw tight, eyes darkened by thoughts he didn't voice. Only when Lionel disappeared from sight did he turn back to her. "What did my father say to you, Lucy?" Lucinda inhaled slowly, then looked up at him. "I think," she said carefully, "he knows I'm working with you. On something." She hesitated, then pressed on, words tumbling out a little faster now. I know it's been a while since we talked about this after what happened in the auction and everything that followed, but you said you had something that could help me get back to my own time, right? Lex's brows drew together. He didn't answer immediately, and that silence alone made her stomach twist. Are you scared of my father? He asked at last, brushing Lucinda's question. Because you know I'd do anything to protect my friends. Lucinda glanced toward the room Cassandra had been in earlier, toward the place where answers should have been waiting for her. Then she looked back at Lex. It's not your father I'm scared of, Lex, she said softly. It's me. She swallowed. I'm afraid that if I stay here too long, I'll ruin your life or someone else's I encounter. Lex's gaze flicked briefly in the same direction she'd looked, as if Cassandra's presence or absence still lingered in the air. Why? He asked. Did Miss Carver tell you that? Lucinda shook her head. No, and I wish she had. She let out a small, humorless breath. But she couldn't see my future at all, she gave a faint shrug. Maybe that's because I already come from the future. Lucinda let out a long, theatrical breath and plastered on a smile that was about 80% bravery and 20% denial. But don't worry, Lex, she said lightly, waving one hand as if she were discussing weekend plans instead of existential doom. I'm not going to leave you even if you eventually, let's say, build a time travel machine in one of your secret rooms. She shrugged. I'll keep my word. You can use me as bait for meteor-infected people as much as you want, and when you're finally satisfied, you can just toss me back into my own timeline. She grinned, clearly expecting at least a scoff, maybe an eye roll, possibly a sarcastic comment about her dramatic tendencies. Instead, Lex sighed. It wasn't an amused sigh. It was the kind that carried weight exasperation, concern, and something uncomfortably close to fondness. Before she could react, he reached out and flicked her forehead with 2 fingers. Hey! Lucinda recoiled, clutching her forehead like she'd just been gravely wounded. That's not the only reason I'm keeping you around, Lex muttered, already turning away. Dummy. And then he walked off, hands in his pockets, expression carefully unreadable. 46. The variable. Lucinda must have already gasped for the nth time since Lex ushered her into the laboratory moments after they parted ways with Clark and the others. This place was nowhere near Smallville. That much she was certain of. In fact, she was fairly confident it had never once appeared on screen. No establishing shot, no ominous aerial pan, no dramatic LuthorCorp title card. Which meant, of course, that it was important. The facility itself was massive, almost oppressive in scale. Steel walkways crisscrossed overhead like ribs in some mechanical beast, and the low hum of generators vibrated faintly through the floor beneath her boots. Scientists moved everywhere, too many of them white coats blurring past in purposeful streams, clipboards tucked to chests, voices clipped and urgent. The air was saturated with disinfectant and sharp chemical undertones, the kind that burned slightly at the back of the throat. Lucinda was fairly certain that if she hadn't been wearing a mask, she would have either fainted or started confessing secrets unprompted. She walked beside Lex, doing her best to appear composed, while he spoke calmly with a woman scientist, Korean, judging by her accent and the rapid cadence of her speech. Every word exchanged between them was in fluent Korean. Lucinda blinked. Did Lex ever even talk in another language? She mentally rifled through her encyclopedic knowledge of the series' boardroom scenes, villain monologues, smug wine-swirl moments, but no. Nothing about Lex casually conversing in another language that wasn't English and sarcasm. When they reached the far end of the laboratory, the scientist bowed slightly and departed, leaving Lucinda and Lex standing before a massive glass tank. Inside it churned a viscous, glowing green substance. It pulsed slowly, thick and alive-looking, clinging to the sides like it resented being contained. The way it blob-bled and shifted sent an unpleasant chill down Lucinda's spine. She didn't bother asking. Green. LuthorCorp. Glowing. Definitely kryptonite. This is the extract of the meteorite LuthorCorp has been harboring for years, Lex said evenly. Lucinda nodded, summoning her most convincing "wow, I didn't know that" expression. But this extract, Lex continued, stepping toward a smaller tank positioned beside the larger one, came from plant life infected by prolonged exposure. He turned slightly, clearly waiting for her reaction. Lucinda leaned closer, studying the faint differences, the opacity, the texture, the way the light refracted differently through the liquid. It clicked almost immediately. So if you extract the meteorite from them, she said carefully, they revert back to normal. Lex didn't nod. He didn't shake his head either. But even behind the mask, she could tell he was smiling, small, controlled, and entirely too pleased with himself. Supposedly, he said, tapping the glass lightly. But that didn't happen until I acquired the white meteorite. Lucinda stiffened. Right, that. Her eyes wobbled slightly as the implication settled in. Where did you find the white meteorite anyway? She asked slowly, as she might slip and call it kryptonite again, if you don't mind me asking. In the same field where I was exposed to the green meteorite, Lex answered with unsettling casualness, as though he were reminiscing about a picnic. Although we had to dig rather deep to get it. Lucinda stared at him. Of course you did, she thought. Because nothing in your life is ever on the surface. How did you even know it was there? She asked immediately, suspicion slipping into her tone before she could stop it. Lex straightened, squinting slightly as if the memory itself required scrutiny. I merely observed my father, he said at last. His habits. His obsessions with the meteorite. Fortunately, they tend to leave trails. Lucinda resisted the urge to point out that most people left emotional baggage, not radioactive scavenger hunts. Instead, she nodded, already aware that Lex was only sharing the portions of the truth he found convenient for her to know. It might still be true, though. White meteorites had fallen alongside the green ones when Krypton exploded, rare, often overlooked, and, if the Smallville series was to be believed, conveniently non-existent. Lex gestured toward a narrower hallway branching off to the left. "After you," he said smoothly. Lucinda nodded. He had already told her they were here to inspect the item he'd acquired at the auction. The key. The key. The one connected to Clark's ship. The one connected to everything. And the same object that had triggered that piercing, high-pitched frequency in her head the moment she saw it displayed on stage. One glance and it felt like her skull had been struck by invisible glass. The ringing had been sharp and unbearable. She suppressed a small shudder because what if it happens again when she sees it? She still didn't have a proper explanation for why the key reacted to her like that, or why she reacted to it. She stepped forward to pass Lex. That's when a wet, thick blobbing sound echoed behind them. Both of them stopped mid-stride. Slowly, they turned. Inside the massive tank, the green blob kryptonite was no longer drifting lazily. It churned then rolled. Thick waves rippled across its surface. In the smaller tank, the plant-derived extract responded in kind, bubbling violently, rising in uneven swells that struck the glass with dull, gelatinous thuds. Then it slowly glowed until it became a little unbearable that Lex and Lucinda had to cover their eyes with their hands. Green light flickered across the metal walls, casting sharp shadows over Lex's angular features and trembling across Lucinda's hands. The movement wasn't random. The extracts were reacting, and their reaction triggered the alarms. Panic rippled through the laboratory. Scientists scrambled in every direction. Some rushed to the monitors along the walls, frantically checking readings. Others approached the tanks, cautiously assessing the bubbling and quivering masses. A few directed Lex and Lucinda away from the glass as if mere proximity might spark an explosion. Lucinda stumbled back, heart thumping, eyes wide. She could feel the residual hum of energy through the soles of her shoes, and for a moment, she feared the green light might leap out and wrap her in its glowing mess. But then, as if obeying some unseen command, the extracts began to settle. The violent ripples slowed, the glowing green dimmed to a calm shimmer, and the red alarm lights above their heads flickered back to green then vanished entirely. What the hell was that? One of the scientists gasped, his voice loud enough to make Lucinda flinch. He immediately blinked, realizing how audibly he'd spoken, then muttered an apology under his breath before returning to the monitors. "Yeah, you're right," Lex said, eyes widening as if the room had just become a physics experiment gone rogue. "Because what the hell was that indeed?" Then his gaze shifted to Lucinda. A slow realization crossed his face. The same way he looked at the meteorite-infected man slowly revert back to normal merely by her touch. The Korean scientist from earlier stepped closer, concern written clearly across her face. "Mr. Luther, I suggest you evacuate to the other room. We'll check into it first, for your safety." Lex barely acknowledged her, his attention fixed entirely on Lucinda. He gave a faint, almost wry smile. "I think you will not have any problem," he said, voice low. His eyes continued studying Lucinda, not with suspicion, but with that calculated curiosity Lex always carried, as he is aware she were the epicenter of this unexpected chaos. Without a word, he reached for her arm and guided her toward the hallway from earlier, moving deliberately to keep her away from the tanks. Lucinda stumbled slightly under the firm but controlled grip, blinking up at him. The way Lex held her, she knew right away she did that. She, after all, knew she was special. She slightly giggled with the thought. Lex's jaw tightened just slightly. He didn't want anyone, even his own team, to suspect that she had triggered the reaction. He had learned long ago that trust in these halls was a rare commodity. Some of his scientists were brilliant, but brilliance often came hand in hand with ambition and, occasionally, betrayal. Lex's instincts whispered that a few of them might already be feeding information straight to his father. Now that Lionel had made his presence known and had fixated on Lucinda, Lex understood the stakes with unnerving clarity. His father's attention wasn't casual, it was calculated, probing, and potentially disruptive. One careless word, one subtle observation, and Lionel could piece together far too much. Keeping Lucinda close wasn't merely a precaution, it was containment. One wrong glance at the wrong monitor, one overheard comment, and the secret of her unexpected influence could compromise everything. Lex's control over the situation depended on proximity, on silence, on the fine line between observation and interference. The moment they stepped into the other room, Lex slammed the door shut behind them with a click. He planted one hand on his hip, the other pressed against the door, and froze for a few seconds for dramatic effects. Then he snatched his mask and stepped closer to Lucinda, closing the gap but didn't say a word. He just stared at her. Lucinda returned his stare, equally intense but with judgment sprinkled on top. "Yes, Lex. You don't have to say it," she finally said, rolling her eyes so theatrically it could have been a stage performance. Slowly, she peeled off her mask, letting it dangle from her hand like a limp sock. The room offered nothing to hide behind, just empty flasks, dusty test tubes, old monitors, and a door to the left where she suspected the key had been kept. She leaned a little closer, smirk creeping onto her face. "I'm amazing, I know," she said with mock gravitas, wriggling her eyebrows like she was auditioning for a cheesy infomercial. "You can put it in your notes." Lex blinked. A twitch of a smile threatened at the corner of his mouth, but he stopped himself, lips pressing into a firm line. Lucinda noticed. Of course she noticed. And she silently congratulated herself for being the only person in Smallville or anywhere, really, who could make Lex Luthor teeter that dangerously close to losing composure without touching him. "Beat that, Lana Lang wrote. "I didn't expect you could do that," Lex exhaled, sounding part impressed, part suspicious. Lucinda grinned, puffing out her chest like she'd just won a ribbon at a science fair. "I didn't either," she said smugly. "Honestly, I'm not even sure I did that. But, you know this is me we're talking about." She paused, blinked at him rapidly, and tilted her head. Lex's face twitched ever so slightly, the grimace betraying that her antics were hitting their mark. "I'm seriously speechless by my own mysteriousness." Lex arched a brow, lips pressed into that carefully controlled line he used when plotting global domination or just trying not to roll his eyes at her. "Yeah, sure," he said dryly, letting the sarcasm hang like a neon sign over her head. Lex ignored her entirely, pivoting toward the other door with that practiced precision that made him look like a man who could walk through fire and spreadsheets simultaneously. "The key's this way," he said, already moving ahead, leaving Lucinda to trail behind him with a visible grimace. She braced herself for something dramatic behind the door, vault lasers, ominous lighting, perhaps a melodramatic hum for ambience. Instead, when Lex opened it, she was greeted by a room roughly the size of her bedroom back at the Luthor mansion. Plain, boxy, disappointingly normal. The only things occupying the space were rows of metal lockers lining the walls. They looked old, utilitarian, likely filled with employee records, archived projects, or secrets that had been deemed too inconvenient to remember and too dangerous to destroy. Lucinda closed the door behind her and glanced around. "I didn't expect you'd hide the key in a place like this," she said, mildly offended on the key's behalf. Lex didn't look at her. He walked straight to a specific locker, spun the combination lock with practiced ease, and opened it. He reached inside, blocking her view entirely with the locker door clearly intentional, clearly irritating. Then a low hum echoed through the room. She only realized where the sound was coming from when the floor beneath her feet trembled slightly. Her gaze snapped to the left near Lex just as one of the floor tiles lifted by a fraction. Lex crouched, pried it open, and revealed a concealed compartment beneath the tile. Inside was yet another digital lock. Lucinda grimaced as she watched him enter the code without even attempting to shield it from her line of sight. "This is probably one of the first places my father would not check," Lex finally replied calmly, pressing the final number. Another hum followed, deeper this time. Lucinda instinctively stepped back, bracing herself. The memory of the auction, the piercing noise, the sudden pain, the blackout rose uninvited. She did not want a repeat performance. Lex glanced up at her, as if anticipating the reaction. "Don't worry," he said evenly. "I kept it safe." The compartment opened, and he removed a small box made of lead, the same kind. The same unmistakable design. Lucinda's stomach tightened. Of course it's the Lana Lang necklace box, she thought. Because of course it is. The very box Lex placed her kryptonite necklace when he found it on the cornfield where Lana Lang's current boyfriend, Whitney Fordman, bullied Clark Kent by stringing him up on a post in a cornfield, where he was left in his underwear as a scarecrow. Lex finally closed the compartment, replaced the tile, and stood upright, now fully facing her. "I suspected the item triggered you back in the auction hall," he continued. "Your reaction now only confirmed my theory." Lucinda swallowed. "And what theory would that be?" Lex tilted his head slightly, eyes lingering on the box before flicking back to her. "That this item belongs to the future you came from," he said calmly. "I reviewed every recorded anomaly on the day you appeared in my office, weather irregularities, power surges, cosmic interference." Lucinda swallowed. Of all the events she least expected to alter, to fracture beyond recognition, this was the one she never meant to touch. The key. It wasn't just an artifact. It was a cornerstone. One of the silent, immovable pieces in Clark's path toward becoming Superman. A catalyst. A proof of destiny. And now, somehow, the universe had threaded it to her. In this warped version of the story, this broken, misaligned plotline, that key might never answer to Clark anymore. It reacted to her. It hurt her as though it recognized her. Which meant she had already disrupted everything vital at this point. Lucinda's thoughts spiraled, sharp and merciless. If the key no longer belonged solely to Clark, then what did that mean for his future? For the choices he hadn't made yet, the man he was still becoming? And more frightening still, if the key, assumingly, belonged to her and the real world, what will happen to Clark? And what, exactly, had the universe decided she was supposed to be? Lucinda swallowed once more, her throat tightening as the thoughts she had been trying to outrun finally caught up. The theories in her mind were no longer scattered fragments. They had aligned, clean, logical, and merciless. Two paths. Either her presence in this timeline would fracture Clark's trajectory, tilt him, slowly and irrevocably, toward the dark. A hero nudged off course. A savior rewritten into a warning. Or she would be the one standing in his place when the inevitable collision with Lex arrived. 47 specimens, specialists, and one very possessive scientist. Whoa, Lex, Lucinda swallowed, craning her neck as she took in the sheer scale of the room. I didn't know you had more bigger labs in the earlier season. Lex blinked, watching her weave past scaffolding and half-lit consoles. Earlier season. He repeated. Lucinda froze for exactly half a second, long enough to be suspicious, then shrugged it off with Olympic-level confidence. You know, spring, very early season. She waved vaguely at the ceiling, as if weather patterns explained everything. Lex narrowed his eyes, clearly considering it. Then again, this was Lucinda. Logic had learned not to argue with her. She was already circling the unfinished time machine, fingers hovering just above the surface like she was resisting the urge to poke it. The frame was a dense alloy lattice, titanium reinforced with meteor-enhanced composites etched with faint circuitry lines that pulsed softly beneath the metal. Coils wrapped around the core hummed at irregular intervals, and a ring of stabilization nodes blinked in nervous-looking patterns, as though the machine itself wasn't fully convinced this was a good idea. I just can't believe you can build a time machine almost right away, she said, stopping at last and turning to him. Lex stood on the opposite side of the room, still holding the lead box with the key, very deliberately unopened. It's better to start early, he said calmly. My specialists informed me this project borders on scientific malpractice. Time travel, apparently, is impossible, dangerous, and a waste of funding. He smirked. But then it's definitely not a malpractice when I'm standing in front of the evidence. That's comforting, Lex. Thanks. Lucinda grimaced. So when do we test it? Preferably before it decides to eat the building. Read notes for Fortress information. As soon as it's finished, Lex replied. And while we're at it, are you going to keep your word and offer yourself as bait? Lucinda squinted at him. You know what? Coming from you, that sounded less like a plan and more like a threat. Maybe because I am kind of threatening you this time, Lex said, snorting softly. Given your track record, you have a talent for crashing into things that derail my plans. Oh, I'm so sorry for being an amazing, literally chaos-attractive person, Lucinda shot back, rolling her eyes with theatrical exhaustion. Truly, a burden. Then she pointed accusingly at the lead box in his hands. Also, just to clarify, that thing inside is what makes this monstrosity work, right? Or are we relying on prayers? Lex shrugged, infuriatingly calm. It should. He stepped closer, moving around her toward the machine, and tugged aside the heavy cloth draped over part of its core. Beneath it was a carved receptacle, precise, angular, unmistakable. The pattern etched into the metal mirrored the key to Clark's ship and the fortress exactly, down to the last impossible curve. Dear heavens! Lucinda bent forward, one hand braced on her knees as she squinted at the carving like it might rearrange itself if she stared hard enough. Did your specialists actually carve this themselves? Or did you just hand them a migraine and tell them to match the alien geometry? Lex didn't look amused. Which, for him, meant he was fascinated. That is precisely why I believe this is the mechanism that sends you home, he said, eyes fixed on the receptacle. My men recovered that fragment yesterday, Lex continued evenly. We assumed it was meteor-adjacent debris. The structure is unfamiliar, not terrestrial, and the object inside this box fits it exactly. He paused, eyes flicking to her. Perhaps are you familiar with these patterns? Lucinda swallowed. Interrogation. Definitely interrogation. She straightened a little too deliberately. Not really, she said, then immediately winced and corrected herself. I mean not personally, but they're very familiar. Like DJVU, but with more sharp edges. She gestured vaguely at the receptacle, as if that explained everything. She briefly considered asking to borrow it, then immediately discarded the idea. Lionel already had his metaphorical binoculars trained on her. She wasn't about to hand him night vision. Lex caught the distant look in her eyes and seized the opening. I've been meaning to ask. He cleared his throat. What does DC mean, by the way? Lucinda blinked. DC. I'm not prying into what you and Elizabeth discussed, he said smoothly. But the phrase stood out, especially since it seemed to summon you out. Lucinda swallowed. Because the problem wasn't the acronym. The problem was the chain reaction. If she said it stood for Detective Comics, then what? Why would that drag her out of hiding like she just heard her own name over a loudspeaker? And more importantly, why would Elizabeth know it would? Lex didn't know Elizabeth was from the real future, and Lucinda fully intended to keep it that way, not to ruin the plot. Her mind sprinted through options. Deny it. Too obvious. Laugh it off. He'd already clocked the statistical anomaly. Tell the truth. I'll pass. She crossed her arms, buying time. It didn't summon me, she said carefully. That's a very dramatic way of putting it. Lex tilted his head slightly. Then what would you call it? A coincidence, she replied, forcing nonchalance. A very nerdy coincidence. His expression did not change. Lucinda sighed internally. This was what made Lex dangerous, not the smirks, not the lab, not even the time machine. It was the patience. He would sit there and let silence do the interrogating for him. It's just a phrase from where I'm from, she added. It carries cultural weight. And that weight compels you to show yourself to her for only a few words. Not really like that, she said quickly. It just startled me. Lex's eyes sharpened at that. Why? Because it was the name of the entire universe you live in. Because it's the banner under which your destiny is printed. Because hearing it here means there's more like me in Smallville. She offered him a thin smile instead. Because most of the times, she said lightly, when you hear something that shouldn't exist in your timeline, you react. That made him pause. Now that he understood. Lex's gaze drifted briefly to the lead box in his hand. So DC, he said quietly, shouldn't exist here. Lucinda held his stare. If she faltered now, he would start excavating. And Lex Luthor did not excavate gently. Yeah. So, he continued smoothly, Elizabeth Swann knows you're from the future. Lucinda cleared her throat. Of course he jumped straight there. She gave a reluctant nod. Kind of, but, she lifted a finger quickly, as if halting oncoming traffic. I did not tell her you know about me. So relax. I didn't sabotage any of our extremely ethical secret agendas. Lex's lips thinned. I'm not worried about the plans. That made her blink. I'm worried about you. That was not the expected line. Elizabeth Swann, he went on, measured and cool, is the daughter of one of the most influential men in Kansas. Information like that is leverage. And leverage invites risk. Oh, calm down, Lucinda said, lifting both hands between them as if physically pressing pause on his suspicions. If you're worried she's going to dissect me before you get the chance, she's not going to do that. And besides, I gave you my word. I'm not going anywhere even after we finish this time machine. She added quickly, unless you tell me to. She inhaled once then continued in one rapid, unstoppable stream so fast Lex actually leaned back half a step. She was only concerned about one thing, which I probably shouldn't tell you, but technically you fund my continued existence here and you did build a time machine in what feels like a long weekend, so transparency feels morally responsible, if not strategically reckless. Lex could only stare at her. Lucy, he said carefully, breathe. She did, barely. She was only worried about what my presence does. About ripple effects. You know. Lex gave a slow nod. He didn't respond, but she could practically hear the gears turning, calculating Elizabeth's knowledge about Lucinda, her timing, her motives, mapping it. Lucinda waved a hand as if dismissing the entire existential crisis. Not my problem anymore, she muttered to herself, then cleared her throat. So, are we going to see the man now, or are we testing the mystery disc inside the lead box first? Lex glanced down at the container in his hand, then toward the half-assembled machine dominating the lab floor. Later, he said. They're still installing the containment lattice and it would be more efficient to test it when you're not present. Why? You lost consciousness at the auction because of it, didn't you? Lex replied smoothly. So, I prefer not to repeat the spectacle. He was already gesturing her forward. They exited the main lab, the hum of superconductive coils fading behind them as he led her toward what he casually referred to as his other lab room. Which, in Lex Luthor terms, meant deeper and more secretive. They descended a narrow industrial staircase tucked behind a reinforced partition. The air cooled perceptibly with each step. The walls shifted from polished concrete to seamless metallic paneling, brushed steel fitted with recessed security scanners and small, dark camera domes that tracked movement without so much as blinking. Comforting, she murmured. Nothing says trust like biometric checkpoints. At least 3 redundancies, Lex replied. 4, if you count the one you can't see. That's even more comforting. At the bottom level, the hallway narrowed into a long corridor lined with matte white alloy plating. The floor panels were uninterrupted, no visible seams, no exposed wiring, just sterile precision. Soft strip lighting ran along the edges, casting a clean, clinical glow that made the place feel less like a lab and more like a surgical wing for secrets. At the very end stood a heavy white metallic door, featureless except for a palm scanner and a narrow vertical slit of reinforced glass. Lucinda slowed. You know, she said carefully, glancing at Lex, if my memory still serves me right, you distinctly said I caused a reverse phenomenon in this meteor-infected man. She folded her arms. Why does he need to be stored like a national secret? Lex turned to her slightly, expression composed, too composed. Well, he replied evenly, sometimes reversals don't stabilize. We're being cautious. Lucinda narrowed her eyes. Define cautious. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he placed his hand against the scanner. The system hummed softly, reading his biometrics. A thin line of blue light swept downward across his palm. His cellular structure did revert completely like we expected, Lex said as the internal locks disengaged in measured succession. However, the scans indicate intermittent energy spikes. Residual meteor radiation attempting to reassert itself. Lucinda's stomach tightened. So, she said slowly, he's not exactly cured. He is no longer mutating, Lex corrected. But the equilibrium is fragile. The final lock released with a subdued click. Lex glanced at her. Your interaction with him did disrupt the foreign radiation in his system. We don't yet understand why. I'm hoping you, being here today, might provide enlightenment. Lucinda gave him a flat look. No pressure. The door finally slid open with a muted hydraulic hiss. Lex gestured inward with the same hand holding the lead box, casual, as if he were inviting her into a conference room rather than a subterranean containment chamber. After you. She didn't argue this time. The air inside was cooler, clinical, filtered, carrying that faint sterile scent of antiseptic and ozone. The room was circular, reinforced with layered steel and observation panels. At its center stood a thick glass containment cell, the walls multi-paned and faintly tinted, likely bulletproof and meteor-proof and possibly ego-proof. Inside the cell, a man lay on a reinforced medical bed. He looked ordinary now, pale, exhausted, but human, and Lucinda somehow felt relieved to think she had helped someone. Clear tubes ran from his arms to monitoring units mounted on the wall. Electrodes dotted his temples and chest. A mesh of thin fiber optic wires traced along his skin, glowing faintly as they recorded bioelectric fluctuations. Beside the bed, two scientists observed the readouts on a transparent display panel: heart rate, neural activity, radiation residuals, cellular regeneration markers. They paused when Lucinda and Lex entered. They gave Lex a nod and continued to what they were doing. "He's stable," one of them reported to Lex. "Residual energy levels remain low. No signs of remutation." Lucinda stepped closer to the glass. The man's chest rose and fell in slow, steady rhythm. The angry green veins that had once crawled beneath his skin were now faint like bruises fading after a fight with something that didn't belong in this world. "Thanks to you," Lex said quietly, "this man looks and feels better than the last time you saw him." Lucinda turned to him sharply. "Do you really think I can just fix him?" She gestured vaguely at the glass, the wires, the monitors. "Because what if I only delayed it? What if I made it worse later?" Lex's jaw tightened. "There's only one way to find out." Lucinda blinked. "Oh no," she said, stepping back a fraction. "Don't drop that necessary sacrifice for the greater good speech on me. I'm familiar with that kind of tone. I hear that from my parents' business partners every time they plan something scary, let's say." Lex's expression didn't soften, so faced her completely. "Look, I'm not," she continued, pointing at herself, "going to accidentally upgrade someone into a radioactive sequel. I refuse to become a murderer just because you're curious." "I am not asking you to harm him, Lucy," Lex said evenly. "That's comforting, because that's exactly how it starts." The monitors inside the cell gave a soft electronic chirp as the man shifted slightly on the bed. At first, it was subtly minor fluctuation in heart rate, a twitch in the neural activity graph. Then the numbers spiked. The steady green lines on the display jagged violently. Radiation markers flared. The soft hum of the containment field deepened into a strained vibration. Then the red alarm light snapped on overhead. "What happened?" Lex demanded sharply. Neither scientist answered immediately. They were already scrambling over their consoles, fingers flying across transparent panels. I.e. cellular activity just surged. It wasn't trending this way 2 seconds ago. Lucinda's stomach dropped. "I think he's reacting to me again," she huffed, instinctively grabbing Lex's arm. Without hesitation, Lex pulled her behind him, positioning himself between her and the glass. The man's body arched slightly on the bed. Faint green luminescence flickered beneath his skin, stronger now, brighter than before. The tubes rattled as his pulse climbed erratically. Containment field holding at 70%. One of the scientists called out. Lex's voice was steady but sharp. "Increase it." Before anyone could comply, everything cut. The alarms died mid-wail. The red lights blinked out. The monitors flatlined for half a breath, then recalibrated as if nothing catastrophic had just attempted to happen. Everything fell in complete silence until one of the scientists muttered, "That's impossible." She turned slowly toward Lex and Lucinda. Dr. Miller, 23, straightened, smoothing down her pristine lab coat with controlled precision before stepping toward the glass door that separated the observation area from the containment floor. Confident, composed, almost statuesque, nearly Lex's height, sharp features, sharper eyes. "I believe," she began coolly, addressing Lex first, "you've brought us the subject, Mr. Luther." Lex's posture shifted, subtle, but deliberate. "She's my business partner, Dr. Miller," he corrected evenly. Then he stepped aside, allowing Lucinda to move forward. "This is Lucy Bryce. She will be assisting us in neutralizing meteor-infected individuals." Assisting. Neutralizing. Lucinda offered a polite smile that said, "I did not sign up for branding." Dr. Miller's lips curved upward in a professional expression that didn't quite reach her eyes. She extended her hand. "Nice to meet you, Miss Bryce." Lucinda took it warmly. "Likewise." For approximately 3 seconds, everything appeared civil. Then Dr. Miller's gaze drifted slowly down Lucinda's outfit and back up again. The smile changed. Not gone, but harpened. "Ah," Lucinda thought. "Might be the first one of the Lex-obsessed characters not projected on screen, I see." Dr. Miller leaned in. Lucinda could only hope it was a European-style greeting, professional, cultured, mildly unnecessary. But of course, Dr. Miller stopped just short of contact and murmured against the air near her ear, "Don't get too clingy on him, housemaid." Lucinda's lips thinned. "Of course. He's mine." Then Dr. Miller leaned back, all brightness and courtesy again. Lucinda's face twitched just barely as she processed the whiplash between sterile professionalism and playground-level territorial declaration. Behind her, Lex had not moved. But the temperature in the room had clearly shifted, even Lex felt it on his scalp. 48. The trigger event. "Lucy, calm down," Lex sighed, placing both hands on her shoulders in what was meant to be reassuring and instead felt like pre-flight instructions. "I'll only be gone for an hour. No one is going to dissect you in that time. We already talked about that a couple of times. Lucinda gave him a flat stare. Oh, someone absolutely will, she said, lowering her voice. Don't tell me you didn't feel that. That female scientist is clearly into you, and she hates me for breathing near you. I am 100% certain she will turn this into a live demonstration while you're gone. She began fastening the remaining buttons of her blouse with suspicious urgency, as if cotton fabric were a legally binding force field. Refused to wear any lab gowns the moment Lex told her he'd leave for a moment. The examination is non-invasive, Lex said evenly. Like I always tell you. Blood samples, neurological scans, cellular analysis. She threatened me, Lex, Lucinda highlighted. Who's telling she's not gonna drug me? Lex's jaw shifted slightly. He was thinking. Dr. Miller was truly brilliant, efficient, ruthlessly focused, and, unfortunately, one of the very few specialists capable of analyzing Lucinda's anomalous physiology at the speed Lex required. Finding someone equally qualified, equally discreet, and less personally motivated had proven difficult. He almost looped, almost regretful. The word would have offended him. His father would have called it weakness. But there it was anyway. He knew Dr. Miller's unhealthy fascinations toward him, and he has been using it as a leverage against his competitors, Lionel Luthor for example. I require her expertise, Lex said at last. Oh, that's comforting, Lucinda muttered. Nothing says safety like, she's the best we've got. She will not harm you. I promise, he said firmly. You will be monitored the entire time. I will be reviewing the data remotely. So if she tries anything dramatic, you'll what? Burst through the door in slow motion. Lex tilted his head slightly. I'd prefer to do it with a hair flip, he said dryly, but I'm currently at a biological disadvantage. Lucinda stifled a laugh as he ran a finger across the very dignified absence where his hair used to be. Wow, she giggled. You can joke now, ah. I'm attempting to lighten the atmosphere, he replied with a faint smirk. It's inefficient to have your primary variable panicking. She raised a brow. Primary variable. That's romantic. His expression shifted. I told you, he said more quietly, I won't let anyone hurt my friends. And you are one of them. That landed harder than the joke. Lucinda's smile faltered just slightly, not from discomfort, but from the unfamiliar steadiness in his tone. Trust, Lex continued, his voice calm but deliberate, is a word missing in the Luthor's vocabulary. I intend to carve it in. He allowed a small, almost imperceptible smile. I want you to trust me, Lucy. Lucinda blinked, caught somewhere between incredulity and a warm, confusing flutter she definitely wasn't supposed to feel. She opened her mouth, ready to say something witty, charming, or at least coherent, but all that came out was a soft, right as Lex's words settled like a surprisingly heavy coat over her shoulders. Lex gave her a final, almost imperceptible tap on the shoulder before turning and leaving the observation room. The door hissed closed behind him, separating her from the meteor-infected man like some bizarre, radioactive VIP section. Lucinda exhaled and reached for the lab gown neatly folded on the table, her fingers brushing over the crisp fabric like she was about to suit up for a mission in a sci-fi sitcom. Slipping it on, she tugged at the sleeves and smoothed it down, trying to ignore the lingering butterflies and possibly Lex's lingering weight in the room. Just then, the door slid open, and Dr. Miller entered, tablet in hand, flipping her hair like she was auditioning for a villain-themed shampoo commercial. She towered over Lucinda, a predator in pristine lab whites, scanning her like she just wandered into a jungle gym instead of a lab. So you know, Lucinda said, cocking a brow, one finger pointed at the CCTV cameras mounted at every angle like their own little audience, Lex will be watching everything. One wrong move, and I will without a doubt sue you. Dr. Miller blinked once, smirked, and tilted her head. Sure. Because it's not like they'd notice if I injected an empty needle into you. Lucinda almost laughed out loud, the idea too cartoonish to take seriously. Oh, please. If you actually try to inject a lethal air bubble into my bloodstream, she said, wagging a finger, you'd be kissing the floor faster than a failed yoga attempt. Dr. Miller's smirk wobbled just the tiniest fraction and Lucinda could almost hear the mental gears grinding, recalculating. She pressed her advantage. Now, Lucinda squinted her eyes and leaned forward just slightly, channeling her inner tiny but ferocious boss, do your job properly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll leave this laboratory with every tooth intact. Meanwhile, outside the lab, Lex slid into his sleek black car, the kind that looked like it could outrun a hurricane and still make it to a board meeting on time. A man in his 40s, immaculately suited and carrying an expression somewhere between bored and terrified, sat across from him. A black suitcase rested on his lap, unnervingly still. The car eased forward, tires humming softly against the asphalt. Lex placed the lead box carefully on his lap and faced the man. What do you have for me, Dawson? He asked lightly, though every inch of him radiated a carefully controlled intensity. Dawson gave the faintest of smiles, as if he were revealing the secrets of the universe, or at least, the secrets of a really complicated puzzle. A very important one, Mr. Luthor, he said, flipping open the suitcase. Inside, neat stacks of photographs lay like a meticulously arranged shrine, signs, symbols, and etchings that mirrored precisely the carvings on the key inside the lead box. Lex leaned forward, lifting one photograph after another, eyes narrowing. Slowly, deliberately, he opened the box and compared the symbols. Surprise flickered across his face, quickly replaced by that calm, analytical awe he wore like armor. "Have you already decoded what this means?" he asked, tone sharp but almost intrigued. Dawson exhaled, a slow, weary sigh. Lex's gaze shifted to him, sharp as a scalpel. "What am I paying you for, Dawson?" he said immediately. "I told you to come to me after you found a way to interpret these, not just to look at them like a gallery exhibit." Dawson wet his lips nervously. "We've contacted every linguist in the country, Mr. Luther, but none could interpret these symbols." Lex placed the photos down with a weight, a faint glint of impatience in his eyes. "Are we only limited to the United States, Dawson? I want linguists, cryptographers, historians, shamans, whatever it takes. Globally. I don't care how obscure they exist somewhere. Just bring me the answer." Dawson nodded, opening his mouth to speak again. "I was under the impression, sir, that you had already found the owner of the item. Couldn't this subject interpret them?" Lex's jaw tightened, the patience in his tone thinning like ice on a hot day. "If she could, Dawson, I would be asking for her help, not yours. That's why your Herezo stop wasting time with obvious questions and start bringing results." Dawson immediately nodded, flipping open his notebook with a mix of eagerness and mild trepidation. Lex tapped the stack of photos resting on the lead box. "Where were these taken?" "In the eastern part of the Philippines, sir," Dawson replied. "From a recently discovered cave. It was an accidental find. Some teenagers stumbled upon it while hiking. They call it Giabong Cave." Lex's gaze lingered on the photos, noting every jagged formation, every strange marking etched in stone that mirrored the key symbols. "The Philippines, he muttered under his breath. He tapped the lead box for emphasis, as though the faint echoes of the carvings demanded obedience. Then, turning sharply to Dawson, he said, "I want that cave. All of it. Do whatever it takes, purchase, lease, acquire whatever. Money is irrelevant. I want Giabong Cave under my control within the week." Dawson blinked. "Sir, within a week? That cave is remote, protected by local ordinances, and..." Lex cut him off with a flat, commanding glance. "Dawson, by the time you finish explaining why it can't be done, I will have already bought a country. Consider this your problem to solve. Go." Dawson swallowed, already running through logistics in his head, as the black car purred smoothly onward, carrying Lex ever closer to plans that no cave, no ordinance, and certainly no teenager would be able to impede. As the car hummed along, Dawson's mind raced. He imagined walking into a boardroom back in Manila, trying to explain, "So, we need to buy a cave fast." "Yes, a cave. No, it's not for tourism. And yes, Mr. Luther insists it be done within a week. Also, don't ask why." He shivered slightly. Somewhere deep down, he knew this was going to be a very, very long week. Meanwhile, Lex leaned back, folding his hands over the lead box with a faint smirk. Some plans were simple, execution was merely everyone else's responsibility provided he supplied the money and the pressure. He dropped Dawson at one of Luther Corp's manufacturing plants, where men in hard hats moved like obedient chess pieces beneath steel skeletons and smoking stacks. Dawson stepped out clutching the suitcase as if it contained state secrets, which, in a way, it did. The car door shut. "Next facility," Lex instructed. The vehicle rolled forward again, gliding past warehouses and half-lit streets until something or rather someone caught his eye. "Stop." The driver braked smoothly. Up ahead, under the flickering buzz of a dying street lamp, stood Lana Lang. Lex's gaze sharpened. She was holding a photograph creased from being folded and unfolded too many times. Even from a distance, he recognized the posture, focused, worried, searching. He knew exactly who. Before stepping out, Lex carefully slid the lead box beneath a concealed compartment under the car mat. The panel clicked shut seamlessly. Hidden. Secure. Then he exited. "Lana." She turned at the sound of his voice, surprise flashing across her features before she smoothed it away. "Lex." He glanced around the alley. It was narrow and poorly lit, hemmed in by brick walls stained with age and something less identifiable. Trash bins leaned crookedly against one wall. A neon sign from a distant bar sputtered weak blue light that barely reached the damp pavement. Somewhere deeper inside, a loose sheet of metal clanged intermittently in the wind. The place smelled faintly of oil and something that had given up on being fresh days ago. "What are you doing here alone in an alley like this?" Lex asked evenly. "Where's Clark?" At the mention of Clark Kent, Lana's lips thinned. She glanced around, uneasy. "I've been looking for him," she admitted. "Someone called him. It sounded urgent. He ran this way." Lex's brow lifted slightly. "Here." He gestured subtly to the grimy corridor around them. "What would Clark possibly be doing in a place like this?" "If I knew," Lana replied dryly, "I wouldn't have followed him, Lex." There it was, that edge. That quiet distrust she never quite managed to hide around him. She didn't like Luthers. And Lex was very much a Luther. His lips curved into a polite, measured smile. "How about you get inside the car and we wait? If Clark went in there, he'll come back out." Lana didn't move. Her eyes flicked to the car. Then back to him. Suspicious. Lex exhaled softly, almost awkwardly. "Lana." I'm aware you're cautious around me. That was generous phrasing. But I promise you, he continued, voice steadier now, I'm not going to do anything that would harm you or my friendship with Clark. The word friendship lingered. Lana blinked. She understood what he meant. She knew Clark cared about her more than he ever admitted out loud. She'd felt it in the way he hovered, the way he looked at her like she was something fragile and unbreakable at the same time. But she was in denial about that. Conveniently. Because she had a boyfriend. And because acknowledging it would complicate everything. I can take care of myself, she said after a moment, though her tone had softened slightly. I don't doubt that, Lex replied. I just doubt the alley. As if on cue, something metallic crashed deeper within the shadows. Lana flinched. Lex didn't. He only tilted his head slightly toward the darkness, eyes narrowing. Well, he murmured calmly, that can't possibly be good. I don't doubt that, Lex replied. I just doubt the alley. As if summoned by narrative timing itself, something metallic crashed deeper within the shadows, loud, hollow, and wrong. Lana flinched. Lex didn't. He only tilted his head slightly toward the darkness, eyes narrowing with clinical interest. Well, he murmured calmly, that can't possibly be good. The air shifted. The afternoon sunlight still filtered down from above, but the alley seemed to swallow it. Shadows thickened unnaturally, as if something unseen were dimming the world by degrees. The temperature dropped just enough to prickle skin. Even the faint city noise beyond the alley seemed to hush. Lana, Lex said quietly, extending a hand toward her without looking away from the darkness. Get in the car. Now. She hesitated, stubborn instinct battling good judgment, until a figure staggered forward from the far end of the alley. At first glance, he looked like a drunk man who had lost a fight with gravity. His shirt hung loose and half-buttoned, stained and damp. His boots scraped unevenly against the pavement. But as he stepped under the flickering street lamp, the details sharpened. His skin was too paleoscyan, almost translucent, and beneath it, greenish veins pulsed faintly like sickly light beneath frosted glass. They branched up his neck and crawled along his temples, disappearing beneath greasy strands of hair plastered to his forehead. His eyes were bloodshot but not red. Green. A dull, radioactive tint that caught the light unnervingly. The whites of his eyes were threaded with dark capillaries that seemed to throb in rhythm with the veins along his jaw. His lips were cracked, curled into something between a grin and a grimace. And when he exhaled, it sounded wet like air forcing its way through damaged lungs. He swayed once, then steadied. Lex's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Meteor infected. Just like the man Lucinda had encountered, only this one looked worse. Much worse. In theory, in Smallville's usual pattern of bizarre disasters, meteor-infected individuals were indistinguishable from ordinary citizens until their abilities manifested. Subtle, controlled, almost human. This was not that. This looked like something dragged out of a nightmare and left under a flickering street lamp. The man's neck jerked sideways with a sickening crack, vertebrae shifting audibly. His jaw unhinged slightly, not fully, but enough to be wrong. The green beneath his skin pulsed brighter, spreading in branching fractures along his cheekbones. Then he lunged. No warning. No stagger. Just sudden, unnatural speed. Run. Lex barked. He grabbed Lana's arm, pulling her toward the car. She ran, but panic tangled her steps. Her heel caught against uneven pavement and she went down hard, palms scraping against concrete. The sound of skin tearing against gravel was sharp and immediate. Lana. She gasped, shock overtaking breath as her elbows struck next. The infected man let out a guttural, distorted sound, half growl, half choking cough as he closed the distance. Lex didn't hesitate. He hauled Lana upright with more force than gentleness, practically lifting her off her feet as he propelled her toward the car. The driver had already thrown open the back door. They dove inside. Drive. Lex commanded. The car lurched forward just as the infected man slammed into the rear quarter panel with enough force to dent metal. His hand dragged across the window, leaving a faint green smear before he stumbled backward into the alley's gloom. The vehicle accelerated out of range. Inside, the world felt suddenly too small. Lex immediately pulled out his phone and dialed. Secure all 21 facilities, he ordered the moment the line connected. His voice was controlled, too controlled. Total lockdown. No one in or out without my authorization. I want perimeter sweeps and internal scans. Now. He ended the call without waiting for confirmation. Then he turned to Lana. She was trembling, her breathing uneven. Her scraped palms were already reddening, small beads of blood surfacing where gravel had embedded into skin. Her elbows looked worse, raw, torn, beginning to swell. She stared at her hands like they belonged to someone else. Lana, Lex said quietly. Her eyes lifted to him, wide and shaken. He wasn't human, she whispered. Lex held her gaze. Perhaps, he replied evenly. He wasn't. He shifted forward toward the driver. Hospital. Now. The driver nodded, increasing speed. Lex looked back at Lana, his expression no longer strategic or analytical, just concerned. He gently took one of her wrists to examine the scrape more closely. You're going to be fine, he assured her, voice low and steady. They're superficial injuries. But his mind was already moving 3 steps ahead, mapping variables, replaying data, eliminating the obvious. The meteor shower had happened years ago. The immediate mutations, the isolated incidents, the occasional superpowered outlier, those had patterns. Lex had seen it himself in the laboratories constructed by his father. They were chaotic, yes, but contained. Understandable within a certain twisted scientific framework. This was decay, collective, aggressive, and visibly degenerative. So why now? Why not then? Lex stared ahead as the car sped through traffic, the city blurring into streaks of muted color beyond the tinted windows. He had been exposed to the meteors himself. Directly. Extensively. More than most people in Smallville had ever known. And yet he was intact. No glowing veins. No cracked vertebrae. No mindless lunging at pedestrians in alleys. His fingers tightened slightly over the edge of the seat. If meteorite exposure alone caused this transformation, statistically he should have manifested something by now. At the very least, a mild tendency to glow in the dark, and yet all he got is a shiny head. Could it be, he thought, his expression turning distant, analytical. It's not the meteorite that caused it. Maybe meteorite exposure was merely a catalyst. A trigger. What if something had activated dormant mutations? A secondary agent. A compound. A signal. His mind shifted to Lucinda. What if the meteors were never the origin? What if they were merely vessels' delivery systems scattering something ancient, something misplaced, across the past? Not random debris from space, but fragments of intention, fragments of design. And Lucinda being from the future sent back to retrieve it, only to forget her mission entirely because she got distracted by modern plumbing, sarcasm, and possibly coffee. Yes, that could absolutely happen. The thought settled into him like cold steel. Precise. Dangerous. Mildly irritating. If something had been displaced, something powerful enough to warp biology, to rot men from the inside out years after impact, then the meteor shower might have been less random catastrophe and more scheduled delivery. A cosmic courier service with catastrophic side effects. A trigger. Waiting patiently for activation. And Lucinda's arrival would not be coincidence. It would be timing. Strategic timing. Terribly inconvenient timing. A faint chill threaded through his composure, followed immediately by the deeply unpleasant realization that this theory required accepting that time travel, alien pathogens, and selective amnesia were all operating simultaneously in his life. It was only a theory. Highly speculative. Logically fragile. Impossible. But Lucinda herself had once belonged in that category, and yet she existed. Which meant impossible was becoming less of a scientific barrier and more of a personal inconvenience. Every anomaly he had catalogued, every unexplained phenomenon he had once dismissed as statistical noise, was slowly aligning into something disturbingly coherent. Not comforting, not stable, but coherent. 49, mildly deceased. Lex's footsteps echoed down the corridor with increasing weight, each one sharper than the last, like punctuation marks in a sentence no one wanted to finish. What happened, Doctor? His voice was low, controlled, but the restraint inside it was stretched thin enough to snap. I thought I made myself clear. Never put her in harm. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed indifferently as Dr. Knox hurried beside him, nearly half a step behind, his lab coat fluttering with nervous momentum. We didn't do anything outside the parameters you authorized, Mr. Luther, Dr. Knox said quickly, adjusting his glasses with trembling fingers. We administered a small dose of liquefied meteorite solution. Precisely measured. Precisely diluted. Exactly as instructed. Lex stopped walking. Not gradually. Not hesitantly. Instantly. The sudden halt forced Dr. Knox to nearly stumble into him. Lex turned slowly. You did what, now? He asked. His expression had not raised. His voice had not sharpened. But the air around him had changed. It was the kind of quiet that made people remember unfinished wills and unanswered prayers. Dr. Knox swallowed. We administered the liquefied compound, he repeated, weaker now, to observe cellular response in a controlled. Lex exhaled sharply, dragging a hand down his face before planting it on his hip. I specifically told you, he said, each word precise and deliberate, to only give her exposure. Not to inject her with meteorite extract. Exposure meant proximity, environmental contact, passive interaction. Injection meant invasion. It meant force. It meant irreversible. Dr. Knox froze completely, his mouth parting slightly as the realization dawned across his features, not the realization of what he had done, but the realization of how badly he had miscalculated the man in front of him. His eyes shifted instinctively toward Dr. Miller, who had just stepped out of the observation room behind them. She stopped a few feet away, tablet still in hand, posture composed, but the composure ended at her shoulders. Her face had turned noticeably pale the moment she saw him. Her fingers trembled beneath the tablet, the subtle vibration making the glass screen quiver against her grip. She tried to still it by tightening her hold, but that only made the tension more obvious. Lex's gaze moved from Knox to Miller, cold and exact, like he was isolating the source of an infection. Doctor, Lex said calmly, addressing her now, would you like to explain why my instructions were interpreted so creatively? Dr. Miller swallowed. It was small, reflexive, human. She stepped forward anyway. The dosage was negligible, Mr. Luther, she said at last, her voice carefully leveled despite the strain beneath it. Harmless by every measurable standard. If anything, the concussion was caused by her physiological rejection of the compound, not the compound itself. Lex's jaw tightened. "May I remind you," he said quietly, each word deliberate, "Lucy Bryce is my friend." The word lingered in the air longer than anyone expected. It sounded foreign in a place like this inside sterile walls built for observation, not affection. "And she is," he continued, his voice hardening despite its volume never rising, "our only hope to cure the meteorite infected." His brows drew down, shadowing his eyes. "If something happens to her," he added, the restraint in his tone far more terrifying than any shout, "all of you here are going to pay." No one spoke. No one moved. Even the ambient hum of the facility seemed to shrink around him. Lex turned and walked away before anyone could attempt an apology he wouldn't accept. The doors parted automatically as he approached, as if the building itself understood who owned it. He entered the room where Lucinda had been confined. It resembled a normal hospital room at first glance, deliberately so. White walls, a single bed positioned at the center, a heart monitor beside it, emitting its steady, indifferent rhythm, and 4 stand, a chair in the corner no one ever used. Everything was clean. Everything was controlled. Everything was empty of warmth. There were no flowers. No personal belongings. No color beyond institutional white and muted gray. It was a room designed to preserve the body, not comfort the person inside it. Even the air felt quieter here. Lucinda lay motionless on the bed, her head cradled by crisp, starched pillows, a bandage wrapped neatly around her temple. The faint rise and fall of her chest was the only reassurance Lex had that she was still present, that she hadn't drifted somewhere beyond his reach. The faint hum of the ventilator was almost the loudest thing in the room, a monotonous reminder that everything was still intact, including Lucinda's entire body parts, thank goodness. Lex stepped closer and was about to place a hand on her when her eyes wobbled, focusing on him with effort. Slowly, almost theatrically, Lucinda's gaze locked onto his. Finally, Lex was able to sigh in relief. 2 hours and 6 minutes, she muttered. Lex's brows drew together. He had no idea what she meant, her voice softer, which sounds so unusual for her, fragile in a way that made him lean closer, compelled to catch every syllable. "What was that, Lucy?" he asked, low, cautious, his head tilting slightly. "You're late for 2 hours and 6 minutes, Mr. Alexander Lex Luthor, sir," she said, dragging out his name like a judge delivering a sentence. She tugged the oxygen mask off her face and leaned forward just enough to punctuate her point. 2 hours and 6 minutes. Do you know what I endured in that time? Lex raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to be impressed or alarmed. "If you had only come on time, Mr. Luthor, sir," she continued, waggling a finger at him with exaggerated severity, "I wouldn't have been bullied, poked, prodded, and possibly lectured on the ethics of liquid meteor exposure by that woman. I might have even been offered a complimentary eyebrow raise, or worse, a coffee that tasted like it came from the bottom of a black hole." Lex's lips twitched slightly, betraying the faintest hint of a smile despite the gravity of the situation. "And," she added, flopping dramatically back against her pillows, "if I had to guess, the concussion was purely optional. A free trial of the hospital's new How Not to Survive Injections program. Thanks for nothing, Lex. Absolutely nothing." Lex smirked, fighting the unmistakable urge to laugh, a deeply inappropriate instinct given the circumstances, but Lucinda had always possessed a talent for dismantling tension with surgical absurdity. He cleared his throat, quickly restoring his composure. "Noted," he said. "Why not go back to rest? You've been tied up with all these apparatus and oxygen." "I thought," he hesitated, the words catching in his throat before he forced them out more quietly. "I thought I lost you." Lucinda blinked, the humor in her expression softening for just a fraction of a second as she caught that glimpse of something unguarded beneath his usual armor. It was fleeting but real. "That's so sweet, Lex," she said, immediately ruining the moment by slapping his arm with far more strength than a recently concussed patient had any business possessing. "But I'm all fine now. Your obsessed Dr. Miller had immediately drained the meteorite from my bloodstream when I stopped breathing, had an epileptic phenomenon, rolled over the bed, and accidentally slammed my head on the floor." Lex froze. His eyes widened, every other word she'd said becoming irrelevant. "Wait," he said sharply. "You stopped breathing?" Lucinda stared at him, baffled by his bafflement. "Well, yeah," she replied matter-of-factly, gesturing weakly to the tubes around her as if they were obvious props in an overly dramatic stage play. "Why else would I be lying here looking like the hospital's least enthusiastic science project?" Lex didn't laugh this time. His jaw tightened, the delayed weight of her words settling heavily into his chest. He studied her face, too pale, too fragile, and for the first time since entering the room, the illusion of control slipped. "You died," he said quietly. Lucinda tilted her head. "Temporarily," she corrected. "Let's not exaggerate. I got better." "I'm so sorry, Lucy," Lex muttered, the apology sounding foreign even to his own ears. "Something happened to Lana. I had to take her to the hospital. I had to wait for her aunt to arrive." Lucinda's chest twinged. It was subtle, sharp, and fleeting, but enough to make her pause. Her fingers curled slightly against the stiff hospital sheets, and for a moment, she forgot how to breathe normally. "Right, of course," she said, her voice quieter now, thinner around the edges. Her gaze drifted away from him, settling somewhere over his shoulder, somewhere safer. He needed to save his future wife. She thought. Why you didn't need to explain, she added quickly, the stammer betraying her far more than the words themselves. It's not like you're contractually obligated to babysit me. But I owe you an explanation, Lex said. Because I wasn't able to keep my word. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Lex Luthor was not a man who explained himself. He issued orders. He made decisions. He moved the world and expected it to keep up. This was the version of him she wanted to protect so badly. Not the future version carved in cold ambition and loneliness, but this one, the man who still hesitated, who still cared enough to explain himself, who still believed his presence mattered. The one who did not yet realize how much of himself he would one day bury just to survive the weight of his own name. It's fine, Lex, she said softly. She lifted her hand and tapped his where it rested on her shoulder, the gesture light, reassuring more for him than for herself. I just needed to rest more. Meanwhile, earlier that day, Lex had almost fired all of the scientists involved in the improvisation, but Lucinda had interrupted with a theatrical, "Don't. Not yet." That echoed like a foghorn in the lab. Because of course, she still needed her revenge on Dr. Miller. After all, she had been bullied purely because she didn't know everything injected into her was basically a cocktail for temporary body sabotage. So, Lex wisely delayed the firing squad, giving Lucinda her 2-hour window of chaotic justice. In that span, she had secretly swapped Dr. Miller's ergonomic chair with a wobbly stool that squeaked ominously whenever she shifted weight. Labeled all the vials in the fridge with "Unicorn Tears Highly Volatile" in Dr. Miller's handwriting, causing mild panic. Programmed the lab's coffee machine to dispense hot water at random intervals, resulting in repeated faceburns and coffee-induced mutterings. Looped a recording of her own sarcastic commentary over the lab intercom, making Dr. Miller feel like the villain in a badly timed sitcom. 2 hours later, Dr. Miller looked like she'd survived a tornado inside a funhouse. Lucinda, on the other hand, was perfectly composed, smirking like she just conducted a symphony of minor inconveniences. Lex had to admit, though he'd never say it out loud, it was the most efficient revenge he'd ever seen. Simple, quirky, and utterly ridiculous, like watching someone try to balance a spoon on their nose during a power outage. Stupid, yes, but in that very absurdity, it was oddly satisfying. He might have snickered if anyone were around, but of course, admitting amusement was strictly forbidden in Luthor law. Meanwhile, Lucinda sat in her room now at the Luthor mansion, a space so grand it could host a small parade or, more realistically, a very judgmental chandelier. She cradled a teacup on a small plate in her lap, the delicate setup teetering precariously like her nerves. The tests were finished, but the results wouldn't be ready for a few days off. Fact that gnawed at her, because tomorrow she had to meet Elizabeth. She didn't even know what's gonna happen if she meets her. But it's not like I needed to go there anyway, Lucinda murmured, though even as she said it, her foot tapped nervously against the carpet, betraying a level of worry far beyond what her words suggested. Go where, exactly? Lucinda nearly sent her teacup flying when Lex appeared in the doorway as if conjured from thin air. She'd been so absorbed in her swirling thoughts and the delicate art of balancing porcelain that she hadn't even noticed the door creak open. And nowhere, she stammered, words tumbling out faster than her nerves could keep up. Lex's lips thinned into a faint line as he stepped fully into the room, shutting the door with a soft click behind him. He rolled the sleeves of his violet sweater up just enough to expose a hint of forearm and slipped his hands into his pockets, the picture of calm menace. Come on now, Lucy, Lex began, his tone deceptively casual. You're a worse liar than you think. I can tell something's been gnawing at you ever since your little chat with Elizabeth Swann. Lucinda let out a long, theatrical sigh, setting her teacup down. Yeah, I forgot you have the eyes of a hawk, she muttered. She stood up, tugging at her pajamas, and faced Lex. I've already told you about Elizabeth knowing my secret. Lex tilted his head, perfectly still, as if his entire being was silently chanting, well, and? He prompted. No point hiding it from you, Lucinda said, rolling her eyes so hard it was practically a cardio workout. So yeah, she wants me to meet her tomorrow. I don't know what she wants, probably a lecture on, don't mess with time, or a pop quiz on who's allowed in whose life. Judging by our conversation, she basically told me to stay out of everyone's business before I destroy everyone's lives. Lex's eyes softened slightly, the faintest trace of a smile tugging at his lips. And what did you tell her? Lex barely breathed. For some reason, a tight knot settled in his chest, part admiration, part guilt, because somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew Lucinda was staying not just out of loyalty, but because she had promised herself she wouldn't leave until she'd finished helping him. Lucy, Lex said, voice calm but firm, if you were that desperate to go home, we could start working triple time on the time machine right away. Lucinda gave a casual shrug. As much as I'd love to agree, she said, tilting her head, that's not happening until I finish my mission to help. Just let me do this, Lex. Let me do something right in my lifetime, even if it's just this once. Lex's brow twitched. You know what, Lucy? Sorry, Lex, I won't know unless you tell me, Lucinda cut in immediately, eyes wide and expectant. Yeah, Lex replied, his voice tight with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, because there's a part where you should let me finish first. Yes, of course. Go on. Lucinda said, mockingly attentive. Well, Lex crossed his arms, tilting his head, you started sounding like trying to make things right after doing something terrible. Nah, Lucinda waved a hand dismissively, a grin tugging at her lips. At least you have money on your side. I do it with flair, you do it with bank accounts. Lex chuckled, shrugging lightly. But jokes aside, Lucy, if you want to go home as soon as possible, I won't hold anything against you. Lex, Lucinda said, stepping closer, her usual theatrical energy softening into something quieter. If I wanted to go home that badly, I wouldn't have thought twice about going with Elizabeth. She tilted her head, studying his face as if trying to make sure he understood the weight of that choice. I stayed, she added simply. Lex didn't respond right away, and when he finally parted his lips to speak, a knock cut him off with the precision of terrible timing. The door opened without waiting for permission, because apparently privacy was more of a suggestion in this mansion. Molly stepped inside with the calm professionalism of someone who absolutely knew she was interrupting something important and chose violence anyway. Good evening, Mr. Luther. You have a visitor, she said smoothly. Her eyes flicked toward Lucinda. She winked twice, obviously annoying her. Lucinda stared back, deeply offended by Molly's silent betrayal. Molly then opened the door wider like a stage assistant revealing the main act. Lana stood just beyond the threshold. Lana, Lex muttered, caught off guard. I'm sorry, Lex, Lana said as she stepped in, her voice urgent and breathless. She still has bandages on her arms and palms. But I need your help. She crossed the room quickly and stopped directly in front of him, too close. Close enough that Lucinda could practically see the individual molecules of emotional tension forming between them. Lucinda's eye twitched. Her fist even clenched on instinct, but she immediately slapped it off with the other one. Damn it, Lucinda, she groaned internally, forcing her fingers to relax. You're clearly just an NPC in this entire series. Act like it. Stand in the background. Pretend you don't have emotional damage. Very immersive. Very professional. So just like that, Lucinda stepped aside and excused herself out of her own room to generously make space for whatever emotionally complicated conversation Lex and Lana were about to have. She even closed the door gently behind her. Because apparently she was not only the NPC, she was also the courteous one. Wow, Lucy, Molly mumbled the moment the door clicked shut. She leaned against the wall, arms crossed, looking far too entertained. In case you forgot, this is your room. Lucinda stopped walking. Slowly, she turned her head. Oh, shut up, Molly. She hissed, pointing an accusatory finger at her before continuing down the hallway. Her shoulders were stiff, her pace just a little too fast. Behind her, Molly bit her lip, very clearly losing the battle against her own amusement. Kids nowadays, Molly mumbled, shaking her head. 50, abducted. Later that evening, Lana left with Lex in his black car, the engine purring like it had a superiority complex. Lucinda could do nothing but perch on the window seat, her chin resting on her hand as she watched the taillights shrink into the distance smaller, and then completely gone, like her emotional stability. She remained there, still, silent, brooding. If statues could sulk, this would be it. You're jealous, Molly suddenly said, appearing on her left like a judgmental ghost. God, Molly, no. Yes, you're definitely jealous, Jess cut in, materializing on her right with the confidence of someone who had come fully prepared to ruin Lucinda's evening. Lucinda straightened immediately, scandalized. I am not jealous. She crossed her arms, which unfortunately only made her look more jealous. Lucinda turned to them, ready to defend her dignity, but Molly raised a hand between them like a lawyer about to present devastating evidence. You have been hanging out with Mr. Lex for the past days, Molly began calmly, and I always see you looking at him with sparkles in your eyes, Lucy. Lucinda blinked. Sparkles. Yes, Jess nodded. Sparkles. Like a Disney character seeing a prince for the first time. Meh. I don't watch Disney. I watch anime, Lucinda said, raising a finger like she had just delivered a legally binding correction. Molly and Jess blinked, slowly. Very synchronized, it's scary. Anime. They echoed in unison. Yes. Anime, Lucinda repeated, lowering her hand with the calm superiority of someone who had survived multiple fictional apocalypses emotionally. In action genre. Sci-fi. Paranormal. Existential suffering. Character development. Emotional damage. The essentials. They continued staring. Lucinda sighed, realizing she would have to educate them. Disney taught me to rely on men, she explained gravely. Anime taught me to rely on myself, my trauma, and occasionally the power of friendship. Molly leaned closer, almost looming. The power of what? It's very reliable, Lucinda said seriously. Second only to unresolved emotional pain. Jess tilted her head. So you're saying you're not jealous? Correct, Lucinda said confidently. That's what I'm saying. She stopped mid-sentence when she heard footsteps. Not loud, not urgent, just quiet enough to exist without permission. Her body stiffened. Without looking at them, she raised a hand, silently ordering Molly and Jess to stop. Both froze immediately, their earlier teasing dissolving into confusion. Lucinda's eyes shifted to the thin strip of shadow beneath the door. It moved, barely, but it moved. Molly, Lucinda whispered, her voice lower now, stripped of its usual humor, I thought Lex told Eduardo and the others to guard on the hallway, not in front of my door. Molly nodded slowly. He did. He even told them to stay in the garden when you sleep so no one would disturb you. Lucinda swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. The shadow didn't pass. It didn't retreat. It remained there, unmoving, as if whoever stood outside had no intention of leaving. Jess frowned. Maybe it's one of them checking on you. Lucinda shook her head faintly, her gaze never leaving the door. They would have knocked. The room fell into a heavy silence. Even the air felt tense, like it was holding its breath with them. Lucinda stared at the door, her pulse beginning to quicken, a quiet dread curling in her stomach. The door exploded inward. It didn't open. It didn't creak. It shattered wood, splintering apart with a deafening crack as the force from the other side tore it from its hinges. The sound was violent, wrong, filling the room with a storm of debris and dust. Lucinda dropped instantly, her body reacting before her mind could catch up. Instinct forced her down, arms covering her head as shards of wood and metal screamed through the air above her. Behind her, something heavy struck flesh. Molly collapsed without a sound. A large piece of broken wood had hit the side of her head, the impact knocking her unconscious before she even understood what was happening. Her body crumpled to the floor, limp and unmoving. Jess wasn't as fortunate. She gasped a wet, broken sound. Lucinda's head snapped toward her just in time to see it. A wooden shard had pierced through Jess's abdomen. Not clean, not merciful. It had torn through fabric, flesh, and exited the other side, pinning her in place for a fraction of a second before she staggered backward, her hands instinctively flying to the wound. Her mouth opened in silent shock. Blood began to spread. Lucinda's voice died in her throat. The dust was still settling, the air thick with the smell of splintered wood and something metallic. And then the footsteps rushed in, not cautious, not hesitant, fast, purposeful. Lucinda barely had time to breathe before a hand seized her arm and yanked her upright. Her body twisted in surprise, but another arm locked around her from behind, pinning her in place. The grip was ironclad, crushing the air from her lungs. Wait. She didn't even finish the word. Something sharp pierced the side of her neck. A needle. Lucinda gasped, her fingers instantly flying to her neck, but the liquid had already been forced into her bloodstream. Her body arched one last, desperate act of resistance before the strength abandoned her completely. Her legs gave out, her vision collapsing inward as the world dimmed, and then she went still, the darkness finally taking her. It only felt like a split second before Lucinda came back to herself, if this could even be called coming back. A harsh, blinding light pierced through her eyelids, forcing them shut again on instinct. She winced, her face tightening as her senses struggled to catch up with her body. Slowly, unsteadily, her eyes fluttered open. The first thing she felt was the pain. Her arms were stretched above her, shoulders screaming under a weight that didn't make sense until her vision cleared enough to understand why. Cold metal bit into her wrists. Chains. Thick. Unforgiving. Suspended. Lucinda inhaled sharply, the movement sending a tremor through her entire frame. Her feet dangled just barely above the floor, close enough that her toes could brush the surface if she strained, but not enough to give her balance. Her head throbbed violently, the memory rushing back in fragments. The door breaking. Molly falling. Jess screaming. The needle. Her stomach twisted. Molly, Jess, she rasped, her voice dry and fragile, barely recognizable as her own. No one answered. It was quiet in a way that felt much more threatening than her current situation. Lucinda swallowed hard, forcing herself to breathe through the panic clawing its way up her throat. Panic wouldn't help. She knows that as much as any character in this series. She shifted slightly, testing the chains. They didn't budge. The metal answered only with a soft, hollow clink, the sound echoing just enough to remind her how little control she had. Faces began to surface in her mind, one after another, each carrying motive, opportunity, and the kind of power that could make someone disappear without consequence. Lionel. His name settled heavier than the rest. Her jaw tightened. He had made his curiosity about her very clear. He hadn't been subtle about wanting answers he never even asked directly. This felt like him. Her fingers curled weakly against the restraints. It couldn't be Elizabeth. Elizabeth had given her time until tomorrow. This didn't match her methods. Lucinda exhaled slowly, her pulse beginning to steady as dread settled into something colder. Something sharper. It had to be Lionel, she muttered, already mentally preparing her speech. The glare, the betrayal, the dramatic emotional damage. She even practiced looking slightly disappointed but not surprised. Very important distinction. That was when the door behind her creaked open. Then footsteps followed. Lucinda lifted her chin, ready to face the Luther with the hair, but then what she saw was a woman with Lionel's hairstyle. Lucinda blinked. The woman is around her 20s. Completely unfamiliar. Standing there like she belonged, which was honestly offensive. Lucinda stared at her, her brain immediately flipping through every mental archive she had of episode Hourglass. Main cast. Supporting cast. Extras. Background civilians. Random pedestrians with emotional significance. Nothing. She blinked again, squinting harder, as if her memory just needed better Wi-Fi. This woman had never had screen time. She didn't even look like she qualified for screen time. She looked like the kind of person who stood behind actual important people holding clipboards and nodding occasionally, not the kind who kidnapped protagonists and delivered ominous monologues in poorly ventilated rooms. But then the woman pulled out a white folder and began reading from it like she was about to present quarterly sales instead of justify felony-level behavior, and that was when Lucinda caught a glimpse of the logo stamped neatly at the top. Luthor Corp. Lucinda gasped dramatically, because if you were going to be kidnapped, you might as well commit to the theatrics. Luthor Corp., she said. It is Lionel. No, it's not. The woman cut her off flatly, her eyes drifting back to Lucinda with the emotional investment of someone correcting a spelling error. I'm just telling you now as a compensation. Dead men don't tell tales anyway. Lucinda blinked. Wow, thanks, she grimaced. That makes me feel so much better. Truly comforting. And since it couldn't be Lex, she continued, narrowing her eyes thoughtfully, then either someone powerful enough to rival the Luthors broke in and stole my lab results, which is honestly impressive and mildly flattering, or it's a certain doctor whose hobbies include unauthorized injections and emotional instability, hypothetically named Dr. Miller. The woman paused. Lucinda straightened slightly despite the chains, feeling the microscopic victory bloom in her chest. Oh, she added helpfully. Did that hit too close to home? The woman closed the folder with a soft snap. Ah, she said calmly. The way you talk they were right. It truly does seem as though you've known things like this would happen. Lucinda winced as the chain shifted again and bit into her wrists, and she winced. Yes, well, it's incredibly predictable for someone linked to a Luthor, she groaned. I did not, however, plan for the chains. That part was extremely inconsiderate. I've checked your laboratory results, the woman continued, ignoring her entirely. Everything seems normal aside from one thing. She paused again, clearly enjoying the dramatic timing far more than necessary, before reaching into her pocket and pulling something out. A small, jagged crystal caught the light between her fingers, dull and lifeless, yet presented like it deserved its own close-up shot. Aside from the fact, the woman finished smoothly, that you can neutralize meteorites. Lucinda opened her mouth to argue because of course she was going to argue, but the door creaked open again, and this time it wasn't a single pair of ominous footsteps. It was several. Many. Enough to suggest this had turned into some sort of unsettling group activity. Multiple figures filed in and encircled her, 3 women standing in front while 4 men positioned themselves behind her, all roughly around Clark's age and all staring at her like she had just been placed at the center of a buffet table. What the hell is this? Lucinda gasped, her voice climbing an octave as she twisted in the chains, trying to count heads without hyperventilating. These, the woman said calmly, gesturing as if introducing contestants on a game show, are the people everyone refers to as meteor freaks in Smallville. They've gathered here tonight for healing. Lucinda blinked at the group. The group blinked back. Why, you could have just asked me for help, you know. She burst out, immediately starting to dangle and swing in protest like an extremely stressed wind chime. I am very approachable. I respond well to polite emails. You did not need to chain me to the ceiling like decorative lighting. What do you need? Blood? I have blood. I can donate. I will even label the vials. No one laughed. Not a single twitch. They just kept staring. Lucinda slowly stopped swinging. We already tried earlier, the woman said, checking her nails as if discussing a failed baking attempt. Before you woke up. It didn't work. So now we've decided to try something else. Lucinda went very still. Something else. She repeated carefully, her voice shrinking. Define something else. Use small words, preferably non-threatening ones. The woman's lips curved upward. Your flesh. Lucinda froze for a full second. You people need therapy, she said weakly. I've only been gone for 5 minutes and this already happened. Lex's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and unrestrained, the fragile composure he normally wore now fractured beyond repair. The room looked like it had been caught in the middle of a storm and lost. The door hung broken from its hinges, splintered wood scattered across the floor like fallen bones. Furniture had been overturned, sheets dragged halfway off the bed, and the curtains trembled slightly from the cold air drifting in through the shattered window. But it was the blood that held his gaze hostage, dark, unmistakable stains smeared across the floor, trailing just enough to tell a story he refused to finish in his mind. Paramedics had already taken Jess and Molly outside. Their absence made the room feel even more hollow, even more violated. Guards flooded the space, their radios crackling, their boots heavy against the tile. Police officers spoke in low, urgent tones, but to Lex, their voices blurred into useless noise. His jaw tightened. This had happened under his protection. Outside the doorway, Lana stood frozen, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as though trying to keep from coming apart. Her face had lost its color entirely, her eyes fixed on the blood like she couldn't unsee it no matter how hard she tried. This is all my fault, she whispered. The words were soft, fragile, but Lex heard them clearly. He turned immediately and stepped toward her, his expression softening despite the fury still burning behind his eyes. He placed a steady hand on her shoulder, grounding, firm, certain. This is not your fault, Lana, he said quietly. You needed help. I chose to go with you. She looked up at him then, her eyes glassy, searching his face for blame and finding none. I've already called Clark, Lex continued. He'll be here soon. He'll take you home. He paused, studying Lana's expression as if trying to measure how much more she could endure. I'm sorry I couldn't help you tonight, he added quietly. I need to find Lucy fast. Not long after, investigators flooded the hallway, their questions sharp and relentless. Lex gently ushered Lana into his office, closing the doors so the authorities could comb through the wreckage without her having to witness every detail. She sat on the couch near the fireplace, hands clasped tightly together, staring into nothing. The doors opened again. Clark stepped inside, still in his familiar blue jacket with a red shirt underneath, his expression tense and alert. Lex, I heard what happened, he said, but his eyes immediately shifted to Lana. He crossed the room and stood beside her, protective without thinking. Then he looked back at Lex. Any lead on where Lucy might have been taken? Lex didn't answer right away. He reached for a stapled set of documents resting on the center table, papers Edgar had handed him earlier, and held them out. We found this. Clark took them, flipping through the printed photos. His brows knit together. Bite marks. There have been at least 10 reported cases, Lex explained, stepping beside him. Abductions. Every victim had been exposed to meteor rock and developed accelerated healing abilities. Whoever is behind this targets them specifically. They drain their victims' blood, consume them. His voice hardened. It appears the effect is only temporary, which means they hunt regularly, possibly once a month. Clark swallowed, the weight of it settling in his chest. Wait, so you're saying Lucy can heal people? He knew Lucinda was different. He knew she affected him in ways no one else could. His strength weakened in her presence, his senses dulled, as though kryptonite had taken human form. But healing, that was new. Lex studied him for a long moment, his expression guarded, his thoughts moving behind his eyes faster than he would ever admit. Then he shook his head slowly. Lucy's ability is different, he said. His voice was controlled, but the tension beneath it was unmistakable. I can't explain it to you just yet. His jaw flexed faintly. But she's very special. Clark's lips pressed into a thin line. He closed the papers with deliberate care, his fingers lingering on the edge as if resisting the urge to demand more. Let me know if anything comes up, he said. I'll come back after I drive Lana home. Lex shook his head immediately. You don't need to. His tone remained calm, but there was a firmness to it now. A boundary. Lucy is under my care. She is my responsibility. Clark didn't back down. His eyes sharpened slightly. Lucy is my friend, Lex. The space between them grew tight, heavy with something neither of them named. It wasn't anger. Not exactly. Lana felt it instantly. She shifted uncomfortably, her fingers curling faintly at her sides as she glanced between them. Neither man raised his voice, but the silence between their words said enough. I'll help you find her, Clark said finally, his voice steady with quiet resolve. Lex didn't answer. Clark turned instead to Lana, his expression softening as he helped her to her feet. His hand rested gently at her back, guiding her toward the door. Lex remained where he was, unmoving, watching them leave. When the door finally closed, the room fell still. And only then did the composure on his face thin, revealing the urgency beneath it. Responsibility was the word he had given, but it wasn't entirely the truth.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.